Chun Chong'an had followed his beautiful master for countless years, remaining ageless and immortal. Yet he was unable to cultivate. Ultimately, he was expelled by his master and set out to wander the mortal realm with his companion, the Qilin de Huang. Upon returning to the Chun family, he obtained the innate Taitu and finally discovered the method of cultivation. Chapter 1. Cast out by my master. Chun Chong'an. Leave, leave. Chun Chong'an gazed at his master, adorned in a flowing purple gown, exuding an air of nobility and possessing a breathtaking beauty. His eyes filled with confusion. Master, why is this so? Disciple wishes to remain by your side. I cannot bear the thought of departing from you. Chun Chong'an pleaded with reluctance. Upon hearing this, the stunning visage of his master displayed a flicker of emotion. However, it was not one of sentimentality, but rather a fierce effort to suppress her growing irritation. 10,000 years. An entire 10,000 years. Do you know how I have endured these 10 millennia? His master, Mu Yunyao, asked coldly. Of course I know. Throughout these 10,000 years, having your company has spared me from the solitude of being alone, and thus I have been joyful, enveloped in happiness day after day. Chun Chong'an replied with a smile. Joyful? Happy? Surrounded by bliss? Pa! Mu Yunyao, observing the beaming Chun Chong'an, yearned to deliver a swift slap to his face. A millennium ago, by mere happenstance, Mu Yunyao discovered the 6-year-old Chun Chong'an, recognizing his extraordinary physique, and thought to take him as her disciple. Little did she know, this would mark the beginning of her nightmare. Indeed, Chun Chong'an possessed a unique constitution and was remarkably intelligent. Whatever Mu Yunyao taught him, he would memorize after a single repetition. However, as time passed, Mu Yunyao realized that no matter how hard Chun Chong'an attempted to cultivate, he could not make any breakthroughs, not even to the point of entry. Since she had taken him as her disciple, Mu Yunyao could not simply turn a blind eye. Therefore, she imparted all her lifelong knowledge to Chun Chong'an. Chun Chong'an did not disappoint her expectations. He mastered all that Mu Yunyao taught him, yet he could only recite it without being able to cultivate. Mu Yunyao searched far and wide for rare heavenly materials and treasures, but all efforts were in vain. Eventually, Mu Yunyao had to concede defeat, initially hoping to allow Chun Chong'an to remain peacefully by her side for the rest of her life. Yet this boy remained ageless and immortal. If only he were docile and sensible, it would have been bearable. However, he was a restless spirit. Over the span of 10,000 years, Mu Yunyao endured profound hardship and, unable to bear it any longer, sought to expel Chun Chong'an. Master, do you truly wish for me to leave? Seeing the serious expression on Mu Yunyao's face, Chun Chong'an's countenance shifted. After spending 10,000 years with Mu Yunyao since the age of 6, he had never contemplated being separated from her. Go, you have stayed here for 10 millennia. It is time for you to depart. Noting Chun Chong'an's despondent demeanor, Mu Yunyao felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet her reason urged her that this rascal must leave without delay. Master, I have been by your side for a millennium now. I am utterly alone, without kin or support. Though the world is vast, there is nowhere for me to find refuge. Chun Chong'an spoke passionately. You have... Mu Yunyao, with a decisive gesture, conjured a map out of thin air. She pointed to a location on it and calmly said, I have investigated on your behalf. Though millennia have passed, the bloodline of the Chun family endures. You may return and visit your descendants. This unexpected turn of events caught Chun Chong'an off guard. It appeared that his master was resolutely determined to send him away, having even prepared this much in advance. At your command, master, I shall not dare to disobey. Since you have ordered my departure, despite my deep reluctance, I can only acquiesce. I hope that in the future, master will find joy in solitude, allowing me to rest easy. Seeing the rare seriousness etched upon Chun Chong'an's face, Mu Yunyao couldn't help but sigh in resignation. After all, he had been by her side for an entire millennium. How could she feel no affection for him? Go forth. You have been with me since the tender age of 6, with little time spent in the outside world. Remember, human hearts can be treacherous. Do not place your trust in others. After uttering these words, Mu Yunyao felt a twinge of regret. Was her warning perhaps a bit superfluous? This rascal had a knack for cunning. Yes, master, Chun Chong'an replied sincerely, gazing at her, which made Mu Yunyao furrow her brow. Why was he still standing there? Your master understands your reluctance, but we must part ways. Go now. Yes, master. His tone and response were identical. Yet Chun Chang'an remained rooted in place. "Do you have something more to say?" Mu Yunyao inquired. "Master, our bond is sure to span countless years. I am aware that I am about to leave. I am also aware today's farewell may stretch into an indefinite future. What exactly do you wish to convey?" Mu Yunyao's patience was wearing thin under Chun Chang'an's persistence. "I cannot depart empty-handed." "Can I?" "Master, do you not think it is time for a token of your regard?" Mu Yunyao, who could maintain composure in any situation, found herself battling the urge to strangle her troublesome disciple. Yet, inexplicably, this rascal remained unscathed, impervious to her formidable prowess. "For the past millennium, you have consumed my sustenance and utilized my resources, and now, you wish to plunder one last time. You truly are a remarkable disciple. Thank you for your praise, Master, but I believe you must show your appreciation." "Must I? What do you mean by that?" "Consider, Master, as your disciple, returning in such a meager state would be quite shameful for you. Moreover, I have not visited the Qin family in 1,000 years. It would be rather inappropriate to return empty-handed. Master, I have been at your side for a millennium and am indeed lacking in resources." "Lacking in resources?" Mu Yunyao smirked inwardly. Although Chun Chang'an had followed her for a millennium, he was never one to abide by the rules. Frequently, he would slip away for months at a time while his treasures might not rival her own. He could hardly claim to be impoverished. "Very well. Here you go." In order to swiftly rid themselves of this troublesome spirit, Mu Yunyao refrained from further discourse and directly tossed a storage ring to Chun Chang'an. "Within this ring lies an assemblage of treasures I have collected over the past millennium, all of exquisite quality that it will suffice for you to maintain appearances once you venture forth," Mu Yunyao remarked with a hint of resignation. "Thank you, Master." Chun Chang'an beamed as he accepted the storage ring. Yet he remained rooted in place, a smile still adorning his face. "What more do you wish to do?" Mu Yunyao felt her growing irritation becoming increasingly difficult to contain. "Master, you are aware that I am but a dullard, utterly lacking in cultivation. The world outside is fraught with peril. Surely, you must consider my safety." "Peril? Is there any entity in this realm more dangerous than you? Have you forgotten your own nature? If I cannot bring about your demise, then no one in this world can inflict upon you even a scratch." Mu Yunyao's tone now brimmed with impatience. "Face. Master, this is a matter of dignity. What is your station and what is mine? Though I may not perish, I cannot prevail in combat. Would it not be a disgrace to suffer defeat? Would it not also tarnish your esteemed reputation?" Chun Chang'an wore an expression that suggested he was merely considering her honor. "Speak. What do you desire?" "Ah, I wish to have a bodyguard. What do you think?" "A bodyguard? You wish for me to act as your protector?" "How could I dare to impose upon you, Master? What I require is a Qilin." Chapter 2. The Forbidden Forest, the Beast King De Huang. The Qilin? Are you referring to that creature within the Forbidden Forest? You truly are a pair of conspiratorial brothers, always thinking of it. If it so wishes, feel free to take it away. Although it is somewhat unexpected, Mu Yunyao does not obstruct him. If a Qilin were indeed to accompany Chun Chang'an, he would likely not face any bullying outside. "Master, I shall take my leave now." "Very well. Master, during my absence, please ensure you find joy and happiness." "I understand." "Master, do remember to be happy." "Master." "Leave." "All right." With a cheerful tune on his lips and a light-hearted stride, Chun Chang'an begins to envision how he might revel in the vibrant world outside. Observing Chun Chang'an's exuberance, Mu Yunyao's expression suddenly turns frosty. What does this mean? What does this wretched boy truly mean? Is he so delighted to be leaving me? Though he was driven away by me, how can he display such joy? Suddenly, a chill from behind causes Chun Chang'an to pause, sending a shiver down his spine. Having spent countless years together, he is all too familiar with this coldness. "Ah, you are the one who sent me away, yet it is you who is unhappy. Truly a fickle woman." This thought remains unspoken, confined to the depths of his mind. Daring not to flaunt his glee any longer, Chun Chang'an walks steadily out of Mu Yunyao's sight. His residence lies not far from the Forbidden Forest, and in the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he arrives at the forest's edge. As its name suggests, the Forbidden Forest is steeped in taboos, a place ordinary people would not dare approach, let alone venture into. For even the weakest of beasts here possess a formidable level of 5, equivalent to a human in the realm of divine powers. Although Chun Chang'an lacks cultivation, he possesses considerable knowledge regarding the intricacies of martial arts. The hierarchy of strength in this world is delineated as follows: Spirit Gathering Realm, Qi Condensation Realm, True Qi Realm, Transcendence Realm, Divine Powers Realm, Transformation Realm, Void Realm, Supreme Realm, Immortal Realm, and Emperor. Chun Chang'an's master is one of the few peak Emperor-level figures. While ordinary individuals would not dare to approach the Forbidden Forest, for Chun Chang'an, it feels akin to returning home, strolling leisurely and comfortably. Throughout his passage, not a single beast appears, as if they are non-existent. Mother, why must we hide? Who is that boy? He seems devoid of any danger. Within the dense thicket, a young beast's eyes brim with confusion and bewilderment. Devoid of danger? He is a calamity. Remember his visage. If he appears here, ensure you stay far away. Do you understand? Why? For others, the Forbidden Forest exists because of our presence, but for us, it is because of him. Do not inquire further. Simply heed my words. As I journeyed forth, the absence of any beast was palpable, prompting Chun Chang'an to exhale a sigh. Alas, it seems that excellence breeds solitude. Truly, I bear no grievance. Why do you wallow in self-doubt? My loyal companion, De Huang, is indeed admirable. Progressing onward, Chun Chang'an arrived at the heart of the Forbidden Forest. At that moment, not far off, a Qilin lay languidly on the ground, slumbering. Sensing Chun Chang'an's presence, the Qilin's eyelids fluttered, yet it ultimately chose to remain closed. Chun Chang'an settled beside the creature, leaning back against its form. De Huang, he murmured, and it was evident that the Qilin's breathing deepened, seemingly fond of the name. Noticing the Qilin's continued indifference, Chun Chang'an smiled gently and remarked, "We have known each other for nearly 10 millennia. Perhaps it is the passage of time that often leads me to reminisce about our past. Do you recall the circumstances of our first encounter? I gazed at you with enthusiasm, and you returned the sentiment. I greeted you, and you joyfully swallowed me whole. In retrospect, we are indeed bonded as if we were kindred spirits. What on earth are you trying to convey?" The Qilin, unable to contain its impatience any longer, interrupted, recalling the less-than-glorious event. After consuming Chun Chang'an, the young man had lingered within its belly for several days, incessantly chattering. Eventually, Chun Chang'an's master had delivered a sound thrashing, a source of embarrassment for the Qilin. "I shall take my leave," it declared. Upon hearing this, the Qilin's body momentarily stilled before it resumed its repose, albeit responding to Chun Chang'an. "Off to play again? Your master has not entered seclusion. I can sense her presence." The Qilin's tone was languorous, as if still half asleep. "This time, I intend to venture to a distant place, and I may be gone for a considerable duration." "A distant place? For a long time?" Upon hearing this, the Qilin responded disinterestedly, "That bears no significance to me. Safe travels, but I shall not see you off. In the past, when I ventured out, you were quite pleased. What has changed this time? Indeed, previously your master was in seclusion, and my journeys were not far. Are you unaware of the rules she has established? You may not perish, but I am not yet ready to depart this world." Though the Qilin reigned as the sovereign of the Forbidden Forest, it dared not defy Mu Yunyao. The regulations she had set were not to be transgressed, for the consequences would be dire. "Rest assured, my master has consented. This time, I may be away for a long while, and it is prudent to have a powerful ally by my side. My master has specifically requested your company." De Huang. In her eyes, "You are indeed a formidable force," Chun Chang'an stated with utmost seriousness. At this declaration, the Qilin felt a jolt of surprise. A formidable force? So, in the eyes of that esteemed individual, it was regarded as powerful. "Your master possesses discernment. Where shall we go? Let us depart at once." Suddenly, the Qilin sprang to its feet, sending Chun Chang'an flying. "What's the rush? It's obvious. I fear your master may change his mind." "Rest assured that won't happen. It was my master who urged me to leave. Alas, the passage of time has dulled the thrill." Upon witnessing Chun Chang'an's sorrowful expression, the Qilin was momentarily taken aback. "Have you truly been cast away? Weren't you once your master's prized possession? Would your master really part with you? I was once cherished, but now I am as insignificant as a weed. Let us not dwell on it. It only amplifies the sorrow. The Qilin, unable to ponder the intricacies, concluded that the opportunity to venture outside was indeed the paramount affair. Shall we adhere to the old custom? Again with the old custom? I refused to be a mere dog. Although the Qilin relished the prospect of adventure, it recognized that its current form was less than advantageous for such outings. In the past, when sneaking out with Chun Chang'an, it transformed into a large yellow dog, but over time, this had become irksome. I am a Qilin. Must I always be called a dog? Do I not possess dignity? It's merely a temporary measure for practicality. Chun Chang'an counseled with a smile. Do you think I am a fool who has never ventured out? Others ride horses, donkeys, even mystical beasts. And here I am, reduced to riding a dog. No, this time I refuse to be a dog. If anyone is to be ridden, it shall be you. Oh, come now, we are brothers. Why divide ourselves? Let us depart and negotiate along the way. Shall we? Everything can be discussed, but I shall not be a dog. Very well, you shall not be a dog. Chapter 3. The Return of the Swallows to Yengui City. The Chun family in the northern Yuan County of the Great Zhou Kingdom. The Chun family found themselves confronted by the Lu family. Today we, the Lu family, have graced you with our presence, which should be considered a tremendous honor. The Lu family spokesman declared, I advise you to conduct yourselves wisely. Do not delude yourselves into thinking you are still the Chun family of yore. The words of the Lu family ignited a fierce anger among the Chun clan. Truly, it was a case of the tiger falling into the plains and being bullied by the dogs. The Chun family, originally not natives of the Great Zhou, had merely migrated to this land. Once, they were undeniably the foremost family of the Great Zhou Kingdom, while the Lu family was merely their vassal. Thanks to the patronage of the Chun family, the Lu family rapidly ascended, establishing a tradition. Each generation's eldest daughter was to wed into the Chun family. What was meant as a gesture of loyalty had, unbeknownst to them, led to the Chun family's decline. Once regarded as the premier family of northern Yuan County, the Chun family had now shrunk into obscurity within Yengui City over the past century. When the Chun family still held their former status, there had been some interaction with the Lu family, but once the Lu family successfully established themselves as one of the three great families of the Great Zhou, all ties were severed. Therefore, the Lu family's unexpected visit took the Chun family by surprise. Intending to offer a warm reception, the Chun family was taken aback by the Lu family's audacity. Lu Chengfeng, it has been a century since our families last interacted. There was no need for you to come all this way, unless it is merely to belittle the Chun family. Chun Zhengyuan, the head of the Chun family, retorted defiantly, refusing to submit to the disparity in their current standings. Lu Chengfeng, equally astonished, did not expect the Chun family to exhibit any semblance of spirit despite their fall from grace. However, he regarded their indignation as nothing more than a jest, devoid of any real power. My esteemed niece is now favored by the Qingzong sect and has captured the heart of the fifth prince of the Great Zhou. You. Before Lu Chengfeng could finish, he was interrupted by a young woman beside him. Allow me to speak. Lu Mengyan, the current head of the Lu family's daughter, interjected. According to the ancient custom of the Lu family, she was also meant to marry into the Chun family. Yet, this tradition had long been rendered obsolete in the eyes of the Chun family, as the Lu family had ceased their interactions with them long ago. Their visit thus left the Chun family feeling bewildered. It was clear that Lu Mengyan held a high position within the Lu family. With a mere word, she silenced her uncle Lu Chengfeng. Turning to Chun Zhengyuan, she smiled gently and said, Head of the Chun family, we, the Lu family, once received considerable kindness from you. Indeed, when the Chun family first began to falter, the Lu family chose not to remain indifferent. Though our statuses have diverged, the Lu family still harbors a sense of nostalgia. Some of the traditions established in the past may no longer be suitable. Thus, I have taken the initiative to personally visit this time, hoping to bring a definitive conclusion to this matter. What are your thoughts? Rest assured, the Lu family is not one to be miserly. Herein lies a sum of 10,000 inferior spirit stones, along with 5 essence-gathering pills, intended as compensation for your Chun family. 10,000 inferior spirit stones? And 5 essence-gathering pills as well? In former times, the Chun family might have dismissed such offerings. However, in their current state, they are in dire need of resources. Although their hearts were stirred, no one dared to betray any outward signs, for the price of acquiring these items would equate to enduring humiliation from the Chen family. Ha ha ha! The Lu family indeed exhibits great generosity. Yet, the Chen family has never relied on scraps cast before them. We are grateful for Miss Lu's goodwill. Yet we, the Chen family, must decline. Chen Zhengyuan resolutely refused, without a hint of hesitation. Though Lu Mengyan appeared exceedingly cordial, her gaze was steeped in arrogance, having never truly acknowledged any member of the Chen family. To her, merely appearing before the Chen family was a grand favor, and any compensation offered should elicit overwhelming gratitude from them. However, Chen Jingyuan's rejection caused Lu Mengyan's brows to furrow in displeasure. What? Does your Chen family refuse? Do you still harbor dreams of aligning with the Lu family? Do you dare hope for my hand in marriage into your household? Lu Mengyan's tone dripped with sarcasm and indignation. Align with your Lu family? Miss Lu, you may be overestimating your importance. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions for this visit? The history between our two families is not lost on all, though few are privy to it now. You and the fifth prince share mutual affection, and naturally you aim to enter the royal family. You merely seek to erase any potential blemishes before your union with the crown. Were it otherwise, would you have come to the Chen family today? Chen Zhengyuan was no fool. Through their earlier conversation, he had discerned the true purpose of her visit. The stain of past alliances, forged by the Lu family to curry favor with the Chen family, would now serve as a blemish for Lu Mengyan. Chen Zhengyuan, I advise you to consider this carefully. Were it not for our past ties, given your Chen family's current strength, you would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the wrath of the Lu family and the fifth prince. Lu Chengfeng was equally taken aback, wondering why the Chen family was proving to be so obstinate, clinging to something that could easily be resolved with a mere nod. Did they genuinely still wish to align themselves with the Lu family? Had they not contemplated the consequences of such actions? Ha ha ha! The sons of the Chen family fear not death. What you desire is none other than the very contract delivered to the Chen family years ago, is it not? Upon uttering these words, Lu Chengfeng and Lu Mengyan's expressions shifted as they turned their attention to the speaker, discovering that he held the very contract once presented by the Lu family to the Chen family. Who are you? Lu Mengyan inquired, her gaze fixed upon the young man. I am Chen Yunxian, the son of the Chen family's patriarch. Chen Yunxian replied coldly. The young master of the Chen family in this generation? He appeared to possess an extraordinary demeanor and striking features. However, regrettably, his cultivation fell somewhat short, far inferior to that of the fifth prince of the great Zhou kingdom. If we were to adhere to the customs of yore, you would indeed be the one I am destined to wed, remarked Lu Mengyan, her brow furrowed. Miss Lu certainly knows how to jest. When has a member of your Lu family ever had the privilege of marrying the young master of the Chen family? Surely, your aspirations are rather lofty, Chen Yunxian retorted without reservation. You! How dare you! Chen Yunxuan's words rendered Lu Mengyan's face ashen, and Lu Chengfeng seethed with rage. Yet, Chen Yunxuan's assertion was devoid of any fallacy. Although those from the Lu family who married into the Chen family were all wed to direct descendants, none had ever married the young master. Alas, the truth often cuts the deepest. A humiliation. This was nothing short of disgrace for the Lu family. Humph! Your Chen family can only revel in this verbal sparring now. Hand over the items to me, and as for the compensation due to my Lu family, you may decide at your leisure. From this moment forth, our families shall have no further entanglements, Lu Mengyan declared coldly. The Chen family will not seek compensation, and the items may be yours. However, your Lu family has acted treacherously. Since you are the eldest daughter of the Lu family, it is incumbent upon you to apologize to my Chen family. The first statement pleased Lu Mengyan immensely, but her countenance changed drastically with the subsequent declaration. Apologize to the Chen family? Outrageous. Does your Chen family possess such standing? Such audacity? I see you are courting disaster. Chapter 4. The Chen family. Chen Chang'an. Lu Chengfeng's countenance darkened as an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. Lu Chengfeng was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the true Qi realm, while the most powerful member of the Chen family, Chen Zhengyuan, had only recently broken through to the true Qi stage. No one within the Chun clan could withstand the might of Lu Chengfeng. Ha ha ha. The Chun family today is truly vulnerable, he scoffed. You, young man, must remember that to utter threats, one must possess the strength to back them. Without power, your words are nothing but a jest. Lu Chengfeng cast a scornful glance at Chan Yunxian, a waste of a youth who had yet to even break through to the gathering essence realm, daring to show disrespect to the Lu family? In the face of Lu Chengfeng's derision, Chan Yunxuan's gaze remained resolute, boldly countering the oppressive aura directed at him. To Lu Chengfeng's astonishment, Chan Yunxian stood tall, his posture straightening defiantly. Locking eyes, Lu Chengfeng sensed the tenacity radiating from Chan Yunxian. This young man possessed an indomitable spirit and remarkable will. Should he grow in strength, he could become a significant threat. He could not be allowed to live. At that moment, a murderous intent blossomed within Lu Chengfeng's heart, for he felt danger emanating from a mere youth of only a few years into his teens, with cultivation limited to the gathering spirit realm. Chan Zhengyuan, too, began to perceive the situation, realizing that Lu Chengfeng seemed to have developed a murderous intent. Yet, Chan Yunxuan's gaze remained fixed on Lu Chengfeng, his piercing words slicing through the tension. One day, the dragon will rise to meet the rain. Today, I shall soar to the heavens. Rest assured, the Chun family shall reclaim all that it has lost. Reclaim? How utterly laughable. With a Chun family reduced to fewer than 100 members, do you truly think you can succeed? Humph. I shall see if you can survive this day. Clap, clap, clap. What you say is indeed true. That which was once lost should be reclaimed. Just as Lu Chengfeng was about to make his move, a sudden round of applause interrupted him. The crowd turned in unison to see a young man they did not recognize standing at the entrance of the Chun family hall, accompanied by a large yellow dog. However, the dog's gaze seemed to brim with resentment, glaring at everyone as if ready to chastise them, a rather peculiar sight. Both Lu Chengfeng and Lu Mingyan were taken aback, as were the members of the Chun family, for they did not know this young man. Who are you? Lu Chengfeng inquired, his brow furrowed. I am Chun Chang'an of the Chun family. Of the Chun family? The moment those words were spoken, the members of the Chun clan were left dumbfounded. How could they have never encountered him before? They exchanged glances, searching each other's eyes for answers, yet found none. Could he be a long-lost illegitimate son? At that moment, only the head of the family, Chan Zhengyuan, displayed a flicker of hesitation in his gaze, as if pondering something. It was truly unexpected. Each younger generation of the Chun family seemed more audacious than the last. While he still retained some cultivation, this young man had none. Yet he dared to speak so boldly? Did he not fear for his life? Lu Chengfeng cast a disdainful glance at Chun Chang'an. Kill me? Feel free to try. Chun Chang'an replied with scorn. Arrogant. Lu Chengfeng did not take action. Instead, he unleashed his imposing aura once more. In his view, the sheer might of his presence was sufficient to bring a mere commoner like Chun Chang'an to his demise. Yet, in the face of Lu Chengfeng's overwhelming force, Chun Chang'an remained unaffected, even finding it somewhat tedious. Is this all? Having stood beside his master, the peak emperor Mu Yuneo, Chun Chang'an had frequently faced such pressures, strengthening his resilience. Big Yellow. Ignoring Lu Chengfeng, Chun Chang'an glanced at Big Yellow. Though reluctant, Big Yellow approached, picked up a chair with his mouth, and placed it beside Chun Chang'an. Witnessing Chun Chang'an sit down with such composure left everyone present utterly astonished. Not only was Chun Chang'an unfazed, but even his dog could move with ease. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. What on earth are you? Lu Chengfeng could hardly believe his eyes, as this surpassed all his understanding. Surely the other party could not be devoid of cultivation, had he concealed his true power? But how could someone so young possess such strength? How could the Chun family harbor such a formidable figure? Lu Chengfeng was perplexed, and at that moment, Lu Mingyan was also intently observing Chun Chang'an, realizing that the situation had clearly escalated beyond their control. Chun Chang'an? Chun Chang'an. Suddenly, Chun Zhengyuan sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed on Chun Chang'an, filled with astonishment. Chun Zhengyuan's excitement puzzled the onlookers. Could it be that Chun Chang'an had a connection to the family head? Are you truly Chun Chang'an? Long of Chong, safe oven? Chen Zhengyuan trembled with exhilaration. You? Chen Zhengyuan even referred to him formally. What did this imply? Could this person possibly outrank Chen Zhengyuan? It seems the Chen family still remembers my name, which saves me the trouble of explaining myself, Chen Chang'an remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengyuan trembled with shock, hastily moving to Chen Chang'an's side and, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, knelt before him. I, Chen Zhengyuan, the 135th patriarch of the Chen family, pay my respects to the ancestor. The ancestor? The youth before them was, astonishingly, the ancestral figure of the Chen family? What are you all still doing? Come and pay your respects to the ancestor. Chen Zhengyuan barked, his eyes wide with urgency. Despite their confusion, the other members of the Chen family dared not hesitate, given the patriarch's command. Chen Zhengming, the 135th descendant of the Qin family, pays respects to the ancestor. Chen Zhengxiao, the 135th descendant of the Qin family, pays respects to the ancestor. The rest of the Chen family members knelt, leaving Lu Mengyan and Lu Chengfeng utterly bewildered. If the Qin family had an ancestor, how had they fallen to such a state? Could it be that this was all an elaborate ruse? Not quite. The Qin family was unaware of our arrival in advance. This left Lu Mengyan somewhat perplexed, while Lu Chengfeng furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Miss I seemed to have heard whispers of this matter. There were once rumors that an ancestor of the Qin family was taken away by a powerful being. However, this ancestor had never reappeared, leading many to believe it was merely a fabrication by the Qin family, or that he had perished. Yet, it appears that this individual truly exists, and has returned to the Qin family at this juncture. Lu Chengfeng had only casually come across such tales, never taking them to heart. Uncle, are you suggesting that the Qin family genuinely possesses an ancestor? Lu Mengyan exclaimed in astonishment. But why have I not encountered any rumors regarding this? Not having heard of it is understandable. These tales have circulated for several centuries. The Lu family had a cordial relationship with the Qin family in the past. Yet only a handful are privy to this lore today. Several centuries. Lu Mengyan gazed at Chen Chang'an, who appeared to be merely in his 20s, her heart brimming with incredulity. If that is indeed the case, then how potent must Chen Chang'an's abilities be, having lived for several centuries? If he has truly evaded death for all that time, his prowess could rival that of the strongest members of the Zhou royal family. Lu Mengyan articulated her unease. Several centuries? Our ancestor has been absent from the Chen family for a full 10 millennia. 10 millennia? What? He has lived for 10,000 years? Chapter 5. Has one truly lived for 10 millennia? The notion of mere centuries seemed manageable to Lu Mengyan. However, the concept of 10 millennia was unfathomable. The Great Zhou dynasty itself had not existed for that long. It had only been established for nearly 1,000 years. 10 millennia. Did that not render one an immortal monstrosity? Was this something the Lu family could contend with? Even the imperial family of Great Zhou would likely hesitate to act recklessly. Lu Mengyan and her companion could scarcely fathom the extent of Chen Chang'an's current prowess. This was a realm they had neither encountered nor even heard of before. Let us rise, Chen Chang'an remarked, revealing an unexpected state of affairs for the Chen family. Upon hearing his words, the members of the Chen family felt a twinge of shame. Chen Chang'an glanced at Lu Mengyan and her companion, noticing their palpable tension, and offered a slight smile. Rest assured, I will not harm you. As for this contract, you shall not be taking it with you today. Await our visit. In due time we, the Chen family, will personally deliver it to you. Begone. Chen Chang'an, despite lacking any cultivation, maintained an imposing demeanor, leaving Lu Mengyan and her companion trembling with trepidation. Without a moment's hesitation, they bowed deeply and hastily exited the Chen residence. Well done, you displayed commendable courage. But do you not fear that such bravado, devoid of power, might endanger your life? Chen Chang'an directed this remark to Chen Yunxian. Chen Yunxian was taken aback by the ancestral praise, his heart swelling with excitement. In response to the venerable ancestor, I wager that the Lu family will not annihilate the Chen family. Oh, why is that? The Lu family is one of the 3 prominent families in the Great Zhou. Thus they hold considerable prestige. Many were aware of the historical ties between the Chen and Lu families. While the Liu family could choose to feign ignorance of the Qin family, they would refrain from direct action against them. Otherwise, they would be branded as treacherous backstabbers. Eradicating the Qin family held no significance for them. At most, it would result in the death of a single individual, Chen Yunxian noted with a smile. Seeing that Chen Yunxian was not merely indulging in idle bravado, Chen Chang'an nodded in approval. Do you fear death? Indeed. Yet I would rather perish than allow the Chen family to be dishonored, Chen Yunxian declared resolutely. His words brought great comfort to the members of the Qin family, who felt immense satisfaction in their young master's resolve. Ha ha ha. Well said. Rest assured. As long as I am here, no one shall dare insult the Qin family, and you shall not meet your demise. Chen Chang'an's words resonated with confidence, drawing a disdainful glance from the side, where De Huang scoffed. What use are you? When trouble arises, you will still rely on me. Indeed, with our ancestor present, the Chen family shall reclaim what we have lost, Chen Zhengyuan exclaimed with fervor. It is not I, but rather, it is you who must rely on yourselves. In my position, it is inconvenient to avoid being criticized for taking advantage of the weak. Chen Chang'an had already taken precautions, for with his limited capabilities, what could he possibly achieve? He was merely resilient, impervious to defeat. Ah, ancestor, the Chen family nowadays. Do not fret. With my presence, your strength will inevitably flourish. It is merely a matter of time. Thank you, ancestor. Chen Chang'an's words ignited excitement among the crowd. All of you may leave now. I wish to speak with the two of you. Yes, ancestor. Once the other members of the Qin family departed, only Chen Zhengyuan and his son remained. Ancestor, what matters do you wish to discuss? Chen Zhengyuan inquired with curiosity. If I recall correctly, the Chen family did not originally reside in the Great Zhou Kingdom, being at least 1,000,000 kilometers distant from here. How did you come to be here? Chen Chang'an asked, perplexed. After you departed, ancestor, the Chen family experienced moments of glory but gradually began to decline. Ultimately, we had no choice but to migrate to the Great Zhou Kingdom, intending to recuperate, but Chen Zhengyuan lamented, feeling the weight of the family's misfortunes. Enough of the past. Let us not dwell on bygone matters. Here are some items. How you choose to allocate them is up to you. Chen Chang'an had long prepared several items and casually tossed a spatial ring to Chen Zhengyuan. Upon seeing the contents within the ring, Chen Zhengyuan was utterly taken aback. What is the quality of these spirit stones? Of high grade, with a portion being of exceptional quality. What? All of these are high-grade spirit stones, and there are even exceptional ones. This is an overwhelming amount. Chen Zhengyuan's voice trembled with excitement. Father, is it a lot? Is it? There are at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones here. Would you not consider that significant? What? 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? And that is a minimum? At this revelation, Chen Yunxian was equally stunned. It is well known that, in the Great Zhou Kingdom, most cultivators utilize low-grade spirit stones, and even medium-grade ones are exceedingly precious. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones is beyond imagination, let alone exceptional ones. Moreover, the spatial ring contained not only spirit stones but also numerous advanced techniques and martial skills, along with some rare treasures that Chen Zhengyuan did not even recognize. With these resources, the strength of the Chen family would swiftly ascend. Yunxian, among the younger generation of the Qin family, your talent is commendable. Would you be interested in training with me in the future? Train with the ancestor? Ancestor, I am willing. I am eager. Chen Yunxian was no fool. Training alongside the ancestor was a dream for many, and who would refuse such an opportunity? Very well, you may depart for now and return to me tomorrow. Yes, ancestor. Chen Chang'an's return invigorated the Chen family, prompting Chen Zhengyuan to hastily arrange for the finest accommodations for him. Ancestor, given the current state of the Qin family, please bear with us for the time being. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Though the small courtyard arranged by Chen Zhengyuan is modest in size, it boasts a delightful scenery. When compared, Chen Chang'an feels that it surpasses the environment he shared with his master. After all, Mu Yuneo had only provided him with a simple wooden cabin, where he resided for an entire millennium. It is not that Mu Yuneo is stingy. She herself lives in an exceedingly simple manner and perceives no issue with it. Nevertheless, this place is quite pleasant, Chun Chang'an remarked with a gentle smile. As long as you are satisfied, ancestor. By the way, ancestor, I possess an item here, a relic from the Chun family's forebears. It was entrusted to us with the ancestral decree that if you were to return, it must be placed in your hands. Left by our ancestors? Specifically for me? What is this item? Chun Chang'an inquired, curiosity evident in his expression. Chun Zhengyuan retrieved a jade box from his storage ring, one he had just taken from the Chun family's secret vault, and handed it to Chun Chang'an. Upon receiving it and opening the box, Chun Chang'an discovered a crystal-clear orb nestled within. As for its material, he found himself unable to discern. What is this? Suddenly, Chun Chang'an felt a profound resonance between his body and the orb, an experience he had never encountered in the span of 10,000 years. What could this object be? Chun Chang'an furrowed his brow and asked. Chapter 6. Finally, the path to cultivation? Chun Chang'an felt a profound connection between himself and this enigmatic object. Chun Jingyuan, too, was taken aback by the fervor it evoked in Chun Chang'an regarding the heirloom left by their ancestors. Ancestor, this object is referred to as the? I have never heard of it before. Chun Chang'an glanced at De Huang, whose expression mirrored his own confusion, indicating that it was equally unfamiliar with the term. What exactly is the? Oh, the name was bestowed by our forebears. This pearl emerged alongside you at your birth, hence the title. What? Are you implying that my mother not only gave birth to me but also to a pearl? What does that mean? Is this pearl my sibling? Originally, the ancestors intended to present this to you once you matured, but alas, you were taken away by a powerful entity and never returned. Over the years, the Chun family has weathered many storms. Of the 9, only this one remains. Only one remains? Does that mean I have 8 siblings scattered across the world? Do you know their whereabouts? Chun Chang'an inquired. Uncertain, for time has eroded such knowledge. The only one I am aware of seems to be in the possession of the current royal family of the Great Zhou Kingdom. They took it from the Chun family by force. As for the motives behind the theft, I am not privy to the details. The descendants of the Chun clan only understand that this object was left for Chun Chang'an, yet its purpose remains a mystery to them. Despite its alluring appearance, it seems to hold no practical value for cultivators. Very well, I understand. You may return to your duties. By the way, prepare some delicious food. Make sure to have plenty. De Huang has a hearty appetite. Of course, I shall prepare it right away. After Chun Zhengyuan departed, De Huang cast a satisfied glance at Chun Chang'an, acknowledging his perceptiveness in seeking sustenance for it. De Huang, I sense a unique connection between this object and myself. I shall return to my room to study it thoroughly. De Huang nodded, recognizing that such a serious demeanor was rare for Chun Chang'an. Once back in his chamber, Chun Chang'an cradled the in his palm, scrutinizing it intently. What is the true nature of my connection to this object? Just as Chun Chang'an grappled with his confusion, the unexpectedly transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly entering his forehead. The speed was so rapid that he barely had time to react. Wait, is my sibling attempting to seize my body? Huh? No, that's not right. Upon entering Chun Chang'an's forehead, the morphed into a surge of energy that coursed through his entire being. The sensation was so pleasurable that he nearly uttered a moan, yet he restrained himself. Spiritual energy? I can sense and absorb spiritual energy with my body? After traversing his body, the energy ultimately settled at his brow before vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Chun Chang'an's body astonishingly began to sense the presence of spiritual energy and even absorbed it. For so many years, Chun Chang'an had been unable to perceive spiritual energy, let alone absorb it. Although Mu Yunxiao had provided him with countless precious herbs, they had proven utterly ineffective. Who would have thought that this single would resolve his physical issues? Goodness, could my inability to cultivate truly be due to these 9? Did I leave all my cultivation talent in the womb? My master was right. I am indeed an anomaly. Chun Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle at himself. In such a vast world, individuals like him were indeed rare. Taking a deep breath, he decided to attempt cultivating and see if it was truly possible. For years, Chun Chang'an had seemed carefree about his inability to cultivate, but in truth, it weighed heavily on his heart. All of Mu Yunxiao's teachings resided in his mind, Cultivating had never been a challenge for him, but the inability to absorb spiritual energy had been a significant obstacle. The imperial level technique, the supreme body technique. Never mind. Given my physique, that would be unwise. The 9 transformations of the heavenly profound technique? Impressive, but it requires 9 full retrainings, far too cumbersome. Which technique has a more appealing flair? With so many techniques available, Chun Chang'an found himself momentarily at a loss for choice. Well then, I'll practice swordsmanship. After all, I am a rather humble person. Hehe. The Supreme Sword Emperor technique. This was also a method imparted to him by Mu Yunxiao. The Supreme Sword Emperor technique is not simple to master. It demands not just talent for cultivation, but also a profound understanding. Without sufficient comprehension, one cannot grasp the intricacies of the Supreme Sword Emperor technique. Taking a deep breath, Chun Chang'an felt as if he were encountering cultivation for the first time. After millennia of waiting, the day to cultivate had finally arrived. As the technique began to operate, spiritual energy surged towards him like a tidal wave. This lad can truly cultivate? Outside, De Huang felt the shift in the surrounding spiritual energy. His eyes filled with astonishment. This boy, with no cultivation, had been a threat. If he can actually cultivate. As Chun Chang'an continued to cultivate, the practitioners throughout Yangue City were left in bewilderment. What is happening? They were unclear. But the spiritual energy. How did it vanish so suddenly? The Qin family? It seems to have converged at their location. What? The Qin family? Could it be that the head of the Chun family has broken through to the pinnacle of the true Qi realm? That should be impossible, right? The members of the other 2 prominent families in Yangue City, the Su family and the Ning family, exchanged puzzled glances, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. They speculated whether the head of the Qin family had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, greatly enhancing their power. Meanwhile, the members of the Chun family were indeed filled with excitement, for they sensed that the gathering of spiritual energy was precisely at the residence of their ancestor. Truly remarkable, their ancestor was indeed powerful. Yes, with the ancestor's return, our Chun family shall finally rise again. They ponder what indeed is the cultivation level of our ancestral figure. Could it possibly be that of the transformation realm? The transformation realm? Are you insulting our ancestor? I believe it must be at least the void realm. The void realm? My heavens! That would surely qualify one as a formidable powerhouse among great factions. Would it not? Otherwise, how could they be our ancestor? Indeed, our ancestor from the Chun family must be an unparalleled powerhouse. The members of the Chun family were exceedingly elated. Yet the individuals from the other 2 prominent families in Yanguiqing grew increasingly concerned. The phenomenon of vanishing spiritual energy had taken a decidedly alarming turn. Astonishingly, it had depleted the spiritual energy across hundreds of miles, and still showed no signs of cessation. Could it be that this young man, with his millennia of accumulation, is poised to make a monumental leap into the transcendental realm? From De Huang's perspective, the rate and volume of spiritual energy absorption were indeed disproportionately vast for one who had only just begun their cultivation journey. With the spiritual energy from hundreds of miles completely drained and the process ongoing, the ultimate quantity that Chun Chang'an would absorb remained an enigma. Such a vast amount of spiritual energy was truly terrifying. As time slowly passed, even De Huang found himself momentarily dumbfounded, the flavor of the meat in his mouth seemingly evaporating. Beiyuan County. This young man has managed to siphon off the entire spiritual energy of Beiyuan County? Is he attempting to directly ascend to the divine realm? Chun Chang'an himself never anticipated that his inaugural cultivation endeavor would cause such seismic upheaval across the entirety of Beiyuan County. Chapter 7. Extraordinary combat power within the span of less than a day. The spiritual energy of the entire Beiyuan County was completely drained, leaving its cultivators in a state of deep concern. The head of the county's foremost family, the Nan family, Nan Xiangtian, directly visited the governor's office. Brother Wu, do you have any insight into this unusual phenomenon? Has some significant figure recently arrived in our Beiyuan County? If such an individual truly exists, I would appreciate your informing me, so that I may advise my family to exercise caution and avoid any offense. Seeing Nan Xiangtian's serious demeanor, the county governor, Wu Chengfeng, could only manage a helpless smile. He too was perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend why the surrounding spiritual energy had suddenly vanished without a trace. Brother Nan, I genuinely have no knowledge of this matter. I have not heard of any powerful beings visiting our Baiyuan County recently. Could it be that a genius has been born among us? Nan Xiangtian's brow furrowed in contemplation. Oh, if that is indeed the case, we must investigate thoroughly. Such a significant disturbance suggests that this individual will undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. It is imperative that we cultivate a relationship with them early on, for there will surely be rewards down the line. Indeed, whatever the circumstance, it warrants thorough investigation. Let us join forces in our inquiry. Whoever uncovers the truth first should notify the other. Agreed. Thus, Nan Xiangtian and Wu Chengfeng set out to investigate the cause of the spiritual energy's disappearance. Meanwhile, Lu Mengyan and her companion had yet to depart Baiyuan County. At the moment the spiritual energy was inexplicably siphoned away, Lu Mengyan's first thought was of the ancestral figure of the Chun family, Chun Chang'an. This is terrifying, uncle. Just what level of cultivation has the Chun family's ancestor attained? Lu Mengyan was genuinely frightened. If Chun Chang'an were to seek revenge, would the Lu family be able to escape unscathed? Unfathomable, immeasurable. Shortly after we left the Qin family, the spiritual energy vanished. We have been traveling at full speed and are nearly out of Baiyuan County, yet I still sense not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. This indicates that he has drained the entire spiritual essence of Baiyuan County in such a brief period. Lu Chengfeng's expression was one of palpable tension. Uncle, I do not understand why he would do this. Draining the spiritual energy of Baiyuan County should offer no advantage to the Chen family. Should it? Restoring such a vast amount of energy will surely take time, Lu Mengyan queried in confusion. A warning, in my view. This is his warning to us, as well as to Baiyuan County. With such a disturbance occurring, someone will undoubtedly investigate, ultimately learning of the return of the Qin family's ancestor. When that time comes, the news will spread throughout the entire Great Zhou Kingdom. The Qin family. Is this a maneuver to assert their resurgence? It appears that soon, the Qin family will reclaim their position as the foremost family in the Great Zhou Kingdom, or perhaps what? The Qin family has grown indifferent to the Great Zhou Kingdom entirely. Lu Chengfeng's analysis resonated deeply with Lu Mengyan. Indeed, if that were the case, why would someone of Chun Chang'an's caliber orchestrate such an event? Ah, if only our Lu family possessed such an esteemed ancestor. Uncle, do you believe there is a way to salvage our situation? Is there still a chance for the Lu family to cling to the mighty Qin family tree? Lu Mengyan inquired with a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Chengfeng felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, how had he not considered this aspect? We must hasten back to the Lu family and inform the clan leader of this matter. We cannot allow others to take the lead. Quickly, let us depart. Very well. Lu Mengyan and he set off at full speed, striving to return to the Lu family as swiftly as possible. In Yan Guiqing at the Chun family estate. How invigorating. So this is the essence of cultivation? Though Chun Chang'an's training was brief, he experienced a distinct flavor of life. No wonder everyone yearns for cultivation. Once energy and spiritual prowess fill one's being, one truly becomes extraordinary. Alas, Chun Chang'an had not intended to halt his cultivation, only to discover he could no longer absorb any spiritual energy. It seemed that his body had reached a limit in terms of the energy it could contain. As he pushed open the door, Chun Chang'an inhaled deeply, as if the entire world had transformed in that instant. De Huang, what do you think? Am I not a prodigious genius? In such a short time, I have already broken through to the first level of the condensation realm. Impressive, isn't it? Chun Chang'an beamed at De Huang. Well, this can be considered the culmination of a millennium of effort. But wait, you have only reached the first level of the condensation realm? How is that possible? De Huang's brow furrowed, scrutinizing Chun Chang'an closely, and indeed, he had merely achieved the first level of the condensation realm. This was illogical. The amount of spiritual energy Chun Chang'an had absorbed was so vast. How could he only be at the first level? Are you intentionally suppressing your cultivation? De Huang inquired with curiosity. Not at all. The spiritual energy I absorbed only allowed me to break through to the first level of the condensation realm. Furthermore, there seems to be an issue with my body. When I tested with spirit stones, I found I could not absorb any spiritual energy at all. Chan Chang'an replied, shaking his head in resignation. Strange. Truly strange. How can this lad possess no semblance of normalcy? Show me your combat prowess. Let me see how formidable you are, De Huang proposed after some contemplation. Oh, but you must not retaliate. Hurry, what are you afraid of? Your master couldn't harm you. Do you think I possess such capability? De Huang said impatiently. Very well. Chan Chang'an wasted no words. Using his finger as a sword, he directed a stream of sword energy straight toward De Huang. The speed was remarkable, and the power was immense. Although this strength posed no threat to De Huang, it certainly took him by surprise. Unbelievable. You possess only the first level of the condensation realm, yet that sword strikes might rivals that of the extraordinary realm. Do you grasp the implications of this? Your combat strength transcends 2 major realms. If you were to become an emperor, who in the world could stand against you? Even your master might not be able to contend with you. Upon hearing De Huang's words, Chan Chang'an's eyes brightened. His master is not even a match for him? Does that mean he could do whatever he pleases with his master? What nonsense are you conjuring? Aren't you afraid your master might confine you, preventing you from ever continuing your cultivation? Observing the glint in Chan Chang'an's eyes, De Huang realized that this rascal was up to no good. Alas, it appears that there is no hope for any enhancement in his cultivation at present. With a resigned sigh, Chan Chang'an remarked, in my opinion, your issue lies with the. If you can locate the remaining 8, your path to improvement should be without obstruction. It's no wonder you're so ruthless. You expelled your innate talent for cultivation directly from the womb. In all my years, I've never encountered anyone quite like you. De Huang scoffed. Unfazed by De Huang's mockery, Chan Chang'an's foremost desire was to find the other 8. Currently, the only one he knew of was in the possession of the Dezhou royal family. I wonder why my master, after years of toil and hardship, never thought to come to the Chen family and inquire. Truly, it has been a burden for her, Chan Chang'an said with a smile. Elderly lady, Chan Chang'an, your master detests being referred to as old. What is there to fear? She isn't here, he replied. Before the words left his lips, Chan Chang'an suddenly shivered, a familiar sensation sending a shock through his heart. What is happening? Could it be that my master has been following me all along? Chapter 8. Has the Chun family acquired a secret treasure? De Huang, my master has arrived? Upon witnessing Chan Chang'an's anxious demeanor, De Huang merely cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Now have you come to fear? I can only say that your master has not arrived. However, given your master's capabilities, it would not be difficult for him to occasionally check on you and inquire about your well-being. Therefore, you ought to exercise caution, young one. A mischievous grin adorned De Huang's canine visage. Indeed, caution is warranted. While I may not perish, my master possesses a myriad of tormenting methods. Chan Chang'an nodded, still haunted by lingering trepidation. Very well, I shall not engage you further. That young man from the Qin family has arrived. By the way, why are you training him? De Huang inquired with curiosity. After all, the Chun family and I share the same lineage. It is essential for this generation to have someone capable to shoulder responsibilities. I cannot remain here indefinitely. That would be exceedingly dull. He is the most suitable candidate. Ah, I see. I knew you could not possibly be the type to follow the straight and narrow. Very well, attend to your matters. I shall take a brief rest. After De Huang departed, Chan Chang'an waved his hand towards the door, saying, Come in. Yes, ancestor. At this moment, Chan Yunxian was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the dog accompanying Chan Chang'an could articulate human speech. It is known that ordinary demon beasts are incapable of such feats, let alone a mere dog. Chan Yunxian respectfully approached Chan Chang'an, hesitating for a moment before succumbing to his curiosity. Ancestor, were you speaking with it just now? Oh, you mean De Huang? Indeed, we were conversing. Do not underestimate De Huang. He is no ordinary dog. Chan Chang'an replied enigmatically. Not an ordinary dog? Could it be? Ancestor, what is De Huang? The dog king. Huh? Upon hearing Chan Chang'an's words, Chan Yunxian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This truly is no ordinary dog. De Huang, having overheard Chan Chang'an's statement, chose to disregard it, turning away as if he had heard nothing and returning to his slumber. let's discuss serious matters. Among the younger generation of the Chun family, your talent and aptitude are unparalleled. From today onwards, you shall cultivate by my side. Based on your performance yesterday, I have decided to impart to you the Imperial Level Technique, the Supreme Body Technique. Imperial Level Technique? Although it is not heaven tier, it is still commendable. Chan Yunxian had not anticipated that this Imperial Level was not to be confused with Earth tier. As Chun Chang'an began his instruction, Chun Yunxian discovered that this technique appeared to differ from his initial expectations. Ancestor, is this truly an Earth tier technique? Yes, is there a problem? Why do I feel that the profundity of this technique may indeed surpass even the heaven tier techniques? Chun Yunxian asked in astonishment. Is it possible that this Imperial Level Technique refers not to the Earth of heaven and earth, but to that of the Great Emperor? The Great Emperor? Imperial Level? At this moment, Chan Yunxian, overcome with jealousy and surprise, felt as though he had turned to stone. Throughout the vast expanse of the Great Zhou Kingdom, it is likely that no one is familiar with the concept of Imperial Level cultivation techniques, for they have never encountered such a realm. Indeed, even the notion of what constitutes an emperor remains elusive to them. However, the Chun family stands apart. Having once basked in glory, they possess some awareness of certain matters. For instance, they are privy to the existence of these supreme Imperial Level techniques. There is no need for astonishment. I possess nothing of a lesser grade. It is essential for you to cultivate diligently, as the current generation of the Chun family requires your leadership. This declaration from Chun Chang'an stirred excitement within Chun Yunxian. Such aspirations were not foreign to him, yet hearing them directly from the esteemed ancestor imbued them with profound significance. This indicated that the ancestor held great expectations for him. With the ancestor's presence, I shall not act recklessly, Chun Yunxian remarked with palpable tension. My strength is formidable, and my seniority is considerable. It would be inappropriate for me to intervene. Therefore, I shall endeavor with utmost diligence and ensure that I do not disappoint the ancestor. Indeed, that is the correct mindset. Chun Yunxian commenced his rigorous training, and the entire Chun family was swept into a fervor of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period, the overall strength of the Chun family surged dramatically, ascending multiple tiers. How remarkable the Chun family has become. Who do they think they are? Have they truly deluded themselves into believing they are the foremost family in Yangue City? To presume they are unrivaled? How dare they close their doors to visitors and disregard the goodwill of our two families? Yangue City is home to three prominent cultivation families: the Su and Ning families, who are the entrenched local powers, and the Chun family, an outsider. Although the Chun family has managed to establish a foothold in Yangue City, they remain the weakest in terms of strength. Furthermore, the Su and Ning families, being linked through marriage, have often exerted pressure on the Chun family. The audacity of the Chun family to dismiss visitors, including representatives from both our families, has incited their ire. What transpired within the Chun family a month ago? Have you heard that a newborn has recently arrived in the Chun family? The head of the Su family inquired with a furrowed brow. A newborn? I am quite familiar with the situation regarding the Chun family. There have been no pregnancies in the past 2 years, making the arrival of a newborn improbable. The head of the Ning family replied, shaking his head. If it is not a newborn, what could have caused such a transformation? Chun Jingyuan's breakthrough? That is implausible. Given Chun Jingyuan's talent and the Chun family's foundation, such a situation could not be attributed to him. First, there was a peculiar change in the Chun family's position, followed by their prolonged closure to visitors for almost a month. What could have brought about such a transformation in the Chun family? After exchanging glances, the heads of the Su and Ning families shifted from expressions of confusion to excitement. A treasure, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, the Chun family must have acquired some extraordinary treasure. How infuriating that we only realized this now. Regret washed over the heads of the Su and Ning families as they lamented their delayed understanding. If this treasure truly exists, after a month, has it endured? Brother Su, I believe we still have a chance. After a moment of contemplation, the head of the Ning family gazed fervently at the head of the Su family. Oh, what prompts such a statement from you, Brother Ning?
Su inquit, Pepe.
I contend that what the Chun family has acquired is far from a superior elixir or similar items. The likelihood is high that it is a weapon or an object that aids in cultivation. Considering the recent circumstances of the Chen family, I surmise that the probability of it being a cultivation aid is the greatest. This would explain their decision to seclude themselves and decline visitors. The treasure must possess the ability to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, allowing the members of the Chen family to enhance their own cultivation. It must be so, Brother Su. Should this treasure fall into the hands of our two families, given time, we could potentially establish our presence in the northern Yuan prefecture. Indeed, it is not inconceivable that we could even make a significant impact in the Great Zhou Kingdom. The head of the Ning family exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing Ning's analysis, the head of the Su family also began to feel a surge of enthusiasm. He found the reasoning quite compelling. If such a treasure were to be theirs, what a delight it would be. However, the Chen family has possessed this treasure for a month now, and their strength has likely increased. Seizing it may not be an easy endeavor. Su furrowed his brow as he spoke. What is there to fear? Even if a month has passed, how much stronger can the Chen family truly become? With the alliance of our two families, we need not fear a single Chen family. You make a valid point. We should gather our forces and act swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Indeed, it should be done. Chapter 9. A month of harvest. Grandfather. I have truly ascended to the first level of the true Qi realm? This is simply astonishing. For an entire month, Chen Yunxian had been diligently training by the side of Chen Chang'an. With the provision of resources from Chen Chang'an, Chen Yunxian was free to focus solely on his cultivation. Initially, he believed that advancing from the 7th level of the Gathering Spirit realm to the 5th level of the Condensing Essence realm within a month would already be an impressive feat. Little did he expect to break through directly to the first level of the True Qi realm, a level equivalent to that of Chen Jingyuan, the head of the Chen family, just a month prior. For Chen Yunxian, this past month felt like a dream, the most splendid dream he had ever experienced. Observing Chen Yunxuan's excitement, Chen Chang'an fully understood the exhilaration that accompanies sudden fortune. Yunxian, your innate talent is not as lacking as you might think. It is merely that the Chen family's foundation was insufficient, and being situated in the remote and barren land of the Great Zhou Kingdom did not help either. Otherwise, you would not be merely at the 7th level of the Gathering Spirit realm at the age of 16. Do you believe that those extraordinary prodigies rely solely on their unparalleled gifts? Let me tell you, it is their profound heritage and the cultivation resources they possess that far exceed what ordinary people can imagine. This world is vast. The Great Zhou Kingdom is but a tiny speck of dust. If you truly wish to carve out a name for yourself, Yunxian, you must venture forth and explore. Venture forth and explore? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunxian felt a surge of anticipation within him. Indeed, only by stepping beyond this minuscule land could he hope to discover a broader horizon. If you had grown up in a place abundant with spiritual energy and ample cultivation resources, how could you, at the age of 16, be limited to the first level of the True Qi realm? The extraordinary realm would not be beyond your reach. Although Chen Chang'an had lived in seclusion with his master, he occasionally ventured out to experience the world. While not entirely familiar with external affairs, he had encountered a few genuine prodigies. Each of them was an extraordinary talent, possessing formidable cultivation at a young age, hailed as the pride of their generation. Grandfather, do you mean to say that there are indeed individuals who can reach the extraordinary realm by the age of 16? Chen Yunxuan's face was a mask of astonishment, grappling with a concept that was beyond his comprehension. The rapid cultivation speed to reach the extraordinary realm at such a young age seemed almost unfathomable. Thus, you must venture out and broaden your horizons. A frog at the bottom of a well cannot fathom the vastness of the sky, Chen Chang'an remarked with a smile. Your teachings are profound, grandfather. Chen Yunxian now harbored an even greater yearning for the world beyond, as a seed of ambition took root in his heart. Chen Chang'an's encouragement of Chen Yunxian was twofold. On one hand, he wished for him to gain valuable experience through exploration, which would undoubtedly be beneficial. On the other hand, Chen Chang'an harbored his own thoughts. With the whereabouts of the unknown, it would be a daunting task for him to retrieve it all alone. However, if he had assistance, the efficiency of the search would undoubtedly increase significantly. After Chen Yunxian departed, he could assist in gathering information regarding this matter. Just as the two were conversing, Chen Zhengyuan arrived at the courtyard where Chen Chang'an resided. Chen Zhengyuan first cast a glance at Chen Yunxian, his eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. Indeed, with his son now under the tutelage of the ancestral master, his strength had surged remarkably, promising an unlimited future. Greetings to the ancestral master. Our Chen family's informants in Yanguiqing have brought news that the Su and Ning families appear to be making moves again. I suspect they are targeting our Chen family. Chen Zhengyuan stated, his brow furrowed. The Su and Ning families from Yanguiqing? Let them come. With our Chen family's current strength, they will likely gain nothing of value. Chen Chang'an replied, how has everyone improved over this past month? Reporting to the ancestral master, our Chen family's strength has seen considerable enhancement, largely thanks to the artifacts you brought back. My own power has risen to the second level of the Transcendence Realm, and several elders in the clan have reached the pinnacle of the True Qi Realm. The other clan members have also attained the True Qi Realm, though the younger generation remains at the Qi Condensation Realm. Chen Zhengyuan responded, his heart swelling with excitement. In just a month since the ancestral master's return, the Chen family had undergone a remarkable transformation. Given time, could they not reclaim their former glory, or even surpass it? Since we have already made such advancements, what is there to fear? A single statement from Chen Chang'an left Chen Zhengyuan momentarily stunned. Indeed, what was he afraid of? With the Chen family's current strength, there was no need to dread the Su and Ning families. As our strength grows, our mindset must elevate accordingly. Do you understand? Chen Chang'an said with a smile. You are right, ancestral master. No more idle talk. They have already arrived. At that moment, a remark from Da Huang caused both Chen Zhengyuan and Chen Yunxian to pale. The fact that Da Huang could speak was no longer a secret within the Chen family. After all, he was no ordinary dog, but rather a dog king. Ancestral master, leave this matter to us. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. No, I wish to join and witness the spectacle. Do not mind me. Chen Chang'an replied. Well, very well then. At this time, the Su and Ning families had dispatched their elite forces, their intentions clear. They were determined to seize that treasured artifact from the Chen family. Su family head, Ning family head, we truly do not entertain guests. Perhaps you should. Humph, what need is there for such trivialities? Your Chen family boasts quite the arrogance. How dare you refuse us entry when we have come in person? You. The Ning family head was speaking when he suddenly sensed something amiss. The cultivation levels of the Chen family members were. Ning brother, if I recall correctly, this individual should be Chen Zhengyuan, right? Wasn't he merely at the Qi Condensation Realm? Yet now, he has reached the True Qi Realm? The Su family head, observing the situation, also noted the discrepancy. The strength of the Chen family had indeed transformed. In the span of a month, a person from the Qi Condensation Realm had astonishingly broken through to the True Qi Realm. Is this enhancement not a tad too rapid? With this thought, the two exchanged glances, their gazes igniting with fervor. A treasure of cultivation it must be. If they were to obtain this treasure, their ascension in power would be assured. The overwhelming desires and avarice clouded their minds, leaving them little room for further contemplation. Chen Zhengyuan had experienced such a remarkable elevation. What of the others in the Chen family? Could they still measure the present Qin clan by the standards of the past? Regrettably, such considerations were far from their minds, consumed instead by the prospect of the treasure that could aid their cultivation. Stand down. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unyielding. The head of the Su family cast a frigid gaze towards Chen Zhengyuan. Chen Zhengyuan, equally defiant, returned the stare. How dare they believe the Chen family, having endured their bullying for so long, was now easy prey? Unyielding? I, Zhengyuan, allow them to enter. Chapter 10. The Chen family's ancestry. Name Chang'an. The voice of Chen Zhengyuan echoed from behind, prompting Chen Zhengyuan to swiftly clear the path. It is indeed the head of your Qin family who possesses discernment, remarked the head of the Ning family with a disdainful glance at Chen Zhengyuan, before both families, accompanied by their retinues, proceeded into the Chen residence. Once the members of the Su and Ning families had entered, Chen Zhengyuan casually remarked, Zhenan, please close the door. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhenyuan's eyes brightened, and he nodded before shutting the grand door. He then stood resolutely in place, vigilantly guarding the entrance. The heads of the Su and Ning families were solely focused on the treasures of the Qin family, utterly oblivious to other circumstances. Brother Qin, it has indeed been a long time. I wonder, what was the reason for your family's recent seclusion? Inquired the head of the Su family with a smile. We are all cultivators of Yengui City. If there is a matter at hand, do share it with us. Perhaps we could be of assistance. Do you not agree? Assistance is unnecessary. The elite forces of both your families have descended upon my Qin family. I doubt it is merely to offer help, Chen Zhengyuan replied, cutting to the chase. Ha ha ha. Well said, head of the Qin family. In that case, I shall not beat around the bush. A month ago, there was a stir within the Qin family, and I trust you cannot deny it? The head of the Su family asked with a grin. Of course not. Excellent. In my view, your Qin family must have acquired something extraordinary. As fellow residents of Yengui City, I believe you would not wish to hoard it all for yourselves. How about we borrow this treasure for the use of our two families, with a promise to return it later? We three families could become one big family in the future. What do you think? The head of the Su family was not a fool. If he could obtain what he desired without conflict, who would wish to engage in battle? However, all of this hinged on whether the Chen family would be sensible. If they willingly surrendered, all would be well. Should they refuse, they could not blame him for being ruthless. I trust that you, head of the Qin family, will not refuse, will you? The head of the Ning family interjected with a smile. Though they wore smiles, the underlying threat was unmistakable. In the past, the Qin family would have found this predicament troublesome and perhaps chosen to compromise, but now, the Qin family was no longer so easily intimidated. You both are indeed straightforward. As for the treasure you speak of, whether my Chen family possesses it or not is none of your concern. I advise you both to think carefully about your next steps. Otherwise, the consequences may well be beyond your capacity to bear. Chen Zhengyuan retorted with a cold smirk. Ha ha ha. A month apart, and I find the head of the Chen family to be quite formidable. I genuinely wish to see what consequences we cannot endure. I will ask you once more. Will you surrender the item or not? If you are wise, we shall become allies. If not, do not blame our families for being merciless today. In the face of threats from the Su and Ning families, the Chen clan remained unperturbed, a confidence born from their strength. Let me witness how you show no mercy. Chen Zhengyuan spoke coldly. Very well, if you refuse the toast, you shall drink the penalty. Just as the Su and Ning families were about to strike, a sudden question interrupted. Da Huang, is this melon sweet? The inquiry caused a momentary pause among the gathered crowd. A melon? Sweet or not? What was this? Could they not see they were on the verge of a brawl? Chen Chang'an, reclining in a rocking chair, was intently gazing at Da Huang, fixated on the melon in his mouth. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Da Huang was about to nod in agreement when he reconsidered and shook his head. Tsh, look at you being so stingy. Am I truly going to steal your food? Who would eat leftovers? Chen Chang'an scoffed disdainfully. Da Huang shot a similar contemptuous glance at Chen Chang'an. You who has hardly stolen from me in these years. Leftovers? You're the dog here, your whole family is a pack of dogs. Am I just any ordinary dog? I am the king of dogs. Nu. I am a noble Qilin. Seeing that Da Huang was ignoring him, Chen Chang'an found himself at a loss. He could not just seize it, especially since he was sure he would not succeed. Could you fetch me another one? This one is not sweet. Do not eat it. Chen Chang'an signaled to a clan member nearby, who promptly nodded and rushed to fetch another melon. This one is good, sweet, Chen Chang'an remarked after tasting it, nodding in satisfaction, which filled the clan member with excitement. Why is everyone just standing there? You continue with your fight. I am merely enjoying my melon. It does not interfere with you. Chen Chang'an urged as he noticed everyone staring at him, frozen in indecision. The members of the Chen family thought nothing of it. After all, their ancestor was a figure of great significance, having witnessed many grand occasions. To remain so composed while eating a melon was entirely within reason. However, the members of the Su and Ning families were perplexed. This Chen Chang'an appeared quite young. Why was he treated with such distinction? It seemed that he was the true head of the Qin family. While others stood ready for battle, he was leisurely enjoying a melon with a large yellow dog. This individual was unfamiliar to them. Was he truly a member of the Qin family? Yanguiching was not a large place, and the Chun family was few in number. The Su and Ning families had nearly memorized the names and faces of each Chun clan member. Yet they knew nothing of Chun Chang'an, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Could it be that he was the one who had brought a treasure to the Chun family, which warranted such treatment? Surely that must be it. Otherwise, how could a mere first-tier condensation realm brat receive such a welcome? Young man, did you indeed bring a treasure to the Chun family? To be candid, in Yanguiching, our Su and Ning families are the most powerful clans. If you were to transfer that treasure to us, I assure you that your treatment would surpass that of the Chun family by 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold, proclaimed the head of the Su family with unwavering confidence. Yet, upon uttering these words, every member of the Chun family gazed at him as if he were a fool. This unexpected reaction caused the previously self-assured Su family leader to feel an inexplicable sense of unease. Had he misspoken? Did I say something wrong? He murmured softly. I don't see any issue. The head of the Ning family chimed in, equally perplexed. Just as the two men pondered their confusion, Chun Chang'an finished the melon he was eating and, while requesting another, addressed Chun Zhengyuan. Zhengyuan, what commands does the ancestor have? Let us commence swiftly. Why waste time with so much idle chatter? At this rate, De Huang will consume all the melons. De Huang lifted his head to glance at Chun Chang'an. His eyes filled with disdain. I am merely the second. You are already on your third. Why should I care? Yes, ancestor. The exchange between Chun Chang'an and Chun Zhengyuan left both the Su and Ning families utterly stunned. Ancestor? Chun Zhengyuan is addressing that young man as the ancestor? How is this even possible? Chapter 11. Is Chun Chang'an, who is handsome yet utterly lacking in merit, truly a force to be reckoned with? A shock. A visceral shock from the depths of the soul. How could such a modest family as the Chun clan possess an ancestor? It is nothing short of a farcical joke.
Ein Aprories jest.
Yet here we are. The individual sits before us, and someone like Chun Zhengyuan would never jest about such matters. But this, an ancestor at the first level of the condensing origin realm? Concealed cultivation. The opponent must have hidden their true abilities. Indeed, it must be so, unquestionably so. The heads of the Su and Ning families exchanged glances, a sense of trepidation washing over them. No, this cannot be true. It must be a ruse orchestrated by the Chun family, without a doubt. Brother Ning, do you not agree? The head of the Su family was now somewhat disoriented. The head of the Ning family displayed a bitter expression. He wished to refute but found himself at a loss for words. Could it truly be that the Chun family was behind this? Yet, the likelihood of such a scenario was exceedingly slim. Chun family head, is there still a chance for you to admit your mistake? The Ning family head cast a grave look towards Chun Zhengyuan. Apologies, the ancestor has commanded it. We must comply. Strike. I shall take charge. With a command from Chun Zhengyuan, the members of the Chun family stirred with anticipation, eager to showcase their newfound prowess. However, the swiftest to act were the elders of the Chun family, who struck without mercy. In but a fleeting moment, the forces brought by the Su and Ning families had already suffered grievous losses. Witnessing this scene, the heads of the Su and Ning families were left speechless. A mere month had passed. How could there be such a dramatic transformation? Were Chun Zhengming and Chun Zhengshao truly this formidable? What incredible strength they possessed. What cultivation level had they attained? Could it be? At the pinnacle of the 9th level of the True Qi realm? The Su family head was at the 3rd level of the True Qi realm, while the Ning family head was at the 4th level. Among all of Yangui City, they were the most powerful, and even within 100 miles, none surpassed their strength. Yet now, all the elders of the Chun family had seemingly reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the True Qi realm. Such might, who in the entire Baiyuan prefecture could possibly withstand it? Flee! They exchanged glances, their minds converging on a singular thought, to escape the Chun family as swiftly as possible. While they momentarily stood in shock, the elite forces they had brought were entirely annihilated. Next, it would be their turn. Stop! Just as the heads of the Su and Ning families faced certain doom, the sudden utterance of these two words sent a tremor through their hearts. Could it be that reinforcements were arriving? But who could possibly come to their aid? Did the Su and Ning families also harbor hidden ancestors? Meanwhile, the Chun family members were equally perplexed by this unexpected development. Who could this be? Moreover, they appeared formidable. Kill. Chun Chang'an calmly declared these two words whilst munching on a snack. Upon hearing this, Chun Zhengyuan could not afford to ignore the command. After all, it was the directive of the ancestor. Wait, as the newcomer was about to speak, before he could utter a word, Chun Zhengyuan had already approached the heads of the Su and Ning families. With a swift motion of his hand, two resounding thuds echoed as the heads of the other two prominent families in Yanguiqing collapsed to the ground, lifeless. You! Transcendent Realm. You are indeed of the Transcendent Realm? The newcomer was none other than Wu Chengfeng, the governor of Beiyuan County, accompanied by Nan Xiangtian, the head of the Nan family. Having investigated the unusual occurrences that transpired in Yanguiqing a month prior, they had come to this place. Initially, they had intended to visit the Su and Ning families, only to be informed that all their elites had congregated at the Chun residence. Upon reflection, they surmised that the Chun family was the source of the unrest, prompting their immediate arrival, only to witness the earlier scene unfold. They had not anticipated the presence of such formidable power within the Chun family of Yanguiqing. If that were the case, why had they remained hidden away in this city? The Su and Ning families might not be particularly aware of the Chun family's origins, but Wu Chengfeng, as the governor, had heard whispers of their past. In the days of the Great Zhou Kingdom, the Chun family was a prominent force, albeit having since fallen into obscurity. Could it be that the Chun family was on the verge of resurgence? What brings you two here? Were you summoned as reinforcements? Chun Zhengyuan inquired coldly. No, please do not misunderstand, Head Chen. I am Wu Chengfeng, the governor of Beiyuan County, not an aide summoned by them. As the governor, I merely wish to inquire about the circumstances surrounding this matter. He gestured to his companion. This is Nan Xiangtian, the head of the Nan family. Nan Xiangtian nodded towards Chun Zhengyuan, recognizing the power he wielded as a transcendent realm practitioner, while he himself had yet to attain the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the true Qi realm. Subsequently, both Wu Chengfeng and Nan Xiangtian instinctively turned their gazes towards Chun Chang'an. They had clearly observed that it was this seemingly unremarkable young man, apart from his handsome appearance, who was issuing commands within the Chun family. So, the governor of Beiyuan County and the head of the Nan family have taken an interest in my Qin family today. Qin Zhengyuan smiled faintly. Given the current strength of the Qin family, he felt no need to be wary of these two figures, as the governor was merely at the peak of the 9th layer of the true Qi realm. The Chun family boasted 5 individuals of such caliber. We too. Wu Chengfeng chuckled awkwardly, but his words were interrupted as Chun Chang'an halted nearby. De Huang, are you not watching any longer? Chun Chang'an asked with a smile, noticing De Huang's disinterested expression as he turned away. Uninspiring, this performance lacks excitement, though the fruit is decent. It pales in comparison to the exhilarating battles between Lin Shangliu and Wu Mingdao back in the day, De Huang replied, shaking his head with a hint of nostalgia, his expression remarkably human. Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an too reminisced about that long-ago contest. It had been nearly a millennium since then, and he wondered whether those two were still alive. With a gentle smile, he remarked, with their talents, they should, barring any unforeseen circumstances, still be among the living. Regardless, since you have been out for such an extended period, it would be worthwhile to reconnect with them, suggested De Huang thoughtfully. Indeed, that is a splendid notion. Chun Chang'an nodded, harboring a similar intention within. The conversation between the two left Wu Chengfeng and Nan Xiangtian utterly bewildered. A man and a dog engaged in dialogue? This canine astonishingly possesses the ability to articulate human speech. Even more perplexing was the content of their discourse. Had they truly lived for millennia? Chun. Master Chen. These two. Wu Chengfeng glanced nervously at Chun Zhengyuan. Oh, this one is indeed my ancestral forebear from the Chun lineage. As for Da Huang, it is not an ordinary dog. Oh, then what is it? A beast of rank 5 or higher. No, it is the Dog King. Upon hearing this, De Huang halted mid-stride, exclaiming inwardly, for heaven's sake, is this never ending? Dog King, Dog King. Your entire family is comprised of Dog Kings. Wu Chengfeng and Nan Xiangtian exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend. Can a Dog King truly articulate human speech? Even if it is a dog king, it remains merely a dog. Its lineage poses a question. Can it genuinely cultivate to such an extent? Or does this dog possess some other lineage? Has its bloodline awakened? In any case, this is an existence they cannot afford to provoke. Junior Wu Changfeng, I pay my respects to Elder Chun. Junior Nan Xiangtian, I pay my respects to Elder Chun. The two offered a deep bow to Chun Chang'an, standing as obediently as dutiful grandsons. Very well. Chun Chang'an nodded nonchalantly and then inquired, Continue. Do tell, what brings you to the Chun residence? Yes, Elder. Chapter 12. Rooting out the weeds regardless of the veracity of Chun Chang'an's identity. The mere presence of the loquacious yellow dog was sufficient to instill fear in Wu Changfeng and his companion. When Chun Chang'an inquired, they naturally dared not be remiss, yet they could not disclose the entire truth. In response to the elder's question, they explained that a short while ago, the spiritual essence of the entire Baiyuan County had been drained. As the county magistrate, it was my duty to investigate. Ultimately, I learned that it might be related to Yan Guiqing, which is why I came here. However, I did not anticipate encountering the scene from earlier. Please forgive me, Elder. I cannot turn a blind eye to my responsibilities. Wu Changfeng spoke with respect. Since it pertains to your duty, I shall let it be, Chun Chang'an replied, not holding it against them, and then turned his gaze toward Chun Yunxian. Yunxian, yes? Have you ever taken a life? Huh? Have you ever taken a life? Upon hearing this, Chun Yunxian was momentarily taken aback, yet he responded that he had not. Then I entrust you with a task. Take several individuals to the Su and Ning families. Spare neither the old nor the young. Leave not a soul. Chun Chang'an's words sent a shudder through those present. To exterminate them all? Even Wu Changfeng and Nan Xiangtian were taken aback, realizing the merciless nature of this Chun clan ancestor. Elder, the Su and Ning families have already lost their elite. They no longer pose a threat. Do we truly need to proceed with this? Chun Yunxian hesitated. Foolishness. Once they are enemies, why show them mercy? The principle of rooting out weeds is one I hope you grasp. Never underestimate any potential danger. Even the emergence of one could yield consequences beyond your capacity to bear. In your future endeavors, you must rely not only on courage and talent but also on ruthlessness. To show kindness to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. Do you understand? Chun Chang'an asked solemnly. Yes, Yunxian understands. Chun Yunxian replied earnestly. Go now. You must face these experiences sooner or later, so it is better to adapt early. Understood. Chun Yunxian nodded and then departed with several individuals, heading directly towards the Su and Ning families. By the way, you are the magistrate of Baiyuan County, correct? You will not take issue with my actions, will you? Chun Chang'an asked with a smile. Take issue? Only a fool would object. As long as you do not kill me, you may slay whomever you wish. Wu Changfeng hastily replied. If there is nothing else, you may leave, Chun Chang'an said. Elder, given the current strength of the Qin family, it may be unwise to remain in Yan Guiqing. Perhaps I could arrange a place for you? Allow the Qin family to relocate. What do you think? Wu Changfeng did not wish to miss such an opportunity to ingratiate himself, knowing the Chun family's formidable strength would only benefit him if they remained in Baiyuan County. No need. In a short while, the Chun family will be departing from here. May I inquire where you intend to go? To the capital. To the capital? Is the Chun family returning to the capital? Will they reclaim their former status? Upon careful reflection, it becomes abundantly clear that this reasoning is indeed quite rational. That which has been lost must naturally be reclaimed. It seems the Chun family will not be able to remain in the North Plain County. Wu Changfeng let out a bitter smile, respectfully bowing to Chun Chang'an before departing with Nan Xiangtian from the Chun residence. It is truly unexpected that an elder of such stature still exists within the Qin family. Yet why did I not sense any imminent danger from him? Once they had left, Nan Xiangtian finally dared to speak, fearful of uttering a misstep within the confines of the Chun household that could lead to their utter ruin. Such a figure has already ascended to heights beyond our reach. How could one possibly detect anything from him? Nevertheless, it appears that the skies over the Great Zhou Kingdom are about to change. Wu Changfeng remarked that the Chun family's arrival in the capital is bound to stir up a tempest. Indeed, do you suppose the Qin family is headed toward that matter? I have heard whispers that there was once a covenant between the Chun and Lu families. Correct? Upon hearing this, Wu Chengfeng's expression shifted. How could he have forgotten such an important detail? It is indeed possible. This matter must be reported to His Majesty post-haste. The head of the Lu family has been absent for a month now. There can be no further hesitation, lest time slip away. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Lu Mengyan and Lu Chengfeng recounted the events that transpired at the Qin family, along with their thoughts on the matter. However, upon hearing this, the head of the Lu family hesitated, unable to reach a firm decision. With a month already passed, Lu Mengyan and Lu Chengfeng began to worry that prolonged delays could be detrimental to their family. I am aware of the details you mentioned. Is that individual truly the elder of the Qin family? Is he genuinely that formidable? Have you witnessed him in action? The head of the Lu family inquired, furrowing his brow. Master, although the opponent did not engage, he is undoubtedly powerful. My aura had no effect on him. This indicates that his strength must surpass mine. Furthermore, upon our departure, I sensed that the spiritual energy of the entire North Plain County had been completely drained. I suspect this was his doing. A warning directed at us, Lu Chengfeng stated with a grave expression. The information remains too nebulous, leaving the head of the Lu family in a state of indecision. Perhaps this so-called elder of the Chen family has indeed reached extraordinary realms. However, the royal family is not to be trifled with either. In a month's time, the engagement ceremony between Lu Mengyan and the fifth prince is set to take place, and preparations have already commenced at the royal palace. To cancel now would be to slap the royal family in the face. Father, I understand your hesitation. However, the elder of the Qin family has lived for millennia. If we prepare in advance, perhaps the Qin family, out of respect for past connections, might grant us leniency. As for the royal family, they would likely not dare provoke such a figure, Lu Mengyan urged. Upon hearing this, the head of the Lu family appeared troubled. After much contemplation, a sudden realization struck him. I am mistaken, utterly mistaken. The Chen family truly possesses remarkable cunning. They nearly deceived us. The head of the Lu family remarked with a smile. What is mistaken? Father, what have we misunderstood? Lu Mengyan inquired in confusion. If the Qin family genuinely boasts such a formidable ancestor, why have they remained silent for an entire month? If they are indeed powerful, why resort to underhanded tactics to issue warnings? Their only objective is to instill fear and anxiety within you, thereby deterring any conflict with the Qin family. Should either of you fall into their trap and subsequently withdraw from the engagement with the fifth prince, at that juncture, without the Qin family lifting a finger, our Lu family would already be unable to withstand the wrath of the royal family. The Qin family can eliminate us without bloodshed. Such a brilliant scheme, the head of the Lu family scoffed. However, the ancestor of the Qin family undeniably possesses strength. Otherwise, he would not remain so composed in the face of my imposing presence, Lu Chengfeng remarked, perplexed. This is their true shrewdness. They possess strength, albeit limited. Their power surpasses yours, yet it is insufficient to contend with the royal family. If Mengyan successfully engages with the fifth prince, our Lu family will become akin to kin with the royal family. At that point, what recourse would the Qin family have? You both remain excessively naive, oversimplifying the matter. Even I was nearly led astray by your two perspectives. Such trivial schemes could never elude my scrutiny, the head of the Lu family coldly asserted. I see now. The head truly is sagacious. Chapter 13. The dog that rides horses, accompanied by the analysis of the head of the Lu family. Lu Mengyan and Lu Chengfeng exhaled a sigh of relief. The Chun family truly possessed an arsenal of deceptions. They had nearly fallen prey to their schemes. They nearly jeopardized my splendid marriage prospect. Just wait and see how I will teach them a lesson. Father, this matter must not be allowed to rest. The contract still lies with the Qin family, and I fear they may cause trouble during my engagement. Lu Mengyan expressed with indignation. This matter is not insurmountable. Mengyan, you share a deep bond with the fifth prince, and his uncle is the third elder of your Shangxing sect, a figure of formidable strength. If you inform the fifth prince and enlist his uncle's aid, the Chun family will surely be unable to stir any significant turmoil. The head of the Lu family replied with a smile. The relationship between the great Zhou royal family and the Shangxing sect is exceedingly close. In terms of overall strength, The Shangqing sect is superior, yet the current supreme elder of the Shangqing sect is affiliated with the great Zhou royal family. The intricate ties between the two parties mean that should the royal family face adversity, the Shangqing sect cannot afford to remain indifferent. Moreover, the fifth prince's uncle is a senior elder of the Shangqing sect, with considerable prowess. Father, is it sufficient to simply inform the fifth prince? What about his majesty? Meng Yan inquired. Dream Yan, while there are those aware of this matter, it is best left unspoken. Do you know why? The royal family also values its reputation. This is precisely why I instructed both of you to visit the Qin family alone at that time. The fewer who know about this, the better. I see now. You have truly considered this with great foresight, father. I shall go find the fifth prince at once. Good. Expedite the resolution of this threat posed by the Chun family to avoid unnecessary complications. Understood. While the Lu family was taking action, the Chun family also did not linger in Yanguiching. Look, this is rather peculiar. I senti it? I have never witnessed such a scenario before. Am I still dreaming? Is this a dream? Goodness, a dog is riding a horse? My life is worse than a dog's. I cannot even afford a horse. Who are these young masters? 3 days ago, Chun Chang'an departed Yanguiching with Chun Yunxian and the large dog, attracting considerable attention wherever they went. Not for any other reason, but because the dog insisted on riding a horse. A dog on a horse is truly unheard of and unseen. At first, Chun Yunxian felt somewhat embarrassed, as he had never experienced such intense scrutiny and discussion from so many people. Although the focal point was the large dog, as one of the companions, Chun Yunxian could not escape the attention either. However, he had grown accustomed to it now. There was no other way. Yunxian, are we still within the bounds of Beiyuan County? Chun Chang'an inquired. Old ancestor, I have not ventured far from Yanguiching, but according to the journey, we should still be within Beiyuan County. Chun Yunxian replied after some contemplation. 3 days and still not having left Beiyuan County. This pace is rather slow. It is all your fault, De Huang, insisting on riding a horse. Otherwise, we would not be moving so slowly. With a disdainful glance, the large yellow creature cast its eyes upon Chen Chang'an and transmitted a thought. What's the matter? I've lived a considerable number of years. What harm is there in indulging myself? You're permitted to ride me, yet I'm denied the pleasure of riding a horse? Why are you in such a hurry? Are you eager to be reborn? With your long lifespan, what is the rush? Hearing these words, Chun Chang'an could only manage a helpless smile. This fellow has been particularly irritable lately. Perhaps I should find it a dog to vent its frustrations? It would surely express gratitude for such a gift. Yes, it would definitely be thankful. With this thought, a mischievous grin crept upon Chun Chang'an's face, leaving Chan Yunxian utterly bewildered, while the large yellow creature became alert. This rascal has no restraint. It's him. He is but a charlatan. He has ruined my enterprise. Suddenly, a commotion nearby caught Chun Chang'an's attention. Upon closer inspection, he observed several burly men encircling a fortune-telling stall, their anger palpable. Hold on. What have I said that is incorrect? The elderly fortune-teller interjected hastily, his voice laced with indignation. 7 days ago, you foretold that I would face calamity and bloodshed. Is that not true? One of the burly men demanded angrily. Indeed, those were my words. You instructed me to leave this place and not return for 7 days. Did you not? That is correct. Then are you aware that I have not departed in these 7 days? Where is the bloodshed? Where is the calamity? How can you claim you are not a fraud? The burly man shouted in rage. As the two men exchanged words, the onlookers began to murmur and point fingers, their judgments flowing freely. He truly is a fraud, yet how could anyone believe such nonsense? Alas, there will always be those who fall for deceit. This old man has been plying his trade for 2 or 3 months now. Who knows how many he has deceived? This time they came to him. Otherwise, more would likely have been ensnared in his web. Bah! I despise these wretched con artists. They deserve whatever punishment they receive. Despite the anger directed at him and the chatter of the crowd, the fortune-teller remained unfazed. Looking at the burly man before him, he shook his head in resignation. This time I cannot save you. The calamity has entered the palace. There is no turning back. May you seek your own fortune. Humph! You still wish to deceive me? Calamity, you say? Did you not foresee that today is your own day of reckoning? Tack, the burly man commanded, gesturing to his companions to strike the old man. Bang! 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 In an instant, a figure materialized, and all of the burly man's accomplices were sent sprawling to the ground, knocked away as if by an unseen force. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers in astonishment. This old charlatan has allies? I warned you of your impending calamity, yet you would not heed my words. The old man chuckled wickedly. Ignoring the fortune-teller, the burly man turned his gaze towards the young man before him and inquired, "Who are you to him? Why do you choose to assist him?" The person who has arrived is Chen Yunxian, and the reason for his presence is undoubtedly the command of Chen Chang'an. This individual is not to be trifled with. You should leave, Chen Yunxian stated coolly. Not to be trifled with? Do not think I am intimidated easily. Allow me to inform you that my brother-in-law is a guardian of the Nan family. If you dare provoke me, my brother-in-law will not spare you. The Nan family? I had not anticipated that this place would be within their territory. Chen Yunxian mused. Humph, judging by your expression, you likely do not even know who the Nan family is. Get lost. As he spoke, the burly man intended to strike Chen Yunxian, but Chen Yunxian would not allow him to succeed. With a gentle kick, he sent his opponent flying. Bang! The burly man crashed to the ground, spewing blood from his mouth. A calamity of blood? Could it truly be a calamity of blood? Impossible, it cannot be. 7 days have already passed. How could it? Have you forgotten? 7 days ago, you arrived in the afternoon, and there was still an hour to go before a full 7 days had elapsed. I assure you, if you do not return, this calamity of blood will not cease. The old man sighed helplessly. You think you are playing me? You lot will pay for this. Just wait. Wait, then you might as well go die. Chen Yunxian recalled Chen Chang'an's words, to eradicate the roots of trouble. Since he dared to issue such a threat, there was no need to spare his life. You see, I told you disaster is imminent. Everyone, did you witness that? I am truly not a deceiver. Otherwise, who among you would care to divine? Chapter 14. The Pavilion of Celestial Secrets, forgetting celestial secrets, to divine a fortune? Who would dare to cast such a portent? The crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle turned away without a moment's hesitation upon hearing those words. Observing everyone depart, the old man let out a resigned sigh. Alas, the world harbors profound misunderstandings about me. I am grateful to this young friend for extending a helping hand. I perceive that your demeanor is extraordinary. You are destined for remarkable achievements. Allow me to. No need. I am merely following orders and require no thanks. Chen Yunxian harbored no fondness for the old man. Had it not been for Chen Chang'an's instructions, he would not have intervened. Oh, following orders, you say? Then it follows that you must have heeded this young friend's command over there? The old man glanced toward Chen Chang'an in the distance and then approached him with a cheeky grin. Thank you, young friend, for your assistance. I observe that your bearing is exceptional. You are bound to accomplish great things. Allow me to. Enough with your theatrics. After all this time, how is it that you are still alive? Chen Chang'an inquired with a smile. Upon realizing that Chen Chang'an recognized him, the old man dropped his pretense and replied with a mischievous grin. Well, look who's talking. You are still alive too. Elder, you know him? Chen Yunxian exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the elder recognized the charlatan. Could it be that this individual is not an ordinary figure? Enough. This is not the place for idle chatter. Let us find somewhere more suitable. Come, it has been far too long. Let us reminisce properly. Chen Chang'an and his companions made their way to a nearby tavern, requesting a private room. It has been over 3,000 years since our last parting. I hardly expected that you, Brother Chen, and Brother De Huang would still retain such vigor. It truly feels like a lifetime ago. The old man's words left Chen Yunxian astounded. He knew the elder had lived long, but he had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable old man had also endured for such an extended period. Then what he said earlier. Senior, since you know my family's ancestor, you must be a person of great significance. How could such a scene? Chen Yunxian asked, perplexed. Yunxian, you are unaware of the full story. This esteemed individual is none other than the illustrious forgetting celestial secrets, the third-generation master of the Pavilion of Celestial Secrets. His prowess is formidable, though he has committed many misdeeds, often facing dire repercussions. Repercussions? What does that mean? What is the Pavilion of Celestial Secrets? I have never heard of it before. To jest before the younger generation, you say? It is merely that our lineage, in its folly, sought to fathom the celestial secrets and was thus punished. Every millennium our bodies suffer afflictions. Our appearances age, our cultivation is utterly lost, and this plight endures for a full decade. During this time, we are at our most vulnerable. Should danger arise, we possess no capacity for resistance. Forgetting celestial secrets offered a wry smile of resignation. Since you acknowledge this is a perilous time, why then have you traveled all the way to the Great Zhou Kingdom? With your current strength, traversing this distance may take you a decade, would it not? The whereabouts of Wang Tianji are indeed far removed from the Great Zhou Kingdom. Had his powers remained intact, it would have been a trivial matter, yet now that he has lost his cultivation, how could he possibly make the journey? What purpose would it serve? Hold on. Something feels amiss. When I first encountered you, it was precisely at the time of your diminished powers and aged appearance. By the reckoning of time, you should not appear this way now. Suddenly, Chen Chong'an discerned that something was indeed awry. His acquaintance with Wang Tianji stemmed from that fateful moment when the latter's powers had waned. However, according to the timeline, it would take at least another 3 centuries for Wang Tianji to experience such a loss again. Why has this occurrence transpired prematurely? Upon hearing Chen Chong'an's words, Wang Tianji offered a resigned smile. About a year prior, I was struck by an inexplicable sensation and consulted an oracle. To my astonishment, the divination revealed a chaotic and tumultuous fate, indicating that a significant event was imminent. Subsequently, I learned that an old friend would appear in this modest Great Zhou Kingdom, yet I could not ascertain who that friend might be. As you may understand, at my advanced age, my circle of old friends is limited, and the only one who could manifest here, whom I could not predict, must be you. When I first laid eyes upon you, I could not penetrate your essence, nor fathom the trajectory of your life. A haze enveloped you, rendering any predictions impossible. Thus, I endeavored to arrive here before losing my powers, having calculated that there existed a substantial probability of reuniting with an old friend. However, I did not anticipate that this descendant of yours would be similarly extraordinary. Is it that the Chun family is a veritable lineage of prodigies? On the surface, Wang Tianji appeared composed, yet upon seeing Chen Chong'an and Chen Yunxian, he was undeniably taken aback. Chen Chong'an required no introduction, given their prior acquaintance. Yet he was astonished to discover that the young Chen Yunxian also possessed remarkable fortune, which he could not predict. Chen Yunxian, in turn, was surprised that the gossip had unexpectedly turned to himself. Naturally, members of the Chen family are far from ordinary. So, was it due to your probing into the heavens that the repercussions manifested earlier than anticipated? Your journey across such distance surely cannot be solely for the purpose of reminiscing, can it? Chen Chong'an inquired with a smile. You have misjudged, for it is indeed merely a reunion of old friends. Perhaps it is the passage of time that has fostered a desire to reconnect with acquaintances of yore. I cannot foresee what events may unfold from this celestial inquiry, nor am I particularly concerned. Wang Tianji replied with a smile. Very well, then. Today we shall indulge in reminiscence without delving into other matters. Excellent. Once the food and drink were served, Chen Chong'an and Wang Tianji engaged in a convivial exchange, raising their cups and sharing laughter. Remarkably, they refrained from mentioning the earlier discussions. Chen Yunxian, seated beside them, occasionally poured wine for the two, inwardly marveling at the opportunity to accompany his ancestor, truly broadening his horizons. Who would have thought he could meet such illustrious figures? An hour later, having indulged in food and drink, Wang Tianji patted his belly and remarked with a smile that it had been quite some time since he had felt such satisfaction. His long journey had not been in vain. However, as the saying goes, no banquet lasts forever. It was time for him to take his leave. Chen Chong'an cast a calm glance at Wang Tianji and said softly, "Are you leaving now?" "Yes, it is time to go," Wang Tianji replied. "Very well," Chen Chong'an nodded, saying little more. After Wang Tianji departed, Chen Yunxian, puzzled, inquired, "Ancestor, with Wang Sr. now devoid of cultivation, will he not be in danger leaving like this?" "Not at all. He has learned from a past misstep. With his temperament, he would not fall into the same trap twice. Do not forget, he is the third-generation master of the Tianji Pavilion. He surely has companions to protect him. Ah, ancestor, do you mean that Wang Sr. has someone safeguarding him in secret? Then why did you ask me to intervene earlier? It was merely to play along with him in this charade. Yunxian, what are your thoughts on Wang Tianji? Upon hearing this, Chun Yunxian pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, Ancestor, I cannot quite decipher this individual. I do not know him well. From our brief interaction, I felt little of significance. Yet, since he is an old friend of yours, I presume he cannot be too lacking. He seems rather decent. Chun Chang'an smiled at Chun Yunxian, which caused the latter to feel somewhat anxious. A person attempting to pry into the secrets of the heavens is not to be underestimated. Surely you do not believe he has come merely to reminisce, do you? He may not be a villain, yet he is by no means a paragon of virtue. Chapter 15. My people, who dares to scheme? At this moment, Chun Yunxian felt somewhat out of sync. Just a short while ago, during their jovial exchange over drinks, he had believed that they were longtime close friends. Yet now, why did the elder cast such a dubious light on Wang Tianji? Could it be that Wang Tianji's appearance harbored ulterior motives? Chun Yunxian pondered deeply, recalling every encounter with Wang Tianji thus far. Chun Chang'an sat quietly beside him, refraining from interrupting his train of thought. Elder, Wang Tianji's divination of the heavenly secrets is indeed genuine. His visit to reminisce is also true. However, what he has not disclosed is that his presence here is not merely for nostalgia. Since he is aware that significant events are unfolding, he must possess some insider knowledge. Yet, he chose not to mention it earlier, which likely indicates a hidden agenda. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Yunxian spoke, that analysis is quite astute. Chun Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. Elder, if that is the case, why not take advantage of his current weakened state to extract the truth? Or perhaps, do you truly believe he is as powerless as he claims? Chun Chang'an interjected with a faint smile. Did you not notice that after he departed from this establishment, his aura abruptly vanished? Is such a feat achievable by one who has truly lost their cultivation? Chun Yunxian was taken aback. He had indeed overlooked this detail. Could it be that his counterpart had lied about this matter as well? But what could his motives be? Wang Tianji is cunning and possesses deep schemes, yet he poses no threat to us, Chun Chang'an remarked with a grin. Why is that? Chun Yunxian asked, perplexed. Because he dares not. Although Chun Chang'an and Wang Tianji had only a brief acquaintance, there lingered an inexplicable wariness from Wang Tianji towards Chun Chang'an. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, Wang Tianji had resumed his original appearance and calmly nodded at the members of the Tianji Pavilion. Upon your return, you must closely monitor Chun Yunxuan's every move. Though he has just begun to emerge, his future potential is limitless. The more we understand him, the more advantageous it will be for us. Do you understand? Yes. Pavilion Master. And what of Chun Chang'an? Chun Chang'an? Wang Tianji furrowed his brow, momentarily uncertain. His purpose for arriving in the Great Zhou Kingdom was to probe further. Yet, just as in their previous encounter, he remained unable to discern Chun Chang'an's true nature. It was disheartening that after over 3,000 years of diligent cultivation, he found himself utterly ineffective in the presence of Chun Chang'an. Chan Yunxian possessed great fortune, destined to stir the tides of fate. Surely, he would carve out a place for himself in the future. But what role would Chun Chang'an play in this grand scheme? Given the relationship between him and Chan Yunxian, he is undoubtedly not an outsider. Wang Tianji has deduced that the world is on the brink of chaos, with various factions inevitably drawn into the fray. If one can seize the initiative, it may elevate the Tianji Pavilion to unprecedented heights. Thus, the role that Chun Chang'an plays is of paramount importance, as it will dictate how he should navigate his relationship with Chun Chang'an moving forward. Is he an instigator or a resolver of the turmoil? Few matters or individuals could cause such inner turmoil for Wang Tianji, arousing the curiosity of the members of the pavilion. Who exactly is this Chun Chang'an? Why has the pavilion never possessed any information about this individual? It is known that the Tianji Pavilion holds a wealth of intelligence, even having substantial data on some superpowers. Yet, Chun Chang'an is entirely absent from their memories. Master, since you cannot see through this, perhaps we should. Before the member could finish, a formidable aura enveloped them. The terrifying pressure was akin to the very heavens collapsing. Wang Tianji's expression changed dramatically as he attempted to counteract the force with all his might, only to find it utterly futile. Bang! 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 Unable to withstand the pressure, Wang Tianji and the others collapsed to the ground, creating a sizable crater. Tianji Pavilion? Who is Wang Beichuan to you? A melodious voice echoed, beautiful yet laced with an icy chill. Wang Tianji was taken aback, realizing the newcomer was a woman, and she knew the name Wang Beichuan. Struggling to lift his head, the effort consumed considerable time. Not far away stood a woman in a flowing purple gown, her face partially concealed by a thin purple veil. The veil was delicate, yet Wang Tianji could not discern her features. The newcomer was none other than Mu Yunao, the master of Changchongan. Yes, she is my ancestor from the Wang family, Wang Tianji said nervously. Humph, for the sake of that little brat Wang Beichuan, I shall spare you this time. Remember, regardless of who you are or what you intend, do not cast any designs upon Changchongan. Otherwise, I shall annihilate the entirety of your Wang family. My people are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing these words, cold sweat dripped from Wang Tianji's brow. He was unaware of Changchongan's origins but knew that the young man was formidable and enigmatic. He could never have imagined that such a powerful figure existed in his vicinity. What could their relationship be? My people? Could it be that she is Changchongan's woman? If so, could it be that Changchongan deliberately sent her to warn him against any underhanded schemes? Rest assured, Senior. I have only recently met Brother Chun and would never plot against him. I doubt you would dare either. Now, tell me, what has your Tianji Pavilion uncovered with your recent appearance? Have you heard of the reemergence of the three rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity? The three rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity? When did this occur? Mu Yunyao suddenly furrowed her brow and asked in a grave tone. Initially, it was merely my conjecture, but a month ago, our Tianji Pavilion received some intelligence. The three lists of heaven, earth, and humanity have indeed manifested. Surely you understand the implications of the emergence of these lists. What do they signify? Mu Yunyao was all too familiar with this. She had experienced the three lists herself, though that was thousands of years ago. After millennia of absence, why do they reappear at this particular juncture? Do you know the exact date of their emergence?
Mu Yunyao pressed.
It should be the 5th of June. The 5th of June? At this revelation, Mu Yunyao felt a jolt in her heart. The 5th of June marks the moment when Changchongan absorbs the fetal pearl, enabling his cultivation. Yet, the three lists have regulations that impose age restrictions, and Changchongan clearly does not meet these criteria. Why, then, can he cultivate, and why has the three lists resurfaced? Is it mere coincidence? Or is there a deeper reason? Regardless, Mu Yunyao understood well the monumental changes that occurred in the world following the emergence of the three lists. Many of today's top-tier factions rose to prominence during that time. This time, in order to avoid repeating history and being supplanted by others, what measures will they undertake? Indeed, chaos seems imminent. Chapter 16. The three lists of heaven, earth, and humanity. The so-called three lists of heaven, earth, and humanity are manifestations of the will of the heavens. Those who ascend the lists are bestowed with gifts from the celestial realm, a temptation of immense allure for cultivators. However, these lists do not open simultaneously. The first to manifest is the most humble, the human list. All individuals under the age of 30 may participate, competing in the speed of their cultivation, strength, and innate talent. In essence, the human list serves as a preliminary selection, eliminating the majority who lack the requisite qualifications. Thus, the competition for the human list is the fiercest, marked by both overt and covert struggles. Many would even resort to hunting down the gifted, seeking to ensure their own people ascend the ranks. Danger and opportunity coexist. Mu Yunyao has experienced the previous manifestation of the three lists and was one of the beneficiaries. Yet, her inclination for freedom led her to neither establish nor join any faction during that time. Over the years, she has taken on only one disciple, Changchongan. Senior, this iteration of the three lists seems somewhat different. Mu Yunyao remarked with a furrowed brow upon hearing Wang Tianji's words, quickly grasping his meaning. Indeed, it is rather unusual. Are you suggesting that the three lists of heaven, earth, and humanity have not opened directly. The last time the three lists appeared, they were unveiled in an instant, the will of the heavens manifesting for all the world to hear and see. Yet this time, while the Tiangong Pavilion has already gleaned some information, it appears that those from the major powers have also received word. However, the human list remains unlaunched, leaving many perplexed. Where exactly is the three lists of heaven, earth, and humanity now? Is it still at Yunshao Peak?
Mu Yunyao inquired.
The last manifestation of the three lists occurred atop Yunshao Peak, where three scrolls of different colors would vanish from the summit as the lists opened, subsequently appearing in the sky. Indeed, it is still at Yunshao Peak. However, it is now shrouded by a formidable energy, rendering it utterly inaccessible, let alone allowing anyone to ascend to the summit. Presently, one can only see from afar the three different colored lights flickering atop the peak, Wang Tianji stated. Upon hearing his words, Mu Yunyao cast him a glance before her figure flickered and vanished without a trace. After her departure, Wang Tianji and the others finally exhaled in relief. How terrifying! Who on earth is she? Master, do you recognize her? Wang Tianji let out a wry smile, for he truly did not know who Mu Yunyao was. However, given her connection to the ancestral figures of the Wang family, she undoubtedly was not an ordinary individual. Is such a person someone you can casually inquire about? Be cautious not to invite disaster upon yourselves. Regardless of her identity, she is not someone we can afford to provoke. Remember, from this day forth, whether it be Chen Chang'an or Chen Yunxian, they are allies, not foes, to our Tiangong Pavilion. Pay close attention to Chen Yunxian. When the time is right, appropriate assistance may be rendered. Do you remember? Wang Tianji spoke in a low voice. Yes, master. Let us be on our way. It is time for us to return. Indeed. Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an and his companions did not linger for long, for their destination was the capital, not a leisurely excursion. Yunxian, as per our plan, we must reach the capital within a month. During this month, have you set any personal goals? On the road, Chen Chang'an's sudden inquiry left Chen Yunxian somewhat bewildered. What goals? Master, do you mean regarding cultivation? Chen Yunxian asked. Precisely. Although you have attained the first level of true Qi realm, it is still rather insignificant. Among those of your age, there are many who surpass you in cultivation and strength. If you do not strive diligently, how can you stand out among them? The teachings of the master resonate deeply within me. Yunxian will remember this. From this moment on, I assign you a task. Before arriving in the capital, your cultivation must not fall below the 9th level of true Qi realm. Can you achieve this? Chen Chang'an asked. Not below the 9th level of true Qi realm? That implies reaching at least the pinnacle of the 9th level, or perhaps transcending to the extraordinary realm. Is it truly achievable in just 1 month's time? Chen Yunxian felt a twinge of anxiety, yet was filled with excitement. I will certainly accomplish this, Chen Yunxian declared with unwavering determination. Very well. This journey will reveal your capabilities. Yes, master. 10 days later, in Yangue City, Chen Zhengyuan gazed at the gathered members of the Chen family, his expression brimming with excitement and his voice trembling. From this day forth, our Chen family shall no longer be a mere small clan in Yangue City. Our journey to the capital is to reclaim the position of the foremost family of your. However, you must remember the Great Zhou Kingdom is merely our starting point. We must not disappoint the master. Do you all understand? Chen Zhengyuan spoke with a grave expression. Yes, Patriarch. Let us depart. Following Chen Chang'an's instructions, Chen Zhengyuan set out more than 10 days later than the others. Yet, in that span of time, he and the Chen family members did not remain idle. Instead, they continuously worked to enhance their cultivation. Ha ha ha! It is fortunate we arrived in time. Otherwise, those Chen family members would have truly escaped. As Chen Zhengyuan and his companions stepped out of the door, they encountered 7 or 8 individuals head-on. Upon hearing their words, Chen Zhengyuan's expression revealed no surprise, as if he had anticipated their arrival. Indeed, as the master predicted, someone has come. Chen Zhengyuan smirked internally. How unfortunate. A mere Chen family is compelling us to make such a long journey. None of you should compete with me. I alone can annihilate these individuals. This is unacceptable. Otherwise, our trip would be in vain. I believe there are not few Qin family members. Let us share the spoils. Ha ha ha. Let us not quarrel. Soon we shall see who claims the most kills. The individuals before us are indeed members of the Shangqing sect, dispatched by the maternal uncle of the fifth prince to annihilate the Qin family. In the eyes of the fifth prince's uncle, the Qin family is utterly insignificant. To take matters into his own hands would be beneath his dignity. Does the Qin family warrant such attention? Thus, he carelessly sent 8 men to confront us. To these 8, the actions of the Qin family now resemble nothing more than a futile attempt at escape. Do you truly believe that a handful of you can extinguish the Qin family? Such delusions are laughable. Observing your attire, one can deduce that you are indeed from the Shangqing sect. Do you genuinely think that within the borders of the Great Zhou Kingdom, no one dares to provoke your sect? Qin Zhengyuan spoke coldly. Ha! Such audacity. Indeed, within the Great Zhou, there is no one bold enough to challenge the Shangqing sect. What of it? Does the Qin family possess such courage? The leader scoffed. Why, of course we do. Qin Zhengyuan replied with a chilling laugh, refraining from further words as he launched his attack. With a swift motion, his long blade cut through the air, a brilliant arc of light surging toward the group. As they felt the tremendous force of Qin Zhengyuan's strike, a wave of shock coursed through them. Not good. Who claimed the Qin family lacked formidable warriors? Qin Zhengyuan's strength is evidently at the transcendent realm. With a chorus of unwilling roars, the 8 were swiftly dispatched by a single stroke from Qin Zhengyuan. The Shangqing sect truly regards us with disdain. Fortunately, they arrived late, granting me the time to elevate my cultivation to the 5th tier of the transcendent realm. I cannot help but wonder where our ancestors and Yunxian find themselves at this moment. Chapter 17. The aristocratic families at play, the dynasty as a chessboard. Father, I am uncertain as to why you have summoned me. The 5th prince was perplexed upon being unexpectedly called to the palace by the sovereign of the Great Zhou. After all, he had been diligently preparing for the forthcoming engagement banquet. Could it be that my father wishes to discuss matters pertaining to this? I have recently acquired some intelligence regarding the Qin family. You are aware of the former ties between the Qin and Lu families, are you not? The words of the sovereign struck the 5th prince profoundly. He had not anticipated that this would be the crux of their discussion. In response to my father, I am aware of this matter. However, rest assured, I have already taken measures to address it, ensuring it will not disrupt any proceedings. As you know, Meng Yan possesses considerable talent and is being cultivated with great importance at the Shangqing sect. Moreover, we share a deep connection. Although the Lu family once had a pact with the Qin family, that was long ago, and the agreement has long since lost its significance. Father, I would not wish for this situation to tarnish your impression of Meng Yan. Before the 5th prince could articulate his thoughts further, he was silenced by a raised hand from the sovereign. Noticing his father's furrowed brow, anxiety gripped the 5th prince. He feared for the impact on his relationship with Lu Mengyan. Here, take a look. This is the correspondence from Wu Chengfeng, the governor of Beiyuan Prefecture. The sovereign of the Great Zhou tossed the letter from Wu Chengfeng to the 5th prince. Upon reading its contents, the 5th prince found himself smiling. So, this is what it pertains to. Father, I am aware of the situation. Do not worry, it is merely a ploy by the Qin family. As for the so-called ancestor, I deem it a farce. I have enlisted my uncle's assistance to eliminate the Qin family, and by my calculations, he should have succeeded by now, the 5th prince declared with a grin. However, upon hearing this, the sovereign's frown deepened, and he fixed his gaze intently upon the 5th prince. There is another piece of information. Did you notice it? The sovereign inquired. What else is there? The 5th prince asked, bewildered. A dog. A talking dog. Are your eyes merely for show? How could you overlook such a crucial piece of information? The sovereign finally lost his temper and bellowed. A dog? What dog? How can it even speak? The 5th prince was momentarily stunned, his mind blank from the sudden outburst of the sovereign. Father, this. Suddenly, the 5th prince's heart raced. A talking dog? A demon beast? A beast capable of human speech must certainly be of 5th rank or higher. This. A 5th rank demon beast alone could spell disaster for the Great Zhou, let alone one of a higher rank. Why had Lu Mengyan not informed him of such critical news? Father, is this information true? Meng Yan has not mentioned this to me, the fifth prince asked anxiously. Wu Chengfeng likely does not possess the audacity to deceive me. Thus, the existence of this loquacious canine is inevitable. Lu Mengyan did not articulate two possibilities, one being ignorance, and the other a deliberate concealment. In the realm of ignorance, Mengyan must indeed be unaware. Otherwise, she would certainly not have waited for my arrival. The fifth prince asserted with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing these words, the sovereign of the great Zhou sighed in resignation. The fifth prince was the most gifted among his numerous offspring and the one he held in highest regard. Yet, unexpectedly, this exemplary son, excelling in every aspect, fell head over heels for Lu Mengyan, to the extent that even his intellect seemed to falter. Nevertheless, it no longer mattered whether she knew or not. What are your intentions for the subsequent course of action? The sovereign inquired. The fifth prince furrowed his brow and pondered deeply. His uncle should have already taken action against the Chen family. The most favorable outcome would be success, while the least favorable would be failure. Should failure arise, the Chen family would undoubtedly not let the matter rest. Father, in my view, we must prepare on two fronts. Regardless of whether my uncle succeeds or fails, we must be ready. On one hand, we need to prepare for negotiations to quell the wrath of the Chen family, shifting the blame onto my uncle, feigning ignorance. On the other hand, should the Chen family adopt an aggressive stance, we cannot remain passive. Even if it leads to mutual destruction, we cannot simply await our demise, the fifth prince declared after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing the words of the fifth prince, the sovereign nodded in satisfaction, as his thoughts aligned closely with his own. After all, this was the son he cherished, and his acumen was indeed remarkable. Your uncle dotes on you greatly. Are you not concerned that this incident may sow discord between you and him? Might you even risk losing the affection of this uncle who cherishes you? The sovereign questioned. Although my uncle treats me with great affection, I am a member of the royal family, and in my heart, the royal family holds paramount importance. When compelled, I must choose to sacrifice my uncle. I believe he will understand my decision. Though it may seem callous, those who aspire to greatness must comprehend the art of sacrifice, the fifth prince replied solemnly. Indeed, one must understand the necessity of sacrifice, yet your perspective still appears somewhat naive. Oh, what insights might father possess? The Qing sect can be regarded as our royal family's greatest ally. Although your uncle is merely the third elder, do not forget that your grandfather is one of the supreme elders, possessing strength comparable to that of our royal ancestor. Therefore, abandoning your uncle is not an option. Moreover, I have invited members of the noble families to your engagement banquet. Regardless of the circumstances, the establishment of our great show has always been supported by these noble families, who will not turn a blind eye. Should the Chen family be willing to accept an apology and reconciliation, all will be well. If they refuse, we shall unite every possible ally to eradicate the Chen family. However, this must be considered a last resort. Noble families? The fifth prince, though still youthful, possesses limited understanding of the noble families, having only occasionally heard whispers of their affairs, yet remaining oblivious to the intricate details. Father, are these families our support in the shadows? I have always been led to believe that we initially relied on the upper clear sect, did we not? That is a fallacy. The true benefactors are the noble families. In our northern domain, it is these prominent clans that truly wield power. Within the northern domain, the noble families reign supreme, yet their internal strife often results in significant losses. Eventually, they devised a strategy, the noble families as the board and the dynasty as the pieces. The minor grievances among noble families can be leveraged to create a conflict between dynasties, thereby determining a victor. In this manner, the losses of the noble families can be minimized. Is it so? Then are we merely pawns in their game? The fifth prince remarked, a hint of indignation in his voice. What alternative is there? Should any disloyalty arise, with the power of the noble families, the great Zhou kingdom could face a change in dynasty by tomorrow. Enough of this. It is not a matter for you to ponder at present. Convey my orders to assemble all available troops near the capital, in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Yes, Father. Chapter 18. The day of engagement and gift-giving, have you heard? The engagement banquet of the fifth prince is extravagantly splendid this time. Indeed, with such scale, one might mistakenly believe it to be the grand wedding of the sovereign himself. Truly, it is astonishing how much importance the ruler places on the engagement of a mere fifth prince. It seems that every prominent family has sent representatives. Moreover, I have heard that 2 esteemed elders from the Qing sect have come in person. Do you know why? It is rumored that the fifth prince is the heir apparent to the throne, which explains the significance of this event. The Lu family is indeed fortunate to have allied themselves with the fifth prince. It seems the position of the foremost family in the Great Zhou Kingdom will undoubtedly belong to them in the future. Yes, I recall the Lu family was once Shu. Are you seeking your own demise by uttering such words? Ahem, I misspoke in my inebriation. In a tavern in the capital, the people around were engaged in lively discussions about the engagement banquet of the fifth prince and Lu Mengyan. This event has become a grand spectacle in the capital and indeed throughout the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, its enormity leaving many bewildered. Are you afraid? Chen Chong'an glanced at Chen Yunxian with a smile. Not at all, Chen Yunxian replied with a shake of his head. The transformation in Chen Yunxuan's demeanor was remarkable. He had become increasingly composed and serene. The experiences he had undergone during this time were invaluable, leading him to understand the necessity of venturing beyond the confines of Yangue City. Remaining in such a sheltered existence would forever hinder his growth. Rest well today. Tomorrow will be your stage. Indeed, ancestor. After returning to his room, Chen Chong'an turned to De Huang and inquired, "Can you sense the aura of the? You have encountered the in the Qin family. Your bond with it is closer. Can you not sense it?" De Huang asked curiously. "I do not know why, but during my last visit to the Chen family, I could not detect the aura of the unless the jade box was opened. However, after merging with the, I have some faint awareness, though it is not strong. Perhaps distance affects it. With your strength, can you sense it?" Chen Chong'an asked. "Sense it? That emits no aura whatsoever. Even your master would be of no help."
Da Huang replied irritable.
"No aura at all? How is that possible? Every object possesses its own aura. Why would the be an exception? Did you not notice any aura from the while at the Qin family? I did not perceive it. It is abnormal. Anything related to you would be peculiar. This matter can only rely on you." Upon hearing De Huang's words, Chen Chong'an sighed helplessly. He had initially hoped to have De Huang sense it. If it were indeed in the capital and within the royal family's grasp, he had considered having De Huang retrieve it. It now appeared that he must personally inquire with members of the royal family to seek the whereabouts of the. The following day, silence enveloped the night, heralding the engagement ceremony of the fifth prince and Lu Mengyan. The sovereign of the Great Zhou Kingdom had deliberately arranged the venue for this auspicious event within the royal palace. "Congratulations, Master Lu," echoed the voices of the guests. Thank you, everyone." The head of the Lu family beamed with joy, pleasantly surprised by the grandeur of the engagement banquet. Such a scale not only honored the royal family but also elevated the Lu family's prestige. "Master, our people have just returned from Yangue City, yet the Chun family remains untraceable. Could it be that the fifth prince's uncle has already taken action?" Lu Chengfeng whispered. "Oh, untraceable?" The Lu family head's brow furrowed slightly, the news not being particularly favorable. He cast a glance at the sovereign of Great Zhou nearby, contemplating an inquiry, but deemed it somewhat inappropriate. "Ah, Elder San. As the fifth prince's uncle, it was only natural for Elder San to be present at such an occasion." The Lu family head quietly approached Elder San, smiling as he spoke. "Might I inquire if you are the third elder of the Qing sect?" "I am Lu Mengyan's father, the head of the Lu family." Elder San turned his gaze towards him, offering a slight smile. "Ah, it is you. We shall soon be one family. There is no need for such formality. What brings you to seek me today?" At this juncture, Elder San's thoughts stirred, and he added, "Is it regarding the Qin family?" "Indeed. I have just received word that the Chun family is currently untraceable, and I am uncertain." "Haha, that must mean my men have succeeded. Worry not. The Chun family is but a trifling matter." Upon hearing Elder San's words, the Lu family head finally felt a sense of relief. With Elder San's assurance, he surmised that the Chun family had likely been eradicated. Breathing a sigh of relief, he returned to his position, his smile growing ever more radiant. As the appointed hour arrived, a eunuch's loud proclamation resonated through the hall. The fifth prince gazed tenderly at Lu Mengyan, who returned his gaze with equal happiness. Hand in hand, they ascended the ceremonial platform. Truly a match made in heaven, a pair of exquisite souls. Indeed, the fifth prince is remarkably distinguished, while the Lu family's eldest daughter is akin to a celestial being. Perfect couple, destined by fate. To be graced with an invitation to this engagement banquet is indeed a stroke of fortune for us. The surrounding guests began to flatter the couple in perfect synchrony, their voices rising in volume, each striving to outdo the last in their praise. Mengyan, trust in me. I shall ensure you become the happiest person in this world. Everything you desire, I will provide, even my very life, declared the fifth prince earnestly. I believe you. In this vast world, you are the one who treats me the best, Lu Mengyan thought to herself. Although she held deep affection for the fifth prince, she was no mere romantic lost in love. She understood the art of conversation, knowing precisely what to say to win his heart. Merely being the sole focus of his affection set the fifth prince's heart ablaze, compelling him to wish to bestow upon Lu Mengyan all the finest treasures this world has to offer. Your Highness, perhaps we should first attend to the matter at hand, suggested the eunuch, who, unable to suppress a chuckle, covered his mouth, clearly amused by the tender exchange between the two. Yet the fifth prince felt no discomfort whatsoever. Yes, let us indeed prioritize our affairs. Mengyan, from this day forth, you shall be my officially betrothed fiancée. No one shall wrest you from my grasp. You belong to me alone. The fifth prince boldly proclaimed his claim over Lu Mengyan. Rest assured, I shall forever be yours alone. Lu Mengyan gazed deeply into the eyes of the fifth prince, her affection palpable. The applause erupted like thunder. Whether out of genuine emotion or some other reason, everyone fervently clapped, elevating the atmosphere to a remarkable crescendo. In that case, how could our Chun family possibly let you down? This grand gift has been specially prepared for you both. Chapter 19. The Extraordinary Realm at 16? Upon the utterance of this statement, the previously lively atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. What kind of occasion was this? How could anyone dare to speak so audaciously at such a moment? The Qin family? Which Qin family? Many were momentarily taken aback, their expressions bewildered and perplexed. However, upon hearing the name of the Qin family, the members of the Lu family felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. They had indeed come. The Qin family members had truly arrived. The head of the Lu family cast a glance at the third elder, only to find his countenance equally grim, clearly indicating that he too had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. The emperor of the Great Zhou appeared far more composed, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding situation, as if he had foreseen it. Impudent! Who dares to speak so disrespectfully? Do you not realize what occasion this is? Do you think it is your place to voice your opinions? The chief eunuch stepped forward, his voice laced with indignation. If I do not intervene, how will the eldest daughter of the Lu family restore her reputation and freedom? With this proclamation, Chun Yunxian ignited a veritable storm. Restore her reputation and freedom? This bore significant implications. Could it be that the eldest daughter of the Lu family had previously? Nonsense! Who among you possesses the audacity to stand forth? The fifth prince's face was etched with fury. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, whether the statement bore truth or falsehood, its impact on Lu Mengyan was profound, and it equally affected him. There was no escaping the inevitable whispers that would follow in the days to come. No one cared about the veracity. What intrigued them was the content. In a fleeting moment, Chun Yunxian emerged from the throng and advanced to the forefront. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by his youth. He was but a boy. Did he wish to court disaster? Chun Yunxian, how dare you insult me? Lu Mengyan's eyes blazed with fury upon recognizing him. Have I spoken incorrectly? Surely you have not forgotten the covenant between the Lu family and the Qin family so soon? You, Lu Mengyan, as the daughter of the family head, are bound by that covenant to marry into the Qin family. What does your engagement to another man signify? Is this not a breach of propriety? A betrayal of trust? If not, why did you seek out the covenant at my family's estate? Chun Yunxian retorted with a cold smirk. The Qin family, so it is that Chun family I had nearly forgotten. Yes, I recall now. The Lu family was but a vassal of the Chun family, and to better align themselves, A covenant was established mandating that the daughters of each generation marry into the Qin family. Yet, has not the Chun family long since fallen into decline? Does this covenant still hold any weight? Who can say what truly transpired? Perhaps the Lu family had entirely forgotten this matter. It was indeed unwise for the Chen family to appear under such circumstances. This young man's moment of bravado may spell disaster for them. A youth so unaware of the vastness of the world. In the eyes of the public, the Chen family has long lost its former glory, and Chen Yunxian, a mere junior, is hardly capable of stirring any significant waves. To act out of momentary bravado is far from a prudent choice. Even if one were to vent their frustrations, what would it achieve? Can the Qin family truly bear the consequences? Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that among this generation of the Qin family, there exists an intriguing young man? What is your name? The sovereign of the great Zhou kingdom laughed heartily, masking the emotions on his face. Qin Yunxian, he replied. Oh, is it just you from the Qin family who has come? The sovereign was also probing, trying to ascertain how many from the Qin family had arrived and their true intentions. After all, the whereabouts of the Chun clan were now shrouded in mystery, and even his own men had failed to track them down. Most importantly, had the rumored ancestral figure of the Chen family and the legendary talking dog made their way to the capital? Chun Yunxian gazed at the sovereign with unwavering resolve, devoid of any trace of fear. It is merely a gift. I alone am sufficient. With a smile, he continued, so, what is this gift you intend to present? Is it the contract between the Lu family and the Chen family from years past? Inquired the sovereign of the great Zhou. Certainly not. What I intend to offer is a letter of divorce. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. Insanity! This lad must be out of his mind. If he were to return the contract, perhaps the imperial family of great Zhou wouldn't be excessively enraged. But a letter of divorce? To present such a thing on another's joyous engagement day? Was he courting death? What did you say? A letter of divorce? I have never had a marriage contract with your Qin family. On what grounds do you? Before she could finish, Lu Mengyan interjected, stating that love was forbidden, and while there was no marriage contract, the agreement certainly existed and was no different from a betrothal. Chen Yunxian, have you come here today solely to humiliate me and the Lu family? Lu Mengyan glared at Chen Yunxian with gritted teeth, wishing she could devour him whole. Those who insult others shall be met with disdain in return. Your Lu family was treacherous first, and you, Lu Mengyan, have not upheld your duties. Such a person is not worthy of my family's consideration, nor do we desire you. This letter of divorce is my engagement gift to the two of you. I hope you won't take offense after all. It is the thought that counts. Would you not agree? Chen Yunxian remarked with a cold smirk. You seek death. The fifth prince could no longer contain his fury and leaped forward, charging directly at Chen Yunxian. How dare you presume to engage me in combat? Chen Yunxian cast a disdainful glance at the fifth prince, then unleashed a punch that sent him flying. What? How is this possible? The fifth prince, despite his youth, has already reached the 9th level of the condensed essence realm, making him one of the foremost figures among the youth of our great Zhou. How could Chen Yunxian, who appears to be of similar age, defeat him with a single blow? What cultivation level does this young man possess? I find it difficult to comprehend. Goodness, I too have realized I cannot fathom this young man's cultivation. At merely a dozen years of age, could it be that he has already attained the true Qi realm? It is impossible. I am indeed at the true Qi realm, yet I cannot see through him. What? Even at the true Qi realm one cannot perceive. Chen Yunxuan's actions left everyone astounded. No one anticipated that a descendant of the Qin family would manifest such prodigious talent. The first level of the extraordinary realm? How old are you now? Wei Tianfeng, one of the esteemed elders of the Qing sect and the maternal grandfather of the fifth prince, slowly inquired. 16. 16 years old? A 16-year-old at the first level of the extraordinary realm? How can this be? How has he cultivated to such a state? At merely 16 years of age, he has achieved this remarkable level? Even more astonished was Lu Chengfeng, who distinctly recalled that during his visit to the Chen family, Chen Yunxuan's cultivation was merely at the condensation realm. How much time has passed? 2 months? Has he truly advanced from the condensation realm to the extraordinary realm in just 2 months? Am I not dreaming? Goodness, A 16-year-old at the first level of the extraordinary realm? I've never heard of such a thing in my lifetime. Not only in our great Zhou kingdom, but perhaps throughout the entire northern region, he is one of the few exceptional talents. As Chen Yunxian rises, are there still those in the northern region who can rival him? Alas, he has revealed himself too soon. The royal family will not allow a tiger to return to the mountains. Chapter 20. 1 against 2, a dazzling display. A prodigy of extraordinary talent, possessing boundless potential. Alas, Chen Yunxian lacks the wisdom of patience and the understanding of subtlety. By revealing his exceptional abilities too soon, how could the royal family possibly allow such a threat to linger? While the extraordinary realm is formidable, there are numerous individuals within the royal circle who also wield such power. Furthermore, the two esteemed elders of the Shangqing sect are both at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. Chen Yunxian, is it? Quite impressive indeed. Speaking of grievances, they are merely remnants of a bygone rivalry between the Chen and Lu families, not yet reaching the precipice of life and death. Should you choose to join the Shangqing sect and take me as your master, I could overlook the recent incident. What say you? Wei Tianfeng inquired with a smile. An attempt to win him over? How remarkable that the first consideration was to entice. Truly, the thoughts of the esteemed elder of the Shangqing sect are distinct. Wei Tianfeng's actions garnered admiration from many, as they had not contemplated such an angle, their focus entirely on matters of face. Indeed, if you were to join the Shangqing sect, our royal family would also let bygones be bygones, added another esteemed elder, Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan, the ancestral figure of the great Zhou royal family, spoke with authority that naturally represented the entirety of the royal line. Grandfather, ancestral elder, you. The fifth prince could hardly believe that both his grandfather and his own ancestor did not stand in his favor. They wished to persuade Chen Yunxian? Is one who aims for greatness so easily deterred by trifles? The sovereign of the great Zhou cast an unpleased glance at the fifth prince. In truth, the current situation would yield the best outcome if Chen Yunxian were to concede. Father, silence. The sovereign of the great Zhou snapped, then turned to the head of the Lu family, inquiring with a smile, I trust the Lu family would not mind? Rest assured, the engagement will remain unaffected. The head of the Lu family quickly replied, I would not dare to oppose the sovereign's decision. Ah, you are indeed a discerning individual. The sovereign of the great Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Now all eyes were fixated on Chen Yunxian, as the moment awaited his decision. Chen Yunxian cast a glance at the lofty figures before him, offering a faint smile as he declared, I am resolute. You are unworthy of compelling Chen Yunxian to bow. Chen Yunxuan's path of cultivation is characterized by an unwavering resolve. How could he ever choose to yield? Moreover, what right does such a minor sect as the Shangqing sect have to invite him, Chen Yunxian, to join? Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Particularly, Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan were taken aback, unable to fathom that Chen Yunxian would so blatantly disregard their authority. Within the realm of the great Zhou, these two stood at the pinnacle. When had anyone dared to be so audacious? So, you are choosing to refuse a toast and instead accept a penalty drink? Wei Tianfeng asked, his expression cold. What toast? I, Chen Yunxian, shall decide for myself. You are not worthy, Chen Yunxian retorted coldly. The tone is rather audacious. I shall see what capabilities you possess to utter such words. No one anticipated that Wei Tianfeng would choose to take matters into his own hands. Given his stature, it seems rather unbecoming to personally confront a junior. Although this thought lingered in their minds, none dared voice it. I too wish to ascertain the fruits of my recent cultivation. Your actions align perfectly with my intentions. Chen Yunxian, far from feeling intimidated, became exceptionally exhilarated. His elation left everyone around him bewildered. How could he possibly be so joyous at such a dire moment? Was he truly so reckless with his life? In the next instant, a radiant golden light enveloped Chen Yunxian, and his figure transformed into a streak of gold, charging directly towards Wei Tianfeng.
Sans signe Chen Yunxian's formidable aura.
Wei Tianfeng felt a jolt of surprise. This young man possessed an unusual power. With a thunderous crash, Chen Yunxuan's fist managed to push Wei Tianfeng back over 10 meters. This spectacle left all present in sheer astonishment. How could this be? Wei Tianfeng was actually forced to retreat, a single punch repelling Wei Tianfeng? The ancestral words proved true. While cultivation level is significant, disparities in techniques and martial skills also profoundly influence one's strength. Even at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, one can still possess formidable combat prowess. A surge of joy filled Chen Yunxian's heart as he gained a clearer understanding of his own abilities. After all, throughout this journey, his strength had escalated rapidly, yet he had lacked the opportunity to unleash his full potential in battle. You, all come at me. Chen Yunxian gestured towards the distant Wu Yuan, eager to test whether he could withstand the onslaught of 2 peak extraordinary realm practitioners. What? He dares to take on 2 opponents? Madness! This young man is undoubtedly insane. With the 1st level of the extraordinary realm, he had already pushed Wei Tianfeng back, which granted him a certain audacity. However, it was evident that Wei Tianfeng had been careless and had not regarded Chen Yunxian seriously. Should he approach the fight earnestly, the outcome could be uncertain. This is indeed plausible. While others might be unaware, Wei Tianfeng recognized that he had initially underestimated his opponent. Upon sensing Chen Yunxuan's overwhelming momentum, he ceased to take him lightly. The previous strike, though not his most powerful, had not been delivered half-heartedly either. Young man, do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you impunity. Do you truly believe I am not your match? Wei Tianfeng's expression darkened as he advanced once more towards Chen Yunxian. I shall engage you as well. Wu Yuan chose not to remain a mere spectator, joining the fray. With Wu Yuan's involvement, Chen Yunxian found himself in a position to contend against 2 adversaries, engaging them in a back-and-forth that rendered it difficult to discern who held the advantage. How could this be? How could he possibly be this strong? Witnessing this scene, the 5th prince began to doubt his very existence. No one regretted more than the Lu family. The Chen family has truly risen, and with astonishing speed, Lu Mengyan's gaze towards Chen Yunxian underwent a profound transformation. He was, indeed, a true genius, a genuine child of destiny. If she were fortunate enough to wed such an individual, would her future not be exceedingly bright? She commanded the mobilization of all soldiers stationed near the capital to converge upon the vicinity of the royal palace. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they were to surge forth in unison, unleashing a barrage of arrows. I refuse to believe that this young man could withstand such relentless pressure indefinitely. He must not be allowed to leave the palace alive. At this moment, the ruler of the great Zhou kingdom recognized the stark reality. Reconciliation was impossible, and there was no opportunity for contrition. The only viable course of action was to eliminate Chen Yunxian. How intriguing, indeed! It is quite astonishing that within this humble realm of the great Zhou kingdom, such a remarkable youth exists. It seems that my journey here has not been in vain. Chapter 21. Chen Chang'an in action. Young Master Cheng, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, the ruler of the great Zhou kingdom could not help but display a gleeful expression. The Cheng family from the northern domain is a true aristocratic lineage, serving as a formidable support for the great Zhou kingdom. Isn't this an engagement banquet? Why has a fight ensued? Chan Yushu mused, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. After all, the youth embroiled in battle appeared to be only a few years her junior, yet his combat prowess was remarkably formidable. Chen Yushu, who held herself in high regard, believed that few individuals of her generation in the northern domain could compare to her. However, upon witnessing Chen Yunxian, she felt a twinge of inadequacy. After all, at Chen Yunxuan's age, she had not yet dared to confront 2 peak 9th realm extraordinary beings, let alone achieve a breakthrough to the 1st realm of the extraordinary. Uncle Lu, do you think this young man will prevail? Chen Yushu inquired with a smile. The elder behind her shook his head in response. This youth displays an impressive vigor, with techniques that are both imposing and powerful. However, his lack of combat experience is a significant drawback. Yet, I suspect his martial arts are anything but ordinary. Currently, the outcome remains uncertain, but the longer the battle endures, the more unfavorable it becomes for this young man. When his strength is exhausted, that will mark his defeat. After observing for a while, Uncle Lu shared his perspective. Indeed, your thoughts align closely with mine. Chen Yushu nodded and turned her gaze towards the ruler of the great Zhou kingdom, asking, who is the opponent? Indeed, this individual is named Chun Yunxian, a descendant of the Qin family. Young Master Cheng, do you truly believe he will be defeated? The ruler of the Great Zhou expressed concern. Since Uncle Lu believes so, it must not be a trivial matter. In that case, I shall rest easy. Young Master Cheng, please take your seat. Although everyone's attention was focused on the three combatants, some still noted Chun Yushu's arrival. Who is this person? Do you know? I'm not sure. Who could command such respect from the ruler within the Great Zhou Kingdom? Look at his seating position. Even the two esteemed elders of the Upper Clear sect have lower seating than him. Who on earth is he to hold such a high status? Do you think the ruler anticipated the Qin family's arrival and preemptively summoned assistance? Nonsense. Would the ruler fear the Qin family? Moreover, who could have foreseen such a prodigy emerging from the Qin family? True enough. But who exactly is this individual? The crowd was filled with curiosity about Chun Yushu's identity, yet after a few murmurs, their attention returned to the ongoing battle. Meanwhile, within the palace, Chun Chang'an and the large yellow dog were diligently searching for the whereabouts of the. Are you still able to find it? It has been quite some time. Are you not worried that Chun Yunxian might be killed? After searching for a while without success, the large yellow dog began to grow impatient. Death is merely a part of one's destiny. Moreover, with so many members of the Qin family, losing one could easily be compensated by nurturing another. Chun Chang'an remarked nonchalantly, "Goodness, you are more heartless than I am." "No, I am not heartless. I am a divine beast. Are you truly not the least bit concerned about that young lad?" De Huang inquired with curiosity. In order to grow, he must confront various trials. If he cannot handle a mere small nation like the Great Zhou, how will he fare in the world beyond? Could you assist me in locating the fetal pearl instead of fretting over these trivial matters? Chun Chang'an sighed, pondering whether the fetal pearl truly resided within the royal family's possession. Despite searching for quite some time, he had found nothing. I have already stated that this object possesses no aura. I cannot sense it at all. The only way to locate it is through your own efforts. I can merely help you conceal your presence from being detected. It is truly vexing. I have scoured every treasury within the palace. Could it be that it no longer lies in the hands of the royal family? After all, it has been in their possession for quite some time. If it has vanished, it is not entirely implausible. Aren't you curious about one thing? Suddenly, De Huang asked, "What is it? What purpose does this object serve for the royal family?" "What purpose?" Indeed, if others were to take the fetal pearl, it seems it would be of little use. Aside from Chun Chang'an, no one else could integrate it. So, if someone else were to take it, what would it be for? As they pondered, the man and the dog exchanged glances. De Huang could not suppress a mischievous chuckle, prompting Chun Chang'an to glare at him in irritation. "What use do you have for my concerns? I am not even a member of your Qin family." De Huang scoffed disdainfully at Chun Chang'an. "Curse it, these ungrateful descendants. Prodigals. Isn't it quite normal? Your Qin family has endured for countless generations. Throughout this process, it is only natural for a few prodigals to emerge. Not everyone can be like Chen Zhengyuan. Otherwise, your Qin family would not be left with only one fetal pearl among the 9. Although De Huang appeared to be offering wisdom, his tone was laden with mockery. Chun Chang'an, once again, had fallen prey to the folly of his descendants, much to the delight of many. Faced with De Huang's derision, Chun Chang'an felt helpless. It was an unavoidable reality. A millennium, a full 10,000 years, how did the Chen family allow the fetal pearl to be lost? Chun Chang'an was uncertain. However, he had formed some conjectures regarding the one lost in the Great Zhou. The Chen family, in decline, needed to establish roots, and they chose the Great Zhou. Upon their arrival, they naturally sought to forge connections. The royal family was an indispensable link. The Chun family likely possessed few means to build such connections. What could be more esteemed than the fetal pearl? After all, it is a treasure that has been passed down for nearly 10,000 years, and it would certainly impress anyone if spoken of. Moreover, the fetal pearl is entirely translucent, strikingly beautiful, and devoid of any aura, making it imperceptible to detection. Anyone who lays eyes upon this object would instinctively perceive it as a treasure worthy of thorough examination. This, without a doubt, was once graciously bestowed upon the royal family by the Chun clan. Initially, within the royal court, such an item might ignite their curiosity. However, as time elapses and its mysteries remain unsolved, it may ultimately be relegated to the status of an insignificant trinket. What becomes of a beautiful yet useless item? A crown or a diadem? How unfortunate! The mere thought of his potentially adorning a crown or diadem unsettles Chun Chang'an to his core. Yet, this is merely one possibility. Perhaps it is not the case at all. What do you plan to do now?
Da Huang inquired.
Well, within this palace there are numerous ladies. How about? Hehehe, we first engage with these individuals? Chun Chang'an replied with a mischievous grin. Hehehe, I like this idea. Let us go. Chapter 22. Breaking through in battle. Bang.
Bang! Bang!
As the resounding echoes reverberated through the air, countless noblewomen of the palace lay unconscious before Chun Chang'an. Da Huang, are you out of your mind? What on earth are you bringing this maid here for? Do you truly think the sovereign of the Great Zhou would bestow such a thing upon a mere maid? Observing De Huang's relentless enthusiasm in hauling people around, Chun Chang'an felt a headache brewing. Why did this fellow have such a penchant for engaging in these antics? You understand nothing. I'm merely trying to avoid detection.
Da Huang retorted.
Just take a look at how many noblewomen you've incapacitated in this palace. By the way, after searching so thoroughly, have you found anything? De Huang inquired with irritation. Not yet. Perhaps it isn't in the possession of these individuals. Chun Chang'an sighed in resignation. Oh, I see. You say we've already knocked them out. Why not make use of the situation? De Huang smirked at Chun Chang'an, his expression oozing with mischief. Chun Chang'an was well aware of De Huang's intentions. It was clear that as soon as De Huang had a moment, he would indulge in his depraved desires. This is nonsense. We are here to seek the fetal pearl, not to entertain such thoughts. This is absolutely unacceptable, Chun Chang'an declared with righteous indignation. Look, we haven't found the pearl yet. If we leave now, wouldn't that be a waste? I haven't indulged in such activities for years. Can't you allow me this one time? Are we not brothers? De Huang lamented. Though they were indeed brothers, Chun Chang'an realized that De Huang had not engaged in such behavior for quite a while. However, watching him do so was something Chun Chang'an found difficult to endure. No way, there's nothing to discuss. We must continue our search for the fetal pearl, Chun Chang'an asserted after a moment of contemplation, still refusing to relent. Then I shall not accompany you. You may proceed alone. De Huang dramatically flopped onto the ground, sulking. Seeing De Huang's petulant demeanor, Chun Chang'an took a deep breath to calm his restless mind. Listen here, De Huang. Since our departure, have you not feasted on enough delicacies? When have I ever denied you food or drink? Do you genuinely wish to indulge in human flesh before my very eyes? Is that not a bit excessive? And you still have the audacity to throw a tantrum? Though De Huang appeared to be a mere dog, he was, in essence, a Qilin, a ferocious divine beast. For him, consuming human flesh was not a rarity, considering he had once swallowed Chun Chang'an whole. Had it not been for Chun Chang'an's unique physique, he would have long since been reduced to mere waste. These noble women are all part of the great Zhou royal family, and you are their adversary. Did you not say that mercy is unnecessary when dealing with enemies? So what if I consume a few of them? I am merely helping you clear the obstacles.
Da Huang exclaimed in indignation.
These are the principles that Chun Chang'an imparted to Chun Yunxian, yet when it comes to his own situation, he can hardly bear to witness it. I am a compassionate person, unable to endure such scenes. You claim to be compassionate? Yet you taught Chun Yunxian to eradicate the roots of the problem. My teachings are my own, but it was Chun Yunxian who executed the actions, not me. What relevance does this have to me? Is there truly a distinction? Are you not the one who instigated him to kill? It is different. It is indeed different. He could have refused me, yet he did not. Thus it remains unrelated to me. Chun Chang'an, you are utterly shameless. You have known me long enough to discern my character. De Huang gazed at Chun Chang'an with disdain, then turned his attention to the unconscious woman before him, unable to suppress a gulp. This amount is sufficient for a meal. Is it truly inedible? I say, De Huang, if you shun delicacies from land and sea, why indulge in what they prepare? Is it truly so delectable? Just consider their heavy makeup. Are you not afraid it might be fatal? Chun Chang'an lamented. My physique, though not as robust as yours, is still quite resilient. How could it possibly be fatal? Besides, it has been a considerable time since I have eaten. I merely wish to savor it once more. Who decreed that one can only feast on exotic delicacies and not indulge in simpler fare?
Simpler fare?
You dare to call this simple? Enough of this chatter. Let us proceed ahead and see, for Yunxian has endured long enough. Indeed, this young man is impressive. His endurance is remarkable. Had he received proper nurturing from the outset, he might today be a paragon of excellence. De Huang held a high regard for Chun Yunxian, as both his innate strength and the exceptional talents he had encountered substantiated his commendation of Yunxian's gifts and potential. What Chun Yunxian lacks is a solid foundation, deprived of sufficient resources in his formative years. Otherwise, at 16, he would not possess merely his current cultivation level. It is astonishing. Is this Chun Yunxian even human? Faced with two peak practitioners of the ninth realm, he remarkably maintains his ground for so long. It is said that geniuses can challenge those beyond their level. Yet this Chun Yunxian seems excessively gifted. Does he not? In our great Zhou kingdom, no, across the entire northern region, have you ever encountered such a prodigy? Perhaps I have been woefully uninformed. I have never heard of such a talent. That Chun Yunxian has persisted until now has surprised everyone greatly. The Lu family members were filled with mixed emotions. Had it not been for those past events, had the Chun family not fallen and the Lu family not been ungrateful, would everything not have been different? He must die. His survival means doom for our Lu family. Despite their regrets, the head of the Lu family now desperately wishes for Chun Yunxian's immediate demise, for only then could he find peace. Equally desiring Chun Yunxuan's end is the sovereign of the great Zhou kingdom. As the battle has progressed to this point, he finds himself increasingly anxious. He had presumed that Chun Yunxian, with merely the first level of extraordinary cultivation, would not endure for long, yet unexpectedly, this young man proves to be remarkably tenacious. Young Master Chung, does Chun Yunxian appear to be at a disadvantage? The anxious monarch of the great Zhou kingdom inquired. Lu Bo, please share your thoughts. Chang Yushu replied nonchalantly. Indeed, young master, Chun Yunxian possesses formidable strength, and his abundant spiritual energy may well be a contributing factor to his combat prowess. If he were merely an ordinary first-tier transcendent, he would have long since exhausted his strength. However, Chun Yunxian is different, yet he cannot sustain this for long. Within 20 exchanges, he is likely to gradually tire, Lu Bo assessed. 20 exchanges? Upon hearing this, the monarch of the great Zhou kingdom sighed in relief. If that is the case, this farce should soon come to an end. Young man, your strength is indeed impressive, but do not presume that such power grants you the liberty to act as you please. You are still far from it. Both Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan harbored a sense of indignation. Before the gaze of the multitude, they found themselves cornered by a mere junior, a stain on their lives that would be indelible. Is that so? I beg to differ. Chun Yunxian retorted with a cold laugh, and in an instant, his aura surged dramatically. Break for me. The sudden shift took everyone by surprise, their expressions shifting dramatically, including Chang Yushu and Lu Bo, who were equally astonished. A breakthrough during combat? This young man has reached the second tier of the transcendent realm. Chapter 23. Unstoppable. A breakthrough in battle? This young man is indeed a prodigy. In the heat of combat, ordinary individuals must devote their entire being to the struggle, particularly in a scenario of facing two opponents. There exists no room for contemplation of cultivation or elevation of one's realm. Yet what of Chun Yunxian? Not only does he maintain an upper hand in battle, but he also manages to achieve a breakthrough at a critical moment. This is utterly unprecedented. Lu Bo, have you ever witnessed such a phenomenon? Chang Yushu inquired, furrowing his brow. I have not. Either this young man's technique is peculiar, or perhaps he has long possessed the potential to ascend to the second level of the extraordinary realm, merely suppressing his cultivation until now. I lean towards the latter interpretation, Lu Bo replied with a serious demeanor. Suppressing his cultivation? That is indeed a possibility. Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation and concern. If he is this difficult to contend with at the first level of the extraordinary realm, what becomes of us now that Chun Yunxian has ascended to the second level? As Chun Yunxian felt the surging power from his breakthrough, A smile graced his face. The ancestor was indeed correct. Combat is the most effective and expedient means to enhance one's strength. He turned to Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan, calmly proclaiming, "This battle should come to an end." "Humph, young man, do not speak so arrogantly. Do you truly believe that after a mere breakthrough you can trample us both?" Wu Yuan retorted angrily. "Truth will reveal itself in battle." Chen Yunxian refrained from further banter. In an instant he appeared before Wei Tianfeng. Wei Tianfeng, caught off guard by Chen Yunxuan's sudden emergence, had no time to react before a single punch sent him hurtling through the air. With that strike, Wei Tianfeng was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. What the hell? He has only just broken through, yet how can his strength have changed so drastically? Damn it! Wei Tianfeng could not even withstand a single blow. Is Chen Yunxian attempting to defy the heavens? Attempting? He has already defied them. What a terrifyingly formidable youth. As Wei Tianfeng was sent flying, all present stood in stunned silence, fully aware of Chen Yunxuan's prodigiousness, yet never anticipating it would reach such extraordinary heights. Wu Yuan was the first to regain his composure. His immediate desire was to flee from this place. Wish to escape? Did you seek my permission? Just as Wu Yuan intended to turn and flee, he discovered that Chen Yunxian had somehow appeared behind him, blocking his path of retreat. I admit, before he could utter the word defeat, Chen Yunxian unleashed another punch, leaving Wu Yuan with a fate akin to that of Wei Tianfeng. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere, as if the very heavens had been frozen. No one expected the final outcome to be Chen Yunxuan's resounding victory. This result was astonishing not only to the others but also to Chang Yushu and Lu Bo, who were equally taken aback. Especially Lu Bo at this moment felt his face flush with heat. He had just claimed that his opponent would be exhausted after 20 moves, yet here he was having broken through that limitation. Not only did he surpass expectations, but with a single punch, he managed to defeat both Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan. We have lost. From now on, we shall return to the Shangxing sect and never leave its confines again. You, Qin family, have triumphed. We concede. The two esteemed elders of the Shangxing sect acknowledged their defeat, choosing to remain within the sect for life. Chen Yunxian alone had rendered the foremost sect of the great Zhou nation powerless. Prior to this, had anyone uttered such a claim, they would surely have been deemed mad or dreaming. Yet this scene unfolded vividly before everyone's eyes. A farce. You believe you can simply depart after losing? If I were to lose, would you permit my exit? Do you truly think me so naive? Today, none of you shall leave. This was not merely a sparring match. It was a battle of life and death, distinguishing the strong from the weak and determining fate itself. How could one expect to speak a few words and then walk away after defeat? You do not overreach. Wu Yuan and his companion glared furiously at Chen Yunxian. Overreach? You attacked me with your peak cultivation at the 9th level of the transcendental realm. Have you considered who is truly overreaching? Had my strength been lacking, I would have long since become a corpse. Having lived for so many years, do you truly not understand? This world is but a cycle of kill or be killed. I came here prepared for the possibility of being slain by you or for slaying you myself. Upon hearing Chen Yunxuan's words, the crowd, though recognizing the validity of his arguments, felt he had acted excessively. What enmity could possibly exist between us? Is there truly no chance for reconciliation? Wei Tianfeng remarked with a frown. There was no enmity, yet by a twist of fate we find ourselves at odds. Furthermore, your Shangxing sect sent individuals to Yangguqing to strike against my Qin family. Do you genuinely believe my family would act as if nothing had transpired? The Shangxing sect sent people to Yangguqing to attack the Chen family? This revelation left the onlookers in astonishment, and even Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan appeared taken aback, for until today they had been entirely unaware. Who from the Shangxing sect committed such folly? Wei Tianfeng bellowed in rage. It was I. The third elder's face turned crimson. He had not intended to confess, but upon reflection, he realized that he was not the only one privy to the information. It was better to admit it than to have others disclose it. Who permitted you to act in such a manner? Wei Tianfeng's fury ignited upon seeing it was his own son. I merely... Enough. Does it matter who? The outcome remains unchanged. Chun Yunxian had no desire to engage in their futile discussions. Even if clarity were achieved, what of it? Reconciliation was utterly impossible. Young Master Chang, I implore you, you must save us. Regardless of the circumstances, our great Zhou kingdom is indeed a vassal of your esteemed family. You cannot simply stand by and watch us fall into peril, can you? The sovereign of Great Zhou quickly sought assistance from Chang Yushu. Chang Yushu cast a glance at the sovereign. Although the performance was rather captivating, his own status ultimately rendered him ill-suited to remain a mere spectator. Very well. Considering the integrity that your Wu family has exhibited over the years, I shall extend my aid. Upon concluding his words, Chang Yushu rose and directed his gaze towards Chun Yunxian. Chun Yunxian, is it? You are quite impressive. I am Chang Yushu, the young master of the Cheng family from the northern domain. Have you heard of me? Chang Yushu spoke with an air of calm authority. The Cheng family from the northern domain? Is it truly a member of the Cheng family? The crowd was taken aback, realizing the exceptional standing of Chang Yushu, which explained the sovereign's deference. The Cheng family was indeed a formidable presence in the northern domain. Never heard of it. The mere utterance of those 3 words drew a collective gasp from the onlookers. Was Chan Yunxian truly so audacious as to speak so defiantly in the presence of the young master of the Cheng family? Even if you have not heard of it, you ought to show some courtesy. Yet, Chen Yunxian genuinely had no knowledge of the Cheng family. His understanding of the great Zhou kingdom was limited, let alone that of the northern domain. Haha, you are quite an amusing individual. Surely you have heard of it now? Grant me the courtesy of letting today's matters rest. From this day forth you shall be a friend of the Cheng family. It is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. Having more friends is never a detriment. Wouldn't you agree? Chang Yushu inquired with a smile. Indeed, Chang Yushu, the young master of the Cheng family, exhibited remarkable magnanimity. His demeanor and composure were truly admirable. This was the distinguished bearing of a scion of a noble family. Witnessing it today was nothing short of extraordinary. In comparison, it seemed that Chun Yunxian appeared somewhat impetuous and petty. The discussions among the crowd were audible to both Chun Yunxian and Chang Yushu. The former remained unfazed, while the latter was inwardly pleased. Chun Yunxian met Chang Yushu's gaze and replied nonchalantly, I find him rather unimpressive. At these words, Chang Yushu's expression shifted. Refusing to toast and opting for punishment instead? Young man, do you truly wish to court danger? I dare say I will not meet my end today. Humph, you are gravely mistaken. Lobo. Yes, young master. Chapter 24. The extraordinary demon Chan Yunxian within the opulent chambers of the sovereign of the great Zhou kingdom. Chun Chang'an and De Huang squatted before a tea table, their gazes fixed intently upon the object resting upon it. Do you think this is the item? De Huang inquired after a prolonged silence. I am certain it is not. It cannot be, Chun Chang'an replied with unwavering conviction. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that it bears some resemblance, though perhaps a shade darker, De Huang countered, shaking his head in disagreement. I yearn for violence, Chun Chang'an declared, an aura of intense grievance emanating from him. Against whom? Everyone. That seems excessive. Perhaps you might first excavate the grave of your Chun family's descendant, and then deal with the ruler of the Great Zhou. If that fails to alleviate your ire, you could also annihilate his entire lineage. Slaughtering everyone is unwarranted. The others are innocent, De Huang remarked gleefully from the sidelines. Silence. This has nothing to do with me. I did not cause this mess, De Huang retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. What a calamity! What a calamity! Chun Chang'an lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes as he contemplated numerous possibilities, only for the worst outcome to materialize. The good news was that the fetal pearl had been located. The bad news was that Chun Chang'an regretted its discovery. Indeed, the precious fetal pearl lay in the possession of the royal family, specifically in the hands of the current ruler of the Great Zhou. How could such a significant artifact not be studied or gifted, yet be casually toyed with daily? The pearl was becoming almost unbearably polished from constant handling. It was dark and oily, making Chun Chang'an feel nauseated. How on earth could he integrate with it? Just the sight of it was revolting. Do you truly not want it? This is of utmost importance to you. Besides, it is not as if you must consume it. What is there to fear? De Huang said nonchalantly. To De Huang, the object was merely something that wasn't ingested, so a bit of dirtiness was inconsequential. Do you understand what it means to be disgusted?
No, I do not.
Fine, I cannot explain it to you, you who have consumed excrement. Chun Chong'an, you shall not defame me. When have I ever eaten excrement? When you devour humans, were their bowels emptied beforehand? This. So you assert I have consumed excrement? It seems. You may have a point. I have indeed eaten excrement.
Da Huang reflected earnestly,
as if trying to recall the taste. It digested too swiftly. I seem to have forgotten what it tasted like, he mused, even extending his tongue as if to savor the memory. Ugh, you are truly revolting, Chun Chong'an exclaimed, unable to endure any longer. Taking a deep breath, he ceased his banter with De Huang and redirected his attention to the fetal pearl upon the table. Damn it, I shall take the plunge. From the moment Chun Chong'an laid eyes on the fetal pearl, his body reacted fervently, urging him to hasten the integration with it. Had the pearl not appeared so refreshingly pristine, he would have already seized it for fusion. As he grasped the pearl, it responded in kind, transforming into a dark and oily radiance. Yet this time, it did not merge into Chun Chong'an's brow. Instead, it had reached the heart's core. A sigh of relief escaped as the body felt at ease, once again capable of absorbing spiritual energy. It appeared that, to further cultivate, all 7 remaining fetal pearls must be located. Chun Chong'an smiled and remarked, "All right, let us hasten our departure. If we linger too long, that rascal Chen Yunxian may not endure much longer." De Huang urged from the side, having been assisting Chun Chong'an in the search for the fetal pearls, missing the grand spectacle unfolding outside.
Bang!
Lu Bo once again repelled Chun Yunxian with a powerful strike, his previously indifferent expression beginning to shift. Was this youth truly fearless? Knowing he was outmatched, why did he persist in charging forward? You are impressive. Your talent and strength far surpass your peers. Yet, what drives you to act in such a manner? Knowing you cannot win, why do you continue? Lu Bo inquired, voicing the confusion brewing within him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chun Yunxian suddenly smiled at Lu Bo. So what if I am outmatched? Fleeing is not an option for me, nor is surrender. Your strength indeed exceeds mine, but that does not mean I shall yield. As long as I draw breath, I will fight until my last moment. Chan Yunxuan's words inspired considerable admiration. A cultivator ought to embody such resolve. Without the determination to push forward, how could one carve out their own destiny? Regrettably, Lu Bo was also struck by compassion. Such a talent should not perish here. Yet, duty to the young master compelled him to hold nothing back. I hope you do not regret your decision today. Before his words could settle, Lu Bo struck once more, this time with no intention of restraint, aiming to conclude the conflict directly. As Lu Bo launched his attack, Chun Yunxian unexpectedly closed his eyes. Witnessing this, the onlookers were filled with confusion. Had he not just declared his refusal to give up? Why this sudden resignation? Were they to witness him await his demise? Others were bewildered, and even Lu Bo furrowed his brow, uncertain of Chun Yunxuan's intentions. Just as Lu Bo's attack was mere moments away, an overwhelming aura erupted from Chen Yunxuan's body. Sensing this formidable energy, Lu Bo's expression changed, and he hastily shifted to a defensive stance.
Bang! Impossible.
What had Chun Yunxian done? Could it be that he was about to defy the heavens once again? This individual was a master of divine abilities. It was utterly astonishing. Before the eyes of all, Lu Bo was actually pushed back by the force radiating from Chen Yunxian. This revelation shattered their previous understanding of Chun Yunxian's strength. Doubts about life itself began to creep in. Was this truly a being of the extraordinary realm? Enlightenment. This youth had achieved enlightenment? Not only could he break through during battle, but he could also attain sudden understanding. To attain enlightenment is a dream coveted by many, yet it requires insight and opportunity. Who has ever achieved such clarity amidst the chaos of battle? What remarkable insight does this young man possess? Moments ago, Lu Bo was repelled, for Chen Yunxian had just entered a state of epiphany, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. Yet, this power is not everlasting. In essence, the Chun Yunxian in this state is akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Regrettably, Such moments of enlightenment are rare. However, in this precarious environment, it is tantamount to courting death. Lu Bo let out a resigned sigh, tinged with a hint of envy, for throughout his life, he had never experienced such a profound awakening. Young master, should you observe during this moment of enlightenment, it may prove beneficial for your cultivation, Lu Bo suggested, his implication clear. In this scenario, if Chang Yushu could gain insights, it might aid his own path of cultivation, though there was also an undercurrent of wanting to take advantage of another's vulnerability. Upon hearing Lu Bo's words, Chang Yushu furrowed his brow. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to act decisively to avoid unnecessary complications. Lu Bo, this Chang Yunxian is far too extraordinary. We cannot afford to grant him any opportunity. Eliminate him, Chang Yushu declared solemnly. His words elicited a collective sigh of relief from many present, who feared that should Chang Yushu acquiesce, Chang Yunxian might retaliate fiercely after his epiphany. I understand, Lu Bo replied with a reluctant nod, his gaze towards Chang Yunxian filled with complexity. What a pity it is. How long has it been since the northern region has seen such a prodigy, only to find that today he may perish by my hand. You lack the qualification to kill him, a sudden voice interrupted, startling the crowd. In the next moment, Chan Chang'an, accompanied by De Huang, appeared before Chang Yunxian, blocking Lu Bo's advance. Who is this? Another member of the Chun family? Chapter 25. Another prodigy? At a critical moment, Chan Chang'an and De Huang finally made their appearance. The sight of this extraordinary duo, a man and his dog, elicited a remarkable reaction from the crowd. After all, such a combination was indeed a rarity. It is him. It is him. At that moment, the expressions of Lu Changfeng and Lu Mengyan shifted dramatically. Wasn't he this the esteemed ancestor of the Chen family they had seen on that fateful day? He has arrived? He actually came along? Who is he? The head of the Lu family inquired in a low voice. On that day at the Chun residence, he was referred to as the ancestor by Chen Jingyuan. Chun Chang'an. Lu Chengfeng's voice boomed, perhaps overwhelmed by fear, as he nearly roared these words. The ancestor of the Chen family? What is happening? Does the Chun family truly have an ancestor? Suddenly, a recollection struck. After the Chun family had arrived in the Great Zhou Kingdom, there were whispers that indeed, an ancestor had been taken away by a formidable being. Yes, I remember now. At the time, no one paid much heed, assuming it was mere boasting from the Chen family. If such an ancestor truly existed, how could the Chen family have ventured into our territory? Could it be that this individual is indeed the ancestor of the Chen family? Yet, judging by his age, he seemed only a few years senior to Chen Yunxian. Moreover, his cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the condensation realm. The emergence of the Chun family ancestor was sensational news, and all eyes were fixed upon Chen Chang'an, with discussions buzzing around him. At this moment, Chang Yushu felt perplexed. How had the Chun family produced an ancestor? He seemed rather unimpressive, aside from his striking handsomeness, giving off an aura devoid of any discernible threat. Chun Chang'an, however, paid little attention to the murmurs surrounding him, instead casting his gaze towards Chen Yunxian. The young man's performance filled him with delight. The decision to let Chen Yunxian face matters alone stemmed from the desire for the latter to truly grow. He must confront various crises independently. Training is not merely talk. It demands practical engagement. I apologize, everyone. My junior from the Chen family may require a bit of your time. If you are not in a hurry, please bear with us, Chun Chang'an said with a gentle smile. You are the ancestor of the Chun family? Lu Bo regarded Chun Chang'an with a furrowed brow, momentarily at a loss on how to respond. What? Is there a problem? Chun Chang'an inquired with a smile. Seeing Chun Chang'an so nonchalantly dismissive of them, Lu Bo hesitated to act rashly and could only glance towards Chang Yushu, who was also feeling overwhelmed. Here he was merely representing the Chung family as a guest. Why was he thrust into such turmoil? The sovereign of the Great Zhou Kingdom was indifferent to Chun Chang'an's true nature, his entire focus fixated on De Huang. A talking dog. This must be that famous talking dog. What should I do? What course of action should I take? Rely on the Chung family? It appears that the Chung family can no longer be relied upon. The ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom glanced at Chang Yushu and noted the troubled expression on his face. Waiting any longer is not an option. The situation has escalated to a point of no return. The ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom is determined not to remain passive any longer. Since the Cheng family has proven unreliable, he must rely on his own strength. He commanded the mobilization of the 200,000 troops outside. The first order of business is to eliminate Chen Yunxian, followed by taking action against the Chen family's elder and the Great Yellow Dog. Regardless of the methods employed, a collective assault will surely overwhelm them. It is hard to believe that he can single-handedly slay 200,000 men. In desperation, the ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom opted for a strategy of sheer numbers. Even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, could he truly annihilate 200,000 combatants in an instant? Even if the elder of the Chen family cannot be killed, taking the opportunity to eliminate Chen Yunxian would still be a significant gain. Otherwise, the royal family would lose numerous lives for nothing. Lu Bo, let us depart. Suddenly, Chang Yushu's words solidified the ruler's resolve to fight to the bitter end. It seems Chang Yushu indeed has no intention of intervening any further. For the Cheng family, it is unnecessary to court excessive trouble. Should the royal family fall, they could easily support a new leader to take the helm of the Great Zhou Kingdom. The departure of Chang Yushu and Lu Bo heightened the tension in the atmosphere. The Great Yellow Dog glanced at Chen Chang'an and asked, "Are you truly allowing them to leave? What else should be done? They are Yunxian's adversaries. Let him handle them. My strength is too formidable. It would be inappropriate for me to intervene." Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. Hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed the eyes of the Great Yellow Dog. "You consider yourself too powerful? Though your combat prowess is extraordinary, you have only recently begun your cultivation and are merely at the first level of the condensation realm. In terms of combat strength, you are not even a match for Lu Bo. You merely possess resilience. Did you see that? Indeed. What the hell?" the Great Yellow Dog spoke. "It must be an illusion. How could a dog possibly speak? Could it be mutated? That makes sense. This dog is a mutated creature." The Great Yellow Dog's ability to articulate rendered everyone speechless, and many failed to consider the possibility of the Great Yellow Dog being a high-level demon beast. After all, such a being was beyond their comprehension. This is the essence of the saying, "The ignorant are fearless." I care not whether you are the elder of the Chen family or merely a charlatan of the first level of the condensation realm. I am indifferent to why this dog of yours can speak. Today, the royal family will not allow you to succeed or leave with smiles on your faces. Even in death, I shall ensure you pay the price. The sudden roar of the ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom took everyone by surprise. With the Cheng family departed, why did he suddenly become so defiant? Could it be that he intends to perish alongside them? Damn it! How did a perfectly fine engagement banquet devolve into this chaos? Depart swiftly to avoid involving the innocent. Hasten your exit from this place of turmoil. Indeed, make haste, for delay may render your escape impossible. It is only now that the guests contemplate fleeing this locale, yet the opportunity has slipped through their fingers. Outside the palace, an army of 200,000 stands ready, awaiting the sovereign's command to spring into action. "He seems to harbor a degree of disdain for you," remarked the Great Yellow with a grin directed at Chen Chang'an. "It appears, however, that the disdain he harbors is more aptly directed at you." Chen Chang'an retorted nonchalantly. There seems to be a semblance of truth in that. Nevertheless, let it be known that I shall not intervene lightly. Thus, this matter rests solely upon your shoulders." The Great Yellow, reveling in the unfolding spectacle, found the notion of participating rather mundane. "Allow me to take the lead, but first, do assist me in maintaining order. I would prefer they do not create chaos. Let me observe the efficacy of this second embryonic pearl," Chen Chang'an declared with a smile. "No problem," he replied. With a subtle smile, Chen Chang'an commenced his cultivation. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him like a tidal wave. What is happening? Why has this spiritual energy suddenly vanished? It is he. He is actually cultivating. What? He is truly engaged in cultivation? Could it be that he genuinely possesses only the first level of the condensation realm? It appears to be the case. Yet, his rate of absorbing spiritual energy is astonishing. Why does it feel as though the entire capital's spiritual energy has evaporated in an instant? Terrifying. Prodigy, yet another prodigy. Chapter 26. The unprecedented speed of breakthrough in the eyes of many. Chen Chang'an's performance paled in comparison to that of Chen Yunxian. After all, Chen Yunxian wielded extraordinary prowess at the first and second levels of the transcendent realm, cutting a swath through his opponents, even managing to contend momentarily with formidable beings of the divine passage realm. Such strength was indeed astonishing. Conversely, Chen Chang'an, at the first level of the condensation realm, although his speed in absorbing spiritual energy was relatively swift, he remained merely at the first level of the condensation realm, nothing more. Yet, the ruler of the great Zhou kingdom and his companions felt a surge of hope. There is an opportunity. Surely, there is a chance. We must not grant him any time. Seizing this moment, let us strike together, the ruler of the great Zhou kingdom declared solemnly. The first to react were the two peak experts of the transcendent realm, Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan. Indeed, following Chang Yushu's departure, they stood as the strongest forces in this place. You deal with Chen Yunxian. I shall take care of the other, Wei Tianfeng said, fixing his gaze on Wu Yuan. Very well. Let us act in unison to eliminate these two and avert the crisis.
Wu Yuan replied in a grave tone.
With that, the two charged towards Chen Chang'an and Chen Yunxian. De Huang, however, could scarcely spare them a glance, lazily sprawled on the ground, pondering what delectable treat he might enjoy next.
Humans.
Forget it. They are merely a source of waste, and I shall never partake in them again. Chen Chang'an's earlier words had indeed instilled a significant psychological shadow upon him. Wait a moment. Humans produce waste, and so do animals and demonic beasts. Does that mean I can eat nothing at all in the future? What a cruel world. Boom! Boom! With two resounding crashes, De Huang was jolted from his ruminations on waste. How could this be possible? Why is this happening? Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan both wore expressions of bewilderment. This was clearly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why had they faltered? Why could they not even approach? What had transpired moments ago? They hadn't quite grasped it. It seemed as if they had been repelled. Repelled indeed, but by what force? How the hell should I know? Curiously, it was all quite strange. Everyone wore expressions of confusion, which only served to fill De Huang with disdain. What manner of wretched place is this? The great Zhou kingdom is incredibly backward. They do not even comprehend the concept of barriers. Is there not a single individual who understands such things? For De Huang, establishing a barrier was an exceedingly simple task, considering that those he faced were mere ants in his eyes. They were merely posturing. I refuse to believe that there exists such a bizarre phenomenon in this world. Archers, prepare. Fire at will. At the command of the ruler of the great Zhou kingdom, the archers formed ranks, aiming at the area where Chen Chang'an and Chen Yunxian stood, launching a volley of arrows. Release. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew towards Chen Chang'an and Chen Yunxian. Yet without exception, they were all thwarted by the barrier. Damn it. Continue. Fire. As the arrows rained down persistently, Chen Chang'an's cultivation began to ascend steadily. What an astonishing sight! Has he truly ascended to the second level of the condensation realm? Wait a moment, could it be the third level? There was no movement for quite some time, yet suddenly his progress has surged so rapidly. Incredible. Now he is at the fourth level. My heavens! How can this be? I have never witnessed such a rapid advancement in cultivation. The fifth level already? Is it truly the fifth level? As he spoke, Chen Chang'an's cultivation soared, reaching the fifth level of the condensation realm. It took merely a handful of breaths for him to ascend from the second to the fifth level, and he showed no signs of halting. How has this lad's ability to absorb spiritual energy become so extraordinary? Compared to that day in Yangui City, his speed has increased by more than 100-fold, perhaps even 1,000 or 10,000 times. While others may not have noticed, De Huang's keen perception revealed that in such a brief span, Chen Chang'an had completely depleted the spiritual energy of the entire Dezhou kingdom. Let us not dwell on the sheer volume of spiritual energy available in the Dezhou kingdom. The velocity of this depletion is unprecedented. Quick! We must stop him. Why are you all standing there in shock? If you wish to survive, do not hesitate. Act now. As he observed Chen Chang'an's continuous ascension, the ruler of the Dezhou kingdom erupted in furious roars. His ire was directed not only at the 200,000 troops but also at Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan. as well as the Lu family and all who stood in solidarity with him. Indeed, he could not allow Chen Chang'an to continue his breakthrough. Everyone unite, charge. They employed every means at their disposal, their singular aim being to eliminate Chen Chang'an and Chan Yunxian. Yet, regardless of their efforts, it was all in vain. The barrier set by De Huang was insurmountable for them. Alas, such futility, why even try? De Huang, bored, simply rolled over, as if observing a troop of clowns capering before him. He has reached the 9th level of the condensation realm. His cultivation has indeed broken through to the 9th level. How astonishingly swift! He has transcended to the true Qi realm. My goodness, is cultivation truly this simple? Is a breakthrough this effortless? I no longer wish to cultivate. Neither do I. The disparity is simply too vast. Could this be the correct approach to cultivation? Many who witnessed Chen Chang'an's ascent began to question their very existence. They had seen breakthroughs before, but who has ever witnessed one unfold in such a manner? Has he reached a standstill? Upon breaking through to the 1st level of the true Qi realm, it was no surprise that Chen Chang'an once again encountered a bottleneck. Is it over? De Huang inquired curiously. Yes, it is over. The spiritual energy of the Dezhou kingdom is somewhat lacking. We should have prepared more spirit stones. Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly. What do you mean, somewhat lacking? Isn't it sufficient for your breakthrough? De Huang asked, intrigued. It is an indescribable feeling. How should I articulate it? The realm has been reached, yet I find myself halted. The body serves as a vessel. Though the realm has reached its lip, the vessel itself should be capable of accommodating more. However, before I could fully absorb the spiritual energy, my realm unexpectedly ascended, resulting in the container remaining unfilled with the essence. For an ordinary person, even after a breakthrough in their realm, they would still be able to absorb spiritual energy subsequently. Yet, it seems my realm operates like a switch. Upon reaching a certain level, it simply closes the door to absorbing energy. It is quite disheartening. Chen Chang'an let out a resigned sigh. This situation is akin to food getting stuck in one's throat. You are not satiated, yet you cannot consume anything further, firmly trapped. I have never encountered such a scenario. However, considering the absurdities that transpire in your life, this hardly seems outrageous. De Huang remarked nonchalantly. Perhaps so. Chen Chang'an nodded thoughtfully, then turned his gaze towards the enemies rushing from beyond the barrier. They are truly relentless. De Huang, release the barrier, for I wish to test my current strength. Chen Chang'an said with a faint smile. I am curious as well. De Huang chuckled, and with a mere thought, the barrier was instantly dismantled. The moment the barrier fell, everyone felt a powerful aura erupting from Chen Chang'an's being. Caught off guard, they were all thrust back several meters. Is he not at the 1st level of the true Qi realm? How could he possess such a formidable presence? He has completed his breakthrough. The opportunity has arrived. Everyone, charge. Chen Chang'an glanced at the crowd and calmly declared, this farce must come to an end. Chapter 27. The opening of the ranking's sword energy surged across 30,000 miles. A single sword's glow chilling the 19 continents. Chen Chang'an wielded his finger as a sword, flicking it with a flourish, unleashing a wave of sword energy that surged towards the crowd like a mighty torrent. Wherever the sword energy passed, not a blade of grass could survive. The onlookers merely sensed a flash of sword light, and in the next moment, the world seemed to descend into a profound silence. Upon closer inspection, the ground was strewn with corpses. Could such devastating power truly emanate from just a single stroke of sword energy? Bang! The sovereign of the Great Zhou knelt down, utterly defeated. Who could have anticipated that Chen Chang'an's strength was so overwhelmingly formidable? Numbers, after all, do not always equate to victory. Chen Chang'an regarded the Great Zhou sovereign with a calm demeanor and remarked, though the palace grounds are limited, only a few thousand soldiers could charge in. Even so, Chen Chang'an's sword was astonishing enough to slay tens of thousands with a single stroke. Was he even human? The Great Zhou sovereign now fully understood that no matter how he commanded, the soldiers outside would not dare to enter. To step inside was akin to courting death. Who would willingly seek their demise? No matter how many there were, they would merely serve to allow Chen Chang'an to wield his fingers a few more times. I wish to know, who are you truly? Grant me clarity before my demise. The Great Zhou sovereign implored Chen Chang'an. I cannot fulfill that wish. Chun Chong replied tersely, and without further ado, he struck down the remaining adversaries. What began as an engagement banquet transformed into a calamity for the entire Great Show. The two esteemed elders of the Qingyun sect, alongside numerous elders and disciples, were annihilated. The royal family was left with no survivors, and the Liu clan was eradicated. Though many guests were not killed, they nonetheless suffered from this unforeseen catastrophe. After resolving the chaos, Chun Yunxian slowly opened his eyes. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. "They're all dead? Ancestor, did you intervene?" Chun Yunxian looked at Chun Chong'an, feeling a twinge of shame. They had agreed to let him handle the matter, yet it had ultimately fallen to Chun Chong'an's hands. Achieving enlightenment amidst battle is not necessarily a fortuitous event. Had I not been here, you might have lost your life today. Enlightenment is indeed a positive occurrence, but to attain it in the throes of life and death is altogether a different matter. You are right, Ancestor. I shall strive to exercise greater control in the future, Chen Yunxian responded, feeling abashed. Strive to control it? Can you truly manage such enlightenment? De Huang expressed a hint of astonishment. I believe. Perhaps I can, Chun Yunxian replied earnestly, nodding. By heavens, what a prodigy! Even a being of De Huang's caliber couldn't help but exclaim. Chun Yunxuan's extraordinary talent was on par with, if not superior to, those so-called geniuses. I am perplexed. How could such a gifted individual have been so unremarkable before the age of 16? What were you doing all that time?
Da Huang queried, bewildered.
Upon hearing De Huang's words, Chun Yunxian felt somewhat embarrassed, offering a wry smile as he explained. Senior De Huang, I did put in a great deal of effort before. Perhaps it was just a sudden moment of clarity. A sudden moment of clarity? That seems plausible. In the small town of Yanguiqing, where resources and cultivation techniques are scarce, it is only natural for Chun Yunxian to be overlooked. Had it not been for Chun Chong'an's return, Chun Yunxian would likely still be indistinguishable from his past self. What insights have you gained this time? Chun Chong'an inquired. In response to the ancestor's question, I feel that my cultivation realm has become more stable through this epiphany. Although my level has not increased, my strength feels greater than before. Moreover, I have comprehended the concept of intent. Intent? While some individuals in the realm of the extraordinary can grasp intent, Chun Yunxian has only begun earnest cultivation recently. What kind of intent have you comprehended? You practice the Supreme Overlord Body technique, pursuing the path of boldness and dominance. This intent is likely closely related to the idea of Overlord. Is it not? Chun Chong'an asked. As the ancestor stated, the intent I have comprehended is indeed characterized by dominance. I can envelop my entire being in this aura and project my presence outward, which greatly enhances my combat prowess, Chun Yunxian replied, his excitement evident. In the vast world of intents, Chun Yunxian's seems uniquely his own. At least, Chun Chong'an had never heard of such an intent before. Does this intent have a name? I wish to name it. The Heavenly Unity Intent. Heavenly Unity Intent? The foremost in the world, unrivaled? While it may not be particularly exquisite, it is still commendable. Let us depart. Our business here is concluded. We should rendezvous with Chun Zhengyuan and the others, Chun Chong'an said calmly. Understood. Wait, something feels amiss. Just as they were about to leave, De Huang suddenly called out to Chun Chong'an and Chen Yunxian. Chun Chong'an furrowed his brow. It was rare to see such a shocked expression on De Huang's face. Just as he was about to inquire, he too noticed an anomaly. Both Chun Chong'an and Chen Yunxian looked up, realizing that the entire sky had become enveloped by an unseen energy. A radiant spectrum of colors flickered in the heavens above. Heaven and earth are exhibiting anomalies? De Huang, is something significant about to occur? Chun Chong'an asked, his brow furrowed. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, and it was evidently De Huang's first as well. I am uncertain, but I sense. This energy is terrifying, De Huang replied solemnly. Terrifying? At that moment, Mu Yunyao had just arrived near Yunshao Peak. Given her strength, it took her over 10 days to reach this point, highlighting the distance from the Great Zhou Kingdom. At this time, she was not the only one near the periphery of Yunshao Peak. Many forces had dispatched individuals to closely observe the peak's every movement. On the summit of Yunshao Peak, The energy fluctuations were even more pronounced, with the elusive spectrum of colors emanating from that very location. The disturbances at Yunshao Peak. Could it be that the legendary ranking of people is finally about to be unveiled? Uncertain. This is the first time I have encountered such a matter. Nevertheless, we have accomplished our task. Indeed, let us return to report. Come. The disturbances at Yunshao Peak prompted all factions to withdraw their representatives. Observing their departure, Mu Yuneo shook her head. It seemed that, among her contemporaries from years past, few remained in this world. Otherwise, how could they engage in such foolishness? The human ranking is to be unveiled, visible to all. There is no need for them to linger here as sentinels, nor for them to return to report. If the human ranking is truly to be revealed, before they even reach back, the entire world will already be aware. Their journey would be in vain. Had they known it would commence so swiftly, they might have chosen not to come at all. Mu Yuneo gazed at the resplendent hues emanating from the summit of Yunshao Peak, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. After tens of thousands of years, the triad of heaven, earth, and man is finally set to reemerge in this realm. Yet, what transformations will this bring to the Taishan realm? Just as Mu Yuneo pondered, the human ranking suddenly soared from the pinnacle of Yunshao Peak, ascending into the sky. The human ranking is finally about to be unveiled. Chapter 28. The terrifying count at this moment. The entirety of the Taishan realm had its gaze fixed upon the heavens. As the human ranking ascended into the sky, it unfurled like a magnificent scroll, seemingly intent on enveloping the entire firmament. Yet within this revealed list, not a single word could be discerned. What is going on? Does anyone have any insights? I am uncertain. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Surely something significant must have transpired. It is obvious, isn't it? There must be a momentous event unfolding. In an instant, the people of the Taishan realm began to speculate, for very few were aware of the existence and purpose of the human ranking. To their astonishment, after such a long interlude, the three rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity had finally manifested once more. The unveiling of the human ranking heralded yet another cycle. Who among them would rise above the rest, and who would fade from the annals of history? Meanwhile, within the royal palace of the Great Zhou, Chun Chong'an gazed at the unfurling human ranking in the sky, casting a puzzled glance at De Huang. Have you ever seen anything like this? What do you make of it? Chun Chong'an inquired. I have not seen it before, but it certainly feels extraordinary. De Huang replied. Of course, it is apparent to even the dimmest of minds that it is no ordinary sight. Noting De Huang's uncertainty, Chun Chong'an refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to observe the celestial anomaly for any additional developments. Moments later, lines of small characters began to materialize upon the human ranking. The script was not particularly large and resided high in the sky, yet curiously, both cultivators and ordinary folk could read it with utmost clarity. It was as though the text floated right before their eyes. Merely gazing upward would reveal its contents. The human ranking has been unveiled? So this is what it is called? What exactly is the human ranking? What purpose does it serve? It must be some sort of list, though its precise nature remains unclear. Enough chatter. The rules are laid out below. Read for yourself. The unveiling of the human ranking is governed by the following rules. Any individual in the Taishan realm under the age of 30, regardless of their status as a cultivator, may participate. The first phase will rank participants according to their cultivation levels. The duration is set for 3 years, with updates to the rankings occurring annually. After 3 years, the final list of 500 selected individuals will be determined. Those who are ranked will receive a boon from the Heavenly Tao. A boon from the Heavenly Tao. So, after being ranked, one can receive such a gift? This reward is enough to drive everyone into a frenzy. Even those prodigies who had previously heard whispers of it could not help but feel a surge of excitement and fervor upon encountering the rules. The first phase? Does this imply there will be a second phase? The last human ranking was not this intricate. Upon the emergence of the human ranking rules, having experienced the previous iteration of the 3 rankings, she recalled that the human ranking merely conducted a preliminary selection, identifying 500 of the most gifted youths for subsequent selection in the Earth ranking. However, the presence of the term first phase this time suggested that after the selection of these 500 individuals, A second stage of evaluation might await them. More text is appearing. Is it a ranking list? SNT, this list updated only once a year? Why has it appeared now? I see. It must be a preliminary assessment and ranking of the young talents in our Taishan realm. How exhilarating. I am eager to see what level of prowess the foremost among this younger generation has attained. Being under 30, even for a genius, there must be some limitations, right? It shouldn't be too outrageous. Here it is. My goodness, they are starting with the first place? As the crowd buzzes with discussion, they discover that the name at the top of the announced list is indeed the first place. First place. Nia Haoyan, age 29, cultivation, first level of transformation realm. Transformation realm? A 29-year-old at the transformation realm? What is this realm? I have never heard of it. The highest realm I know of is merely the divine passage realm. How terrifying. The outside world must be perilous. What does that have to do with you? What can you do if you go out? Can't I just express my sentiments? Fine, fine, carry on with your reflections. Once the first name was revealed, everyone began to chatter. At this moment, Nia Haoyan gazed upon the rankings with a proud expression. Indeed, the foremost among the younger generation is none other than myself, he declared with satisfaction. How infuriating. Clearly, we are all at the first level of transformation realm. Why does he get to be first? Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Second place. Yi Baiming, age 29, cultivation, first level of transformation realm. Third place. Gu Fengyao, age 29, cultivation, first level of transformation realm. Fourth place. As the list continued to be revealed, the crowd was astonished to find that the top 5 were all at the first level of transformation realm. This age and level of cultivation left many in the Taishan realm in awe. It also made them acutely aware of the disparities that exist. The transformation realm is a height that many may never reach in their lifetimes, yet these youngsters have achieved it before turning 30. Elder, I have made the list as well, but my ranking. Chun Yunxian finally spotted his name on the list, but it was far too low, placing him thousands of ranks behind, which dealt a blow to his spirits. The Taishan realm is vast, and achieving the extraordinary realm at just 16 is already quite commendable. Others have merely capitalized on their age advantage. Now that you are at the extraordinary realm, given another decade, what level of cultivation could you reach? Do not despair, you still have 3 years. Upon hearing Chun Chang'an's words, Chun Yunxian took a deep breath to steady his emotions. The elder is right. There are still 3 years left. They have merely started their training a few years earlier than I have. I shall strive for a place on this ranking list. Seeing that Chun Yunxian was not overly affected, Chun Chang'an nodded with satisfaction. Alas, it seems this endeavor is not destined for me, as my age is rather advanced. De Huang, what are you still gazing at? Chun Chang'an inquired curiously upon noticing De Huang's unwavering fixation on the list. I am pondering whether this list encompasses the names of all individuals under 30. What an extensive number that would be. Surely, the population of those under 30 in the Taishan realm is substantial. What is the current count? 397,857,653. In such a brief span, how could so many names emerge? Chun Chang'an raised his gaze, observing the astonishing speed at which names were appearing, with hundreds manifesting in the blink of an eye. It has surpassed 1 billion, breached the 1 billion mark. So many individuals? This is utterly extraordinary. My goodness! With such a multitude, only 500 will ultimately be chosen? This is not merely a selection of 1 in 10,000. It is akin to 1 in 10 million. At this juncture, everyone began to grasp the sheer magnitude of the population in the Taishan realm. Astonishingly, the number of individuals under 30 had reached such heights. What would the total be if one considered everyone? Yet, this figure showed no signs of ceasing, as if the entire sky were destined to be consumed by the names on the list. Could this be overly outrageous? Look, even the names of young children are appearing now. Does the ranking believe that these children can attain the qualifications for selection within a mere 3 years? You know nothing. This ranking is a manifestation of the heavenly Tao. The rules are established thus. Therefore, within the parameters set, every name will be revealed, regardless of whether they ultimately make the list. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Is it over? Has it come to an end? It seems that no new names are continuing to appear. 2,800,000,000? There are actually over 2,800,000,000 individuals? This is an astonishing figure, encompassing all those under 30, even including some newborns. Is that it? Why has the list vanished? Once the list was fully revealed, it abruptly disappeared from the sky. I understand now. The next appearance will likely be a year from now when the list is updated. Chapter 29 Farewell to the Chun family. Departing from the northern region, the disappearance of the human ranking was as if it had never existed at all. Yet now, the entire Taishan realm was engulfed in frenzy due to the unveiling of this ranking. It was a divine gift from the heavenly Tao. Indeed, a remarkable boon. Even if one could not vie for a position among the top 10, securing a place within the top 100, or even the 500th rank, was still a commendable achievement. Chun Chang'an, however, paid little heed to the activation of the human ranking, as it bore little relevance to him. After departing from the capital of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Chun Chang'an and his companions arrived at the predetermined meeting place agreed upon with Chun Zhengyuan. Ancestor, you have arrived. They greeted him. With the unveiling of the human ranking yesterday, I wonder if you are aware of what it truly entails. In Chun Zhengyuan's mind, Chun Chang'an was a superlative being who had lived for millennia. Surely he could not be oblivious to the significance of the human ranking. The human ranking is a list manifested by the heavenly Tao, Chun Chang'an explained. And then? What then? I know as much as you do. This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. The revelation that the ancestor was also uninformed surprised them. Chun Chang'an nodded, refraining from fabricating any tales. There was no need for pretense. Let us return to more pressing matters. The issues concerning the Great Zhou Kingdom have been resolved, and that place is no longer suitable for the Chun family. Henceforth, our sole objective is to establish ourselves as the foremost family in the northern region. The foremost family in the northern region? The task appeared rather formidable for them. Although the strength of the Chun family had been rapidly advancing, it was still insufficient when considering the vastness of the northern region. Observing the anxiety among the group, Chun Yunxian smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. With my presence, I shall ensure that the Chun family becomes the leading family in the northern region. Chun Zhengyuan scrutinized his son intently, sensing a transformation in Chun Yunxian after their journey to the capital. He had matured significantly, exuding a more formidable presence that instilled a sense of pressure. Yunxian, you have your own mission. Ancestor, what is my mission? Chun Yunxian inquired, puzzled. Your task is to become the preeminent figure in the northern region within a year. Remember, it is the foremost person in the northern region, not merely the leading youth. Chun Chang'an's words left Chun Yunxian momentarily speechless. To become the strongest in the northern region within a year. The mightiest among them was at the peak of the 9th layer of the divine transformation realm. Did this imply that he needed to elevate his cultivation to the divine transformation realm and surpass that pinnacle within a single year? Chun Yunxian felt a considerable weight upon his shoulders. Although his current progress was swift, he understood that advancement would inevitably slow at higher realms. Achieving the divine transformation realm within a year was indeed a daunting challenge. Rest assured, Ancestor, I will undoubtedly become the foremost figure in the northern region within a year. I shall not disappoint you, Chun Yunxian declared with unwavering determination. Excellent. Once you attain the status, your path shall lead you beyond the 4 regions and into the central heavenly domain. The central heavenly domain? Once, the Chun family resided in the central heaven domain, which could be deemed as the gathering place of celestial energies, while the 4 outer domains were merely barren lands on the periphery of the Taishan realm, looked down upon and disregarded by the inhabitants of the central heaven domain. In Chun Yunxuan's eyes, the northern domain, though vast, was but a mere fragment when compared to the central heaven domain. To attain true strength, one must venture into the central heaven domain. Chun Yunxian cast a serious glance at Chun Chang'an, a foreboding feeling stirring within him. Elder, are you planning to leave? Chun Chang'an had suddenly spoken extensively and made arrangements for both the Chun family and himself, clearly indicating his intention to depart. Upon hearing this, Chun Zhengyuan and the others became anxious. Had the elder not returned for long, only to be on the verge of leaving again? Indeed, I am leaving, Chun Chang'an affirmed with a nod. His prolonged stay here had already exceeded his original plan. According to his intentions, after departing from Mu Yunyao, he had intended to traverse the mortal realm leisurely with De Huang. The sole reason for returning to the Chen family was to observe how the bloodline he once belonged to was faring. He had not anticipated discovering the matter concerning which led to a series of subsequent events. Now that most matters had been addressed, Chen Chang'an was ready to depart, seeking both to enjoy life and to search for the whereabouts of the elder. Will you return? Chen Zhengyuan inquired reluctantly. Perhaps one day, we shall reunite in the central heaven domain. There will surely come a day when we meet again. He then presented 2 transformation pills, instructing, keep these. Use them only in dire circumstances, unless the Chen family faces life and death. The transformation pills in Chen Chang'an's possession could elevate a person's cultivation to the transformation realm instantaneously, regardless of their prior level of cultivation. However, the downside was that one could only remain at the transformation realm for the rest of their life, and their prowess would pale in comparison to those who gradually cultivated their way there. These pills were meant solely for life-saving measures in desperate times. Thank you for your generous gift, Elder. Chen Zhengyuan expressed gratitude. Regardless, you are of my lineage, and consider this a parting gift. He continued, the path ahead will depend upon your own endeavors. Do not forget, the Chen family once basked in glory. You are no less than anyone else. Yes, Elder. Our paths shall cross again. With a serene smile, Chen Chang'an turned to depart with De Huang. As the figure of Chen Chang'an receded, the members of the Chen family were filled with mixed emotions. Perhaps from the moment Chen Chang'an appeared, they had found a source of strength and support. Though they understood he would not remain with them indefinitely, they had not anticipated his departure would come so swiftly. Chen Yunxian gazed intently at Chen Chang'an's retreating silhouette, silently vowing that he must journey to the central heaven domain and become a formidable force. Not merely for the sake of personal acclaim, nor solely to rise above the crowd, but rather and more importantly, to avoid disappointing our esteemed ancestor. I am determined to lead the Qin family to unprecedented heights. I shall not betray the trust that our forebear has placed in me. Ancestor, we shall meet again. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yunxuan's gaze once again became resolute. Father, it is time for us to depart. I fear that I will not remain in the Qin family for the coming year. I intend to dominate the northern domain during this time. Chen Yunxian spoke earnestly. Very well. Go forth with confidence. I shall manage the family affairs here. Moreover, with the spirit transformation pills left by our ancestor, you need not harbor any concerns. Remember, do not bring shame upon the Chen family, and certainly do not disgrace our ancestor. I have faith that you will succeed. Indeed, Father. After a firm nod, Chen Yunxian turned away without a glance back. It is time for us to strive as well. Yes, Master. Chapter 30. The Central Domain. Langya, I had thought you would remain with the Chen family, waiting for them to flourish and for Chen Yunxian to mature. Yet you depart now, placing your trust in that young lad? He is undoubtedly a prodigious talent among the descendants of the Qin family. Upon hearing De Huang's words, Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly, Chen Yunxian has his own path to tread. He must confront challenges and grow on his own. Even if he were to meet an untimely end, it would be his fate. Besides, remaining in the Qin family is rather dull. The vibrant world outside is far more enticing. De Huang shook his head in resignation, having anticipated a shift in Chen Chang'an's demeanor upon returning to the Qin family. To his surprise, the moment he stepped away, he reverted to his true self. So, where shall we go? De Huang inquired curiously. To the central domain, Langya. Langya? The name felt vaguely familiar to De Huang, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. However, he was certain that during their escapades, he and Chen Chang'an had never ventured to this place. Ah, if my memory serves me right, isn't Lin Shangliu's hometown Langya? De Huang suddenly asked. Indeed, the Lin family of Langya is where Lin Shangliu hails from, Chen Chang'an confirmed. After all these years, I wonder if he still resides with the Lin family or if he has moved elsewhere. Yet by now, he must have reached the status of an ancestral figure, having lived for a millennium. He is no longer the young man Chen Chang'an first encountered. Are you intending to reconnect with Lin Shangliu? De Huang inquired with curiosity. Yes and no. Langya is far larger than the northern domain, My primary objective remains the reason I chose Langya is twofold. Firstly, I have never been there and wish to explore, and secondly, of course, is you have news of the? De Huang looked at Chun Chang'an in surprise. Aside from the imperial family of the Dazhou kingdom, how could you have acquired information about the? Can it be that you are now capable of sensing its approximate location? Shaking his head, Chun Chang'an replied, I have no news, but I have perused the genealogical records of the Chun family. A lineage as ancient as the Chun family, existing for millennia, naturally possesses such records. Each patriarch is compelled to document their life experiences and significant occurrences during their tenure as leader. The purpose is to provide guidance for future generations, imparting wisdom to prevent the repetition of past mistakes, or to elucidate how previous troubles were resolved, ensuring that the descendants are equipped to handle similar situations. Does the Chen family's genealogical records detail the circumstances surrounding the loss of the? Not specifically. Not specifically. Then how do you know it pertains to Langya? Through deduction. Chun Chang'an, through perusing the family records, discovered that prior to the Chun family's arrival in the northern domain, they resided in the region of Langya. Although there are no explicit accounts regarding one can still glean some subtle hints. During this period, the Chen family became the target of covetous eyes, leading to fierce conflicts that resulted in significant losses for them, ultimately forcing their expulsion from Langya. The precise details of what transpired remain obscure, which is rather peculiar. According to the manner in which family records are kept, such a critical event should undoubtedly have been documented. This would have allowed the descendants of the Chen family to identify their former adversaries in Langya. Therefore, it appears that the Chun family may have had enemies in Langya, yet there remains no information regarding the. Brother, can you use your brain for once?
Da Huang inquired.
Perplexed. I was born without so why should I think about it? This is your concern. De Huang retorted disdainfully. The family records state that the conflicts arose due to someone coveting the Chun family's treasures. What treasures could the Chun family possibly possess in a place as desolate as Langya? The heirloom that has been passed down through generations is, after all, merely the. Chun Chang'an replied with irritation. Isn't it absurd? What use is to them? Why would they even attempt to seize it? Have they lost their minds? De Huang expressed his bewilderment at the actions of these individuals, as the possesses no energy fluctuations or discernible aura. At least for now, De Huang could not fathom what others would do with to instigate conflict over such an object. That is nothing short of madness. Such is human nature. This heirloom of the Chen family has been cherished for millennia. If you were in this situation prior to knowing what was, how would you perceive it? Undoubtedly, some would regard it as an extraordinary treasure. Otherwise, the Chen family would not have preserved it for so long. The Chen family may deny it, but they must also convince others of its value. Consequently, they would eventually take action to seize the item first, regardless of its eventual utility. For the damage inflicted upon the Chen family would already have been done. As the conversation progressed, Chun Chang'an suddenly furrowed his brow. The Chen family has been in decline for so many years. Could it possibly all stem from the perpetually coveted and targeted? One by one, kin have perished, leading to their downfall in this wretched place of the Great Zhou in the northern domain? If this were indeed the case, would I not be condemned as the eternal sinner of the Chun family? Why the sudden silence? Your analysis is quite reasonable, De Huang remarked, noticing Chun Chang'an's troubled expression, mirroring his own confusion. It is nothing. Hence, we must go to Langya. Moreover, I suspect that the forces that acted against the Qin family back then were not limited to just one clan or entity. It is precisely for this reason that the patriarch of that generation refrained from documenting this matter in the family records, fearing that descendants seeking vengeance might plunge the Qin family into irretrievable ruin once more. Upon hearing Chun Chang'an's analysis, De Huang found it exceedingly reasonable. However, the one aspect he could not comprehend was why only a single item was discarded each time. If the intention was to seize, should all have not been taken? Chun Chang'an had pondered this question as well, yet a definitive answer remained elusive. It might be that Chun Chang'an's father had prudently stored the 9 fetal pearls separately in anticipation of future events. Alternatively, those who coveted the pearls may have been entirely unaware of the existence of 9 in total, believing they had succeeded after obtaining just one. Ultimately, The precise reason was of little consequence now. Let us depart. We are not near Langya, he instructed. De Huang, enlarge yourself. Riding you is rather uncomfortable. Huh? Am I truly riding a dog?
Da Huang retorted.
Haven't you already begun your cultivation? Walk on your own. Your pace is sluggish. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? If it were possible, I wouldn't mind. Curse you and your second uncle. De Huang erupted in a flurry of expletives. Yet Chun Chang'an merely observed him in silence, unperturbed. Have you finished your tirade? Are you feeling better now? Tell me, how does my master treat me? If I were to. Sir, please sit tight, we shall set off now. Upon hearing the name Mu Yun Yao, De Huang's demeanor instantly shifted, adorned with a fawning smile, as though he had not been the one hurling insults moments before. Very well, let us proceed. Just watch. In the central sky domain, at the Tianji Pavilion, the pavilion master received news that Chun Chang'an seemed to have departed from the northern region. Chun Yunxian is now traversing the northern region alone. Departed? Wang Tianji had not anticipated Chun Chang'an's swift exit. After all, this individual had only recently appeared on the rankings and should logically remain in the northern region to nurture Chun Yunxian. Understood. Let our people continue to follow Chun Yunxian. Remember, if he encounters a life and death crisis, we must intervene. Yes, Pavilion Master. And what of Chun Chang'an? Chun Chang'an. Maintain your distance. The De Huang by his side is formidable. Understood. Chapter 31. Encountering an old friend, begging for 3,000 years? Langya Yunchuan De Huang, are you doing this on purpose? I am not. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. Still insisting you are innocent? Chun Chang'an gazed at De Huang, his eyes filled with resentment. This rascal was undoubtedly seeking revenge. For a full 7 days, De Huang had unleashed his full speed without providing any protection for Chun Chang'an. While Chun Chang'an's body could endure, his clothing certainly could not withstand De Huang's velocity. Why can't you take better care of yourself? Oh, I forgot. You've just begun your cultivation and are still quite weak. It was a mistake, my oversight. De Huang feigned ignorance. A smug grin plastered across his face as he looked at Chun Chang'an. Just wait. Chun Chang'an disregarded De Huang and was about to change into a different outfit when suddenly, a thunderous shout pierced the air. Chun Chang'an, you rascal! I have finally found you. Huh? What on earth? Just upon arriving at Langya, he encountered an acquaintance? Could it be Lin Shangliu? No, that couldn't be. Lin Shangliu harbored no such animosity towards him. Both Chun Chang'an and De Huang exchanged curious glances, following the direction of the voice, only to discover a beggar glaring at Chun Chang'an with a face full of hatred. A beggar? What? Do I know this beggar? At that moment, Chun Chang'an desperately rifled through his memories but could not identify the individual. De Huang, do you recognize him? Chun Chang'an inquired. This. He looks somewhat familiar, but I can't recall. De Huang shook his head. The beggar appeared to be a middle-aged man, his face as dark as the earth, dressed in tattered rags that were beyond description. Yet, Chun Chang'an noticed that his own attire seemed to eerily resemble that of the beggar. With a face full of resentment, the beggar approached Chun Chang'an, and upon seeing Chun Chang'an's current garb, his eyes sparkled with a strange delight. Both Chun Chang'an and De Huang stared intently at each other. After all, there were very few who could call out his name. Have we met somewhere? Yes, I feel a sense of déjà vu. Could it be? No way. Is that you, Xian Wudao? Suddenly, both Chun Chang'an and De Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. The beggar before them was indeed Xian Wudao. Xian Wudao was not originally from Langya, and he had made Chun Chang'an's acquaintance 3,000 years prior. Back then, Xian Wudao was vibrant and full of life, hailed as the foremost among the younger generation, with a bright future ahead. When Chun Chang'an first met Xian Wudao, he was at the peak of his fame, having reached the pinnacle of the void realms at the mere age of 50. How could it be that, in the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed? And though the old friend had not perished, he had transformed into a beggar? The passage of time was bewildering, and Chun Chang'an found himself pondering the source of Xian Wudao's resentment towards him. Had there truly been any enmity between them? Come on, you were once a prodigy of your time. What on earth are you doing now? Experiencing the vicissitudes of life?
Sampling diverse existences?
Chun Chang'an wore an expression of utter astonishment. Observing his reaction, Xian Wudao was consumed by fury. How could he have forgotten? After 3 millennia of steadfastly honoring his promises, this scoundrel had the audacity to overlook their past? Was it not due to him that I have become what I am today? Chen Chang'an, you have caused me immense suffering. The resentment within Xian Wudao nearly materialized, threatening to choke the life out of Chen Chang'an. Wait a moment. What does this have to do with me? Before he could finish his thought, Chen Chang'an was suddenly struck by a strange yet familiar memory that surged into his mind. Goodness, this matter appears to be quite relevant to me. De Huang could not help but stifle a laugh with his paw, as he too recalled the past. 3,000 years. Do you have any idea how arduous it has been to seek you during this time? Damn it, I shall no longer live as this wretched beggar. I am free. Xian Wudao howled towards the heavens, as if all his grievances accumulated over these 3 millennia were poised to be unleashed at this moment. How pitiable this beggar is. Even in such dire straits, he has succumbed to madness. Indeed, look at these 2 beggars. Their camaraderie seems quite pleasant, their conversation filled with joy. Alas, they are both wretched souls. Even in their plight, they care for a dog, indicating a kind heart. Yes, despite their own downfall, De Huang is well-fed and groomed, truly a sign of benevolence. Perhaps we should offer them some coin for a decent meal. Sounds good. The passers-by's conversation left Chen Chang'an, Xian Wudao, and even De Huang in silence. Did they truly perceive them as beggars? It is undeniable that Xian Wudao was an authentic beggar, but Chen Chang'an did not consider himself one. His attire was merely a bit tattered. The most infuriating was De Huang, who, upon hearing the comments, turned his back and disdainfully averted his gaze, as if to say he did not know these 2 individuals. Get lost, do I look like a beggar? What sort of eyes do you have? Xian Wudao exclaimed in indignation. Upon hearing this, the onlookers regarded Xian Wudao as if he were a fool, their expressions suggesting, doesn't he look like one? Originally, Xian Wudao had been quite defiant, but upon reflection, if he wasn't a beggar, who could possibly be? Let us go, let us not disgrace ourselves here. Damn it, I have lost 3,000 years of dignity. For all these years, I have been evading acquaintances, fearful of being recognized. Xian Wudao hastily urged Chen Chang'an to leave this place. Now that he had found him, there was no need to continue living as a beggar. All right, let us find a place to wash up and change clothes. I know a good spot. I have been eyeing it for quite some time, but lacked the funds to go. This time you shall treat. Fine, I shall treat, I am quite wealthy. Chen Chang'an shook his head in resignation, subsequently being led by Xian Wudao to a brothel. Hua building. Is this truly the place you have been coveting for so long? Chen Chang'an wore an expression of helplessness. What nonsense! This place is truly remarkable. Have you really never visited a brothel all these years? Let me tell you, after accumulating some silver over the years, I have spent it all in such establishments, boasted Xian Wudao with an air of pride. Goodness! How many brothels has this rascal frequented over the years? With your cultivation level, do you still need to gather silver before venturing there? Chen Chang'an inquired with curiosity. What do you think? It's all because of you, Xian Wudao retorted irritably. Chen Chang'an chuckled. Back when he first encountered Xian Wudao, this fellow was exceedingly arrogant, believing himself to be invincible. Initially, Chen Chang'an paid him little mind, but in their final parting, Xian Wudao insisted on a contest with him. Chen Chang'an wagered with Xian Wudao, giving him the duration of an incense stick to strike him while he remained motionless. Should Xian Wudao manage to inflict even the slightest wound, it would signify his victory. If he lost, he would have to beg for a living until their next meeting. Ultimately, Xian Wudao exerted himself in a relentless assault for the full duration of the incense stick, yet Chen Chang'an remained unscathed. I wonder, if it takes you 3,000 years to find me, will you be reduced to a life of begging all that while? Chen Chang'an inquired with curiosity. Nonsense. A true man stands tall and firm. His word is his bond. How could he ever renege on such a promise? Indeed, a true man. Enough of this chatter. Treat me to a bit of elegance. Very well, let us go. Chen Chang'an shook his head in resignation. He had never visited a brothel either and thought it would be an opportunity to witness something new. Halt! Do you even realize where you are? 2 beggars wished to enter our Huanhua building. As they reached the entrance, they were stopped by a servant, for their appearance, coupled with the presence of a dog, was rather disheveled. Spare me your words. Lead the way. Chun Chang'an was unhesitant, tossing out a few gold ingots. After all, they were of little use, merely common currency for ordinary folk, while spirit stones were the true currency for cultivators. Ah, I must admit I was blind to your grandeur. My apologies, esteemed sirs. Please, do come inside. Chapter 32. De Huang? I demand 5. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Is this still the Huanhua Tower I once knew? How is it that anyone can enter now? Even beggars are permitted? What do they think of us, the other patrons? Indeed, the standards have plummeted. I shall never return. How disheartening, truly disheartening. The very air here has been tainted, foul and unbearable. As Chun Chang'an and his companion entered the Huanhua Tower, they drew scornful glances and derisive laughter from numerous onlookers. In their eyes, while this establishment may be a place of indulgence, it was not meant for just anyone. The presence of a beggar could only tarnish their status. Xian Wudao cast a glance at Chun Chang'an, his expression inscrutable. Allow me. There is no need for violence over such trifles. Chun Chang'an offered a faint smile, then turned to address the crowd. And you? What are your standings? Before a response could be uttered, Chun Chang'an hurled a gold ingot at the individual. You. Thud, thud, thud. As more gold ingots flew through the air, the previously irate expressions shifted dramatically. Wealth. Such astonishing wealth. This is what it truly means to throw money around. I possess no status, nothing of note. You, esteemed sir, are the most distinguished of all. Indeed, fragrant. Far more fragrant than the maidens of Huanhua Tower. I said it from the start. These two radiate exceptional charisma, far beyond our humble selves. As the crowd spoke, they began to stoop and gather the gold ingots, while a nearby attendant looked on with envy. What a clever tactic. Why did I not conceive of this? Xian Wudao was taken aback by Chun Chang'an's method of resolution, yet found it rather entertaining. And if you had thought of it, what then? Do you possess wealth? Chun Chang'an scoffed. Where did you acquire such riches? Xian Wudao's curiosity piqued. For cultivators, gold was but dirt, nowhere near as valuable as spirit stones. Typically, cultivators did not hoard such mundane treasures. Yet Chun Chang'an was an exception. He not only possessed wealth but in considerable amounts. The gold he had just thrown amounted to at least 10,000 taels. Having lived long, one naturally accumulates a fortune, he explained. De Huang is lazy, as you know, and not every place accepts spirit stones as currency. Thus, I have amassed quite a collection of gold ingots. To estimate, well, I can hardly recall. Suffice it to say, it is a great deal. You can't remember? Just how much could that possibly be? The attendant stood agape, bewildered by the wealthy man's peculiar fascination with a beggar's appearance. Did he relish being looked down upon, only to orchestrate a dramatic reversal? Good fellow, procure us 2 exquisite private rooms and prepare some warm water. We shall cleanse ourselves properly. Very well, esteemed sirs. Please, follow me upstairs. This is indeed a wealthy patron. How could the servant dare to be negligent? He promptly escorted the 2 gentlemen to the finest private room on the upper floor. After a brief yet thorough cleansing, Chun Chang'an and Xian Wudao both donned fresh garments. How delightful! How invigorating! It has been 3 millennia since I felt this clean, Xian Wudao exclaimed with laughter. Chun Chang'an and De Huang exchanged disdainful glances at Xian Wudao, their eyes brimming with contempt. Truly filthy. You were made to beg, not to forego bathing. Not bathing? You haven't bathed for these 3,000 years. Have you? Chun Chang'an inquired, astonished. To be a beggar, one must embody the essence of a beggar. Bathing too thoroughly contradicts the very purpose, Xian Wudao replied with a self-satisfied expression. But tell me, do beggars bathe? Do they? Xian Wudao was momentarily taken aback by Chun Chang'an's question, becoming ensnared in contemplation.
Do begar struli bate?
A beggar is still a human being. They may be impoverished, yet if given the chance, they would surely wish to cleanse themselves. Given the years you've spent frequenting brothels, have you never once bathed? Goodness, do they actually entertain such practices? Are they so desperate for money? The thought alone made Chun Chang'an feel somewhat nauseous. What are you talking about? I am not an ordinary person. How dirty could I possibly be? It's merely that I have not bathed for a while, which has left me somewhat nostalgic. Well then, having bathed, shouldn't we indulge in some merriment? Xian Wudao suggested with a grin. Merriment? Chun Chang'an nodded helplessly and then entrusted the matter entirely to Xian Wudao, as this was his first experience in such an establishment. Xian Wudao demonstrated what it meant to be an old hand at brothels, displaying remarkable proficiency. He promptly instructed the servant to summon the finest courtesans from this establishment. You need not concern yourself with me. I am treating. Please proceed as you wish. Upon seeing Xian Wudao glance in his direction, Chun Chang'an shook his head, for those women were, in his eyes, mere superficial adornments. He could not comprehend how someone like Xian Wudao could harbor an affinity for such places. In that case, I shall not hold back. You shall all stay. By the way, De Huang, would you like to join? It is worth noting how considerate Xian Wudao is. Even in such moments, he remembers De Huang. Surprisingly, De Huang displayed a bashful demeanor, as if feeling somewhat embarrassed. After casting a glance at Chun Chang'an and then at Xian Wudao, he slowly raised his paw. I see that is the intention. Well then, you go and attend to my brother De Huang. What do you mean, De Huang? After Xian Wudao selected a rather appealing courtesan for De Huang, he was astonished to see De Huang shake his head. In this environment, Chun Chang'an forbade De Huang from speaking freely. The poor fellow was clearly holding back. De Huang once again raised his paw and shook his head. I understand what he means. He desires 5. What? 5? Xian Wudao finally comprehended the situation. The claw raised was not an indication of a single request, but rather 5. Very well, my esteemed brother De Huang, you truly are a kindred spirit. You 5 shall serve my brother De Huang diligently. Rest assured, your recompense shall be ample. Although it was their first experience in attending to a dog, the several young ladies felt no qualms about it. After all, attending to a dog was far superior to serving a human. At least the dog would not impose unwelcome advances. Bring forth the finest wines and exquisite dishes. Spare no expense, for I am quite affluent. Xian Wudao resembled a newly wealthy individual, seemingly intent on reclaiming 3 millennia of grievances in a single feast. De Huang, beside him, was also delightfully squinting, unexpectedly adapting rather swiftly and joining in Xian Wudao's indulgence. Lao Chun, will you truly not join us? Xian Wudao inquired with curiosity. You all continue. I shall merely observe, Chun Chang'an replied, shaking his head. Very well. Then I shall not concern myself with you. Chun Chang'an shook his head in resignation. It was surprising to witness someone of Xian Wudao's stature descend into such decadence. Perhaps this was his true nature, long concealed by himself. My apologies, esteemed guests, I have arrived late. A cool, melodious voice interrupted, prompting Chun Chang'an to glance over. The newcomer donned a flowing white gown, exuding an air of elegance, her subtle makeup rendering her somewhat out of place in such an establishment. While she could not be deemed a paragon of beauty, her appearance was certainly agreeable. Ah, you 2 gentlemen are truly fortunate today. This is our Huanhua Tower's celebrated courtesan, Xian. She is not someone one encounters frequently, one of the women introduced, though her tone harbored a hint of hostility. A celebrated courtesan? How intriguing! Chapter 33. How dare you speak to me like that? Both Chun Chang'an and Xian Wudao discerned that the courtesan, Xianer, was no ordinary individual. She was a cultivator, albeit of modest skill. Nonetheless, it was perplexing that she found herself in such a predicament. Upon noticing Chun Chang'an, Xianer appeared momentarily taken aback, having heard that 2 eccentric wealthy individuals, disguised as beggars, had arrived. However, the elegance of Chun Chang'an's appearance, attire, and demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a beggar. Do you play the zither? Chun Chang'an inquired, noticing the instrument cradled in her arms. Dear guest, we Xianer sell our art, not our bodies, another woman jested, prompting Xian Wudao to furrow his brow and cast an irritable glance in her direction. Xian Wudao was not an individual whose aura could be easily withstood by these courtesans. A mere glance from him silenced their chatter, instilling a realization that these were not ordinary patrons and that they must tread carefully. My apologies for the display, the young woman said, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Xianer, observing Chun Chang'an and his companion, felt relieved that they did not resemble the usual lecherous characters who frequented such establishments. After setting the guqin aside, she delicately caressed the strings, and soon, the enchanting melody filled the air, reaching the ears of both men. The music was gentle and prolonged, resonating with a captivating allure, yet beneath its warmth lay a subtle hint of melancholy. Although Xian'er endeavored to conceal this sentiment, both Chen Chang'an and Shen Wudao perceived it. They exchanged a knowing glance, recognizing that this young woman was indeed someone with a story to tell. My skills on the guqin are lacking. I hope you will forgive me, she said, before adding with a playful tone, "Oh, my apologies, I meant to say 3 of you," as she noticed the displeasure of the dog, De Huang, barking nearby. It was amusing to her, as it was the first time she had encountered someone bringing a dog to a brothel, and even seeking companionship for it. Flowers bloom towards the sun, and people must move forward. We should not dwell on the past but rather wish to smile in the years to come. Chen Chang'an's words struck a chord within Xian'er, causing her to shudder in surprise. She had not expected him to grasp such a profound sentiment. "Old Chen, you possess quite the insight. You understand this? I used to frequent brothels and found those pretentious scholars infuriating. Damn it, they act as if they know everything, while I do not." Chen Chang'an sighed, casting a helpless glance at Shen Wudao. "What on earth have you been doing all these years? You do not?" Chen Chang'an probed. "Why would I? What purpose does that serve? Can it enhance one's cultivation or accelerate one's training?" Shen Wudao scoffed. "Neither, but it can impart wisdom," Chen Chang'an countered. "And why would I need such wisdom? I believe in speaking through strength." Shen Wudao dismissed the notion. "It is useful. Had you possessed even a modicum of wisdom, you would not still be oblivious to whether a beggar should bathe." Shen Wudao glared, momentarily at a loss for words, as he was indeed rather straightforward in his thinking.
Gu Xian'er.
"Where are you? I know you are here. Come forth and meet me." Suddenly, a man's roar echoed from outside, causing Gu Xian'er to change her expression dramatically. "Alas, it seems I can no longer remain here. Esteemed guests, our encounter today is indeed fortuitous. Let this song I performed be a humble gift from me to you. I must take my leave now." With that, Gu Xian'er turned to depart. Observing this, Chen Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. She flees, he pursues. He chases, she escapes? What a melodramatic scene this is. "De Huang, have you ever witnessed such a spectacle?" Chen Chang'an inquired. Upon hearing this, De Huang shook his head vigorously, confessing that despite having traversed the land, he had never encountered such a situation. "Miss Xian'er, please wait. Avoidance is not a solution to our problems. Can you truly hide indefinitely? Perhaps we should engage in an open and honest discussion. The matter may resolve itself," Chen Chang'an interposed, blocking Gu Xian'er's path. "Thank you for your kindness, young master, but some individuals and matters are beyond explanation," Gu Xian'er replied, shaking her head. "How can you know unless you try?" Just as they spoke, the door of the private room was kicked open, and a young man rushed in, heading straight for Gu Xian'er. "Xian'er, it is really you. I heard from others that you were seen here, so I hurried over. Please, don't leave again. I beg you, stop hiding from me." Upon seeing the man approach, Gu Xian'er instinctively stepped back, creating distance between them. "Xian'er, you." The man's expression clearly reflected his hurt. His eyes filled with sorrow. "Young Master Lin, why do you persistently pressure me? Do you truly wish for me to perish before your eyes before you relent? It is impossible for us, you should understand this." Gu Xian'er's gaze was resolute, her tone unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. "No, it cannot be. There must be a way. I have already devised a plan. I can." "Enough!" Gu Xian'er interrupted him before he could finish. "Your Lin family annihilated my Gu family. Do you genuinely believe this can be brushed aside? Gu Xian'er lacked the power to seek vengeance upon your Lin family, and I have endured. Why then do you continue to pursue me so relentlessly? Lin Ruoheng, do not take advantage of me. Is it truly a vendetta against the entire family? How utterly melodramatic.
A tragique romance.
I must ask you, why pursue her after having destroyed her family? Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently from the start. How can you still face her?" Shen Wudao remarked disdainfully from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoheng's countenance shifted, and he glared furiously at Xian Wudao. What are you even doing here? This matter does not concern you. If you wish to live, I suggest you leave immediately. How dare you still allow Xiener to serve you? It is a miracle I have not brought trouble upon you. Speak another word, and I shall ensure your demise without a trace. Lin Ruohang bellowed in fury. Without a trace? How intriguing, truly intriguing. It has been quite some time since someone has addressed me in such a manner. Young one, today, I find myself quite eager to engage with you, Xian Wudao remarked with a cold smirk. Enough, there is no need to stoop to the level of a mere junior. Chun Chang'an interjected, raising his hand to restrain the wrathful Xian Wudao. Casting a glance at Lin Ruohang, he inquired, Are you of the Lin family from Langya? You possess a modicum of insight. Since you are aware of my lineage, you ought to comprehend that you are not a force to be trifled with, Lin Ruohang retorted disdainfully, casting a dismissive glance at Chun Chang'an. Not to be trifled with? Is Lin Shangliu still alive? Upon uttering these words, Lin Ruohang felt a jolt in his heart. Lin Shangliu? Surely he did not mishear? This individual just mentioned Lin Shangliu? You possess audacity beyond measure, daring to invoke the name of my family's ancestor. In all of Langya, none would dare to be so brazen. Lin Ruohang shouted in indignation. It appears he is indeed still alive. Young one, you may inquire directly with Lin Shangliu regarding the extent of my audacity. Alternatively, you may summon him to meet me. Chapter 34. Apprenticeship with Chun Chang'an within the confines of the private room. The atmosphere was somber. The Lin family, reigning supreme in the realm of Langya, stood as the unequivocal sovereign. Who would dare to offend the Lin family? Yet, here were two individuals who audaciously invoked the name of the formidable Lin Shangliu. In this land of Langya, Lin Shangliu was not merely the foremost power. He was a legend, a myth, a paragon revered by all practitioners, the very embodiment of aspirations to surpass. When Chun Chang'an and Xian Wudao spoke of Lin Shangliu, their demeanor was unperturbed, their tone serene. Their comportment belied any semblance of pretense. Lin Ruohang, brow furrowed in contemplation, pondered whether these two were deceiving themselves or if they genuinely knew the ancestral figure of the Lin family. If you truly knew my ancestral master, you would understand that he has been in seclusion for many years. How could you merely claim to meet him? Secluded, you say? That is news to me, for after all, it has been a millennium since I last came to this realm of Langya. Chun Chang'an replied nonchalantly. A millennium? Could it be that this individual is acquainted with the ancestral master from 1,000 years past? Yet Lin Shangliu was merely a youth back then. Lin Ruohang mused to himself. I have never met him. I have merely heard of him. After all these years, I have not stooped to inquire about the affairs of a junior, Xian Wudao remarked disdainfully. By heavens! How audacious to refer to Lin Shangliu as a junior. Lin Ruohang found himself grappling with the situation. Had he truly offended two eminent figures today? Forgive me, esteemed seniors. I am but a young one, lacking in discernment. I did not mean to. Lin Ruohang faltered, at a loss for words. Let it be. We shall not hold it against you, a mere junior. The young lady has made her position abundantly clear. There is no possibility. Why, then, do you persist in this futile pursuit? Release others and in turn liberate yourself, Xian Wudao said with growing impatience. It was evident that Lin Ruohang was infatuated, seemingly unable to forget Gu Xiener. What sort of enchantment had Gu Xiener cast to render Lin Ruohang so devoted? Yet it was clear that Gu Xiener harbored no ill intentions. Otherwise, she could have feigned allegiance to Lin Ruohang, seeking opportunities for vengeance against the Gu family. However, Chun Chang'an could not discern whether Gu Xiener had not considered such a course of action or simply deemed it beneath her. Noticing Lin Ruohang's lingering indecision, Chun Chang'an calmly remarked, A white head is not a substitute for snow. The mere act of acquaintance is already a fortuitous sign. Lin Ruohang, not all affections yield fruitful outcomes. Perhaps in the course of your life, encountering certain individuals is already a rarity. Let us not dwell on disappointments or inquire about the future. May we find peace and refrain from disturbing one another. Chun Chang'an's words plunged Lin Ruohang into deep contemplation, while Gu Xiener, too, seemed affected, her expression shifting. Only Xian Wudao stood by, disdainfully curling his lip. The gazes directed at Chun Chang'an were filled with envy, but predominantly disdain. What an act! TSK. How utterly incapable of speaking like a human. De Huang, let us ignore him. We shall indulge ourselves, allowing him to continue his charade. Xian Wudao promptly lost interest in the spectacle, realizing that continuing to revel in merriment suited him far better. Meanwhile, De Huang lay nestled in a maiden's embrace, laughing joyously. His eyes squinted into mere slits as he rolled about in her arms. The antics of this man and his dog were quite a sight, one that Chun Chang'an found hard to bear. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. As a junior shall remember your words. I will not intrude further. I take my leave. By the way, should Lin Shangliu emerge from seclusion, please remind him to seek me out. I have matters to discuss with him. I shall certainly convey this message to my family's elders, urging them to relay it as well. Clearly, although Lin Ruohang was of the Lin family, he lacked the qualification to engage directly with an elder like Lin Shangliu. After Lin Ruohang departed, Gu Xianer turned to Chun Chang'an, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed senior. It was but a trifling effort. I must confess, I have a penchant for tales. Pray, share the story between you two. Chun Chang'an was an individual of many admirable qualities, yet he had an insatiable curiosity for gossip, particularly tales he had yet to hear. What is it that you wish to know, esteemed senior?
Gu Xian inquiret. Some wat ook wat li.
Well, quite a bit. Why did the Lin family annihilate the Gu family? If they did so, why does Lin Ruohang, a member of the Lin family, hold such deep affection for you? As a member of the Gu family, why do you not leverage Lin Ruohang's identity to seek revenge? Perhaps it would be better if you told the tale. Upon hearing this, Gu Xianer let out a bittersweet smile. It seemed he wanted her to recount the entire sequence of events. Then, let us find a more secluded place. There were other maidens from Huanhua Tower around, and although Gu Xianer knew she could not remain there any longer, there were matters they were better off not knowing. Very well. Chun Chang'an nodded, originally intending to inquire with Xian Wudao and De Huang, but upon seeing the carefree demeanor of the man and his dog, he found the notion of questioning them rather foolish. Gu Xianer led Chun Chang'an to her private chamber. The room exuded a subtle fragrance, neither overwhelming nor pungent, instead imparting a sense of tranquility. The decor was exceedingly simple, starkly contrasting with the nature of a brothel. Perhaps this was a privilege reserved solely for the courtesans. Esteemed benefactor, please take a seat. There is no need to call me benefactor. It was merely a few exchanged words. Furthermore, I am an old acquaintance of Lin Shangliu from the Lin family. It is not as if a few words from you would sway my opinion of the Lin family. Chun Chang'an remarked lightly as he settled onto a side seat. My benefactor has misunderstood. Xianer harbored no such intentions. That is for the best. Upon hearing Chun Chang'an's words, Gu Xianer's expression remained composed as she seated herself opposite him. In truth, Lin Ruohang is merely a young master from a collateral branch of the Lin family. The Gu family, of which I am a part, is not particularly distinguished in this realm of Langya. To understand the situation, we must delve into events that transpired a year ago. As Gu Xianer recounted her tale, Chun Chang'an began to grasp the essence of it. Essentially, a younger member of the Gu family spoke indiscreetly, and their words were overheard by individuals from the Lin family. The destruction of the Gu household was wrought by a collateral branch of the Lin family, of which Lin Ruohang is a member. Coincidentally, Lin Ruohang had previously met Gu Xianer and had developed feelings for her. Initially, Gu Xianer harbored a certain fondness for Lin Ruohang, though it could not be described as affection. When the Gu family was annihilated, it was Lin Ruohang's desperate pleas that spared Gu Xianer's life. However, Lin Ruohang's father, apprehensive about the potential future between them, decreed that Gu Xianer was to remain within the confines of Langya for the rest of her days, destined to live in a brothel. This decree effectively extinguished Lin Ruohang's hopes, for how could a scion of the Lin family marry a woman of such unfortunate circumstances? Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Ruohang proved to be a man of unwavering devotion, persistently entangled with Gu Xianer. Chun Chang'an remarked, "It seems Lin Ruohang is indeed a romantic at heart." "Your Excellency jest," Gu Xianer replied. "Though Lin Ruohang is merely in his early 20s, he is never lacking in the company of young ladies. Such infatuation is merely a manifestation of unrequited love and a spirit unwilling to relinquish hope. Were Lin Ruohang truly a man of singular devotion, I might have hesitated. Yet, he has also acquired a certain debonair disposition. With his status, there are few maidens he could not win over, yet I remain an exception. Perhaps this has ignited within him a fierce sense of competition and possessiveness. Have you never considered avenging the Gu family by leveraging Lin Ruohang's influence? Chen Chang'an inquired, intrigued by Gu Xiener's lack of mention of vengeance or hatred throughout her narrative. I have contemplated it, but it is unfeasible. First, I cannot exploit another's feelings for my own ends. Second, even if I were inclined to pursue such an endeavor, success would elude me. Third, as long as I draw breath, the lineage of the Gu family endures. Should I perish, the Gu family would truly cease to exist. Gu Xiener was remarkably lucid, refusing to allow hatred to cloud her judgment. She desired retribution but would not embark on an uncertain path. Your Excellency, I will not beseech you to act on my behalf. However, I wish to take you as my mentor, if you would permit me. Chapter 35. The 9th grade balsam flower. A single remark from Gu Xiener left Chen Chang'an momentarily speechless. To take you as my master? He gazed at her for a moment before breaking into a smile, recognizing her keen intellect. Gu Xiener was not only astute and composed, but she also possessed the ability to seize opportunities. Her desire for vengeance was not absent. It merely awaited the right moment to manifest. The recent encounter had already sparked a deeper contemplation within her, and it was likely that, even without Chen Chang'an prompting her with tales, she would have found a way to engage him in conversation. The reason she chose Chen Chang'an over Shen Wudao was not solely due to his initial approach, but rather a comparative assessment that led her to perceive Chen as more dependable. In my lifetime, I may only have this singular opportunity. It is not just revenge that drives me. I am also weary of languishing in this brothel. Benefactor, you have stated that you would not intervene, but I wish to become your disciple. I hope you can grant me this favor. Gu Xiener was wise enough to understand that conversing with Chen Chang'an candidly was often more advantageous. It would be foolish to employ cunning against a powerful individual. The notion of taking on a disciple had never crossed Chen Chang'an's mind before. While there was a genuine master-disciple relationship between him and Chen Yunxian, it lacked the formal title. Gu Xiener, now 20 years old, had only attained the first level of true qi. This level might be considered respectable in the northern domain, but in the broader heavenly domain, it was merely indicative of average talent. Noticing Chen Chang'an's hesitation,
Gu Xian ergre anxios.
Could it be that the benefactor finds my aptitude lacking, deeming me unlikely to achieve greatness? If so, I would willingly forego becoming your disciple, content to remain by your side in servitude. For Gu Xiener, escaping her current predicament required the assistance of a formidable ally like Chen Chang'an. At the very least, in the realm of Langya, she knew of no one else who could stand against the Lin family. Even if such individuals existed, would she have the opportunity to connect with them? Perhaps there was a predestined order to these events. Langya was vast, and encountering him was surely a matter of fate. Very well, I shall take you away from Langya, but not at this moment. I have matters to attend to here first. Once they are resolved, I will lead you away. As for the path you choose thereafter, that is for you to determine. With that, Chen Chang'an concluded, and Gu Xiener knelt before him. Hope blossomed within her as she glimpsed the possibility of rebirth. Thank you, benefactor, for your rescue. From this day forth, I vow to serve you faithfully, unwaveringly. Should I ever betray this oath, may my soul descend into eternal torment, never to return. Chen Chang'an regarded Gu Xiener and nodded slightly. Rise. Yes, benefactor. May I inquire how I should address you from this day forward? Should I call you young master or lord? Gu Xiener stood and posed her question. What shall I call you? In a moment of contemplation, Chen Chang'an found himself at a loss. Although he had lived for an extensive period, he had never experienced the privilege of having a maidservant. He had always been in the role of a subordinate to his master. Addressing her as young master seemed inappropriate, considering his own age. Young lord was likewise unfit. After some deliberation, he settled on gentleman. Yes, gentlemen, since you have now become my maid, it is imperative that you do not appear feeble. Although your natural talents may be average, it does not mean you cannot change your fate. Here lies a ninth-class balsam, you should consume it. Ninth-class balsam? What exactly is this and what benefits does it offer? Gusyener was unaware, but the name alone suggested it was no ordinary item. This ninth-class balsam had been gifted to Chun Chang'an by Mu Yuneo, yet it was not particularly suited for men. Mu Yuneo had intended for it to be given to a beloved in the future. However, Chun Chang'an was not one to cling to such formalities. He believed in making full use of resources, regardless of who benefited from them. Esteemed sir, this item is far too precious. I am merely. Enough. Take it as I have given it. You need only obey my words. Do you understand? Yes, esteemed sir. Consume it and see if it can enhance your constitution. As commanded. Without further ado, Gusyener ingested the ninth-class balsam. The substance melted in her mouth, astonishing her. She had anticipated a struggle to swallow it, yet it transformed into a surge of energy that repeatedly revitalized her body. Goodness! Chun, what are you doing? Such a tremendous surge of energy. Why haven't you set up a barrier? Aren't you concerned that those nearby will be affected? As Gusyener's energy intensified, Xian Wudao, who had been indulging in wine, rushed over. De Huang and Chun Chang'an shared a tacit understanding. While they did not approach, they erected a barrier around Gusyener's chamber. They had not expected such a significant reaction from merely consuming a little something. You did not foresee this? You fed her the ninth-class balsam, a legendary item said to have been absent for millennia. You carelessly bestowed such a treasure upon a maidservant? Are you out of your mind? Chun Chang'an was indifferent to such matters, regarding them as useless trinkets that held no value for him. However, for Xian Wudao, the perspective was entirely different. Although he kept his distance, he meticulously observed every action taken here. Upon hearing about the ninth-class balsam, Xian Wudao nearly spewed his drink in shock, inwardly cursing Chun Chang'an for his recklessness. Isn't the purpose of things to be utilized? As the owner, I have the right to decide who uses them. I am not anxious. Why are you so worked up? The emperor is not in a hurry, yet the eunuchs are. Chun Chang'an replied nonchalantly. By heaven, I have never encountered such extravagance. Wait, who are you calling a eunuch? After 3 millennia of separation, shall we test the measure of my current prowess? Xian Wudao inquired with a piercing gaze. Are you still contemplating the role of a beggar? Perhaps we should engage in another wager? As per our usual custom, but this time the stakes are higher, becoming a eunuch. Do you dare? Upon hearing this, Xian Wudao immediately felt deflated. The terms of this bet were exceedingly severe. Chun Chang'an's demeanor exuded an air of assured victory, leaving Xian Wudao devoid of confidence. Although his cultivation had steadily advanced over these 3,000 years, rendering him formidable, he could not presume that Chun Chang'an had remained stagnant all this time. Very well. I shall refrain from engaging in trivial disputes with you. However, I am genuinely curious about the effects of consuming the 9th-rank Phoenix Immortal herb. Xian Wudao's gaze shifted toward Gusyener. Presently, Gusyener was enveloped in a powerful energy, enduring immense suffering without uttering a single sound. This girl, I admit, I have underestimated her. Her unwavering will signifies that she is destined for greatness. At this moment, Xian Wudao could not help but regard Gusyener with newfound respect. This energy seems rather formidable. Chapter 36. A sound of phoenix cry. The phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. The energy within Gusyener continued to swell,
emanating en un cri assingli potora.
Even Xian Wudao's expression shifted dramatically, sensing that something was amiss. Just as he was about to turn and flee, he found himself ensnared by the barrier set by De Huang. Oh no, this is bad. De Huang, Chun Chang'an exclaimed, his figure flickering as he hastily exited the Huanhua building. Upon witnessing Chun Chang'an's departure, Xian Wudao momentarily froze before quickly pursuing him. Damn it, you're quick on the draw, he muttered under his breath as he emerged from the building. Simultaneously, after re-establishing the barrier, De Huang also fled the Huanhua building. What about the people inside? Xian Wudao inquired, glancing at Chun Chang'an. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, the moment the barrier was lifted, a formidable presence had surged forth. Surely, these individuals wouldn't be foolish enough to remain and indulge themselves, would they? Hard to say. Before long, it appeared that some had sensed the disturbance and rushed out, particularly the few maidens who had been attending to Xian Wudao and De Huang, who were the first to escape. In no time, the Huanhua building was left with only Gu Xianer. What on earth just happened? It was terrifying. I felt as though I was suffocating. I sensed it too. I senti the Huanhua building merely an ordinary brothel? Could there be a hidden power lurking here? Uncertain. But it seems today's revelry is best avoided. I feel an ominous air. Yes, let us disperse. We shall convene another day. Let us go, let us go. Many chose to depart, while the owner of the Huanhua building wore a pained expression. She wanted to voice her frustration but refrained, fearing the repercussions of offending the wrong person. After all, not only was her business at stake today, but perhaps even her life. Truly, it was a case of a mute eating bitter gall, with no outlet for her grievances. Old Chen, what do you think is happening? If all that energy is contained within the barrier, can Gu Xianer's body withstand it? Xian Wudao questioned, his brow furrowed. I'm not certain, Chun Chang'an admitted, as this was a predicament he had never encountered before. I cannot ascertain whether her body can endure it, but I fear my barrier is nearing its limit. De Huang, who had remained silent until now, was visibly shaken. The barrier I created is about to fail? De Huang, a formidable 9th-tier beast king of the Forbidden Forest, possessed immense strength. Were it not for the apparent rules governing the Taishan realm, De Huang's might well rival that of Mu Yunyao. Yet, the barrier he had established was teetering on the brink of collapse. Brother De Huang, you cannot jest about such matters. I cannot break through your barrier, and now you tell me that the energy within Gu Xianer is on the verge of shattering it? Xian Wudao's face was a portrait of disbelief, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Possessing extraordinary talent and having cultivated for millennia, how could one be outshone by a mere young girl? Furthermore, is it truly plausible that the 9th-rank Phoenix Immortal herb harbors such formidable energy? Though this rare herb is indeed a treasure of the mortal realm, its potency cannot be so exaggerated. Can it? I am not jesting. The energy surging forth is indeed powerful, threatening to breach the barrier. Nevertheless, this barrier was merely hastily constructed by me, and I had not anticipated that the energy within Gu Xianer would be so overwhelming. Hastily constructed? That does suggest a possibility of breach. At that moment, as Xian Wudao conversed with De Huang, the barrier set by De Huang was suddenly shattered. A tremendous surge of energy ascended to the heavens, its reach extending hundreds of miles in an instant. A resounding phoenix cry echoed through the vast expanse. The phoenix danced through the 9 heavens, soaring majestically. A colossal illusion of a phoenix erupted from the Huahua Tower, leaving the inhabitants of Langya momentarily stunned. All gazed upwards at the ethereal phoenix, their minds momentarily blank. What in the world is happening? There are no formidable beasts in Langya, let alone a legendary phoenix long thought to be extinct. What could possibly be transpiring? By heavens, Chun Chang'an, you have struck it rich. Your maid is no ordinary being. While the 9th-rank Phoenix Immortal herb is indeed rare and capable of altering one's constitution, cannot yield such astonishing results. Gu Xianer must undoubtedly share a profound connection with this phoenix. Otherwise, such a spectacle would be inconceivable. What kind of extraordinary luck do you possess? Xian Wudao, filled with envy, had heard of Gu Xianer becoming Chun Chang'an's disciple but had dismissed it, doubting Chun Chang'an would take on a student. Had it been him, he would have refused to even entertain the notion of a maid, finding the presence of a woman cumbersome. Yet, who could have foreseen that this seemingly inconspicuous Gu Xianer harbored such immense potential? You understand nothing. This is merely the reward for good deeds. I am a good person, Chun Chang'an stated with a faint smile. A good person? Xian Wudao cast a derisive glance at Chun Chang'an. This fellow barely qualifies as a villain, let alone a good person. Bah! With this unforeseen occurrence, it is likely that the entire realm of Langya will be stirred. Should the Lin family learn that Gu Xianer has indeed transformed and soared to new heights, how will they react? Xian Wudao inquired with a grin. They would do well not to entertain such thoughts, for if they do, even Lin Shangliu would be unable to save them. Chun Chang'an replied coolly. Ha ha ha, I see that after 3 millennia, your temperament has indeed changed somewhat. You once valued harmony above all, Xian Wudao remarked curiously. In times past, valuing harmony was necessitated by a lack of the ability to retaliate. without a modicum of assertiveness, one would surely be subject to daily beatings. Though one might not perish, the humiliation would be unbearable. At this juncture, the Phoenix illusion glided gracefully through the air before once again descending into Gu Xianer's chamber. Soon after, the astonishing energy vanished, and tranquility returned once more. Is this the conclusion? Could it be that Gu Xianer has awakened the legendary Phoenix physique? Xian Wudao inquired with curiosity. The Phoenix physique? Are you familiar with such a constitution? Chen Chang'an asked. I have heard a few tales. It is said that the last individual to awaken the Phoenix physique dates back approximately 50,000 years. That person was indeed remarkable in their time, but the records are sparse due to the passage of time, and even now very few might recall their name. If it truly is the Phoenix physique, your maid is destined to achieve the realm of the Emperor. A maid of the Emperor's caliber? Chen Chang'an, you have struck gold. Xian Wudao's envy grew with each word, ultimately leading him to grit his teeth in frustration, wishing he could deliver a good beating to Chen Chang'an. How could this scoundrel possess such extraordinary fortune? Once Gu Xianer emerges, a simple inquiry will reveal whether she possesses the Phoenix physique. Chapter 37. Alas, I am your elder. Gu Xianer remained adorned in her flowing white gown, yet her aura had undergone a transformation of monumental proportions. The subtle elegance that once characterized her had vanished, replaced by an even more resplendent brilliance. While her visage had not drastically changed, it had become noticeably more refined. The more striking her beauty, the more vexed Xian Wudao felt. Chen Chang'an, what merit do you possess? Xianer is forever grateful for your profound grace, Gu Xianer expressed. Though her exterior appeared remarkably calm, the tumult of excitement within her was known only to herself. The Phoenix immortal body. This was a formidable physique that countless individuals yearned for. Gu Xianer had never anticipated awakening such an extraordinary ability. Not only had her cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the true Qi realm, but she also discovered a cultivation technique perfectly aligned with her newfound physique residing in her mind. Chen Chang'an observed Gu Xianer with evident surprise. Perhaps this was indeed a delightful revelation. This is your own fortune. Not everyone has the opportunity to awaken such a physique. It might be tied to your ancestry. Does your Gu family not possess any clan records? Were there any formidable figures among your forebears? Chen Chang'an inquired with curiosity. I am not aware of such matters.
Gu Xianer replied.
As a daughter, even if clan records existed, they were not accessible to her. Nevertheless, what was done, and there was no need to delve too deeply into it. Is it truly the Phoenix immortal body? In response to your query, yes, it is indeed the Phoenix immortal body. Furthermore, a technique has manifested in my mind, named the Phoenix True Art. It is a method that can only be cultivated by one possessing the Phoenix immortal body. You even have a technique already? This revelation astonished Chen Chang'an further. Yet it was fortuitous, for he had not yet decided what method to impart to Gu Xianer. Given this, you should strive for a place on the human ranking. The ranking has only recently commenced, and there is a span of 3 years. Although Gu Xianer may have started a tad late, with the awakening of the Phoenix immortal body and the Phoenix True Art, securing a position within 3 years should not be arduous. The human ranking? Gu Xianer gazed at Chen Chang'an in astonishment. This was common knowledge throughout the entire Taishan realm. Yet she had never contemplated that she could partake in it, let alone vie for a ranking. Master, am I truly capable of this? Gu Xianer expressed her self-doubt. You possess the Phoenix immortal body, one that may only appear once in several millennia across the Taishan realm. If you cannot, then who can? Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. Very well, since you command it, I shall indeed strive for a place upon the human ranking. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xianer resolved firmly within her heart not to disappoint Chen Chang'an. She was determined to contest for a position on the ranking. Someone approaches. Should we depart now? Or what shall we do? Xian Wudao inquired, gazing at Chen Chang'an. The commotion that just erupted was indeed quite substantial, prompting those of some standing in the realm of Langya Yunchuan to come and ascertain the situation. Chen Chang'an cast a puzzled glance at Xian Wudao, pondering whether this fellow had been a beggar for too long, now inclined to hide at the sight of others. Had he developed a psychological shadow? He mused that it was not in Xian Wudao's nature to shy away from confrontation in the past. It was a curious turn of events that he would now pose such a question. With a chuckle, Chun Chang'an remarked, "Indeed, when did you ever shy away from anyone?" Xian Wudao, momentarily taken aback by Chun Chang'an's words, reflected, "When have I ever hidden from others? Alas, it is indeed your fault. For 3 millennia, I have been inclined to evade encounters, fearful of running into familiar faces. In the days of your eye, enough of that, let us see who approaches. I am eager to discover their intentions." Regardless of whether he possessed cultivation back in those days or had now attained it, Chun Chang'an had never been one to shy away from challenges. After all, death was not a concern. What was most significant was that one could not join in the revelry while being timid. Before he could finish his thought, several individuals swiftly soared toward the vicinity of the Huanhua Tower. At that moment, there were not many people around, making the trio of Chun Chang'an conspicuously noticeable. "You have been here all along? What transpired here moments ago?" One of the newcomers inquired haughtily upon arriving and gazing at Chun Chang'an and his companions. "Excuse me? Our sect master is inquiring. Have you lost your voice?" When Chun Chang'an and the others remained silent, one of the newcomers glared, his eyes brimming with menace. "Kneel and speak." Xian Wudao's expression darkened, and a formidable aura erupted from him. Faced with this overwhelming presence, the intruders immediately knelt, terror etched across their faces. We did not know a senior was present. Please forgive our offenses. Senior, we are unworthy to recognize your stature. We are." Before the individual could finish his sentence, Xian Wudao let out a cold snort, causing the others to break into a cold sweat, collapsing to the ground, rendered utterly speechless. "Who are you to me? It matters not. Be gone." With a swift gesture, Xian Wudao sent the group flying away. "How pathetic. And yet they dare to act so high and mighty." Xian Wudao scoffed disdainfully. "This is Millennia. Truly, formidable individuals are scarce, especially in a place like Yunchuan. The strongest among them can barely reach the transformation stage, not even rivaling your younger self." Chun Chang'an remarked with a faint smile. "What is the point of this? Am I to serve as your enforcer? Why bother with these individuals? Perhaps we should simply depart." Xian Wudao replied with a sense of resignation. "You acted too swiftly. I initially intended to inquire about some matters. Now look, you've frightened everyone away." Chun Chang'an sighed, amused yet exasperated. Xian Wudao's imposing aura had sent all potential inquirers fleeing, demonstrating a lack of respect for him. "Inquire about what?" Xian Wudao asked curiously. "It is nothing of consequence. Merely some personal matters," Chun Chang'an replied, shaking his head without offering further explanation. His primary purpose for coming to Millennia was, after all, to seek the family records did not specify the exact location of the Chun clan in Millennia from years past. However, if he inquired among the elderly, they might have heard tales of the Chun family. Yet, Millennia was vast, and Chun Chang'an remained uncertain of the clan's former strength. If it had been mediocre, it would be difficult to gather information. "So, your visit to Millennia is solely for personal affairs?" he questioned. "Indeed, I may need to linger here a while longer. What about you?" Upon hearing this, Xian Wudao suddenly appeared perplexed, having wandered for 3,000 years, now finding himself free yet uncertain of what to pursue next. "What do you suppose I intend to do?" Xian Wudao inquired, gazing at Chun Chang'an. "Guess?" Chun Chang'an looked at him as if he were foolish. "Do you truly think I cannot guess?" Ahem, just a jest, Xian Wudao chuckled. "Regardless, after 3 millennia, I should return and take a glimpse. I wonder if those in the sect still remember me." "Enough of this sentimentality," Chun Chang'an scoffed. "Your father is the supreme elder of the Wujizong. Do you truly believe he could forget you?" "Huh? How do you know who my father is?" Xian Wudao exclaimed, astonished. "Few are aware of this within Wujizong." Chun Chang'an regarded him with a mischievous smile and whispered, "Go home and ask your father. There's something I've never revealed to you. Back in the day, your father sought to be sworn brothers with me. Wudao, I nearly became your elder." "Elder?" Xian Wudao retorted. "You are taking advantage of me. Do you doubt it? Ask your father when you return." Chapter 38. The romantic entanglements of Chun Chang'an. This news indeed left Xian Wudao utterly bewildered. He was aware of Chun Chang'an's enigmatic nature and his unfathomable strength. However, He never anticipated that there existed such a profound connection between himself and Chen Chang'an. His father, who once held an air of invincibility and refused to bow to anyone, had pursued Chen Chang'an for a sworn brotherhood in the past. Was this truly the same old man he knew? Upon further reflection, Xian Wudao realized that there was not an absence of possibility. Chen Chang'an's youthful appearance did not necessarily indicate his actual age. When Xian Wudao first met Chen Chang'an 3,000 years ago, he appeared to be in his early 20s, yet now, Xian Wudao had transformed into a middle-aged man, while Chen Chang'an still retained his youthful visage. It wasn't that Xian Wudao could not maintain a youthful appearance. Rather, he felt it would be inappropriate to feign youth at his age. Pray tell, how many years have you truly lived? Xian Wudao inquired earnestly, gazing intently at Chen Chang'an. 10,000 years, Chen Chang'an replied candidly. 10,000 years? Good heavens! You have lived for 10 millennia? This revelation bore tremendous implications. Such a being was undoubtedly a paragon of strength. Had he foolishly wagered against someone of such caliber in the past? Are you at the Emperor realm? Xian Wudao asked, astonished. His words sent a jolt through Gu Xiener, who stood nearby. The Emperor, a legendary realm, was in their midst, and she was in the service of such a being? The peak of the Emperor realm cannot harm me in the slightest, Chen Chang'an stated calmly, as though discussing something trivial. Yet, the internal turmoil within Xian Wudao was a tempest only he could comprehend. To say that the peak of the Emperor realm could not harm him. Had he once wagered with such a person? Should he feel elated? Was he, by extension, afforded the same treatment as those at the peak of the Emperor realm? Why did he feel a peculiar sense of joy? Enough! Compose yourself, Xian Wudao admonished himself, suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. When he turned his gaze back to Chen Chang'an, it had shifted. The man was a hidden powerhouse, shrouded in mystery. Most importantly, unlike other top-tier warriors, Chen Chang'an bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary individual. Indeed, he resembled an ordinary person. Xian Wudao could not help but acknowledge that even he, with the augmentation of his strength, had undergone changes in his mindset, regarding human life as inconsequential, harboring arrogance, and becoming difficult to approach. Yet Chen Chang'an? He acted with spontaneity and maintained a tranquil disposition, treating everyone equally regardless of their status. Could this be the true essence of a formidable warrior? As these thoughts unfolded, Xian Wudao found himself experiencing a moment of enlightenment. Suddenly, Xian Wudao found himself at a loss for how to address Chen Chang'an. Should he call him Old Chen? After all, the man was acquainted with his father. Perhaps he should refer to him as Sir? But that felt utterly inappropriate. Very well, he decided he would continue to address him as he always had. Let us each speak our minds. Your father calls me Big Brother, while you refer to me as Old Chen. It's all the same, Chen Chang'an said with a faint smile. Fine, I shall call you Old Chen. By this reckoning, does it mean that I hold a higher status than my father in your presence? Or perhaps we are of the same generation. How is this hierarchy determined? Xian Wudao, adept in the art of cultivation, seemed somewhat less skilled in social nuances. Never mind. It is of no consequence. Indeed, it matters not. Suddenly, laughter erupted, and a sense of lightness filled the air. However, I truly must take my leave. Very well. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Quite so. Xian Wudao nodded with a smile, then turned to bid farewell to De Huang. As he was about to depart, he paused, glancing back at Chen Chang'an, a rather mischievous glint in his eyes. Throughout the years of searching for you, I happened upon a peculiar piece of information. Initially, I presumed it was merely a case of sharing a name, but given your longevity, I suspect it might be connected to you. Something related to me? What is it? Chen Chang'an inquired, puzzled. Do you know someone by the name of Changsun Shixue? Changsun Shixue? At the mention of this name, Chen Chang'an hesitated. Over the years, he had encountered few, yet not an insignificant number of individuals. A surname as unique as Changsun's? Why could he not recall at this moment? Da Huang, do you remember this person? Chen Chang'an asked. De Huang shook his head, clearly lacking any recollection of the name. Are you truly unfamiliar? Yet, I have heard that Changsun Shixue has been searching for someone named Chen Chang'an for nearly 5 millennia. 5 millennia? Goodness, that exceeds my own lifespan. Moreover, This Changsun Shishue is remarkably powerful. It is said she has reached the pinnacle of the immortal realm, with a promising chance of ascending to the emperor level. 5 millennia of searching? So, if there is a connection, it must date back to 5 millennia ago. What was I doing back then? What could she possibly want with Chen Chang'an? Have you heard anything? Chen Chang'an asked, curious. It appears she wishes to marry Chen Chang'an. The specifics, however, elude me. 5 millennia. Such a profound sentiment. If it truly is you, you have caused quite a stir, leading that young lady on a quest for 5,000 years. Marry Chen Chang'an? Chen Chang'an was now utterly bewildered. He believed he had no romantic entanglements. Changsun Shishue? Changsun Shishue. Changsun. Suddenly, a jolt of recognition surged through Chen Chang'an, an ancient memory surfacing in his mind. Oh no, I actually do know her. De Huang, this is all you're doing. You troublesome creature. Chen Chang'an exclaimed, scolding De Huang, who looked utterly perplexed. At this moment, Xian Wudao began to grasp the implications, exclaiming in surprise, no way. Truly is you? You are impressive, I am in awe. A woman can be unforgettable for 5 millennia, especially someone as remarkable as Changsun Shishue. This is not something an ordinary individual could achieve. However, Xian Wudao was quite curious about the connection between this matter and De Huang. Enough already. Just because I remain silent does not mean I am mute. Have you finished your tirade? If someone wishes to marry you, what concern is it of mine? It's not like she is marrying me. De Huang could not help but engage in a verbal spat with Chen Chang'an, which left Gu Xianer astonished. She suddenly realized that De Huang was not merely an ordinary dog. Not your concern? If it weren't for you back then, would I have fallen into Changsun Shishue's? At this point, Chen Chang'an abruptly halted, causing Xian Wudao to become anxious and restless. How could he go silent at such a crucial moment? Speak up. What were you about to say regarding Changsun Shishue? Xian Wudao urged impatiently. De Huang was also taken aback. Reminded by Chen Chang'an, it seemed to recall something. So it was her. No wonder this girl chased you relentlessly back then. Astonishingly, after all these years, she still has not let go. But wait, shouldn't she want to kill you? How did this turn into wanting to marry you? I say, Brother De Huang, can we dispense with the riddles? Please, tell us what transpired back then. Xian Wudao felt as though he might go mad. Could you not express yourselves more directly? Oh, it's nothing much. Just that Chen Chang'an saw her entirely and even reached out to touch her. Huh? Touch? What did he touch? Holy cow! I cannot believe you are such a person. Chen Chang'an. I disdain you. Chapter 39. The unintended touch you revealed everything to her. Yet you still dared to touch? Xian Wudao never anticipated that Chen Chang'an possessed such a dazzling past. This was none other than Long-Sun Shishue. Anyone who dared to gaze at her with even a hint of inappropriate intent would face dire consequences. Yet, astonishingly, Chen Chang'an had once touched her. It seems that only because he is Chen Chang'an would he escape unscathed. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since become a mere pile of bones. Admiration, envy, and even a trace of jealousy filled Xian Wudao's being. Da Hong, do continue. Elaborate on this, Xian Wudao inquired with palpable excitement. Are you not supposed to be heading home? Hurry up and leave. Why are you prying into this? Chen Chang'an retorted irritably. Oh, there's no rush. I must hear this tale, Da Hong replied, undeterred. Such an intriguing affair cannot be left unfinished. At that moment, Gu Xianer stood nearby, her cheeks flushed. She had not expected that beneath Chen Chang'an's seemingly serious demeanor lay such a romantic escapade. Though slightly embarrassed, she was equally curious about what truly transpired. Da Hong, it would be wise for you to remain silent, Chen Chang'an warned in a low tone. Why? You've already touched, and now you wish to silence me? Da Hong shot him a disdainful glance. To recount the incident, it was entirely a matter of chance, a sheer accident. At the time, Chen Chang'an and Da Hong were engaged in playful antics when Da Hong, with excessive vigor, inadvertently sent Chen Chang'an flying. By unfortunate coincidence, Long-Sun Shishue, who had just returned from hunting a beast and was covered in blood, had found a small stream to cleanse herself. At the same moment, Chen Chang'an fell from the sky, landing right before Long-Sun Shishue. When one plunges into water, Instinct compels them to flail their arms to grasp something solid for stability. In this instance, Chen Chang'an instinctively reached out and, quite fortuitously, seized something. Once he regained his footing, he found himself face to face with Long Sun Shishue, whose cheeks were flushed and her gaze frosty. A glance downward revealed that his hand had landed in quite an inappropriate location. Chen Chang'an wished to provide an explanation, but Long Sun Shishue offered him no opportunity. For 3 months, she relentlessly pursued him, culminating in his eventual disappearance. Yet, throughout the years, she never ceased her quest to find him. Chen Chang'an, however, found it perplexing. How had the narrative shifted from one of vengeance to one of potential matrimony? Had the rumors twisted and transformed over time? Though the tale itself might lack allure, when intertwined with the lives of Chen Chang'an and Long Sun Shishue, it took on a far more captivating essence. Xian Wudao gazed at Chen Chang'an with an expression that conveyed disbelief at his apparent lasciviousness. "Why do you look at me like that?" Chen Chang'an replied, exasperated. "It was merely an accident. Do not attempt to explain. I find it hard to believe. 5,000 years ago, Long Sun Shishue was not particularly powerful, nor were you. Were you incapable of controlling your descent? And yet, you fortuitously landed right before her? Even if you truly fell before them with your cultivation, what could possibly transpire? Is there something you need to grasp to maintain your composure? You still claim it was unintentional?" Xian Wudao looked at Chen Chang'an with disdain, wondering how this lad could take advantage and yet feign innocence, as if attempting to deceive a fool. What if I had no cultivation 5,000 years ago? No cultivation 5,000 years ago. Nonsense. The more he spoke, the more absurd it became. Chen Chang'an, do you truly consider me a fool? You have lived for 10,000 years. How did you survive 5,000 years ago without any cultivation? Were you born immortal? Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, I confess. Isn't that enough? Please do not tarnish my reputation." Seeing Chen Chang'an nod, Xian Wudao scoffed. "Trust you? I would be the biggest fool in the world. Who is born immortal? You harbor ill intentions, admiring the beauty of Changsun Shishue, and you did it deliberately." Chen Chang'an hadn't anticipated that after being so forthright, Xian Wudao would still not believe him. "De Huang, stop your foolish laughter and explain." De Huang was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. He relished such situations. Explain? One would have to be mad to explain, as it was none of his concern. As for an explanation, perhaps save that for when you meet Changsun Shishue. I shall take my leave. Do not worry, as a friend. I shall not convey to Changsun Shishue that you are in Langya. Rest assured, I absolutely will not. After Xian Wudao departed, Chen Chang'an sighed in resignation, concluding that matters in Langya should come to an end soon. Given Xian Wudao's disposition, he would undoubtedly inform Changsun Shishue, for he would not easily forget the enmity from 3,000 years of beggary. Let us depart. Yes, my lord. Chen Chang'an, accompanied by Gu Xiener and De Huang, set out to seek families or sects in Yunchuan that had existed for over 500 years. Meanwhile, Chen Yunxian, alone, had already commenced his journey to the northern region. Northern region, Blood Shadow Sect. Halt! What brings you to the Blood Shadow Sect? The gatekeeper disciple scrutinized Chen Yunxian. He replied coolly, I have heard that the sect master of the Blood Shadow Sect has reached the pinnacle of the first level of the Divine Passage Realm. I am here to seek guidance. Upon hearing this, the disciple's expression shifted dramatically. Chen Yunxian was merely 16 years old and dared to challenge their sect master? Such audacity! Did he think this was a joke? Knowing our sect master is a formidable practitioner at the Divine Passage Realm and still daring to seek death? You, a mere child, seem to have a death wish. As they prepared to strike, Chen Yunxian shook his head and said, You are not my match. Do not waste your efforts. Not my match? How laughable! I shall see what skills you possess. One of the Blood Shadow Sect's disciples charged directly at Chen Yunxian. In the face of the opponent's assault, Chen Yunxian simply waved his hand, effortlessly repelling the adversary. How formidable! He appears to be merely 16 or 17 years old. How can he possess such strength? Even if he is powerful, he cannot possibly rival our sect leader. Indeed, do not be intimidated by him. Let us all attack together. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue this insufferable brat. Charge. The crowd surged forward, and Chan Yunxian, with a resigned sigh, unleashed his full power. In just one exchange, over 10 disciples of the Blood Shadow sect lay incapacitated on the ground. How audacious! Who dares to stir trouble in my Blood Shadow sect? A furious roar echoed as a crimson figure soared from the distance. The newcomer was none other than the leader of the Blood Shadow sect. Upon seeing Chan Yunxian, the sect leader was momentarily taken aback, struck by the youthfulness and striking visage of the young challenger. "Who are you?" the sect leader inquired, furrowing his brow. "I am Chan Yunxian of the Chun family, here to seek guidance." Chapter 40. Such fragility? The Chen family? Chen Yunxian? The leader of the Blood Shadow sect furrowed his brow. Is there a prominent Chun family existing within the northern domain? Ah, the third level of the Transcendence realm? At such a tender age, he possesses such formidable prowess? Suddenly, the leader of the Blood Shadow sect realized that Chan Yunxian had indeed reached the third tier of the Transcendence realm. To attain such a level at this age undoubtedly marks him as an exceptional genius. Yet, how come he had never heard of this in the northern domain? What? He has actually reached the third level of Transcendence? No wonder he is so formidable, but he appears rather youthful to me. He seems to be a few years my junior, yet my own cultivation. Indeed, there are always those more capable than oneself. Chan Yunchuan's cultivation astounded the disciples of the Blood Shadow sect, for at his age, most individuals who manage to break through to the Qi realm are already remarkable. Achieving the Transcendence realm exceeds their comprehension. In their memory, those who reach the Transcendence realm at the age of 16 or 17 are indeed a rarity in the entire northern domain. Yet, why has this Chun family never been mentioned before? With the emergence of the human rankings, it is indeed a tumultuous time. The leader of the Blood Shadow sect refrained from acting with his usual arrogance. After all, just because he had not heard of a powerful Qin family in the northern domain does not imply that one does not exist elsewhere. What if this is a disciple from a prominent family come to experience trials in the northern domain? Chan Yunxian, your talents are indeed remarkable. There are likely few with your gifts throughout the northern domain. However, the disparity in our strengths is considerable. Perhaps I should summon a few elders from the Transcendence realm to engage in a friendly spar with you, the leader of the Blood Shadow sect suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chan Yunxian merely shook his head. Even if all the Transcendence masters of the Blood Shadow sect were present, it would not serve as a meaningful spar for him. They are not his equals. My opponent is you. Chan Yunxian gazed steadfastly at the leader of the Blood Shadow sect. Witnessing such unwavering determination in Chan Yunchuan's eyes, the leader of the Blood Shadow sect raised an eyebrow. Where does this confidence stem from? Young man, your audacity is impressive. Although you possess some talent, you are still merely at the third level of the Transcendence realm. Do you truly believe that I, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Transcendence, am unworthy to be your opponent? The elders of the Blood Shadow sect, however, disagreed with Chan Yunxian's stance. Regardless of his talent, the disparity in cultivation levels remains. How could he dare to be so arrogant? He truly is not a match. I harbor no intention of belittling you, Chan Yunxian replied helplessly. The more he insisted, the more arrogant he appeared in the eyes of others. Was that not a form of disparagement? Ha ha ha, today I am genuinely eager to witness what capabilities this genius possesses. With that, the elder prepared to teach Chan Yunxian a lesson, only to be directly halted by the leader of the Blood Shadow sect. Leader, why do you stop me when the other party is being so provocative? An elder asked in exasperation. Patience, I believe this young man is not intentionally seeking to provoke. The unusual behavior of the Blood Shadow sect's leader left everyone in a state of confusion. Typically, had an opponent come to challenge him, the leader would have been furious. Why was he so composed this time? Unbeknownst to them, the leader harbored deep concerns. With the emergence of the human ranking and the tumultuous times that ensued, coupled with Chan Yunchuan's mysterious background, it was prudent to avoid antagonizing him, lest they face dire consequences. Since you are so insistent, let us engage in a friendly spar, the leader remarked with a smile. Rest assured, this is merely practice and I shall hold back. I hope you unleash your full strength, otherwise, the essence of our sparring will be lost. Full strength? Chan Yunchuan's words, repeated in front of so many witnesses, left the leader feeling somewhat humiliated. despite his efforts to remain composed. Very well, I shall not hold back. The leader's expression darkened, and although he became serious, he still restrained himself to some extent. As Chen Yunxian observed the leader's attack, he frowned in disbelief. How could he be so weak? The disparity in strength compared to Lu Bo, who once accompanied Chang Yushu, is staggering. Without further contemplation, Chen Yunchuan's figure flashed as he launched a punch directly at the Blood Shadow Sect's leader. Boom! With a resounding crash, the leader was sent flying, completely outmatched by Chen Yunxian. How? Is this possible? The leader lost? To a mere boy at the third level of the extraordinary realm? This cannot be true. It is simply unbelievable. Even in a level-up challenge, this is too absurd. The third level of the extraordinary realm, and he sent a first-level divine realm opponent flying? Chen Yunchuan's effortless victory left the Blood Shadow Sect's members in stunned silence. They had anticipated such an outcome, but they expected it to be the other way around, with Chen Yunxian being defeated in a single blow. Do you truly possess only the third level of the extraordinary realm? The leader's gaze towards Chen Yunxian became increasingly wary. This young man was not merely boasting. He was indeed a force to be reckoned with, and even the leader himself was no match for him. Indeed, I am only at the third level of the extraordinary realm. Are you truly at the first level of the divine realm? Chen Yunxian inquired with a hint of doubt. Upon hearing this, the leader nearly spat blood in disbelief. How could his own cultivation be questioned? How dare he suggest that he might not be at the first level of the divine realm? What do you mean by that? The leader asked, visibly displeased. I simply meant that some time ago, I sparred with an individual of the divine realm, and I found it quite challenging. He was no match for me. I had thought that after my breakthrough to the next level we would be evenly matched, but I did not anticipate. Chen Yunxian was oblivious to the fact that although Lu Bo was also of the divine realm, he was not merely at the first level. This misunderstanding led him to believe that his strength could only contend with those at that level. Is it truly the case that he, at the second level of the extraordinary realm, is capable of contending with a formidable opponent from the divine passage realm? Moreover, he mentioned that it was quite a strenuous endeavor, indicating that he possessed some degree of resistance. It is utterly astonishing. How has he achieved such mastery? Perhaps this is the essence of genius. Today, I have come to realize the stark disparity between us ordinary individuals and the prodigies. Alas, throughout our lives, we may merely aspire to follow in their wake. It seems that even that may be a tall order. The crowd was filled with awe, and at that moment, the leader of the Blood Shadow Sect was drenched in cold sweat. Such a talent could not possibly hail from the northern region. Where could he possibly originate? Could it be a super genius emerging from the central heavenly domain? Yet, it stands to reason that individuals from the central heavenly domain would have no reason to venture to a place like the northern region. Your prowess is extraordinary. I am not your match. I concede, lamented the leader of the Blood Shadow Sect. I misjudged my own capabilities. If I had been more aware, I would not have intruded. I apologize for any offense caused. However, I wish to inquire if there exists anyone nearby who has reached the third level of the divine passage realm. Chen Yunxian had already witnessed the capabilities of those at the first level of the divine passage realm. By his estimation, to achieve a meaningful exchange of skills, he must seek out someone at the third level. The third level of the divine passage realm? If memory serves, there is indeed an individual, approximately 500 miles from here, who has attained that level. Oh, who is this person? This individual is known not by a name, but by an epithet, Evil Heaven. Merely mentioning this name will make it easy to gather information. Evil Heaven, thank you for the information. I take my leave. Chapter 41. The Northern Domain Grand Competition. Have you heard? Evil Tongtian has been slain. What? Evil Tongtian has been killed? How can this be? He is a formidable figure in the realm of divine abilities, having evaded repercussions for his misdeeds for so many years. How could he suddenly meet his demise? I am not entirely certain. I too have only heard whispers. A fortnight ago, someone intended to spar with Evil Tongtian and fortuitously encountered him. You know his proclivities. Subsequently, that individual reportedly ended his life, and the manner of his death was quite gruesome. Goodness, this happened 2 weeks ago? How have I not heard of it? Many witnesses were present at the time. You truly have no inkling? I genuinely do not. Who was it that vanquished evil Tongtian? It is said to have been a young lad. A youth? Evil Tongtian, notorious for his wickedness, has evaded justice for years, and now he falls to a mere boy? This individual is at least at the 3rd level of divine abilities. Even if he were to be slain, it could hardly be by a youth alone, could it? Your assertion seems rather far-fetched. A youth? In our northern domain, even the most talented of youths would likely not be a match for evil Tongtian, would they? Some have claimed to have seen him with their own eyes. The assailant appeared to be no older than 18. Is that so? I find that hard to believe. Why would I deceive you? I too have heard of this incident, and it seems credible. I suspect the young man may be a disciple from a prominent family, seeking experience in light of the impending human rankings. Now that you mention it, there may be some truth to that. By the way, have you all heard? The Northern Domain Grand Competition is about to commence. I have heard about it. It seems to be associated with the human rankings, providing a platform for the younger generation to hone their skills. Do you think this youth will participate in the Northern Domain Grand Competition? If he truly has the capability to slay a being of divine abilities, he might not need to partake, would he? What do you know? The Northern Domain Grand Competition is merely an appetizer, designed to select the CRME de la CRME of the younger generation to compete in the 4 Domains Martial Assembly. The 4 Domains Martial Assembly? Many have heard of the Northern Domain Grand Competition, but this 4 Domains Martial Assembly is somewhat unfamiliar. The crowd turned to the speaker, discovering he was also a young man, perhaps around 20, possessing a striking visage and an extraordinary demeanor, clearly not an ordinary person. Might this gentleman elaborate on the 4 Domains Martial Assembly for us? Yes. Could you share with us, so we may broaden our horizons? The young man seemed to relish the attention, a proud smile adorning his face as he seated himself comfortably. Since I am in a good mood today, I shall regale you with the tale. The young man's words captivated the audience, who listened intently. As for the Northern Domain Grand Competition, it was originally held every decade. The arrival of the human rankings has expedited this event, but the true impetus is the gathering of powerful figures from the 4 domains for a martial assembly. The aim is to instill greater motivation among the younger generation across the 4 domains. Even if just one individual from our 4 realms can make it onto the list, it would be a source of great pride. It is well known that the 4 realms have long been deemed a barren land, with the denizens of the central heaven realm looking down upon us. Thus, this presents an opportunity for vindication. Don't you agree? The 4 realms have consistently faced disdain, and while we are all acutely aware of this, what can we do? After all, we cannot compare to the central heaven realm, which enjoys unparalleled advantages and possesses an unfathomable disparity in strength. Yet, times have changed. The arrival of the rankings offers a chance for someone to rise above and, in doing so, bring honor to the 4 realms. This noble sir, as you suggest, the purpose of both the Northern Domain Grand Competition and the 4 Realms Martial Assembly is to select the most talented and powerful individual among us? And what happens after that? A pertinent question. Once selected, the 4 realms will invest all resources into this individual. Do you comprehend the significance of this? The entirety of the 4 realms will serve this one person, and all the finest treasures will be bestowed upon them. Now, do you understand the magnitude of the temptation and the intensity of the competition? Upon hearing this, everyone was rendered speechless. Such a scenario had never occurred before. Although there have been no significant conflicts among the 4 realms, each has tended to its own affairs. Now, the prospect of unity among them, with all the powerful individuals agreeing, is unprecedented. Could it be that the allure of the rankings is indeed so profound that it compels the formidable figures of the 4 realms to set aside their differences and unite? Where will the Northern Domain Grand Competition take place? Can we witness the spectacle? Yes, indeed, can we observe the event? Such a grand occasion would be a pity to miss. Upon hearing this, the young man shook his head, stating that such momentous events are not open to just anyone. You might know where it is, but even if you go, what can you truly do? Too many would only disrupt the competition. The young man's words elicited a collective sigh of resignation from the crowd, clearly disappointed by the realization that they could not attend. Noble sir, given your extensive knowledge, surely you will participate in the Northern Domain Grand Competition? Me? Not at all. While I possess some strength, I am also self-aware, and besides, I am a bit too old to compete. I merely enjoy gathering information, hence my greater awareness. Esteemed guests, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Farewell. The young man departed, and Chen Yunxian, who had been sitting at a distance, rose to follow him. Noble sir, please wait. Where will the Northern Domain Grand Competition be held? When does it commence? After catching up, Chen Yunxian wasted no time and directly inquired. It's you? Are you participating in the Northern Domain Grand Competition? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunxian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the young man recognized him. You know me? Chen family. Chen Yunxian, the one who killed the wicked Tong Tian. I know of you, the young man nodded. This revelation left Chen Yunxian somewhat taken aback. While it was likely that many were aware of the demise of the notorious Yi Tong Tian, few could pinpoint the identity of the perpetrator or possess knowledge of his appearance. How did this young man come to such information? Who exactly are you? The sudden appearance coupled with such audacious claims, were they directed at me? With a furrowed brow, Chen Yunxian sensed something amiss about the individual before him. Please do not misunderstand. I am merely someone with an insatiable curiosity for information. The assassination of Yi Tong Tian is a matter of great significance, and naturally, I sought to inquire further. You see, I have created this likeness based on descriptions from those who have encountered you. Additionally, I learned of your challenge against the leader of the Blood Shadow sect, which led me to discover your name. Upon seeing the portrait of himself in the stranger's hand, Chen Yunxian eased some of his suspicions. Yet, could a person truly go to such lengths solely out of a penchant for gathering information? Was it merely a personal interest devoid of ulterior motives? What is your name? Chen Yunxian inquired. Me? I am called Wanshitong. Quite melodious, wouldn't you agree? Wanshitong? Is that a name inspired by your character, or does the name itself shape your character? Where will the Northern Region Grand Tournament take place? Chen Yunxian asked. I know. It will be held in Fengling Valley. Chapter 42. Gathering at Windbell Valley. Windbell Valley, aptly named for its resemblance to a wind chime, possesses a truly enchanting quality. Within its confines, one can hear the melodious sound of wind chimes as long as the breeze stirs. Yet, the moment one steps beyond its borders, no matter how fierce the wind, the harmonious chime fades into silence. Despite its beauty, Windbell Valley is also considered a perilous locale in the northern region. Though not expansive, it harbors a host of demonic beasts. While the strength of these beasts is relatively modest compared to other regions, the number of formidable warriors in the north is limited. A fifth-tier demonic beast can reign unchecked within these lands. Thus, the choice of this venue for the Northern Region competition has left many puzzled. The presence of esteemed clans, talented disciples, and powerful guardians raises questions about the participation of others. Although the competition claims to be open to all, the chosen location inherently excludes a vast majority. Brother Chen, since you are also attending the Northern Region competition, why not travel together? It would be pleasant to have company along the way, suggested the ever-resourceful Wan Shirtong with a smile. Travel together? Chen Yunxian regarded Wan Shirtong thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. That is acceptable. Given your moniker, I assume you possess considerable knowledge. Are there any notable experts participating in the Northern Region competition? He inquired. The identity of the champion and their potential to compete in the four regions martial assembly held little significance for Chen Yunxian. He had no need for the cultivation offered by the four regions, as Chen Chang'an had already bequeathed him ample resources to facilitate his training. His sole focus was on one pursuit: combat. Only through relentless battles could he swiftly elevate his prowess. My dear brother, you jest. Even the formidable Yi Tong Tian is no match for you. The competitors in the Northern Region competition likely pale in comparison, Wan Shirtong chuckled. You truly deserve the title of the foremost among the younger generation. The foremost among the younger generation? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunxian shook his head. Such accolades were not his aim. To contend for a place on the rankings, he must first establish himself as the strongest in the Northern Region. I do not refer to the youth, but rather to the elder generation of transcendent beings. How many will participate this time, and what might their strength be? Chen Yunxian inquired. At this, Wan Shirtong paused momentarily before realization dawned upon him. He chuckled wryly, recognizing his oversight. Having vanquished Yi Tong Tian, Chen Yunxian must indeed seek out those of superior strength. According to my sources, the 4 great families and 5 major sects will partake in the event. However, they will likely be led by elders. As for their strength, I cannot say for certain, but one could infer that they range around the 5th to 7th tier of the Transcendent Realm. 5th to 7th tier of the Transcendent Realm? That should suffice for training purposes. Which direction lies Windbell Valley? Let us proceed. I shall lead the way. Very well, thank you. Fengling Valley, once a place that many feared to approach, has now seen an influx of visitors at its periphery. Brother, what should we do? Are we truly going to venture inside? A young girl hesitated, her expression betraying uncertainty as she gazed at the valley. The Northern Region tournament awaited within its depths. Having arrived at this juncture, retreat was not an option. Unfortunately, their humble origins left them without a formidable escort. Alas, we must rely on ourselves. The young boy sighed helplessly. The siblings had already spent 3 days at Fengling Valley, observing the powerful families and sects, all accompanied by strong protectors for their disciples. As for those like them, lacking influence and connections, they could only remain outside, hesitant to act recklessly. They clearly see us. Why do they not extend a hand to bring us along? The girl expressed her displeasure. It was said that anyone could participate in the Northern Region tournament. Why choose such a place? Foolish girl. It is not their obligation to escort us inside. We must rely on our own abilities. The boy replied with a wry smile. Though merely 2 years her senior, he displayed greater maturity. As they conversed, 3 young men approached them from a distance. Are you 2 here to participate in the Northern Region tournament as well? The leader, a handsome young man of about 20, smiled at them. The girl's eyes brightened at the sight of him, thinking to herself, what a striking young man. However, the boy regarded the trio with caution, frowning as he asked, what do you want? Ha, do not misunderstand us, we mean no harm. Fengling Valley is fraught with dangers, and our strength is insufficient to proceed alone. We 3 have decided to gather others to increase our chances of success. Would you 2 be willing to join our team? Team up? The boy felt a spark of possibility. This could be a solution. He had considered it before but lacked the acquaintance to form a group. Now that someone had approached them, he saw no reason to decline. Very well, let us introduce ourselves. I am Zhang Wenyuan, 19 years old, with a cultivation level of the 5th stage of True Qi. This is my sister Zhang Wenqian, 17 years old, at the 9th stage of essence condensation. The 5th stage of True Qi is acceptable, but the 9th stage of essence condensation. What is she doing here? Seeking death? Zhang Wenyuan seemed to sense their confusion and explained. It is her first time venturing far from home, and she insisted on coming to see the world. I could not refuse her, so I brought her along. Zhang brother, this is reckless. Fengling Valley is perilous. Your sister is still young and lacks strength. Is this not folly? Indeed, why do you not dissuade her? It is apparent that the other 2 individuals among the trio, while appearing to persuade, are actually somewhat disdainful of Zhang Wenqian's insufficient prowess, fearing she may hinder their progress. Zhang Wenyuan perceives this, yet Zhang Wenqian remains oblivious. I am not afraid. I merely wish to broaden my horizons. Besides, I have matured. I am already 17, and there is no need for concern, Zhang Wenqian declared with a smile. This as the other 2 seemed poised to voice their thoughts. The leader spoke with a gentle smile. It is of no consequence. We are many, so let us proceed together. Thank you, kind sir. Your generosity is appreciated. Zhang Wenqian expressed her gratitude toward the leader, who, in both appearance and demeanor, evoked her admiration. The leader returned a slight smile and introduced himself. I am Wang Keming, a bit older than you, at the age of 22, and I possess a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the True Qi realm. With the time until the Northern Domain Grand Competition dwindling, shall we set off at once? What do you all think? Just the 5 of us? Yes, having too many individuals may lead to discord and become unmanageable. 5 is perfect. If necessary, we can invite any solitary individuals we encounter once we enter. Agreed. Then let us embark. Off we go to Windbell Valley. Chapter 43. The most sinister is the human heart. The inhabitants of Windbell Valley are indeed numerous. Chen Yunxian found himself positioned quite a distance from the valley, which resulted in a prolonged journey. Fortunately, he arrived just in time, only to be surprised by the gathering of hundreds of individuals outside Wind Bell Valley. All of them appeared to be young, caught in a state of hesitation, uncertain whether to venture into the valley. If they dared not enter alone, why did they not seek companionship to form a team? Chun Yunxian remarked casually, prompting Wan Shitong to chuckle and explain that these individuals had arrived driven by excitement and fervor. Yet, when confronted with the reality of Wind Bell Valley, their trepidation would strip them of their courage. Most importantly, how could they entrust their lives to strangers? The beasts within the valley were perilous, but more treacherous still was the human heart. Wan Shitong's words enlightened Chun Yunxian to the anxieties of these individuals, leading him to conclude that they would likely be unable to participate in the forthcoming Northern Region Grand Competition. At that moment, the wind howled, yet before them lay Wind Bell Valley, where not a single sound of wind chimes could be heard. This was the valley's peculiar charm, the reason for which remained a mystery. However, once one stepped inside, the chimes would be audible. "Let us venture in," Chun Yunxian declared, unhesitatingly stepping into the valley amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers. How audacious of them to enter the valley alone. "They are courting death," murmured some. Others echoed, "They will surely not survive the Northern Region Grand Competition. Before they even arrive, they will likely be devoured by the beasts." "Foolish. Merely a path to demise," they scoffed, their mockery stemming from their own jealousy. "Enough! How can you dare to criticize others? At least they possess the courage to enter." "Do you?" one retorted. "What gives you the right to speak?" Another added, "If you are so bold, why not follow suit?" Ignoring the clamor outside, Chun Yunxian entered Wind Bell Valley and soon discovered that it was quite expansive. A considerable distance had to be traversed to reach the true heart of the valley, which was entirely enveloped by dense woods. Once inside, the sound of chimes indeed reached his ears. Such a curious place, devoid of chimes yet resonating with their clear melody. What could be the reason for this phenomenon? Chun Yunxian was filled with intrigue. Perhaps it was due to the topography, or perhaps there were secrets yet to be unveiled. Many had sought to uncover the mysteries of Wind Bell Valley, yet none had succeeded in unveiling the source of the chime's melody. Wan Shitong proved to be a fountain of knowledge. Throughout their journey, Chun Yunxian realized that he possessed an abundance of information, far exceeding what Chun Yunxian had anticipated. It seemed that, within the northern region, there were few matters of which he was unaware. "I am indeed somewhat older than you and possess greater knowledge. This is not a difficult feat with dedication. Anything is achievable. Here lies the periphery, devoid of formidable beasts. Even the lower-tier creatures dare not provoke you. We may proceed with confidence." Upon hearing the omniscient's words, Chun Yunxian curiously inquired about the strongest beast within the Wind Bell Valley. "Are there fifth-tier beasts? In the northern domain, such creatures are seldom encountered." Prior to meeting Chen Chang'an, he had never even heard of them. It is said they exist, yet none have witnessed their presence. Thus, it remains mere hearsay, its authenticity uncertain. Hearsay, indeed? However, such tales often arise from more than mere fabrication. "Brother Wang, I implore you, act swiftly. My brother can scarcely hold on," Zhang Wenqian exclaimed, panic evident in her gaze as she looked at Wang Keming and the others. She had never anticipated events would unfold in this manner. Just moments before entering Wind Bell Valley, they had cooperated seamlessly, navigating through without incident. Yet now, confronted by a third-tier beast, Wang Keming allowed Zhang Wenyuan to face it alone while they stood idly by? "Silence!" Wang Keming suddenly glared, his demeanor shifting from genteel to menacing. Zhang Wenqian was taken aback, bewildered by his abrupt transformation. Did he truly believe that bringing the two of them along was for the sake of forming a team? Such naivety! "Without you as bait, how could we have entered Wind Bell Valley so smoothly? You are merely our chosen prey for the beasts, do you understand?" Wang Keming sneered. "What? You?" Zhang Wenqian gazed at Wang Keming in disbelief, utterly shocked that their purported intention of forming a team was merely a ruse for such a purpose. "Brother Wang, with the appearance of a third-tier beast, it is certain that within a certain radius no others of its kind will exist. Indeed, third-tier beasts possess territorial instincts, refusing to allow other creatures to invade their domain. Thus, our subsequent path shall be considerably easier. Will she still be brought along? Her? Ha ha ha, of course she must. For if we encounter another third-tier beast, who shall serve as sustenance? Wang Keming laughed heartily, having meticulously orchestrated this plan in his mind. Zhang Wenyuan, being the stronger, would initially hold off a third-tier beast, while Zhang Wenxian, though weaker, could buy them some time. This way, they should successfully reach the arena of the northern domain in Windbell Valley. I will not accompany you. Absolutely not, Zhang Wenxian declared, casting a glance at Zhang Wenyuan, who was desperately enduring wounds marring his body. Whether to leave or stay is no longer your decision. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Wenyu still had strength, they hastily departed. Wang Keming, too, wished to avoid further delay. He exchanged a knowing glance with the other two, and together they hoisted Zhang Wenxian, swiftly making their exit. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenyu, acutely aware of the unfolding events, felt an overwhelming urgency, consumed with concern for his sister's safety, yet utterly powerless to extricate himself. Confronted by a third-tier beast, his strength was woefully inadequate. Wang Keming, if I do not perish, you shall find no rest in death. With a furious roar, Zhang Wenyu launched himself into a frenzied assault against the formidable creature. Sensing his wrath, the beast seemed to grow even more frenzied. Bang! Zhang Wenyu was sent flying by a powerful strike, his body severely injured, leaving him devoid of the strength to retaliate. Am I truly destined to die here? Reluctantly, he closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable approach of death. Bang! Just as he awaited his demise, a tremendous noise reverberated, jolting Zhang Wenyu back to awareness. He opened his eyes to behold the third-tier beast, which had just been poised to attack him, now lifeless at his feet. Beside the corpse stood a young boy, seemingly even younger than himself. A single blow to a third-tier beast? How formidable! I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention, my friend. With great effort, Zhang Wenyu stood and bowed respectfully to the youth nearby. Chun Yunxian glanced back at Zhang Wenyu and stated coolly, I saved you merely because I could not abide certain behaviors. Did this youth witness the earlier incident? Regardless, the debt of gratitude for saving a life outweighs all else. Zhang Wenyu intended to beseech Chun Yunxian for assistance in rescuing his sister, but before he could utter a word, he noticed Wang Keming and the others rushing back from a distance. What transpired just moments ago? Chapter 44. Another instant kill? Wang Keming and his companions returned abruptly, and it was beyond belief that they had experienced a sudden moral awakening to rescue Zhang Wenyuan. The sole plausible explanation was that a more dreadful predicament had emerged, compelling their hasty retreat. But what of Wenxian? What had transpired with her? A sudden jolt of anxiety struck Zhang Wenyuan as he realized that although Wang Keming and his associates had returned, there was no sign of Zhang Wenxian. This unsettling absence darkened his expression. Could it be that his sister had encountered misfortune? Wang Keming and the others were equally taken aback to find Zhang Wenyuan still alive. This lad had somehow survived. But wait, why were there two additional individuals with him? Had a third-tier beast been slain? This outcome was unforeseen. It was astonishing that someone had dispatched a third-tier beast so swiftly. There is a fourth-tier beast, Wan Shitong remarked, casting a glance at Chun Yunxian. Indeed, I sensed it as well, Chun Yunxian responded, his brow furrowed. How could a fourth-tier beast suddenly appear here? According to Wan Shitong, this area should not harbor such a creature. Perhaps those who entered earlier disturbed the fourth-tier beasts, forcing them to flee. After all, members of the 4 major families and the 5 prominent sects have already entered. Fourth-tier beasts are no match for them, Wan Shitong deduced. Wang Keming, where is my sister? Where has she gone? Zhang Wenyuan glared at Wang Keming, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he intended to incinerate him with sheer wrath. Wang Keming dismissed Zhang Wenyuan's ire entirely, instead directing his attention towards Chun Yunxian and Wan Shitong. He overlooked Chun Yunxuan's youth, convinced that the one capable of slaying a third-tier beast could not possibly be him. It had to be someone else. Brother, there is a fourth-tier beast approaching from ahead. If we were to face it alone, we would likely not withstand its ferocity. Why not join forces? Wang Keming suggested to Wan Shitong. Upon hearing Wang Keming's words, Wan Shitong let out a derisive laugh. What? Are you planning to flee the moment we engage the fourth-tier beast? We are not so easily deceived. Wan Shitong's remarks startled Wang Keming. It dawned on him that these two had witnessed the events that had just transpired. Brother, in a world where one must fend for oneself, we may have resorted to unscrupulous means, but it was solely to ensure our participation in the Northern Region competition. This is a realm governed by the law of the jungle. If blame is to be assigned, it falls upon the two siblings for being too weak and naive. However, the situation is different now. The fourth-tier beast is formidable, and for the sake of survival, we shall not employ any further stratagems. What do you think? Having acknowledged that his actions were observed, Wang Keming chose to abandon his pretense. In the face of life and death, nothing was more vital than survival. His current display of candor was merely a means of self-preservation. Wang Keming, I ask you again, where's my sister? At this moment, Zhang Wenyuan's thoughts were solely consumed by concern for his sister's fate. He was utterly indifferent to any other dangers that might lurk. Get lost. I have no time to entertain you right now. Whether your sister is alive or dead is of no concern to me. I am under no obligation to protect her. Wang Keming replied coldly. I will fight you. You? Have you even looked at yourself? Wang Keming sneered at Zhang Wenyuan, choosing not to engage further with him and instead turning his attention to the informant. My friend, what do you think of my proposal just now? Wang Keming inquired with a smile. The informant did not respond, instead glancing at Chen Yunxian. What is your opinion? The informant asked. Let us deal with the beast first. Chen Yunxian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Wang Keming's face brightened. Did this imply they were agreeing to cooperate? Although Wang Keming spoke sweetly, he secretly planned to employ his old tricks. The moment Chen Yunxian and the others engaged with the fourth-tier beast, he would not hesitate to flee. Suddenly, a roar echoed, and the fourth-tier beast appeared within their line of sight. The saber-toothed tiger. What an overwhelming presence. At the moment the saber-toothed tiger emerged, Zhang Wenyuan felt an intense pressure. This was the innate aura of the saber-toothed tiger, which instilled fear in the weak, rendering them incapable of fully unleashing their potential. My friend, Wang Keming began, but before he could finish, Chen Yunxuan's figure flashed, charging directly toward the saber-toothed tiger. At that moment, the tiger's eyes were filled with fury. It had been peacefully sleeping, only to be disturbed and now faced with an intruder seeking death. Boom! Before the saber-toothed tiger could react, a flash of golden light erupted before it, and in the next instant, the tiger lost consciousness, devoid of any signs of life. This scene left Wang Keming and the others utterly bewildered. The saber-toothed tiger, a fourth-tier beast, had been effortlessly slain with a single punch. The most astonishing aspect was Chen Yunxuan's youth. He appeared no older than 16 or 17, yet possessed such formidable strength. My friend, you are remarkable. This extraordinary prowess suggests that in the Northern Region's grand competition, no one will stand a chance against you. Wang Keming was not merely flattering. He genuinely believed this. Considering Chen Yunxuan's age and power, he could not fathom who among the younger generation in the Northern Region could rival him. This was a fourth-tier beast, defeated in a single blow, indicative of combat strength at the pinnacle of the ninth realm of the extraordinary. Was there anyone among the youth in the Northern Region who could reach the divine realm? Absolutely not. Get lost. Chen Yunxian shot a cold glare at Wang Keming and his companions, causing them to hastily turn and flee. Why spare them? They are responsible for my sister's death. Why not eliminate them? Zhang Wenyuan questioned in confusion. They harmed you, not me. If you wish to kill them, that task falls to you. Chen Yunxian cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Wenyuan, and in the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. The lad speaks the truth. Wang Keming has neither wronged us nor plotted against us. Why should we seek their demise? The one with a grievance is you. Thus, strengthen yourself and exact your revenge with your own hands. Furthermore, your sister is not dead. Not dead? My sister is still alive? The words of the omniscient one brought a gleam of joy to Zhang Wenyuan's countenance. In the next instant, Chen Yunxian appeared before him, carrying the unconscious Zhang Wenxian. Return now. This place is not meant for you. Consider it a lesson learned. In all matters, one must act within their capabilities, Chen Yunxian remarked with a calm demeanor. Thank you, benefactor. I now comprehend the chasm between myself and true strength. Please, share your name. I shall repay this kindness in the future. Zhang Wenyuan expressed gratefully. There's no need. It is unlikely we shall cross paths again, Chen Yunxian replied coolly. Nevertheless, I implore you to grant me this request. Very well. I am. Chen Yunxian. Chapter 45. The rumored Chen Yunxian. Zhang Wenyuan etched this name firmly in his mind. Yet when he lifted his gaze, he discovered that Chen Yunxian and his companion had vanished without a trace. Benefactor, I, Zhang Wenyuan, shall undoubtedly repay your life-saving grace today in this lifetime. He silently vowed, promising himself that he would find a way to express his gratitude to Chen Yunxian in the future. After awakening his sister, Zhang Wenyuan did not hasten to depart. Instead, he retrieved the beast cores of the 3rd and 4th tier demon beasts. While Chen Yunxian may have regarded these as inconsequential, they held immense value for Zhang Wenyuan. After all, these items were worth their weight in gold, and even if he chose not to use them for his own cultivation, they could be exchanged for a substantial amount of cultivation resources. At this moment, the depths of Wind Bell Valley had gathered quite a number of individuals. Although it was a grand competition, no arena had been constructed. Instead, a few powerful warriors had established a barrier. Contestants were required to step into the barrier, and only after determining the victor would it be lifted. Yushu, what are you searching for? Cheng Yulin, the young master of the Cheng family, inquired curiously as he observed Cheng Yushu scanning the crowd. Nothing much, I am looking for Chen Yunxian. I cannot believe he would miss such an important event as the Northern Region Grand Competition. Cheng Yushu replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Chen Yunxian? Is he the one you mentioned upon your last return? Has a prodigy truly emerged in the Great Zhou Kingdom? Is he as formidable as you claim? Cheng Yulin asked, his expression reflecting skepticism. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yushu nodded. The memory of Chen Yunxuan's performance was indelibly etched in his mind. It was precisely due to Chen Yunxuan's actions that he had lost the position of young master. Being brothers born of the same mother and twin sons, the title of young master naturally fell to Cheng Yulin. If it were not for Chen Yunxian, the Great Zhou Kingdom would not have undergone such upheaval, and he would not have been unjustly accused by the clan elders of being ineffectual, resulting in the loss of his position. This young man, merely 16 years of age, had already attained the 2nd level of the Transcendent Realm. Most alarming was the fact that even those at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm were no match for him. Lu Bo had sparred with him and deemed his combat prowess astonishing, capable of contending with a 1st-level practitioner of the Divine Ability Realm, with the outcome remaining uncertain. Tell me, how formidable is he really? Cheng Yushu spoke with gravity. Cheng Yulin had heard this before, yet both he and the other members of the Cheng family found such claims somewhat exaggerated. How could a prodigy possibly emerge from a place like the Great Zhou Kingdom? Moreover, when members of the Cheng family ventured to the Great Zhou Kingdom for follow-up investigations, they discovered that the Chen family had vanished, leaving no trace behind. This only served to reinforce the belief among the Cheng family that Cheng Yushu was fabricating stories. If the Chen family had truly overthrown the Great Zhou royal family and secured their position as the foremost family in the kingdom, why would they flee? Yet now, as Cheng Yushu once again broached the topic of Chen Yunxian, Cheng Yulin could not help but ponder deeply. Was it possible that such a prodigy truly existed? On the other side, the elders leading the 4 great families convened with the elders of the 5 major sections. Although it was termed the Northern Region Grand Competition, the true core members and the competitive young generation would undoubtedly emerge from these factions. I believe the time is ripe, and those who could attend have already arrived. If not, let us commence the Northern Region Grand Competition. The other 3 regions should be nearing their own starts as well. We cannot afford to fall behind them. Indeed, we must swiftly select our representatives, allowing time for diligent cultivation before the 4 regions' martial assembly, lest we face embarrassment. While disgrace is secondary, securing a commendable position in the assembly is of paramount importance. Yes, this time the Northern region must unite. It is the most cohesive gathering of the major forces in our history. Despite individual ambitions, our ultimate goal remains aligned. Shall I be the one to announce? An elder from the Flame sect inquired with a smile. Elder Zhao, your strength surpasses that of all present. It is only fitting for you to make the announcement. Indeed, let Elder Zhao take the lead in this matter. Very well, I shall not be modest. Zhao Elder nodded with a smile and then turned to address the assembly. Silence, please. Zhao Elder's voice resonated, and the previously conversing crowd fell quiet. I trust that you young ones are aware of the purpose behind the early holding of this Northern Region Grand Competition. Your presence here signifies that you are among the elite of our youthful generation. The rules for this competition are straightforward. It will be a knockout tournament, pitting participants against one another in one-on-one battles. The top 10 contenders will represent the Northern Region in the 4 regions Martial Assembly. Each of the 4 great families and 5 major sects will select 5 participants, who will directly advance to the final competition. I believe there are no objections. Am I correct? Objections? Who dares to voice any? Excellent, as there are no dissenters, we shall now proceed with the drawing of lots. Upon Elder Zhao's conclusion, aside from the disciples of the 4 great families and 5 major sects, the remaining individuals began the lot drawing. To speak frankly, this situation merely serves as a formality. Those with genuine talent and strength are already known to Elder Zhao and his counterparts. The Northern Region Grand Competition is fully publicized, partly to demonstrate their fairness, and partly to see if any hidden talents might emerge. As the lot drawing commenced, Chen Yunxian and Wan Shitong arrived at the competition venue. Are you truly not participating? Wan Shitong cast a curious glance at Chen Yunxian and inquired. It is dull. Collectively, these individuals do not pose a challenge to me, so why waste my time? If anyone else had heard such words, they would surely deem Chen Yunxian arrogant, yet Wan Shitong understood well that he possessed every right to make such a statement. Throughout this journey, the ever-inquisitive Wan Shitong could not help but marvel at Chen Yunxian, a veritable madman, perpetually engrossed in his cultivation. It seemed as though his existence revolved solely around the pursuit of strength. So, do you plan to directly challenge him and depart afterward? Wan Shitong inquired with genuine curiosity. Perhaps it's best to wait. There is no need to disrupt the Northern Region Grand Competition, he concluded, as Chen Yunxian sauntered over to a nearby tree and settled down against it. In the distance, Chang Yushu was scanning the surroundings anxiously. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief upon not spotting Chen Yunxian, a sudden jolt of realization struck him. It's him. He has truly arrived. Chen Yunxian, you have indeed come. Chang Yushu's expression shifted to one of tension, his voice quivering slightly. Who? Chen Yunxian? Where is he? Chang Yulin inquired, intrigued. Over there. Chang Yushu pointed, and Chang Yulin followed his gesture, catching sight of the meditative Chen Yunxian. Is that him? He appears so youthful. But why? Is he not drawing lots? Chapter 46. Who among you is the strongest? The drawing of lots continued, and Chen Yunxian kept his eyes closed throughout, as if the events unfolding around him were of no concern. This demeanor only made Chang Yushu increasingly cautious and filled with trepidation, for he could not comprehend Chen Yunxuan's purpose in being present. As the drawing concluded, Chen Yunxian remained indifferent, which allowed Chang Yushu to exhale in relief. Was he merely here to observe? Did he truly intend to abstain from participating in the Northern Region Grand Competition? Or perhaps he simply deemed it beneath him? Chang Yushu furrowed his brow, unaware that since his arrival at Fengling Valley, his thoughts had been consumed by Chen Yunxian. But no matter, since he had not drawn lots, the Northern Region Grand Competition bore no relevance to him. It would be prudent to focus entirely on the competition itself. In my view, Chen Yunxian is nothing more than a figure of hollow renown. Perhaps his previous display of formidable strength was merely a consequence of consuming a potion, a transient surge of power. Chang Yulin scoffed. Upon hearing these words, Chang Yushu paused in contemplation. Could it be true that Chen Yunxian had indeed consumed a potion that temporarily enhanced his combat prowess? As the competition commenced, Chang Yushu momentarily redirected his thoughts, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Why is that young man sleeping over there? Do you recognize him? Was he brought here by you? At that moment, Elder Zhao also noticed Chen Yunxian, initially assuming he was a participant brought by one of the 4 great families or 5 major sections. Hearing Elder Zhao's inquiry, the crowd turned to Chen Yunxian, all shaking their heads in unison. Unfamiliar. Never seen him before. Who is this person? Seeing that no one recognized Chen Yunxian, Elder Zhao was taken aback. How peculiar. If he is not someone we brought, why does he remain seated there? Is he not here to partake in the Northern Region Grand Competition? Elder Zhao mused in confusion. Unclear, but it hardly matters. He is merely a youth. Indeed, could he possibly disrupt our Northern Region Grand Competition? No one regarded Chen Yunxian with any seriousness, for he was but a teenager. What trouble could he possibly cause among such seasoned individuals? Soon, the focus shifted back to the Northern Region Grand Competition. This time, held in Fengling Valley, the number of participants was sparse. Aside from the 45 contestants brought by the 4 great families and 5 major sects, there were merely over 100 others present. Given that the matches were determined by drawing lots, it was entirely a matter of luck, and the results came swiftly. Within half a day, the top 50 candidates had already been selected. Indeed, this is rather dull. I suggest you take action directly. If this continues, it may take several more hours, and by then, night will have fallen. Wan Shitong, having observed for a while, also found the competition exceedingly tedious, lacking in excitement and allure. It is either a decisive battle or a surrender. When faced with an equally matched opponent, it is often more comfortable to concede defeat than to engage in a contest rife with flaws and superficiality. Though I tread the path of courage, I am not a fool. I am not yet capable of disregarding everyone. Should I disrupt the Northern Region tournament, I would offend several powerful factions therein. I have no inclination towards self-destruction. Chen Yunxian kept his eyes closed. His youth does not imply a lack of wisdom. His current objective is to strengthen himself, rather than to make enemies of the world. Very well, let us continue to observe. I sincerely hope this Northern Region tournament concludes swiftly. To be honest, I am quite curious about whom you shall challenge among them, remarked Wan Shitong with a smile. Who shall I challenge? Chen Yunxian slowly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards Elder Zhao and the others. I shall challenge the strongest. Failure does not concern me. At the very least, I shall understand my own shortcomings. Chen Yunxian replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing Chen Yunxuan's words, Wan Shitong expressed his admiration. Many relish challenges, yet few possess such an indifferent perspective on victory and defeat. This clearly demonstrates that Chen Yunxuan's continuous challenges are not driven by a desire for glory, but rather by the pursuit of personal growth. He harbors the heart of a warrior and the will to engage in combat. Yet this struggle is never for fame or the admiration of others. All his endeavors serve but one purpose: to become stronger. As time passed, the Northern Region tournament finally reached a climax with the contest for the championship and runner-up. The 2 competitors were Lu Zhaotian from the Lu clan and the Fire Sovereign from the Flame sect. Their advancement to this stage surprised many, for prior to the tournament, they were not deemed frontrunners for the top 2 positions. Who would have thought that Lu Zhaotian and the Fire Sovereign had concealed their true abilities so well, deceiving them over the years? Indeed, it was astonishing to learn that both had ascended to the 8th stage of transcendence. Simply infuriating. They were so close, just a hair's breadth away. Among the crowd, the most indignant were the twin brothers Chang Yushu and Chang Yulin. Their cultivation speed and innate talent were nearly identical, both achieving the 7th stage of transcendence. They were the true favorites to claim the title. Yet, ultimately, they were relegated to 3rd and 4th place. Amidst the discussions of the onlookers, the Northern Region tournament finally drew to a close. The victor was none other than the Fire Sovereign of the Flame sect. Ha ha ha! Congratulations, Elder Zhao. I never expected the Fire Sovereign to possess such formidable strength. If properly nurtured, he may very well reach the 9th stage of transcendence by the time of the 4 Regions tournament, remarked one observer. Indeed, such a level of cultivation could yield commendable results in the 4 Regions tournament, and contending for a place in the top 5 is certainly within reach. Have you ever heard of any formidable experts among the other 3 realms? As it stands, I have not encountered any, as most are merely at the extraordinary level. In light of this, there is nothing to be concerned about. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Elder Zhao could not suppress his joy, for it was his sect's disciple who had claimed the 1st position in the Northern Domain competition. We, from the Northern Domain, are interconnected. This time, we shall certainly demonstrate to the other 3 realms that we are not inferior to them. After Elder Zhao concluded his remarks, he proceeded to announce the rankings of the Northern Domain competition and the representatives chosen to participate in the 4 realms assembly. At long last, it has come to an end. At this moment, Chen Yunxian slowly opened his eyes. Wan Shirtong, standing nearby, perceived a surge of battle intent emanating from his gaze, an intensity that had been suppressed for far too long. It was evident that Chen Yunxian had grown somewhat impatient. What is this young man planning? Suddenly, someone noticed Chen Yunxian rising and making his way step by step towards Elder Zhao and the others. Elder Zhao and the others also took note of Chen Yunxuan's movements. What could he possibly be intending at this moment? Younger generation Chen Yunxian, may I inquire who among you possesses the greatest strength? I wish to experience it firsthand. Chapter 47. Who else if he cannot? A gentle breeze wafted through the air, accompanied by the melodious chimes of wind bells. Yet, at that moment, no one paid heed to the enchanting sounds. All eyes were fixated on Chen Yunxian. Among the multitude present, only two individuals, the brothers Chang Yushu, were aware of Chen Yunxuan's identity. Despite their knowledge, they were equally astonished. This young man truly possessed an audacious spirit. He had come here to challenge the elders? It was no wonder he refrained from participating in the Northern Region Grand Competition. He held it in utter disdain. Such arrogance. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, he dared to confront the elders? Truly, he was oblivious to the vastness of the world. Having declined to compete in the Northern Region Grand Competition, what audacity did he possess to challenge the elders? Who did he believe himself to be? A prodigy of extraordinary caliber? It was laughable. I shall teach him a lesson. All the young competitors in the Northern Region held their own pride, believing themselves to be on par with their peers. Moreover, some had just faced defeat in battle, their frustration simmering within. Now, with a brash young lad appearing and showing them such disdain, how could they possibly endure it? You are no match for me. Do not waste my time. Chen Yunxuan's words ignited a fervor among the crowd. Such arrogance was simply intolerable. Very well. I shall witness the extent of your capabilities that emboldened you to utter such words. The newly crowned champion of the Northern Region Grand Competition, Huazun, was brimming with confidence. Among the younger generation, he did not perceive anyone as a rival. Yet, here emerged a Chen Yunxian, seemingly intent on usurping his spotlight. Without further ado, Huazun leaped forward, charging toward Chen Yunxian. Chen Yunxian furrowed his brow slightly, and with a mere punch, a beam of golden light surged toward Huazun. Bang! Huazun was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming strength of Chen Yunxian. Merely a punch from afar rendered him defenseless. He sensed that Chen Yunxuan's strike was executed with such casualness, devoid of any display of true power. Incredible. So formidable. Huazun had been defeated with just a single punch? It was astonishing. This young man's prowess was so profound that had he participated in the Northern Region Grand Competition, victory would have been assured. Could it be that he looked down upon the title of first place in the Northern Region Grand Competition? Look down upon it? Goodness, that title belongs to the foremost among the younger generation in the Northern Region. It was a title I have longed to possess. But do you possess his strength? With just one punch, Chen Yunxian had already showcased his might to those present. Though some still harbored resentment towards him, they dared not voice their thoughts. For in this realm, strength reigns supreme. He truly is that powerful? Chang Yulin exclaimed in shock. He is terrifying. The last time I saw him, his cultivation barely reached the first or second level of the extraordinary realm. In the present day, merely a month has passed, yet the astonishment of Chang Yushu surpasses that of Chang Yulin. He cannot fathom how, within such a brief span, Chen Yunxian has elevated his cultivation to the 6th tier of the transcendent realm. To advance 4 levels in just 1 month is indeed a terrifying feat. However, unbeknownst to him, even this remarkable speed leaves Chen Yunxian feeling discontented. If progress in the transcendent realm is this arduous, what shall become of the divine ability realm? Chen Yunxian. Why has no one ever spoken of such a prodigious youth before? At this moment, Elder Zhao and the others share in the astonishment. They can all see that just moments ago, Chen Yunxian had not exerted himself in earnest. The 6th tier of the transcendent realm, with a mere punch, could render the fire sovereign defenseless. This young man is undoubtedly a genius capable of challenging opponents beyond his level. Nevertheless, to contend against elders of the divine ability realm seems rather reckless. Chen Yunxian, your prowess is commendable. Why not participate in the Northern Region Grand Competition? Elder Zhao remarked with a smile. If you wish to challenge us, you must exert yourself further. At the very least, you should wait until your cultivation reaches the divine ability realm. I have no interest in the Northern Region Grand Competition. I merely wish to challenge the strongest among you. Chun Yunxian replied with unwavering determination. This? Ha ha ha. What an intriguing young man. Since he has made such a request, it would indeed be ungracious not to fulfill it. Elder Lu interjected, but given that he is but a junior, is this truly appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Is this not his own request? Elder Lu, known for his fiery temperament, found it intolerable to be so dismissed by a mere junior. However, with someone disregarding status, the others refrained from further persuasion, eager to witness the true extent of Chun Yunxuan's strength. Young man, my cultivation is at the 5th tier of the divine ability realm. Do I meet your expectations? Elder Lu asked, his smile betraying a hint of mockery. Rest assured, I shall show mercy and will not take your life. It is merely a friendly spar. The 5th tier of the divine ability realm? Clearly, this level of cultivation left Chun Yunxian somewhat disappointed. Very well. Let us begin with you. After you, esteemed elder. What do you mean? No one anticipated that Chun Yunxian would audaciously allow a 5th-tier divine ability practitioner to strike first. Was it an unintentional act, or a deliberate insult to Elder Lu? Then do not blame me for being ungracious. Elder Lu's expression darkened, and without further ado, he launched his attack. In an instant, Elder Lu leaped high, brandishing his long sword, and with a single slash, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that surged towards Chun Yunxian. The might of the strike was awe-inspiring, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Indeed, the power of Elder Lu's strike was formidable, and it was evident that Chun Yunxian would find it challenging to withstand such an assault. Nonsense! What did he use to withstand Elder Lu's sword? His life. The power of the divine ability realm is indeed terrifying. Chun Yunxian paid no heed to the comments of others. Despite the immense force behind Elder Lu's strike, he did not regard it with any concern. Boom! Without flinching or dodging, he met the attack head-on, unleashing a punch that collided with the radiant golden light and the sword's aura, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The shockwave from the blast forced the onlookers to retreat, some even being thrown back. How could this be? This scene left Elder Zhao and the others utterly astounded. He caught it. Chun Yunxian actually withstood Elder Lu's sword, and remarkably, emerged unscathed. Though Elder Lu had not exerted his full strength, this strike could certainly injure even a first-level practitioner of the divine ability realm. Yet Chun Yunxian? He truly possesses remarkable skills. Elder Lu was greatly astonished, gradually shedding his dismissive attitude towards Chun Yunxian. This is a prodigy, someone who undoubtedly qualifies as his rival. Chun Yunxian, be wary. This time, I shall not hold back. So shall I? Please. Chun Yunxian, unwilling to waste any more time, swiftly charged towards Elder Lu. The swiftness of his movement startled everyone present. This lad, who clearly followed a path of brute strength, how could he also be so quick? Open up. Elder Lu, unwilling to underestimate his opponent, unleashed all his might, slashing with his sword, sending forth a thunderous strike aimed directly at Chun Yunxian. Break! Chun Yunxuan's aura surged, and he delivered a punch that resonated like a cataclysm. Boom! Another deafening sound erupted. Fortunately, this time, everyone had wisely retreated to a safe distance. PFF. Did he lose? Elder Lu actually lost? The elder, who had exerted his full strength, was sent flying by Chun Yunxuan's blow, spitting blood. This scene sent shockwaves through all present. Prodigy. A freak. Is this lad even human? He has been defeated. Is there anyone among you who surpasses him? If not, then I shall take my leave. Chapter 48. Chun Yunxian. My ambition lies in the central sky region from beginning to end. Chun Yunxian exhibited an air of composure and tranquility, as if he were untouched by the tumult of the world. Though his words may have been audacious, his tone remained unwaveringly serene, devoid of any tumultuous emotion. Even after triumphing over Elder Lu, there was no discernible change in his demeanor. No elation, no arrogance, and certainly no sense of invincibility. It appeared that all that transpired held little significance for him. At this moment, A flicker of disappointment lingered within Chan Yunxian's heart. If Elder Lu were the pinnacle of challenge, then his journey had indeed been in vain. After a brief moment of astonishment, the onlookers regained their composure. Although sufficiently astonished, Chen Yunxuan's earlier remarks left them perplexed. Why persist? He had already surpassed Elder Lu, proving his prowess. Was it not wiser to seize the moment and withdraw? A defeat would undoubtedly mar his reputation, an indelible stain on a young man with such potential for greatness. Did you not exert your full strength just now? Elder Lu, though harboring a faint suspicion, was reluctant to accept it. He could hardly believe that a youth, without tapping into his full capabilities, could still best him. 80%? The mere utterance of that phrase nearly sent Elder Lu into a faint. 80%. This young man had only unleashed 4/5 of his strength? Was he truly in the realm of the extraordinary? When did it become customary for those of such caliber to hold back? What was even more disconcerting was the notion that this 80% might be an understatement. Chen Yunxian had appeared too effortlessly dominant. Had he genuinely employed 80% of his strength, or was there another truth?
Impossible.
This was utterly inconceivable. Elder Lu dared not ponder further. Chen Yunxian was already a prodigy. If his suspicions were accurate, just how formidable could he become? A super prodigy. Are you truly a person from the northern region? Elder Zhao, unable to contain his curiosity, voiced his doubts. Such an extraordinary youth, could he genuinely hail from the northern region? Indeed, Chen Yunxian affirmed with a nod. Are you aware of the Chen family in the northern region? Elder Zhao inquired, his brow furrowed in contemplation. There are indeed many with the surname Chen. Yet among the practitioner families, there seems to be none of notable strength, he mused. This struck him as peculiar. Could it be an unremarkable clan? Esteemed elders, I know who he is. Oh, you are Chang Yushu? You know? Indeed, Chang Yushu stepped forward, for he was the only one present who had previously encountered Chen Yunxian. He recounted his experience of meeting Chen Yunxian in its entirety. Upon hearing Chang Yushu's account, all present were left in a state of astonishment. In such an inconspicuous place as the Great Zhou Kingdom, from an unassuming family, such a prodigy emerged? Even more alarming was the fact that at that time, Chen Yunxian, merely at the second level of the extraordinary realm, was capable of contending with a formidable opponent from the divine realm. What a terrifying display of combat prowess. Ah, so it is this young man? No wonder his name sounded somewhat familiar. Yushu, were your initial claims indeed true? This young man truly possesses such extraordinary talent? An elder from the Chang family began to recall, noting that at the time, everyone thought Chang Yushu was lying, and thus did not take the name Chen Yunxian seriously. Elder, you finally believe everything I have said, Chang Yushu remarked with a bitter smile. We were indeed too conservative in our thinking, failing to anticipate that in a place like the Great Zhou Kingdom, such a true dragon would emerge. The elder from the Chang family lamented. After hearing this, Elder Zhao's gaze towards Chen Yunxian grew increasingly intrigued. If such a person could be allied with us, it would be an undeniable boon for the Blazing Flame sect. Others shared similar thoughts, yet they pondered whether someone like Chen Yunxian could be easily courted. Chen Yunxian, I am an elder of the Blazing Flame sect. My cultivation is at the 7th level of the Divine Powers realm. I wonder, can I be your opponent? Do I possess such qualifications? Elder Zhao inquired with a smile. This statement astonished the crowd once again. What did Elder Zhao just say? The 7th level of the Divine Powers realm, qualified to be your opponent? That was an immense compliment to Chen Yunxian. The 7th level of the Divine Powers realm? I find that intriguing. For the first time, Chen Yunxian displayed an expression of excitement. Clearly, the 7th level of the Divine Powers realm stirred his fighting spirit. Why do I feel like this young man is only now starting to take things seriously? How monstrous! If I had heard my opponent was at the 7th level of the Divine Powers realm, I would have been terrified into submission, yet he appears invigorated. This is the disparity between you and a prodigy. They grow stronger when faced with formidable foes, do you understand? I see now. Perhaps only with his temperament can he continually grow stronger. Indeed, we are ultimately far behind. Do you think it's possible that Chen Yunxian believes he has a chance to surpass a 7th level Divine Powers realm expert? Are you joking? That's the 7th level of the Divine Powers realm. but the 5th level of the Divine Powers realm has already been defeated. At that moment, while the crowd was in discussion, Chen Yunxian and Elder Zhao had already engaged in combat. In the sky, the two were exchanging blows, and for a time, it was impossible to discern a victor. It appeared that Chen Yunxian had not even unleashed 80% of his strength. Elder Lu let out a helpless smile. From the current battle situation, Chen Yunxuan's prowess was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Facing Elder Zhao of the 7th level of the Divine Powers realm, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage in the slightest. At the 6th level of the Extraordinary Realm, possessing combat strength comparable to that of the 7th level of the Divine Powers realm, who could rival that? With a resounding boom, both Chen Yunxian and Elder Zhao were forced back more than 10 meters. Elder Zhao looked at Chen Yunxian, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Good. Exhilarating. I never expected you could contend with me to this extent. I have underestimated you. In that case, I shall unleash my full power from here on. Chen Yunxian, you must be cautious. At this moment, Elder Zhao's heart was filled not only with admiration for Chen Yunxian but also with profound respect. How could he not be in awe of a mere teenager capable of compelling him to unleash his most formidable technique? It was a rare occurrence. I shall not be modest, Elder Zhao, Chen Yunxian remarked with a gentle smile. Very well. Let me witness just how extraordinary you truly are. Elder Zhao laughed heartily, his aura surging dramatically. As the overwhelming energy emanated from Elder Zhao's body, the onlookers felt a palpable tremor of fear. This is bad. Retreat quickly. Keep your distance. Do you wish to court disaster? They exclaimed, hastening away to avoid the impending peril. Flames roared fiercely. The temperature around Elder Zhao skyrocketed, conjuring a massive fireball above him. With a swift motion of his hand, the colossal fireball erupted, dispersing into a multitude of smaller fireballs that hurtled towards Chen Yunxian. The sun's wrath? This is the most powerful technique of the flame sect. Can Chen Yunxian truly withstand it? This is uncertain. In the face of Elder Zhao's onslaught, Chen Yunxian merely smiled, and an overwhelming aura of supremacy radiated from his being. Heavenly intent. What a domineering presence. Is this an intent? What? Chen Yunxian has even grasped the essence of intent? Just how many hidden talents does he possess? In that moment, Chen Yunxian was enveloped in a golden glow, propelling himself at remarkable speed towards Elder Zhao. Boom! The golden light exploded, and the spectators beheld Elder Zhao being hurled backward, reminiscent of Elder Lu's earlier defeat. He has been vanquished. Elder Zhao has also been defeated? A collective gasp echoed around, clearly indicating that this outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Chen Yunxian had indeed forged a miraculous feat, a legendary tale akin to the creation of the world. Cough, cough, I concede. Chen Yunxian, do you still hold back? Elder Zhao inquired with a furrowed brow. Not a single restraint in my full strike. A full strike, you say? Elder Zhao, upon hearing Chen Yunxuan's response, felt a sense of relief. It seemed this young man had indeed reached his limit. From this day forth, you shall be regarded as the foremost among the younger generation of the Northern Domain. You rightfully deserve a spot at the Four Domains Martial Assembly, Elder Zhao proclaimed with a smile. No one voiced any dissent to Elder Zhao's words. Such an individual representing the Northern Domain would undoubtedly shine brightly, leaving the other 3 domains in astonishment. I will attend the Four Domains Martial Assembly, but I shall not compete. I have never aimed to be merely the foremost among the younger generation of the Northern Domain. Oh, then what do you seek? Once, I aimed to be the pinnacle of the Northern Domain. Now, I aspire to be the greatest among all 4 domains. The greatest among all 4 domains? This young man's ambition knows no bounds. However, considering Chen Yunxuan's age and the prowess he has just demonstrated, it is only a matter of time. You aspire to unify the 4 domains? Elder Zhao inquired in astonishment. No, my ambitions do not lie within the 4 domains. Then where? In the Central Heaven Domain. Upon saying this, Chen Yunxian gazed towards the direction of the Central Heaven Domain. Ancestor, are you pleased with my performance? Chapter 49. Where on earth is Chen Chang'an? In the realm of Zhongtian, Langya, a pathetic bunch. A group of utter incompetence. Lin Xiong, the head of the Lin family branch from the Qing Shui Lin clan, was seething with rage, and the source of his fury was none other than that wretched brat, Lin Ruoheng. A month ago, an unusual occurrence took place in Yunchuan, which Lin Xiong and his cohorts naturally noticed. Although he was merely a branch member, he was still part of the Lin family. The emergence of such anomalies in Langya warranted a thorough investigation. However, upon discovering that this disturbance might be linked to Gu Xianer from Huanhua Tower, Lin Xiong became increasingly anxious. Coincidentally, Lin Ruoheng returned home and recounted the events that transpired that day at Huanhua Tower. This only infuriated Lin Xiong further, who unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Lin Ruoheng. In the following days, Lin Xiong devoted himself to a singular pursuit, locating Gu Xianer and Chen Chong'an. Yet, a month had passed without any leads, each attempt thwarted by mere moments. Calm your anger, head of the family. Chen Chong'an's whereabouts are elusive. No one knows where he might be headed. Moreover, Langya is vast, making it quite a challenge to find someone we have never encountered before. The Lin family members shared a sense of helplessness, lamenting the vastness of Langya. I understand Langya is extensive, but is Yunchuan not equally large? With your capabilities, can you not find someone in such a small place as Yunchuan? If you cannot locate him, have you not thought to inquire? Are they truly avoiding all places in Yunchuan? A man, a woman, and a dog. Does such a combination not stand out? If you are not inept, then who is? Lin Xiong bellowed in frustration. Hearing his words, the Lin family members exchanged weary smiles, fully aware of the thoughts that plagued their head of the family. Yet, they still had not uncovered any trace of Chen Chong'an. Head of the family, we have indeed inquired far and wide. There are reports of sightings, though few have taken note. Furthermore, we sought the assistance of various families and sects within Yunchuan. I discovered a curious detail. It appears that Chen Chong'an has visited several households, only to leave shortly thereafter. Strangely, it seems he has consistently evaded our inquiries, as if he is aware that we are tracking his movements. Could it be that Chen Chong'an is truly acquainted with our ancestor? If that is the case, what we are doing? Bang! Before the speaker could finish, Lin Xiong shattered the tea table beside him in a fit of rage. Such words might deceive that wretched Lin Ruoheng, but did they truly think their ancestor was someone of such trivial connections? If the anomalies in Yunchuan were indeed caused by Gu Xianer, had they considered the consequences? There existed a bitter feud between Gu Xianer and their family. Would a friend of their ancestor take Gu Xianer away, allowing her to become their family's enemy? What use is your intellect if you fail to question the purpose of Chen Chong'an's visits? This might just be the key to locating him, Lin Xiong inquired with a grave tone. Upon returning home, the head of the family inquired, as it was said that Chen Chong'an was seeking information regarding the Chen family of Langya. The Chen family of Langya? Lin Xiong furrowed his brow, pondering intently. Was there indeed a Chen family in Langya? To the best of his recollection, such a lineage did not exist, or if it did, it was merely a minor family, unworthy of mention. The fact that Chen Chong'an was inquiring about the Chen family suggested a potential connection he had with them, leading one to speculate that he might even be a member of that family. Do you truly believe that an individual from an obscure family, one that none of you have ever heard of, could possibly be acquainted with someone of such stature as our ancestor? It is rather absurd that you were concerned about this matter just moments ago. Lin Xiong cast a disdainful glance at the assembly, yet as he spoke, he suddenly hesitated. Which Chen family was he searching for? Lin Xiong inquired, his brow knitted in confusion. Which Chen family? Did you not just mention it was an unfamiliar one? If you have never heard of it, how could we have? The members of the Lin family silently critiqued but refrained from expressing their thoughts. The family head then remarked that it seemed the inquiry pertained to whether there had been a Chen family in Yunchuan over 500 years ago. 500 years ago? Very well, I shall take note of this. You may all leave now. Remember, do not let your guard down in the search for Chen Chong'an and Gu Xianer. Continue to deploy more personnel. We must ascertain their whereabouts, for they surely remain in Langya. Understood, family head. Once the others departed, Lin Xiong found himself murmuring, how could it be this Chen family? After speaking, Lin Xiong's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he arrived at a serene courtyard belonging to the Lin family. Lin Xiong, seeking an audience with the elders. The Lin family is a branch of the Lin clan, making their relationships quite intricate. On the surface, Lin Xiong is the head of the Qing Shui Lin family, holding the highest position, yet in truth, the real power lies with the elders. There are 3 elders in the Qing Shui Lin family, each having attained the void realm in their cultivation. In their prime, they were renowned figures within the main clan. However, as the Lin family expanded over the years, several branches emerged, and these 3 were dispatched to Qing Shui to guard the Qing Shui Lin family. The heads of the Qing Shui Lin family are not necessarily the most gifted or powerful, but rather those with the acumen to manage the family affairs, serving essentially as facilitators. For these powerful clans, individuals with true talent dedicate their lives solely to the pursuit of strength, remaining unencumbered by mundane matters that could impede their cultivation. Lin Xiong, you have come here specifically. Is there a matter of consequence affecting the Lin family? Or has there been progress regarding the anomalies in Yunchuan? The elder responded, sensing some clarity, yet Lin Xiong replied that his purpose was not to discuss such matters. Elders, do you recall the Chen family? The Chen family? Upon Lin Xiong's mention, a momentary silence ensued, before 3 elders of the Qing Shui Lin family appeared before him. Which Chen family are you referring to? The Grand Elder furrowed his brow and inquired, is it the Chun family from over 5 centuries ago? Recently, someone has been seeking information about the Chun family from that time, and this individual's name is Chun Chang'an. He was present when the anomaly occurred in Yunchuan, and at the very site of the incident which might be connected to this phenomenon. Strangely, this person claims to be acquainted with our esteemed ancestor Lin Shangliu of the Lin family. Acquainted with Lin Shangliu? Preposterous. Even the Chun family of your had no ties with Lin Shangliu, and now a sudden emergence of Chun Chang'an boldly asserting such familiarity? Bring him to me. I have questions to pose. This individual is currently missing. I am uncertain what inquiries the elder wishes to make. Lin Xiong responded, perplexed. The Grand Elder produced a crystal-clear orb, the very that Chun Chang'an was in search of. We 3 have studied this orb for 5 centuries, yet we have been unable to uncover its secrets. Chun Chang'an's inquiries regarding the Chun family may suggest he is one of them. Perhaps only those of the Chun lineage possess the knowledge of this orb's mysteries, the Grand Elder stated with a grave expression. Grand Elder, I cannot comprehend. If you 3 have not discerned its purpose after so many years of study, could it be that this orb is fundamentally worthless? Lin Xiong questioned, bewildered. Worthless. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders erupted in laughter. How could an artifact that the Chun family has passed down for generations possibly be without value? The more inscrutable it becomes, the more it signifies the object's rarity. If we could unravel the secrets and methods of utilizing this orb, it is conceivable that we 3 might have a chance to rival Lin Shangliu. At this proclamation, Lin Xiong felt a jolt. Could the orb truly possess such formidable power? It is known that Lin Shangliu is viewed as an unattainable deity among the Lin family. To rival Lin Shangliu is akin to pursuing a god. Elders, I now grasp the gravity of the situation. Rest assured I shall find Chun Chang'an and bring him back to you. Good. Dedicate yourself to this task, and you shall not be overlooked in the future. Yes, thank you, Elder. Lin Xiong departed with a smile, yet his heart was troubled. With such vastness in Langya, where could Chun Chang'an possibly be? Chapter 50. How did I fall in love again? Yangshuling, a place of considerable altitude, is perpetually cloaked in snow. When the sun casts its rays upon the pristine white, it sparkles with an extraordinary brilliance. Despite its picturesque scenery, few venture to this remote locale. The summit of Yangshuling harbors no precious treasures, but is inhabited by clusters of snow spirits. These beings, inherently combative and social, will fiercely defend their territory against any intruders. Over time, this has deterred visitors, leading the Lin family to underestimate the likelihood of Chun Chang'an's arrival in this icy realm. At present, Chun Chang'an reclines against a grand tree, languidly propped up in the snow. Beside him, De Huang lies listlessly, seemingly lost in thought. The phoenix's immortal body is indeed formidable. In a mere month, predominantly spent on the road, Gu Xianer has astonishingly ascended to the 9th level of transcendence, a mere step away from the realm of divine powers. Such rapid progress would pose a challenge for Chun Yunxian to keep pace. Gu Xianer's cultivation speed is remarkably swift, even giving Chun Chang'an the impression that her technique cultivates autonomously. This accounts for her consecutive breakthroughs within such a short span, especially since much of this month was consumed by Chun Chang'an's travels to various sects and families. Regrettably, he could not uncover any news regarding the Chen family in Yunchuan. It seems they were not present in Yunchuan during the relevant years, which explains the lack of information. De Huang, I'm speaking to you. Why are you so unresponsive? Chun Chang'an queried after a lengthy silence, observing De Huang sprawled in the snow like a lifeless dog. Despite his words, De Huang merely turned his head, remaining indifferent to Chun Chang'an's concerns. This unusual behavior left Chun Chang'an perplexed. Perhaps De Huang was grappling with some ailment. De Huang, we are brothers. If something troubles you, speak up. Don't keep it bottled up, Chun Chang'an urged. Have you encountered some hardship? Upon hearing this, De Huang finally turned to Chun Chang'an, his eyes betraying an unmistakable loneliness. With a deep sigh, he slowly confessed, I long to visit a brothel. You wish to indulge in such establishments? Chun Chang'an responded, incredulous. What a rascal! Are you addicted to it? Is it really necessary? You went just once, and now you've fallen for it? Your ignorance is palpable. You have never truly experienced joy. The allure is intoxicating, deliciously fragrant, delightfully soft, and immensely comforting. Even the simplest fare becomes a heavenly delight, leaving a lingering aftertaste. It is truly an earthly paradise, and my heart yearns for it, De Huang expressed, his face alight with rapture. Witnessing De Huang's rapturous demeanor, Chun Chang'an felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand him. You're just a dog, and yet you reminisce about such things? Aside from eating and drinking, what else can you do? You know nothing of genuine happiness. I perceive that you are infatuated. Rest assured, once we depart from Yunshua Ridge, I shall certainly procure a few exquisite female dogs for you, all of impeccable lineage, ensuring your absolute satisfaction. Ha! Chun Chang'an, do you truly regard me as a mere dog? Allow me to clarify, I am a creature of noble descent, a magnificent Qilin, a fact you have reiterated numerous times. It is understood, yet I remain resolute in my desire to visit the brothel. You may handle the situation as you see fit. De Huang has also mastered the art of stubbornness, rolling on the ground in a display that suggests he will not rise until Chun Chang'an acquiesces. Chun Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at De Huang, and without uttering a word, he stood and turned to leave. I shall go and check on Gu Xiener. If you wish to roll about, then stay here and make a home in Yunshua Ridge. Seeing that Chun Chang'an was impervious to his antics, De Huang quickly scrambled to his feet, shaking off the snow that clung to him, and hurried after Chun Chang'an. We are brothers, after all. I know you won't be so heartless. You must admit, what does it matter where we indulge in food and drink? At the brothel, one can enjoy themselves splendidly, and the expenditure is well worth it. Besides, you are not lacking in funds. If you disapprove, you need not summon a lady, right? After all, you have Gu Xiener to attend to you. Alas, poor De Huang, who followed you out of the forbidden forest, now finds himself alone, devoid of kin or companions. Having failed to manipulate the situation, De Huang resorted to a pitiful display, which left Chun Chang'an feeling quite exasperated. Enough! Are you not weary from your performance? Perhaps I shall take you again another time. You ought to learn something beneficial. Just look at what you have become. A canine libertine. De Huang paid no heed to Chun Chang'an's words. As long as he could visit once more, he was indifferent to any criticism. Is life not about living freely and joyously? What does it matter what form one takes? The essence of happiness is paramount. Wouldn't you agree?
Da Huang grine broadly.
As if the entrance to the brothel lay just ahead. Chun Chang'an, shaking his head in resignation, offered no rebuttal, for there was undeniable wisdom in De Huang's musings. Do you not find it peculiar, De Huang? The snow spirits of Yunshua Ridge seem to have vanished. As we walk, I sense something amiss. Not a single snow spirit can be sighted. In my presence, they would ordinarily keep their distance, which is to be expected. Yet, it is unfortunate for Gu Xiener, who has searched tirelessly without success. This is hardly a valuable training experience, De Huang said with a sense of pride. At this moment, Gu Xiener was equally disheartened. Chun Chang'an had brought her to Yunshua Ridge with the intention of honing her practical skills. However, after searching for quite some time, She had yet to encounter even a single snow spirit, nor any small creature for that matter. "My lord," Gu Xian'er exclaimed as Chen Chang'an approached, hastily rising to her feet. "It is nothing to be troubled about. The absence of snow spirits is not a matter of great concern, so there is no need for such anxiety." Chen Chang'an sensed Gu Xian'er's anxiety and offered a few words of comfort. However, it is widely known that the Yangqiling region is home to a multitude of snow demons, and I have indeed discovered traces left by these ethereal beings. Yet, why do they seem to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind? Gu Xian'er inquired, puzzled. Chen Chang'an, too, felt a spark of curiosity regarding this matter. The existence of the traces indicates that the snow demons are indeed real and not mere fabrications. Yet, what could have led to their complete disappearance? Chen Chang'an could not accept that it was due to De Huang, for that creature had not emitted any aura that could impact the snow demons in any way. As I said, it's not because of... Stop rambling and observe the situation. Chen Chang'an interrupted De Huang, who was about to boast. Fine, considering you treated me to the brothel. De Huang relented, expanding his senses. Suddenly, his expression changed, catching Chen Chang'an off guard. There are likely very few occurrences that could move De Huang so. What is it? Is there a situation? Chen Chang'an asked. Yes, a significant one. Chapter 51. The mysterious heavenly pool and the village with a tail. What is the situation? Chen Chang'an glanced at De Huang with a hint of curiosity. Is this fellow serious? De Huang, cease your nonsense. What on earth is happening? Chen Chang'an inquired. How shall I put it? The snow spirits do indeed exist, and their numbers are astonishingly vast. I have roughly estimated their population to exceed 1,000. Truly, they are a gregarious breed of magical beasts. Over 1,000? That is indeed a considerable number. But how does this relate to the overall situation? However, the Yunxue Ridge is not only home to snow spirits. There are humans as well. Strangely enough, these humans are now congregating alongside the snow spirits. De Huang cast a helpless glance at Chen Chang'an. Congregating? Engaging in a brawl? That seems improbable. A mere brawl would hardly warrant De Huang's concern about a significant situation. Could it be a gathering of sorts? Yet, isn't it said that the snow spirits of Yunxue Ridge are inherently combative and disdainful of humans? Stop gasping for breath and articulate your thoughts clearly, Chen Chang'an said, furrowing his brow. Worship. They are worshipping together, the snow spirits and the humans. I discovered that, at the highest point of Yunxue Ridge, there lies a heavenly pool, adjacent to which is a village that has been inhabited by humans. The relationship between these snow spirits and humans seems mutually beneficial. They coexist harmoniously. However, I am uncertain what they are worshipping. This heavenly pool poses a mystery. The existence of humans in Yunxue Ridge is something I have never heard mentioned in Yunchuan. Indeed, Yunxue Ridge is quite intriguing. Snow spirits, humans, the heavenly pool, and worship. This place feels like it holds a story. Let us go and take a closer look, Chen Chang'an said with a smile. I am curious as well. I have never encountered such a scenario. De Huang also expressed interest. With both Chen Chang'an and De Huang eager to explore, Gu Xian'er, a handmaiden, naturally followed closely behind. The trio, a man, a dog, and a maid, ascended with ease, encountering no obstacles until they reached the highest point of Yunxue Ridge. There, they found a vast expanse of land, and immediately before them lay a quaint village. The village exuded a sense of life with curling wisps of smoke. Yet at that moment, it was devoid of any inhabitants. All had gathered several hundred meters away by the heavenly pool. Surrounding the heavenly pool were the villagers and the snow spirits of Yunxue Ridge. They moved in unison, kneeling before the pool, their lips murmuring incantations of unknown content. Their demeanor appeared quite devout. Could it be that their ancestors reside within the heavenly pool? Yet, this raises questions. Humans worshipping their ancestors is plausible, but what of the snow spirits? Do their ancestors dwell within the pool as well? De Huang, did you not notice that there is something peculiar about this heavenly pool? Of course I did. It seems to be enveloped by a sphere of energy, preventing any perception from penetrating it. To be able to obstruct my senses, this heavenly pool is undoubtedly extraordinary. Though the great yellow may appear somewhat out of place, its prowess is undeniable, capable of masking its perceptive abilities. This celestial pool is indeed extraordinary. Young master, shall we venture closer? Gusiener inquired from the side. Hold on. There is no animosity between us. It is unnecessary to intrude upon their ritual, Chun Chang'an replied, shaking his head. He chose not to disturb the proceedings but instead seated himself on the ground, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the worship. As time elapsed and the sun dipped below the horizon, a brisk wind swept across the summit of Yunshue Ridge. So cold,
Gusiener suddenly exclaimed,
startling both Chun Chang'an and the Great Yellow. Cold? How could Gusiener, a cultivator of the ninth realm of the extraordinary, feel chilled by a mere gust of wind? This place indeed harbors mysteries. It seemed the gathering was drawing to a close. Chun Chang'an glanced towards the celestial pool and observed that both villagers and snow spirits were gradually rising to their feet. Although they were divided into two factions, their rapport was remarkably harmonious. The villagers exchanged smiles and engaged in brief conversations with the snow spirits. Surprisingly, the snow spirits, often described as combative and disdainful of humans, were interacting amicably with them. Suddenly, a stir arose among the snow spirits, indicating that, having completed their worship, they had noticed the presence of Chun Chang'an and his companions. Do not attack. They have been here for some time and have not disturbed us. They appear to harbor no ill intentions. Allow me to approach and inquire. The village chief interjected just as the snow spirits were preparing to strike. The snow spirits seemed to heed the village chief's command, standing obediently at his behest, though their gazes remained watchful towards Chun Chang'an and his group. Upon seeing the village chief approach, Chun Chang'an rose, a friendly smile adorning his face, signaling that he meant no harm. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, young friend? The village chief asked, scrutinizing Chun Chang'an's eyes to gauge his reaction. Chun Chang'an candidly expressed his intentions, revealing no hidden motives. It was merely an unexpected discovery, devoid of ulterior designs. Thus, it appears to be a serendipitous encounter. You have witnessed the proceedings. Why do you linger? Why not inquire? The village chief's implication was clear. Having observed the event, was curiosity not piqued by what was transpiring? If so, why not depart, rather than remain? Naturally, curiosity was at play. However, a gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. In such a significant moment, I trust you would not wish for any disturbances. I merely wait. It shall not consume much time. At Chun Chang'an's words, the village chief nodded, easing some of his wariness towards him. Gusiener admired this character and recognized the integrity with which he conducted himself. Meanwhile, the Great Yellow stood to the side, suppressing a wave of nausea. A gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. Have you truly engaged in deeds befitting a gentleman? As twilight descended, uncertainty clouded our minds. Might we find respite here for a single night? The village chief's brow furrowed slightly. This hamlet had never extended its hospitality to outsiders. Even when wanderers had inadvertently stumbled upon this place, they were promptly ushered away. I regret to inform you that our village is not conducive to such arrangements. If there are no pressing matters, I urge you to depart swiftly. There is nothing here that would pique your curiosity. The chief's demeanor shifted to one of sternness. After delivering his words, he paid no heed to Chun Chang'an's potential responses and turned away, for he could not entirely lower his guard against strangers. Leading the villagers back to the settlement, the chief remained vigilant, while both Chun Chang'an and De Huang observed that numerous snow spirits lingered nearby, their watchful eyes fixed upon them. How cautious they were! What secret did this celestial pool harbor to incite such apprehension? The more guarded they became, the deeper Chun Chang'an's curiosity grew. Perhaps we should embark on a nocturnal foray into the celestial pool? De Huang proposed with enthusiasm. Chapter 52. Entering the heavenly pool alone, this is inappropriate. Simply won't do. I am a person of integrity. Chun Chang'an hastily waved his hand, rejecting the suggestion put forth by De Huang. A person of integrity? De Huang cast a scornful glance at Chun Chang'an. Have you, over these years, refrained from committing any unscrupulous acts? Being a person of integrity certainly did not prevent Xian Wudao from living as a beggar for 3 millennia. Had it not been for your master driving him out, Xian Wudao would likely have remained forever shackled to that identity. A person of integrity, you say? How can we not consider this a nighttime escapade? We are merely here to observe, purely out of curiosity. Look at you. It has been days without a bath. Surely you ought to cleanse yourself properly. In this freezing weather, there is but one place with water. If not the heavenly pool, then where else? Xiener, do you not agree? Chen Chang'an asked earnestly. Gu Xiener was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the seemingly earnest and serious Chen Chang'an could possess such a facet. Could this perhaps be his true nature? How shameless! Yet, there was a hint of endearment in his audacity. Every word you utter is indeed reasonable, my lord. It should be so, Gu Xiener replied with equal seriousness. Wow! De Huang stood dumbfounded. It was one thing for Chen Chang'an to be shameless alone, but now Gu Xiener was also losing her composure? Upon first meeting her, despite her fall from grace, she remained untainted, possessing an inherent nobility and principles. How was it that, after joining Chen Chang'an, her standards seemed to dissolve? Gu Xiener, you have changed. You have become as shameless as him, De Huang remarked disdainfully. Senior De Huang, your words are misguided. To Xiener, my lord's words are paramount. Since my lord has expressed it thus, it is indeed the truth. Therefore, Xiener has not changed. Gu Xiener replied with a gentle smile. All right, I cannot contend with the two of you, but what shall we do? I can hardly contain my eagerness. I truly wish to uncover the secrets of the heavenly pool, De Huang stated with excitement. We must go without a doubt. However, I do not wish to harm these villagers. After all, they are innocent. Therefore, De Huang, you must devise a means to ensure that both the villagers and the snow spirits fall into a deep slumber. Is there a solution? Chen Chang'an inquired. Is that all? You truly underestimate me. De Huang cast a dismissive glance at Chen Chang'an. Then, with a flicker of his form, he returned before Chen Chang'an in a mere moment. All is taken care of. Rest assured, I will keep them asleep. They shall not awaken for 10 days or even half a month. That should suffice for our visit to the heavenly pool. Let us proceed. By the way, Xiener, you should not accompany us. Your cultivation is too weak, and I wish to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. After some contemplation, De Huang deemed it prudent for Gu Xiener to remain behind, for none could ascertain what lay beneath the heavenly pool. Well, very well. Gu Xiener felt a fleeting pang of disappointment, but it quickly dissipated, restoring her composure. In her heart, she silently vowed to diligently cultivate her skills, striving to attain the strength necessary to avoid being a burden. Let us proceed together, she thought. Remaining here was not particularly safe, and besides, with you around, what danger could there be?
Chen Chang'an noticed Gu Xiener's dismay.
Bringing one person down would not impact anything. He did not require protection, and De Huang merely needed to keep an eye on Gu Xiener. What nonsense is this? How could it be unsafe? Whether it be the villagers or the snow demons, I can handle them all. You insult me, De Huang retorted with displeasure. You are so formidable. What harm could possibly come from her accompanying you? With you by her side, is there any real danger? Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. That is a reasonable point. Young lady, follow me, and I assure you, you shall remain unharmed. Let us go. Thank you, young master. Thank you, esteemed De Huang. Gu Xiener exclaimed, her face lighting up as she trailed closely behind Chen Chang'an, making their way to the heavenly pool. Young master, I cannot approach, she said. Damn it, I cannot either. Upon reaching the heavenly pool, both De Huang and Gu Xiener discovered a barrier obstructing their passage, while Chen Chang'an remained unaffected. This must be a protective barrier. During the day, your perception was likely hindered by it as well. Indeed, I almost forgot you are an anomaly. The barrier does not affect you. How dare it attempt to impede my progress? I shall see what this barrier can truly do. De Huang, now irked, attempted to employ all his efforts to break the barrier. Ah, this barrier is problematic. I cannot seem to breach it? How strange. How strange. Could it be that this barrier was set by a peak emperor-level expert? The solidity of the barrier astounded De Huang, for in this world, few barriers could withstand him. Only a barrier meticulously crafted by a peak emperor-level expert could achieve such resilience. Are you suggesting that within this heavenly pool, there might reside a peak emperor-level expert? That seems rather improbable. Or could it be that a peak emperor-level expert is imprisoning something here? This barrier not only prevents outsiders from entering but also keeps whatever is inside from escaping. Chun Chang'an furrowed his brow, beginning to analyze the current situation. However, there exists another possibility, that this barrier is a natural formation, and its existence is due to an extraordinary treasure within the heavenly pool. Whichever scenario it may be, it had already piqued Chun Chang'an's curiosity. Chun Chang'an, are you truly considering descending to explore this matter further? De Huang initially wanted to offer counsel, but upon reflection he thought this rascal is unlikely to come to harm, so why worry? Very well, go ahead. Be swift in your return. I shall guard the entrance for you. All right, if you cannot enter, then I shall venture down alone. It should not pose much of a problem. Chun Chang'an smiled faintly, then leaped gracefully into the celestial pool. Upon witnessing his silhouette, Gu Xianer felt a pang of concern. Senior De Huang, will my lord truly be unscathed? How is he faring now? Gu Xianer inquired anxiously. I cannot perceive the circumstances within, but you need not worry. Chun Chang'an may lack many talents, yet he possesses an extraordinary resilience. In this world, there exists no one capable of inflicting harm upon him, De Huang affirmed with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing these words, Gu Xianer finally sighed in relief, though her admiration for Chun Chang'an only deepened. Invincible. Only by being invincible could one render oneself impervious to harm. Indeed, my lord is extraordinary. Chapter 53. At the bottom of the heavenly pool, a familiar face. Chun Chang'an leaped into the heavenly pool, discovering that the expanse below was far larger than that above. The depth also exceeded his expectations. He plunged swiftly down nearly 100 meters, yet still had not reached the bottom. Although his cultivation was only at the first level of true qi, his strength was far greater. Moreover, his unique physique rendered the water pressure inconsequential. Continuing his descent, he ventured nearly 1,000 meters before finally encountering something extraordinary. At the bottom of the heavenly pool lay a barrier, which merely shielded the water, isolating it from the cavernous entrance beneath. Intriguing, Chun Chang'an thought with a slight smile, and in an instant he surged into the cave entrance. Upon entering, he found himself enveloped in darkness. The passage was narrow yet did not impede his ability to walk upright. With a flick of his finger, he released a golden sword aura that surged ahead, illuminating the situation within the tunnel. The passage was not lengthy, spanning perhaps 100 meters, and at its end stood a stone door. Soon, Chun Chang'an arrived before the door, expecting to exert some effort to open it, but to his surprise it swung open effortlessly. Beyond the stone door, darkness persisted, yet his senses indicated that the space was not vast. Most importantly, there was warmth. This warmth was not of natural origin but rather the warmth of life. Someone was here. I know you are present. I mean no harm. I merely passed through and found this place peculiar, so I came in to investigate. Chun Chang'an spoke calmly. The presence he sensed was formidable, eluding his perception and breath. Yet he was certain that the individual was indeed nearby. Chun Chang'an? Suddenly, a tentative voice emerged from the shadows. That single phrase left Chun Chang'an in disbelief. What on earth was happening? A familiar face at this gathering in Millennia? You know me? Chun Chang'an inquired, bewildered. After receiving an affirmative response, the surrounding oil lamps ignited, brightening the stone chamber. The furnishings within were quite simple. A stone bed, a stone table, and a stone chair. As Chun Chang'an surveyed the stone chamber, a figure emerged from behind a stone wall. Upon seeing this person, Chun Chang'an was initially taken aback, but soon recalled the individual's name. Lai Zhanquang, how is it you? I thought you were dead. The revelation of his identity astonished Chun Chang'an. After all, Lai Zhanquang was someone he had known for 7,000 or 8,000 years. Having heard nothing of him for so long, Chun Chang'an had assumed he had perished. Yet here he was, residing at the bottom of the heavenly pool? What a peculiar choice of lifestyle. Lai Zhanquang approached the stone bed and seated himself, gesturing for Chun Chang'an to take a seat on the stone chair. I never anticipated that after all these years, you would still be alive, and that we would encounter each other here. Fate truly plays tricks on us. To be honest, it has been 6 millennia since I last saw a familiar face. It has been utterly stifling, truly painfully stifling, lamented Lai Zhanquang. 6,000 years of existence here? Did you offend someone? Chun Chang'an inquired with curiosity. It is worth noting that Lai Zhanquang was once an extraordinary genius, his talent surpassing even that of Shen Wudao, and his arrogance even more pronounced. Every day he was eager to challenge anyone who crossed his path. Chen Chang'an was not surprised by his current predicament. This troublemaker was born to stir up chaos. Indeed, I offended a powerful emperor. There was no choice but to hide away for all these years. I have not dared to step outside. Fortunately, this place is quite secure. Others cannot enter. By the way, how did you manage to come here? Suddenly, Lai Zhanquang remembered to ask how Chen Chang'an had entered this realm. I walked in. This barrier has no effect on me. However, your strength has improved remarkably. It even kept De Huang outside. Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. De Huang is here too. Yes, you two are inseparable. After all these years, it is astonishing that it is still alive. What breed of dog is it? How is it so extraordinary? Lai Zhanquang asked with intrigue. It is the Dog King. The Dog King? Living this long, it is almost a dog emperor now. Enough about that. Let us discuss your situation. Which emperor did you offend? There are not many powerful emperors in the Taishan realm, Chen Chang'an queried, his curiosity piqued. Who else could it be but that old curmudgeon Long Wuqi? I merely remarked that he was quite unattractive, and he dispatched 10 undying realm beings to pursue me. Good grief, I was merely at the supreme realm back then. Was it necessary to send 10 undying realm beings after me? In light of this, my father decisively expelled me from the family to avoid implicating them. Ah! Such is the depth of fatherly love, Lai Zhanquang said helplessly. Long Wuqi, the founder of the Dragon Emperor Palace, and one of the few emperors in the Taishan realm today. The Dragon Emperor Palace is formidable, and I have heard some details about Long Wuqi from Mu Yunao. Long Wuqi and Mu Yunao are contemporaries, both at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Lai Zhanquang truly brought this upon himself. The greatest taboo for Long Wuqi has always been to be called ugly. How could he not seek to eliminate you for such an affront? Is the barrier of the heavenly pool something you set up? Chen Chang'an asked with curiosity. Not at all. I lack the ability to create such a barrier. Although I have attained the undying realm now, I still do not possess the skill to set up such a boundary. This barrier was already here when I arrived. Otherwise, why would I have chosen this location? Lai Zhanquang replied with a wry smile. It was here beforehand? Then how did you enter? De Huang couldn't get in, Chen Chang'an asked, perplexed. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Lai Zhanquang helplessly remarked, perhaps it is merely a matter of fortune. The heavenly pool atop Yangshuling has always existed, and so too has this barrier. However, the barrier of the heavenly pool experiences brief moments of stagnation at intervals. It was by sheer chance that I discovered this, which is why I managed to slip inside. I waited a year to enter the barrier of the heavenly pool, and then another year for the entrance beneath the water. It has been rather cumbersome, hence I seldom venture out. After listening, Chen Chang'an finally understood that this barrier indeed harbored such a flaw. However, he pondered, what then of the villagers and the snow demons outside? Do the villagers and the snow demons have any connection to you? Are they not here to pay homage to you? This is both true and not. It is rather complicated. Then please elucidate it simply. Very well. Chapter 54. Why do you respond to touch? As Lai Zhanquang narrated, Chen Chang'an gradually grasped the overarching situation from years past. The villagers and the snow spirits had existed here long before Lai Zhanquang's arrival. According to his account, they all seemed to worship a deity known as the snow god. This celestial pond served as the snow god's abode, and the villagers, self-proclaimed devotees, had guarded this place through generations to prevent any disturbances to their revered deity. The snow spirits shared a similar devotion. When Lai Zhanquang inadvertently stumbled into the celestial pond, the villagers mistook him for the snow god upon witnessing his arrival. Regardless of the circumstances, there must have been some presence here before you. Otherwise, how could one explain the existence of this barrier? You have resided here for thousands of years, yet have you discovered nothing? Chen Chang'an inquired, furrowing his brow. Upon entering this cavern, he found no other passage. The stone chamber was the sole endpoint. However, Chen Chang'an believed it could not be that simple. I once harbored the same doubts as you. To speak candidly, I have spent these millennia in pursuit of the secrets of this celestial pond. I yearn for the opportunity to enhance my cultivation, perhaps even achieving the realm of the Emperor. At that point, I would surely teach that hideous dragon Wuk a lesson. Damn it, how can one be so unattractive and yet not allow others to voice their opinions? It is utterly infuriating. It was evident that, despite the passage of millennia, Lai Zhanquang's animosity towards Dragon Wuk had not waned. Rather, it had intensified over time. All right, I understand your frustration, but can we discuss the matter at hand? Chun Chang'an remarked with a hint of exasperation. The matter at hand is that, after all these years, besides discovering this stone chamber, I have found nothing else. In such a limited space, having spent so many years here, do you not find it confining? Lai Zhanquang expressed his discontent. Just this stone chamber? So, for all these years you haven't. Well, you know? Chun Chang'an's sudden shift in topic left Lai Zhanquang momentarily stunned. What does that have to do with anything? But soon, Lai Zhanquang regained his composure and shot Chun Chang'an an irritated glance. I haven't consumed anything in all these years, so what would I excrete? Besides, given my level of cultivation, how could my body produce such baseness? For formidable practitioners, most no longer require sustenance. They absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish their bodies, which proves far more effective. Even if one were to consume food, it would directly convert into energy, leaving no waste. Chun Chang'an's query was clearly a jest. However, during my long stay here, I have indeed noticed some intriguing phenomena. Approximately every 6 months, the spiritual energy in this place erupts. The intensity is such that, based on my experience, it is truly astonishing. Yet, I have yet to uncover the source of this occurrence. Taking advantage of the moment when the barrier weakened, I ventured into the celestial pool, only to discover that it was not hidden within its depths. I suspected there must be a place I had yet to uncover, remarked Lai Zhanquang with a serious expression. Suspicions? Is there even a need for doubt? The truth is glaringly evident. However, the spiritual energy at the bottom of the celestial pool is indeed remarkably dense. Even without a surge of energy, Chun Chang'an could feel it was 2 or 3 times stronger than above. Regrettably, Chun Chang'an's body could no longer absorb this energy. Otherwise, he might have unearthed something significant. By the way, why did you hide when I entered just now? Chun Chang'an inquired, glancing at Lai Zhanquang. Why is there a separate stone wall in this chamber? A sudden intruder could only mean trouble. I thought that scoundrel Long Wuchi was on my tail. As for this stone wall, it has been here since my arrival. But I assure you, there is no issue. I have thoroughly examined it. Examined it? Chun Chang'an trusted that Lai Zhanquang wouldn't deceive him. Yet that did not guarantee the absence of problems. This was not merely a matter of ability, it was also about intellect. Clearly, Lai Zhanquang lacked that. Under Lai Zhanquang's disdainful gaze, Chun Chang'an stepped directly behind the stone wall. The space beyond was modest, merely 2 meters wide and 3 meters long. It was perplexing why such a structure existed. Yet, it is often the seemingly useless elements that hold the key to the problem. Still doubting me? Look, there's nothing here, Lai Zhanquang remarked with irritation after following him. He felt that Chun Chang'an's skepticism was an affront to his expertise. After all, he had searched for millennia without discovery. How could Chun Chang'an possibly perceive what he had not? With a deliberate motion, Chun Chang'an reached out to touch the walls on either side, and astonishingly, his hand vanished into the stone. Initially taken aback, he turned back to Lai Zhanquang with a challenging glance. This is impossible, it simply cannot be. I've touched this place countless times. Why? Lai Zhanquang was utterly dumbfounded. Why? Was he being discriminated against by the stone wall? His own attempts had yielded no results. Yet Chun Chang'an's did? It must be a coincidence. I will try it myself. Defiant, Lai Zhanquang approached and reached for the same wall. What the hell? Why? Lai Zhanquang was completely bewildered. Chun Chang'an's hand remained embedded in the wall, while he still felt only the stone. It's all about positioning. Take your hand out, let me see where you touched it. Fine, be my guest. Chun Chang'an replied with a smile as he withdrew his hand. Yet the outcome was the same. Lai Zhanquang still encountered only the stone, with no change whatsoever. Damn it, why? I simply want to know why. Why can you do it, but I cannot? Lai Zhanquang exclaimed in frustration. Because I am more handsome than you, Chun Chang'an replied, a faint smile adorning his face. Huh? More handsome than oneself? Lai Zhanquang is certainly handsome, but when compared to Chun Chang'an, he pales in comparison. All right, I concede that you are slightly more attractive. Regardless, both of us are undeniably more pleasing to the eye than that scoundrel, Long Wuqi. Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is it really necessary to dwell on this? This place appears to be a barrier, though it resembles a stone wall. You cannot pass through it. Hence it feels no different from a stone wall. However, the barrier does not affect me. Thus I can traverse it while you cannot, Chun Chang'an remarked with a smile. Well then, do hurry inside. I shall wait for you outside. Is that it? You are just going to give up? Given your temperament, I would expect you to be seething with rage and desperately attempting to break the barrier, Chun Chang'an said, casting a curious glance at Lai Zhanquang, as this was uncharacteristic of him. Madness, my foot! I have been reckless for so many years. I know better than anyone how formidable this barrier is. Hurry inside and stop dawdling. I too am eager to uncover the secrets of this place, Lai Zhanquang urged impatiently. Very well, I shall enter now. Wait for me outside. All right. Chapter 55. The Celestial Spirit Fruits. On the Celestial Spirit Tree. Upon entering the stone wall, Chun Chang'an discovered a space far more expansive than the stone chamber, at least 10 times larger, if not more. Contrary to complete darkness, the interior was suffused with a soft blue luminescence. At the very center of this azure expanse stood a crystalline tree, resplendent and translucent, emanating a gentle blue glow, which captivated Chun Chang'an's attention. It was at that moment, upon beholding this magnificent tree, that Chun Chang'an was rendered momentarily speechless. No wonder this place experienced periodic surges of spiritual energy. It was, in fact, a celestial spirit tree that had materialized into a physical form. The time required for such a wondrous entity to come into existence was beyond Chun Chang'an's knowledge. However, he recalled having heard of such phenomena from Mu Yunao long ago. The celestial spirit tree is a culmination of pure, concentrated spiritual energy, painstakingly gathered over countless millennia. In the realm of Tai-Hsien, few have truly discovered and encountered a celestial spirit tree. Most have only heard tales of its existence through ancient texts. Chun Chang'an had never anticipated that within the modest confines of the cloud snow ridges Tianqi in Langya, such a remarkable tree, one that would drive all of Tai-Hsien into a frenzy, would be concealed. To cultivate beside the celestial spirit tree would undeniably accelerate one's progress manifold, perhaps even by dozens of times. However, the true marvel of this tree lay in the fruits it bore, the celestial spirit fruits. This was the essence that truly incited madness. Remarkably, there were 15 celestial spirit fruits adorning the tree. These fruits, which encapsulate the quintessence of the celestial spirit tree, are exceedingly rare, requiring 3 millennia to mature into a single fruit. With 15 fruits present, it was evident that the time taken for their formation amounted to an astonishing 45,000 years. This indicated that the existence of the celestial spirit tree must be even more ancient. The legendary snow god must have discovered the celestial spirit tree, prompting their prolonged stay here. Perhaps they had also consumed a fair share of the celestial spirit fruits. The presence of 15 fruits represented an immensely valuable bounty. However, the preservation of these fruits was no trivial task. The moment a celestial spirit fruit fell from the tree, it had to be secured in a container crafted from 10,000-year warm jade, lest it gradually dissipate with time. Moreover, these fruits should not be handled with bare hands for extended periods. Such a treasure trove of wonders would indeed be regrettable to forego. Collecting all 15 should not pose a significant challenge. Over the years, Chun Chang'an had accumulated a certain quantity himself and had also discreetly acquired a few from his master, Mu Yunao. The treasures he possessed were indeed considerable. Though 10,000-year warm jade held little utility for cultivators, it served well as a container, making it a relatively sought-after item. Mu Yunao had gathered a substantial amount of it, thus allowing Chun Chang'an to possess this precious material. Chun Chang'an first procured a container fashioned from 10,000-year warm jade, then meticulously knocked each celestial spirit fruit from the tree, placing them carefully within the vessel. He left no fruit behind, ensuring that all 15 were secured. Regrettably, the celestial spirit tree cannot be taken away. Otherwise, Chun Chang'an was not greedy. merely wishing to uproot it entirely. After carefully securing the celestial spirit fruit, he surveyed his surroundings once more. After all, a thief should not return empty-handed. It appeared that this location housed only this solitary celestial spirit tree, devoid of any other valuable treasures. Chun Chang'an felt a tinge of disappointment, for he had heard that where the celestial spirit tree appeared, it was possible for companion spirit beasts or spirit herbs to emerge. Could it be that the so-called snow god had already claimed them long ago? This possibility seemed more plausible to him, as others had undoubtedly seized the opportunity before him, leaving no precious treasures behind. The presence of the celestial spirit tree and the celestial spirit fruit remained solely because he was unable to transport the tree itself. Have you exited? So soon? What lies within? Speak up. Upon seeing Chun Chang'an emerge from the stone wall, Lai Zhangquang excitedly bombarded him with questions. Chun Chang'an paid him no heed and instead took a seat upon a stone chair. Look at you, receiving guests without any hospitality. You truly lack the art of entertaining, Chun Chang'an scoffed. Hospitality? Lai Zhangquang looked at Chun Chang'an in bewilderment. I have nothing to offer. How could I extend hospitality? Don't make excuses. What do you expect me to do? Offer you a puddle of my urine? Lai Zhangquang retorted with irritation. It seems you are not interested in uncovering the secrets of the heavenly pool, Chun Chang'an said coolly. Wait, brother, I was wrong. Quickly tell me, what is it like inside? Are there treasures? Lai Zhangquang inquired with a grin. There is, and it is a supreme treasure. A supreme treasure? If Chun Chang'an deems it a supreme treasure, it must indeed be remarkable. Where is it? Show me. Rest assured, I, Lai Zhangquang, possess enough integrity not to steal. I merely wish to see what it is. I cannot take it out. Cannot take it out? What do you mean by that? The celestial spirit tree. Can you not take it? The celestial spirit tree? Upon hearing those words, Lai Zhangquang was utterly dumbfounded. Was it truly that legendary entity? Are you saying that beneath the heavenly pool, beside my stone chamber, there exists a celestial spirit tree? I have lingered beside it for thousands of years, completely unaware of its presence? No wonder the spiritual energy here is so dense, and why there are occurrences of spiritual energy bursts. The celestial spirit tree. It truly is the celestial spirit tree. Lai Zhangquang spun around in ecstatic frenzy, his excitement palpable. Chun Chang'an, you are about to strike it rich. Then why did you come out? You should remain by the celestial spirit tree to cultivate. By the way, what realm are you in now? You seem to only exhibit the first stage of true qi. Are you just pretending to be humble? If you have not broken through to the Emperor realm, you might as well stay here in seclusion. I believe you have the opportunity to challenge the Emperor realm, Lai Zhangquang said, brimming with enthusiasm. In the heart of Lai Zhangquang, Chun Chang'an has always been more formidable than himself. Even without breaking through to the realm of the great emperor, he is likely a being at the pinnacle of the undying stage. Do you not wish for such power? Of course I do, but I find myself unable to attain it. This opportunity seems destined to elude me. With a helpless smile, Lai Zhangquang reflects on his futile existence here for thousands of years, only for Chun Chang'an to arrive and discover the celestial spirit tree. Clearly, this overwhelming fortune does not belong to him. As a gesture of friendship, allow me to present you with a gift. With that, Chun Chang'an produced a celestial spirit fruit and tossed it to Lai Zhangquang. Consume it immediately. Lai Zhangquang was initially taken aback, but upon hearing Chun Chang'an's words, he hesitated not and devoured the celestial spirit fruit. What on earth is this? The spiritual energy is so pure and rich. Lai Zhangquang was astonished. He had not anticipated that the gift Chun Chang'an bestowed upon him would be of such immense value. The celestial spirit fruit, if you know of the celestial spirit tree, you must also be aware of this. Yet, no one has ever consumed such a thing, and its effects remain unknown. Please verify its efficacy for me, Chun Chang'an said with a calm smile. Very well, such matters are always beneficial. I shall begin my cultivation at once. Chapter 56. De Huang. Am I as much of a dog as you think? A profound aura enveloped Lai Zhangquang, igniting a fervent excitement within him. As he continuously practiced his techniques, he aimed to breach the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Time gradually slipped away, and before long, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, Lai Zhanquang had been tirelessly absorbing the energy of the immortal spirit fruit, while Chen Chang'an remained patient, quietly observing from the side. Senior De Huang, the young master has been down for 3 days. Why hasn't he returned? Could he be in real danger?
Gu Sienna expressed her anxieties.
Her heart heavy with worry after 3 days without news of Chen Chang'an. I can't probe below, but rest assured, I've said it before, no one in this world can harm Chen Chang'an. Let us wait a little longer, De Huang reassured her. Though still concerned, Gu Xian'er felt somewhat comforted by his words. Damn it! Why is this so difficult? Lai Zhanquang exclaimed in frustration after halting his training. Despite the rich energy surrounding him, breaking through the barrier to the Emperor realm proved exceedingly challenging. Finished? Chen Chang'an inquired. Not yet. The energy of the immortal spirit fruit is far too potent. I cannot fully absorb it in just 3 days. It will likely take me at least a year to completely digest this energy. Truly, this treasure is formidable. My cultivation requires a year. For others, it could take even longer, Lai Zhanquang mused, acknowledging the extraordinary power of the immortal spirit fruit, which was indeed a rare treasure. Is the energy within the immortal spirit fruit tumultuous? Chen Chang'an asked. It's quite gentle. Even children who have never practiced can consume it without adverse effects. However, they would gain little benefit. Firstly, they cannot absorb it, and secondly, over time that energy would be wasted. As for the third point, I cannot say, Lai Zhanquang replied. Why are you being so vague? Chen Chang'an retorted. Alright, I've also been down for 3 days. It's time for me to leave. What about you? What are your plans? Leaving already? Regardless, it's a reunion of old friends. I didn't expect you to depart so soon, Lai Zhanquang replied, feeling an unexpected reluctance after so many years apart. Go ahead. I shall remain for now. Cannot leave yet, nor do I wish to. I intend to use this year to strive for the Emperor realm. By then, I will have the confidence to venture out, Lai Zhanquang stated solemnly. He is at the peak of the Emperor realm. Even if you break through, you may not be his match, Chen Chang'an noted. I am aware, but he would not dare to act against me lightly. Once I emerge, I will seek you out, and we shall have a proper reunion, Lai Zhanquang assured. Very well, Chen Chang'an replied with a smile, and with a lingering gaze from Lai Zhanquang, he departed from the heavenly pool. As Chen Chang'an ascended to the heavenly pool, both De Huang and Gu Xian'er breathed a sigh of relief. Da Huang, though aware that Chen Chang'an would not meet his demise, also recognized that the lad's true capabilities were still lacking. While his life was not in jeopardy, what if he were to be detained by others? What lies below? Young master, you have returned. Chen Chang'an first offered a smile and a nod to Gu Xian'er, then cast a glance at De Huang. Look at her. She knows to express concern for me, while you only inquire about what lies beneath. What lies beneath is your ancestor. After speaking, Chen Chang'an hesitated momentarily, pondering whether this madman, Lai Zhanquang, had indeed taken advantage of the situation. Da Huang, accustomed to Chen Chang'an's antics over the years, chose not to engage further. Quickly, tell me, what transpired? Chen Chang'an then recounted the events that had unfolded below. Lai Zhanquang has also fallen to such a fate. Ultimately, he has paid the price for his youthful arrogance. Yet, it is fortunate he still lives. I never anticipated that within the heavenly pool of Yunshua Ridge, there would exist a celestial spirit tree. This entity is likely the sole one in the entire Taishan realm. The existence of a celestial spirit tree is rare. Once one is born, another cannot possibly emerge. De Huang, would you like to taste the celestial spirit fruit? Chen Chang'an inquired with a smile. You would offer me such a precious item? De Huang looked at Chen Chang'an with intrigue, surprised by his newfound generosity. Of course, but you must do me a simple favor. Chen Chang'an replied with a grin. I knew you couldn't be so kind. What do you wish me to do? Make a trip to the northern region and deliver a celestial spirit fruit to Chen Yunxian. The northern region, Chen Yunxian? You truly care for him, thinking of him even when you possess something valuable. However, it is not too inconvenient, as the distance from here to the northern region is not excessive. You initially promised me a celestial spirit fruit, fearing I might consume the one meant for Chen Yunxian, didn't you? Chen Chang'an, am I such a dog? Aren't you essentially a dog? De Huang understood Chen Chang'an just as well as Chen Chang'an understood De Huang. if Chen Chang'an were to send De Huang off without first giving him a celestial spirit fruit. The rogue would undoubtedly consume it on the way and concoct an excuse to return for another fruit to deliver to Chen Yunxian. Rather than waste time, it was better to hand it over first, appearing generous in the process. Enough of this chatter. Go quickly and return swiftly. Very well, I shall depart and return promptly. Where will you head next? Upon crossing Yunxue Ridge, I should arrive in the territory of Lanling. I may go there first. All right, I shall take my leave. Go on. This time, De Huang set off on his own, so his speed would be swifter. The round trip would likely take just a few days. Young master, shall we now embark for Lanling? Gu Xianer stepped forward to inquire. Do you not desire the celestial spirit fruit? Chen Chang'an asked with a smile. I am merely the young master's maid. Such a precious item should be reserved for those of greater importance. Gu Xianer maintained a serene expression, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Chen Chang'an gazed at Gu Xianer for a moment, until a faint blush graced her cheeks, prompting him to avert his gaze. What seems to be the matter, young master? Is there something on my face? Gu Xianer pondered with a lowered head, her mind swirling with an array of chaotic thoughts. You shall consume it. I am eager to witness the extent to which your cultivation will elevate after partaking of the celestial spirit fruit. This is my command. Noticing Gu Xianer hesitating to refuse, Chen Chang'an articulated his final words, compelling her unspoken objections to retreat. Thank you, young master. Gu Xianer was taken aback by Chen Chang'an's unexpected generosity. As a mere maid, she had never anticipated being granted such a valuable treasure. You shall consume it. Indeed. Chapter 57. Has Chen Chang'an been wanted? My lord, we have reached our limits. However, I fear I have absorbed less than 1/10 of the energy from the immortal spirit fruit. Gu Xianer's cultivation base is, after all, significantly lower than that of Lai Zhanquang, limiting the spiritual energy she can absorb. Nonetheless, within a single day, Gu Xianer's cultivation has surged from the 9th layer of the extraordinary realm to the 9th layer of the divine ability realm. Such a rate of advancement would astonish anyone who witnessed it. This remarkable growth is attributed not only to the efficacy of the immortal spirit fruit, but also to Gu Xianer's robust constitution. It is already quite commendable. Gradually converting and absorbing this energy will be sufficient to sustain your cultivation and facilitate your breakthrough into the void realm. This is Chen Chang'an's most conservative estimate, as his understanding of the immortal spirit fruit is limited, and he has never consumed it himself. The void realm? My lord, does this mean that if I completely transform and absorb the energy from the immortal spirit fruit within 3 years, I could ascend to the top of the human rankings? Gu Xianer inquired with palpable excitement. Indeed, but do not underestimate others. They may also experience rapid advancements in their cultivation within 3 years. Thus, you must strive even harder. Yes, my lord. Let us depart. It is time to leave. After Gu Xianer's breakthrough, Chen Chang'an led her over the Yunxue Ridge, heading directly towards the territory of Lanling. Upon entering the Lanling domain, Chen Chang'an discovered that matters had taken an intriguing turn. A man, a woman, and a dog? They must be looking for me. Chen Chang'an had not anticipated that someone in Lanling would be searching for his whereabouts. My lord, could they be from the Lin family? Those who can command such a number of people are certainly not from an ordinary family. Although this is Lanling, it is still within the realm of Langya. Even as a collateral branch, the Lin family carries significant weight in Langya, Gu Xianer remarked with a furrowed brow. Chen Chang'an had not been in Langya for long, and had previously remained in the Yunxian realm. Moreover, he had not incurred any enmity, leaving the only plausible explanation for someone investigating him to be the Lin family. Gu Xianer felt a twinge of guilt. She believed their actions must be related to her. After all, there had been no past grievances between the Lin family and Chen Chang'an, so why the commotion? Yet, Chen Chang'an sensed a shift in the dynamics. Was the Lin family's extensive involvement merely a concern for your potential rise and retribution? Perhaps that is a factor, but I cannot shake the feeling that their focus is primarily on me. Chen Chang'an's thoughts were not mere conjecture. Throughout their journey, he noticed that those searching for him predominantly directed their attention towards the man. If their target were Gu Xianer, they should have been more attentive to the woman. Indeed, both Chen Chang'an and Gu Xianer had drawn attention, but a crucial factor was missing, preventing them from being suspected. My lord, what shall we do next? Upon the return of the esteemed Senior Huang, it is certain that attention will be drawn from others. A man, a woman, and a dog. Such a combination is indeed remarkably unique. After all, who would venture out with a dog unless it were a striking and extraordinary beast? Let the attention come as it may. The Lin family resides in Clearwater, correct? Inquired Chun Chang'an. Indeed, the Lin family, where Lin Ruohang is located in Clearwater, not too distant from here, merely a few thousand kilometers away. Nodding at Gu Xianer's words, Chun Chang'an privately hoped that it would not be the scenario he envisioned. Young master, are you suggesting we head to Clearwater? The mention of Clearwater stirred something within Gu Xianer, for the Gu family once thrived there. Yet now, she stands as the sole survivor of her lineage. It is a place of memories, both nostalgic and vengeful. Gu Xianer had not anticipated returning so soon. However, it appears that Clearwater. Gu Xianer? You are indeed Gu Xianer. Before Chun Chang'an could finish his sentence, a figure from a distance pointed at Gu Xianer, their expression brimming with excitement. Few knew Chun Chang'an, but those familiar with Gu Xianer remained, and here, one had appeared. Gu Xianer was taken aback to be recognized. She focused her gaze and found herself puzzled. This person. Why did they seem familiar, yet she could not recall them? Ha ha ha. I never imagined that such immense fortune would fall into my hands. Truly, the heavens favor me. You are Gu Xianer, and the individual beside you must be Chun Chang'an? Even in the absence of the dog, it mattered little. If you too wish to avoid hardship, come along with me quietly. The individual displayed a complete disregard for Chun Chang'an and Gu Xianer. In their eyes, these two represented boundless resources and an opportunity to ally with the Lin family. His words captured the attention of many around them. Clearly, the names Chun Chang'an and Gu Xianer were now widely recognized. So they are indeed Chun Chang'an and Gu Xianer? No wonder we couldn't find them. Turns out they discarded the dog. Such cunning. It was uncertain who had spread the word, but there was a man, a woman, and a dog. Who would carry a dog about? The information is erroneous. To seize these two would yield substantial rewards upon reaching the Lin family. Damn it! These two are mine. No one else can claim them. Who do you think you are? Just because you say they are yours, does that make it so? Do you possess the ability to back that claim? Do you wish to test my capabilities? Before any actions could unfold, the crowd erupted in discord, leaving Chun Chang'an standing idly by, somewhat exasperated. Unless you intend to continue this quarrel, I shall take my leave. Get lost, all of you. Do you think you're worthy? Who the hell are you? You! Gao Changyuan. My apologies for my earlier indiscretion. Please do not hold it against me, young Master Gao. I shall take my leave at once. Indeed, we are unworthy. We truly are. The arrival of Gao Changyuan has rendered everyone subdued. For this gentleman is not someone they can provoke. After all, in the realm of Lanling, the Gao family's influence ranks among the top 3. My lord, I have heard of the name Gao Changyuan. He is a prodigy of the younger generation from the Gao family, merely 25 years of age, yet he has already attained the 5th stage of the Divine Passage realm. Furthermore, he is the heir of the Gao family, accompanied by numerous skilled individuals. Upon learning the visitor's name, Gu Xianer quietly explained his identity to Chun Chang'an. The Gao family? They dare to wade into these murky waters? Gao Changyuan cast a glance towards Chun Chang'an, harboring some uncertainty. Is it truly worth the Lin family to mobilize such forces over a mere young man of the 1st stage of true qi? Yet, Gu Xianer, her cultivation seems somewhat inscrutable. Or could it be that she possesses no cultivation at all? Though perplexed, Gao Changyuan chose not to dwell on it, for he held absolute confidence in his ability to retain these two individuals. Today, consider yourselves fortunate to encounter someone of my stature. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly face considerable hardship. Comply with me, and I shall not make things overly difficult for you. A faint smile graced Gao Changyuan's lips, yet his gaze was imbued with pride, as if his actions were a boon bestowed upon Chun Chang'an and his companion. Fortunate? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that your fortune is rather lacking. Chapter 58. Is it too late to acknowledge one's mistakes? A single remark from Chun Chang'an left Gao Changyuan momentarily stunned. What did this young man mean? Was he daring to show contempt for him? Did he not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Here, in Lanling, how dare he speak to me in such a manner? Truly, you possess an audacious spirit, Gao Changyuan sneered. In Lanling, the Gao family had long been perched atop the societal hierarchy, accustomed to flaunting their power before others. They instinctively believed that anyone who laid eyes upon them should tread carefully and show utmost respect. Born into such a lineage and being a prodigious disciple, Gao Changyuan had been elevated on a pedestal since childhood. To him, Chun Chang'an's recent utterance was a profound act of disrespect. If he sought to face adversity, then so be it. You too teach him a lesson. Gao Changyuan's gaze turned icy as he commanded his two subordinates to discipline Chun Chang'an. Understood, young master. The two men nodded in agreement before swiftly dashing towards Chun Chang'an. This Chun Chang'an truly did not grasp the precariousness of his situation. He dared to offend even the young master of the Gao family. If he could provoke the Lin family, what other powerful figures could he not defy? Regrettably, he could have been taken away unscathed, yet now he insisted on courting trouble. Youthful arrogance often goes hand in hand with a lack of foresight. Bah! I see nothing but a coward, too frightened to make a move, yet he fancies himself formidable. As the two assailants closed in, Chun Chang'an remained rooted in place, his expression calm and untroubled, not taking a single step. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he was gripped by fear and lacked the ability to resist. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Chun Chang'an was utterly unconcerned, regarding his opponents with indifference. Bang! Bang! What just transpired? Many were left bewildered. How could it be that Chun Chang'an stood still while Gao Changyuan's two subordinates were sent flying, collapsing to the ground? No, it wasn't Chun Chang'an who struck. It was
Gu Xian.
What?
Gu Xian?
How is that possible? Did not the Lin family declare that her cultivation level was merely at the true Qi stage? Those two were both at the divine passage stage, yet they were rendered powerless? Impossible, it cannot be Gu Xiener. The Lin family's information must be wrong. No, it was indeed Gu Xiener. I just noticed that while her body exhibited only a slight fluctuation, it was precisely at that moment that the two divine passage stage warriors of the Gao family were sent flying. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Gao Changyuan wore a look of utter shock. He could hardly fathom that Gu Xiener possessed such formidable strength. He had dispatched two of his subordinates, both at the 6th level of the divine passage stage, yet they could not withstand even a single blow. Moreover, Gu Xiener's speed was astonishingly swift. Remember, next time, do not hold back. Do not grant the enemy any respite. Do you understand? Although Gu Xiener made her move, she did not execute it with lethal intent, instead choosing to leave some leeway. This habit is not commendable, prompting Chun Chang'an to offer a timely reminder. Indeed, Xiener has taken note. I merely worry. There is nothing to fret about. Merely the Gao family, Chun Chang'an retorted with a cold smile. I shall heed your advice, young master, and ensure I do not hold back next time. Well, it is good that you remember. Chun Chang'an's words displayed a complete disregard for the Gao family. At that moment, many began to question Chun Chang'an's true identity and strength. A person capable of inciting such a response from the Lin family could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Why had they not considered this sooner? Meanwhile, Gao Changyuan's face was filled with rage, yet he recognized that he was no match for Gu Xiener. Young master, it is unwise to linger here. According to the information provided by the Lin family, Gu Xiener was merely at the true Qi realm a month ago. The ability to elevate her strength to such a level in such a brief time speaks of an extraordinary individual. Even if we were to join forces, we might still not be able to contend with Chun Chang'an. The two individuals behind Gao Changyuan, both possessing the cultivation of the transformation realm, were tasked with ensuring Gao Changyuan's safety. Yet, in the face of Chun Chang'an, they felt uncertain. Despite Chun Chang'an exhibiting only the 1st level of true Qi realm, his demeanor was so composed that it seemed as though everything was under his control. This confidence stemmed from undeniable strength. They believed that Chun Chang'an was far from ordinary, hence his dismissive attitude towards the Gao family. Are you telling me that even the two of you are no match for him? Gao Changyuan inquired, astonished. Let alone us, there is likely no one within the Gao family who could stand against him. The matter concerning Gu Xiener is something no one in the Gao family could manage. It is feared. It is feared that even the Lin family may not possess such means. This time, It is not just our Gao family that finds itself in a precarious position. The Lin family likely shares the same fate. One wonders what grievances lie between the Qing Shui Lin family and Chen Chongyuan. Upon hearing this, Gao Chongyuan grew increasingly anxious, for he held immense trust in the two individuals beside him. He was certain they would not speak without reason. If they asserted such a claim, there must be a valid basis for it. What should we do now? He wouldn't do anything to the Gao family, would he? Gao Chongyuan asked nervously. Admit fault, apologize. Do not confront him. Admit fault? Apologize? For Gao Chongyuan, this was an unprecedented notion in his life. It felt like a disgrace, an indelible stain on his existence. Young master, do not hesitate. The opportunity is fleeting. For the sake of the Gao family, we must ask you to endure this humiliation. Indeed, young master, apologizing to a stronger opponent is not shameful. It is merely human nature. Gao Chongyuan took a deep breath, nodding gravely at the two, then turned his gaze towards Chen Chongyuan. I acknowledge my wrongdoing in the previous matter and sincerely hope that you two will not take offense. The Gao family, constrained by the formidable influence of the Lin family, felt compelled to act in such a manner. I sincerely hope that both of you can show some leniency. Whatever demands you may have, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Gao Chongyuan's words rendered those present utterly speechless. Who is this? He is the young master of the Gao family, and when has he ever bowed his head in lanying? Yet today, not only has he lowered his head, but he has also offered an apology. Just who is this Chen Chongyuan? Am I dreaming? This is the young master of the Gao family. In my lifetime, I never expected to witness the young master of the Gao family admit fault here in lanying. It is truly astonishing. Could it be solely due to Gu Xian'er's prowess? That seems unlikely. You know nothing. Their apprehension is not directed towards Gu Xian'er, but rather towards Chen Chongyuan. Chen Chongyuan? What about him? Have you lost your senses? Observe Gu Xian'er's demeanor towards Chen Chongyuan, utterly respectful. If Gu Xian'er possesses such formidable strength, what of Chen Chongyuan? Good heavens, I cannot believe I overlooked this. Could it be that Chen Chongyuan has attained the transformation realm? I fear. He is certainly beyond the transformation realm. Beyond the transformation realm? How utterly terrifying. Yet he appears so young. Fortunately, Gao Chongyuan has arrived. Had we acted earlier, none would have escaped unscathed. Thus, it seems the young master of the Gao family has indirectly saved our lives. Those who previously contemplated confronting Chen Chongyuan now find themselves gripped by trepidation. It is fortunate that Gao Chongyuan, as the vanguard, has spared them from disaster. So now you acknowledge your misstep? Pray tell, did the Lin family send you to apprehend me or Gu Xian'er? Chen Chongyuan inquired with a chilling smile. Both of you but the primary target. Is you? Gao Chongyuan responded, casting a glance at Chen Chongyuan. The focus is on myself. This matter has indeed taken a most intriguing turn. Chapter 59. Diverting to Tianshui Lake. Heading straight for the Lin family's main house, Gu Xian'er was equally taken aback by the Lin family's primary target being Chen Chongyuan. This was utterly illogical. It was she who bore enmity with the Lin family. If they sought to take action, it should have been directed at her. So why did they focus on Chen Chongyuan instead? The crux of the matter lay in the stark contrast of the Lin family's attitude towards both Chen Chongyuan and Gu Xian'er, as evidenced by Gao Chongyuan. Gu Xian'er's fate seemed indifferent to them, while Chen Chongyuan was deemed a must for the Qingshui Lin family. Could it be, young sir, that your acquaintance with the Lin family's ancestral figure is the reason? She pondered. However, if that were the case, they would have invited him rather than resorting to such underhanded tactics. What was the Lin family's intention?
Gu Xian'er inquiret, perplexed.
This situation is unfolding in a manner I dread the most. The Qingshui Lin family is truly courting their own demise, Chen Chongyuan remarked with a cold smile. If previously Chen Chongyuan had merely harbored suspicions, he could now assert with certainty that the Qingshui Lin family was undoubtedly the same faction that had once sought to seize the Qin families. His overt inquiries in Yunchuan served a dual purpose, to unearth intelligence while simultaneously luring out the snakes from their lairs. However, he had not anticipated that what would emerge would be none other than the Qingshui Lin family. The Lin family must have uncovered Gu Xian'er's affairs and conducted an investigation, leading them to ascertain his circumstances. At this moment, Gao Chongyuan, upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, felt as if his legs might give way. The Lin family courting their own demise? What on earth is this young man saying? Does he truly disregard the Lin family? Even the Qingshui Lin family boasts 3 formidable Dongshu realm experts. Has he lost his sanity? Yet, Gao Chongyuan had no time to ponder Chen Chang'an's mental state or the fate of the Qingshui Lin family. His mind was consumed with dread over how Chen Chang'an would choose to deal with him and the Gao family. Leave now. I have no inclination to entertain you today, Chen Chang'an said, casting an impatient glance at Gao Chongyuan and gesturing for him to depart. Thank you, esteemed senior, for sparing my life. Gao Chongyuan exhaled in relief, bowed to Chen Chang'an and then turned to leave. Young sir, shall we proceed directly to Qingshui? Gu Xianer inquired. Not to Qingshui. We shall head to Tianshui Lake. Tianshui Lake? Isn't that where the Lin family's main residence is located? Are we to approach their stronghold directly? Indeed. I am going to visit an old acquaintance. What about the esteemed De Huang? Should we wait for a few days? Considering the time, De Huang should be back within 2 or 3 days with this round trip. No need to wait. De Huang is quite intelligent and possesses keen senses. He will find us. Without pausing for De Huang, Chen Chang'an set off with Gu Xianer towards Tianshui Lake. If this matter was indeed linked to the Qingshui Lin family, it was imperative for him to locate Lin Shangliu first. On one hand, as a friend, it is only proper to give notice. On the other hand, in the pursuit of retrieving the lost treasure, the necessity for force is not absolute, and at such a moment, the significance of connections becomes evident. With a mere word from Lin Shangliu, would the Qingshui Lin family dare to act recklessly? Meanwhile, upon returning to the Gao family, Gao Chongyuan recounted the events of the day. Is this Chen Chang'an truly as formidable as rumored? If so, why would the Qingshui Lin family provoke such an individual? Or is it that they feel invulnerable, believing they have the backing of the Lin clan's main lineage? The head of the Gao family furrowed his brows, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Chen Chang'an's appearance in Lanling and the ensuing conflict with the Gao family would undoubtedly reach the ears of the Qingshui Lin family very soon. Should this matter be mishandled, the Lin family might retaliate against the Gao family. So, has Chen Chang'an now gone to Qingshui? The head of the Gao family inquired, his brow still knitted. It seems he mentioned he would be heading to Tianshui Lake. Tianshui Lake? Bypassing the Qingshui Lin family entirely and heading straight to the Lin clan's main house? Someone. Yes, what is your command, my lord? You are to set off immediately to the Qingshui Lin family and inform them that Chen Chang'an has appeared in Lanling, yet he possesses formidable strength, rendering the Gao family powerless. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. It must not be disclosed to anyone. Do you understand? Yes. Father, why such urgency? Are you not concerned that Chen Chang'an might retaliate against our Gao family once he finds out? Gao Chongyuan asked, perplexed. You are still thinking too simplistically. Whether it be Chen Chang'an or the Qingshui Lin family, we cannot afford to offend either. The best course of action is to keep Chen Chang'an in the dark and first explain ourselves to the Qingshui Lin family. Regardless of how events unfold in the future, they will no longer concern our Gao family. Hence, I instructed secrecy in our dealings. Not a whisper should escape. Given the multitude of individuals who have encountered him today, what evidence does Chen Chang'an possess to suspect that we have informed anyone? The head of the Gao family remarked with a smile. Father, you are wise. Chen Chang'an would never anticipate that our Gao family would act in such a manner. However, one must consider that his audacity to approach the Lin clan's main house directly suggests he is not of ordinary standing. Gao Chongyuan reflected. The Zhongtian domain is vast, and our Lanling is merely the tip of the iceberg. There are many with considerable backgrounds. With the rise of the human rankings, we are indeed in a tumultuous season, and it is imperative to remain discreet, even in Lanling. Do you comprehend? The head of the Gao family cautioned. Rest assured, father. I will remember this. My present ambition is to ascend the human rankings. The human rankings? Ha ha ha, you may find that opportunity slipping away. Suddenly, a laugh echoed, startling both father and son of the Gao family. This presence is definitely not from the Gao family. Who could it be? How could someone enter the Gao family so silently? Who dares to reveal themselves? The head of the Gao family asked, his expression grave. You are unworthy. I have come here with but one purpose, your Gao family, must perish. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a formidable aura swept over the entirety of the Gao family. This terrifying presence rendered everyone trembling in fear. Within mere moments, nearly half of the Gao family members had perished. The eyes of the surviving members were filled with utter despair, struggling to comprehend how such a powerful being could descend upon their clan. Could it be? Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck the head of the Gao family. Chen Chang'an? This incident must be connected to him. Had he truly resolved not to spare the Chen family? Chen Chang'an, how utterly ruthless you are. In the midst of unyielding despair, the head of the Gao family succumbed to the overwhelming force, perishing in an instant. The entire Gao household, down to the very insects on the ground, was not spared from this calamity. How pitifully weak they are, unable to withstand even a fraction of my might. Alas, how powerful I am! With a sigh of poignant reflection, a shadow vanished in an instant, and thus, the Gao family was irrevocably erased from the annals of Lanling. Chapter 60. The Cataclysm Descends, Achieving Immortality. Senior De Huang? Have you returned so soon? Chen Chang'an and Gu Xianer had journeyed to Tianshui Lake, and in less than a day, De Huang had caught up with them. Chen Chang'an glanced at De Huang, noticing that his speed seemed to have increased somewhat. Indeed, I anticipated having to wait an additional couple of days for you, Chen Chang'an remarked with a faint smile. This spirit fruit is truly remarkable. I feel significantly enhanced, which naturally translates to my increased speed. De Huang replied with evident delight. Have the matters been resolved? Yes, everything has been taken care of. Rest assured, there are no lingering concerns, De Huang affirmed with a nod and a smile. Gu Xianer, listening from the side, was utterly perplexed. What matters had been resolved, and what concerns were there to be alleviated? Hadn't they gone to deliver the spirit fruit to Chen Yunxian? Well done. The rapport we have cultivated over the years remains intact, Chen Chang'an commented with a smile. Humph, I know you too well. You simply waited for me to handle it. De Huang scoffed, curling his lip. My lord, Senior De Huang, what are you discussing?
Gu Xianer inquired curiously.
Nothing much, just addressing the Gao family. You resolved the Gao family? Gu Xianer was filled with astonishment. Having been with Chen Chang'an, she had seen no signs or directives left by him. How then did De Huang comprehend his intentions?
Rapport?
How long does it take to cultivate such understanding? Chen Chang'an had done nothing, said nothing, yet De Huang knew to assist in the aftermath simply because he refrained from acting. This clearly illustrated De Huang's profound understanding of Chen Chang'an's character. How has that rascal Chen Yunxian been of late? Chen Chang'an inquired. His cultivation has progressed well. By the time I found him, he had already ascended to the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. I hear he is preparing to participate in some sort of martial gathering among the 4 domains, aiming to challenge the true powerhouses of the 4 domains. He possesses quite the ambition and determination. You merely encouraged him to become the foremost in the northern domain. Yet this lad aspires to be the strongest among all 4 domains. With the spirit fruit in his possession, it is likely he will achieve that within a month. De Huang couldn't help but marvel at Chen Yunxuan's extraordinary talent. Initially, he believed it would take a year for him to reach this level, but with the current trajectory, it appeared that in less than 6 months, Chen Yunxian would stand at the pinnacle of the 4 domains, becoming the mightiest. This boy is intent on coming to the central sky domain to seek you out. You are his ultimate aspiration, De Huang chuckled. His goal should be to grow stronger, not merely to seek me out. He ought to carve his own path, to forge his own experiences. But I shall save these thoughts for when we meet again. Chen Chang'an mused. De Huang, now that you have consumed the spirit fruit, do you think you can break through the 9th tier? At this, De Huang shook his head in resignation. Although the spirit fruit was indeed extraordinary, breaking through the 9th tier was no small feat in the Taishan realm. No existence had ever surpassed the 9th tier. De Huang, the sole Qilin of the Taishan realm, possesses the bloodline of divine beasts, granting it a lifespan far exceeding that of other demonic creatures. Nonetheless, for many years, De Huang has been trapped at the 9th tier, making little progress. Take your time. There will surely be a solution. Your life is so long. You 1T perish easily, Chen Chang'an remarked with a smile. Thank you. You truly have a way with words, De Huang replied. Are you even human? At most, I can be considered a comforter of dogs, Chun Chang'an retorted. Get lost. De Huang shot Chun Chang'an a glare, choosing not to respond further, uncertain of what else the rogue might say. At Tian Shui Lake, the Lin family gathered in full force, all core members standing respectfully, awaiting the arrival of a single individual. Today, the ancestor emerges from seclusion. Do you think he will successfully break through? It's uncertain, but after so many years in seclusion, he must have gained something, one replied. Our Lin family owes its status as the foremost clan in Langya to the strength of our ancestor alone. Back in the day in Langya, the Dongshu realm was a dominant force, and our ancestor elevated that standard to the supreme realm. If he can break through to the immortal realm, I fear the Lin family will no longer be constrained by Langya. Indeed, the immortal realm. What an imposing existence. Lin Shangliu represents a monumental leap for the Lin family. The Lin family has never produced a supreme being, and even with Lin Shangliu's assistance over the years, they have remained stagnant in the Dongshu realm. It can be said that the Lin family has flourished solely due to Lin Shangliu's influence, allowing them to occupy a transcendent position, even garnering respect from other clans. In the hearts of the Lin family members, Lin Shangliu is akin to a deity, the very foundation of their existence. He once declared that he would enter seclusion for a century. Regardless of success, he would emerge after 100 years. These days mark the time of his reemergence, and the Lin family dared not be negligent, with all core members arriving early to await him. Look, what is that in the sky? Suddenly, someone noticed a gathering of thunderclouds overhead. He has broken through. The ancestor is about to make a breakthrough. Legends state that breaking into the immortal realm will summon a heavenly tribulation. If one can successfully navigate this tribulation, they may achieve the immortal state. Our Lin family is finally to have a powerhouse of immortal caliber. The crowd marveled at the sight, as the thunderclouds thickened, an ominous aura causing shivers to run through them. Everyone, retreat. This tribulation is formidable. Do not cluster here. Quickly move back, commanded the head of the Lin family. All core members retreated 10 miles, daring not to approach the range of the impending tribulation. This tribulation is terrifying. Can the ancestor truly withstand it? I believe in our ancestor. He will undoubtedly face the tribulation without fear. However, I have heard that many have perished beneath the cataclysm of this heavenly tribulation, unable to step through the gates of immortality. Can our ancestor truly be likened to those others? Indeed, our ancestor is unequivocally distinct from the ordinary. That being said, a shadow of doubt lingers in the hearts of many. Who among them, after all, is truly ordinary enough to transcend into the realm of immortality? The arrival of the heavenly tribulation is upon us. It appears that Lin Shangliu is on the cusp of breaking through to the immortal realm. After a millennium of striving, he has ultimately been somewhat slow in achieving this feat at this moment. Chun Chang'an has arrived at Tianshui Lake, and upon witnessing the emergence of the heavenly tribulation in the sky, he immediately surmised that it must be triggered by Lin Shangliu. Aside from him, none in the land of Langya have had the opportunity to ascend to such heights. De Huang also expressed his sentiments, acknowledging that, given his understanding of Lin Shangliu, a millennium to reach the immortal realm indeed seems rather tardy. After all, De Huang is well aware of Lin Shangliu's innate talents. Perhaps external circumstances have hindered his cultivation pace. Regardless, it can be considered a significant first step. Yet, one wonders whether Wu Mingdao has already surpassed the mortal confines and achieved immortality. Chun Chang'an remarked with a faint smile. Wu Mingdao. That lad is rather single-minded. He is likely to surpass Lin Shangliu with greater swiftness. De Huang chuckled in response. Gu Xianer, standing nearby, was equally moved by the conversation. A millennium to attain immortality, and yet it is deemed too slow? This is the legendary realm of immortality, a true entry into the ranks of the powerful. Countless individuals spend their entire lives aspiring to reach such heights. Let us wait. After the heavenly tribulation, it will not be too late to proceed. Chapter 61. A reunion of the past. Grim tidings arrived. The thunderclouds in the sky grew ever more numerous and dense. The ground was engulfed in darkness, and the overwhelming sense of pressure rendered the Lin family members breathless. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as a figure surged into the sky. It is the ancestor. The ancestor. The aura emanating from the ancestor was astonishingly potent. How terrifying. Is this the presence of an immortal realm powerhouse? This aura alone is enough to leave me gasping for breath. Why do I feel that the ancestor's might surpasses even the impending tribulation? Ha ha ha. Truly, our Lin family's ancestor is formidable. This tribulation pales in comparison to him. The appearance of Lin Shangliu ignited excitement among the Lin family. At this moment, Lin Shangliu stood aloft in the sky, gazing upward at the heavenly tribulation, his eyes brimming with confidence and exhilaration. At long last, I have reached this juncture. Does this mere tribulation think it can obstruct Lin Shangliu? What a farce. With unwavering confidence, Lin Shangliu dismissed the tribulation entirely. Yet the tribulation seemed to sense his contempt, its aura growing increasingly fearsome. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Shangliu was never this arrogant in the past. Is he becoming a bit too carried away now? Though his strength is commendable and his talent exceptional, this is, after all, a heavenly tribulation. Surely he does not genuinely believe it to be a pushover? Big Yellow chuckled derisively. While the tribulation is formidable, Lin Shangliu is no slouch either. From what I know of him, he must have some hidden cards. Otherwise, he would not be so brazen, Chun Chang'an remarked calmly. Of course, he has a hidden card. Did you not notice the attire he is wearing? It is no ordinary garment. It looks somewhat familiar, yet I cannot recall its name, Big Yellow observed. That is the dragon armor of the Wu family. Chun Chang'an's brow furrowed slightly. This dragon armor, which was clearly passed down to Wu Mingdao, how could it be on Lin Shangliu? This is a treasured artifact, acquired by the Wu family through fortune. It is said to be crafted from the scales of a flood dragon. It is important to note that such creatures have long vanished from the Tai-Xian realm, and the reasons remain unknown. This dragon armor is truly one of a kind. Now I understand why it seems so familiar. During that sparring match between Lin Shangliu and Wu Mingdao, the latter triumphed thanks to the advantage of this dragon armor. How did such a significant treasure come to be in Lin Shangliu's possession? What transpired between them? I am uncertain. I shall inquire directly later. After a millennium apart, what could have unfolded between these two? Chun Chang'an could not speculate. However, the matter of the dragon armor was indeed peculiar. Just as they were conversing, the heavenly tribulation finally descended. In the face of the tribulation, Lin Shangliu stood resolutely, prepared to confront it head-on. As the bolts of tribulation rained down, Lin Shangliu began to feel the strain. Especially the final thunder tribulation, its power had at least multiplied tenfold. Upon sensing the might of this last thunder tribulation, Lin Shangliu's expression turned grave, and he became unusually earnest. How could this be? Why was this thunder tribulation so formidable? I feel that its power is at least 10 times stronger than the previous one. It is said that breaking through to the immortal realm is fraught with challenges. Today, I understand that this heavenly tribulation alone could cause most to perish in regret. Indeed, it is utterly terrifying. I feel that if it were me, I would truly lack the ability to withstand this tribulation. Do you think? Can the ancestor truly endure it? The crowd watched anxiously at Lin Shangliu in the sky, their hearts pounding for this legendary figure of the Lin family. At the moment the final thunder tribulation struck, those with weaker mental fortitude had already closed their eyes. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the tribulation firmly struck Lin Shangliu's body. At that moment, Lin Shangliu shuddered and plummeted from the sky to the ground. Ancestor. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Lin family were taken aback. Had the ancestor failed? Truly, the divine dragon armor was remarkable, having withstood nearly half the force of this final thunder tribulation. Without this armor, Lin Shangliu would have been grievously injured, if not worse. De Huang remarked with a sigh. The divine dragon armor is indeed impressive, as it can be considered a semi-emperor weapon. Chun Chang'an nodded in agreement. Cough, cough, cough. How terrifying this tribulation is. At this moment, Lin Shangliu was in a state of disarray, his divine dragon armor showing slight damage, but not severely so, as it would gradually repair itself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shangliu adjusted his state. After all, having broken through to the immortal realm, his recovery ability was exceptionally robust. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shangliu appeared before the members of the Lin family. Seeing Lin Shangliu emerge unscathed, joy spread across their faces. We pay our respects to the ancestor. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The Immortal Realm, Lin family finally has an Immortal Realm cultivator, marking a new pinnacle for the family. Enough, it was merely a breakthrough, you need not be so formal. I have matters to attend to, you may return for now. Matters? The members of the Lin family were puzzled. How could there be matters right after a breakthrough? What could they possibly be? Before they could inquire further, Lin Shangliu's figure vanished in an instant. Brother Chun, after a millennium apart, we finally meet again. Lin Shangliu had noticed Chun Chang'an and De Huang during the heavenly tribulation, but the situation had prevented him from diverting his attention. After all these years, you have just now broken through to the Immortal Realm? Your pace seems rather slow, Chun Chang'an remarked with a smile. Brother Chin, you may not be aware, but I had been somewhat burdened by family matters for a while. Otherwise, I would have broken through at least a century earlier, Lin Shangliu replied with a hint of helplessness. In this regard, you cannot compare to Wu Mingdao, for that lad is exceptionally single-minded, wholeheartedly focused on becoming stronger, disregarding all else. However, how did the divine dragon armor end up in your possession? Has that fellow already transcended the Immortal Realm, thus lending you the armor? De Huang inquired with a smile. At the mention of Wu Mingdao, Lin Shangliu's expression shifted dramatically. Brother Chun Mingdao is dead, Lin Shangliu said, his demeanor laden with sorrow. Upon hearing these words, both Chun Chang'an and De Huang were taken aback. Dead? Wu Mingdao has actually perished? Although Chun Chang'an had known Wu Mingdao for a brief period, he admired the young man's straightforward nature and honesty, and they had formed a decent bond. Chun Chang'an could scarcely believe that such a talented individual could meet his demise. How did he die? Were there enemies seeking revenge? Chun Chang'an asked, his expression grave. Brother Chun, this is not the place for such discussions. Let us find another venue to converse, Lin Shangliu replied. Very well. Lead the way. Chapter 62. The death of the renowned sword and the sin of Chang'an. Lin Shangliu brought Chun Chang'an into the serene courtyard, where he usually resided. After they settled down, Lin Shangliu let out a long sigh, visibly affected by the death of Wu Mingdao. Wu Mingdao possessed commendable talent and strength, and his family background was formidable. To put it bluntly, the odds of an untoward incident befalling you are greater, considering the Lin family's insufficient foundation. Why did Wu Mingdao encounter misfortune? Did the Wu family fail to protect him? Chun Chang'an furrowed his brow as he inquired. Lin Shangliu glanced at Chun Chang'an, offering a wry smile. Brother Chun, although the Wu family is powerful, there are always those who surpass them. Are you familiar with the Feng Tian dynasty? The Feng Tian dynasty? Although Chun Chang'an had never visited, he had certainly heard of it. In the central heavenly domain, and indeed throughout the entire Taishan realm, most forces existed in the form of clans and sections. However, there were also other forms, such as dynasties, and within the central heavenly domain 3 dynasties held sway. Each of these dynasties possessed significant strength. While no emperor-grade experts presided over them, they each had peak immortals among their ranks. The Feng Tian dynasty was one such entity. Logically speaking, the distance between the Feng Tian dynasty and the Wu family was vast, seemingly unrelated. Could it be that Wu Mingdao ventured into the territory of the Feng Tian dynasty for training, leading to this misfortune? Did someone from the Feng Tian dynasty take action? Although Wu Mingdao was somewhat headstrong, it was unlikely he would provoke the Feng Tian dynasty. What exactly transpired? Chun Chang'an pressed further, his brow knitted in concern. Lin Shangliu observed Chun Chang'an for a moment, hesitating before slowly responding. Brother Chun, are you aware of the Emperor Yin of the Feng Tian dynasty? Emperor Yin? Chun Chang'an had no recollection of this individual. His knowledge of the Feng Tian dynasty was limited, merely having heard of it in passing. I have not heard of him. Did he take action? Chun Chang'an asked. Indeed, it was he who intervened. This Emperor Yin is a top-tier expert within the Feng Tian dynasty, known for his arrogance. It is said that he has reached the terrifying pinnacle of the 9th level of immortality. Brother Chun, you truly do not recognize this person? Lin Shangliu's question caught Chun Chang'an off guard. Why would he inquire so? Could this matter somehow involve him? If that were the case, would Wu Mingdao be suffering due to his own misfortunes? However, Chun Chang'an could not recall any details about Emperor Yin. Despite his numerous outings, time was always limited, and his range of action was confined. His acquaintance with Lin Shangliu and Wu Mingdao stemmed from their chance encounters during their own adventures. De Huang, do you recall anything about Emperor Yin? Chen Chang'an turned to ask De Huang. You don't know him, so how would I? But I suspect this matter is likely related to you, De Huang replied, observing Chen Chang'an. Given its understanding of him, if this situation truly concerned Chen Chang'an, it was unlikely to bode well for him. Chen Chang'an appeared indifferent to everything, even towards the Qin family, which he regarded merely as a matter of bloodline inheritance. His emotional connection with the Chen family was scant. He had barely interacted with its members before being taken away by Mu Yunao. It was only after spending a millennium by her side that he occasionally ventured out, yet by then, his memories of the Chen family had nearly faded away. However, this does not imply that Chen Chang'an was entirely unconcerned. Brother Chen, as I understand it, the Emperor Yin is infatuated with Changsun Shishue of the Changsun family, rendering him a fervent pursuer. Meanwhile, Changsun Shishue has been searching for you, which has incited deep resentment from the Emperor Yin towards you. I am unsure how he learned that Ming Dao was acquainted with you, but he sought him out. You should be aware of Ming Dao's character. Even if he knew your whereabouts, he would never betray a friend. The opposing force is exceedingly formidable. The Wu family cannot provoke them, thus Ming Dao had no choice but to reveal your circumstances. Ming Dao, unwilling to comply, severed ties with the Wu family, confronting the Emperor Yin and the entire Fengtian Empire alone. During that battle, the Emperor Yin refrained from engaging directly, as his pride prevented him from acknowledging Ming Dao's meager cultivation. At that time, Ming Dao had attained the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm, yet they dispatched 10 peak Supreme Realm experts against him. Ming Dao, with sheer determination, vanquished all 10 and successfully broke through to the Undying Realm. Harnessing the power of the heavenly tribulation and his recent recovery, he narrowly escaped death, but the Fengtian Empire did not cease its pursuit. By the time I received word and rushed to his aid, it was already too late. Before his demise, Ming Dao entrusted me with the dragon armor and left some words for you, Brother Chen. After Lin Shangliu spoke, Chen Chang'an's expression remained composed, yet this very tranquility underscored the profound stirrings within his heart. What words did he leave? Chen Chang'an inquired calmly. See for yourself. Within this jade pendant lies a fragment of his soul's essence. It may serve as a final farewell. Lin Shangliu handed a jade pendant to Chen Chang'an, his gaze lingering on it with reluctance, for he understood that once this pendant was utilized, Wu Mingdao would vanish entirely from this world. Perhaps there would be no trace of him left. Chen Chang'an accepted the pendant, gazing deeply at it before shattering it in his grasp. At that moment, a feeble soul manifested before the onlookers. The spirit of Wu Mingdao appeared, still embodying the spirited youth of yesteryears, adorned with a confident smile. Brother Chen, after such a long separation, we meet once more. Alas, we are now separated by realms and cannot raise a cup in joyous celebration. Though our acquaintance was brief, it was profound, and in my life I have few friends, with only you and Brother Lin as my confidants. With the two of you, my heart is content. I know you can see me. It must be Brother Lin who has informed you of everything. Brother Chen, do not blame yourself. This is my own choice, and it does not concern you. Though the enemy is formidable, I, Wu, am not one to cower in fear for my life or betray my friends, for such an act would be akin to relinquishing my own existence, which I would never desire. To fight for my brothers is my wish. Brother Chen, there is no need for you to seek vengeance on my behalf. If there is a next life, if we can meet again, I shall surely raise a toast of 300 cups with you. Brother Chen, it is truly wonderful that you are still alive. Ultimately, within Wu Mingdao's joyous smile, his soul gradually faded away. As he gazed upon this familiar visage slowly disappearing, Chen Chang'an's calmness was eerily unsettling, especially for De Huang, who sensed that Chen Chang'an's heart was anything but tranquil at that moment. Gu Xianer stood by, watching Chen Chang'an with concern, yet she dared not utter a word. Brother Chen, this is... Before Lin Shangliu could finish speaking, Chen Chang'an suddenly smiled and, looking at Lin Shangliu, inquired, is it truly possible for reincarnation to exist in this world? Chapter 63. Chen Chang'an. Some must perish. Chen Chang'an's sudden declaration left Lin Shangliu momentarily stunned. He gazed at Chen Chang'an, who wore a smile, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. Reincarnation. Is such a phenomenon truly conceivable? Perhaps it is, though my understanding remains nebulous. Brother Chen, do you imply? Lin Shangliu's surprise was evident as he looked at Chen Chang'an. I wish to revel with him in 100 cups. Chen Chang'an replied. Regardless of its existence, I must endeavor to pursue it. Yet the challenge will be formidable. Still, I shall seek it. Moreover, the Feng Tian dynasty and Emperor Yin shall not escape my reckoning. I yearn to have Mingdao witness their downfall with his own eyes, he said with a smile. Throughout the exchange, Chen Chang'an remained either calm or smiling, revealing no trace of anger. Nevertheless, the quality of his smile instilled an unsettling terror in Lin Shangliu. The concept of reincarnation, however ethereal, raises questions of its authenticity. Even if it were true, should Wu Mingdao have truly been reborn, where in this vast world would one commence the search? This task is far from trivial. Brother Chen, is there any way I may assist? Lin Shangliu inquired. You could indeed keep an eye out, Chen Chang'an responded. Very well. Regardless of who discovers something first, we shall inform each other. I, too, have been thinking of him, Lin Shangliu affirmed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shangliu sought to alleviate the somber atmosphere surrounding Wu Mingdao's circumstances by shifting the conversation. Brother Chen, it has been many years since we last met, yet you appear largely unchanged. I was unable to fathom you back then, and I remain perplexed now. However, I see you have gained a companion. Lin Shangliu had previously noted Guxiener but had not given it much thought. Now, upon closer inspection, he felt a stir in his heart. 9th level of the divine power realm? At such a young age? How remarkable! Pray tell, fair maiden, what is your age? Lin Shangliu asked with curiosity. 20, she replied. 20? To have attained the 9th level of the divine power realm by that age is indeed astonishing. Lin Shangliu exclaimed. He was not a man prone to arrogance. Yet he held a sense of pride. At 20, he had not achieved such prowess. You are truly a prodigious talent. Senior, you flatter me. I am but a maidservant to the young master. Without him, I would not possess my current abilities, she humbly responded. Ah, a maidservant? A talent of such caliber is merely a servant to Chen Chang'an? Lin Shangliu pondered. Is there no justice in this world? Such a gifted individual, regardless of circumstance, would surely be nurtured as a priority. How could she willingly remain a maidservant? This thought baffled Lin Shangliu, leaving him in contemplation. By the way, Brother Chen, what brings you to Langya? I recall you once mentioned you would not venture far. I had intended to seek you out after breaking through to the Undying Realm, yet here you are in Langya. At this moment, Lin Shangliu recalled to inquire about Chen Chang'an's sudden visit, wondering if it was merely for nostalgia. I have come to seek you out for specific matters, Chen Chang'an remarked. The Qingshui Lin family, are they a branch of your Lin clan? The Qingshui Lin family? Ah, indeed, there exists such a family. What of it? Have they offended you, Brother Chen? Lin Shangliu furrowed his brow in inquiry. Although he was not particularly familiar with the Qingshui Lin family, he recognized their kinship to the Lin clan. Should they have truly wronged Chen Chang'an? It was a matter that warranted his utmost attention. Allow me to elucidate the situation briefly, Chen Chang'an began, and as he recounted the details, Lin Shangliu's frown deepened, realizing that the matter was more severe than he had initially perceived. He had witnessed Gu Xiener's exceptional talent. A person of her caliber could not be expected to let bygones be bygones with the Qingshui Lin family, especially considering Chen Chang'an's predicament. How audacious of the Qingshui Lin family to brazenly capture Chen Chang'an. Were they truly courting their demise? Lin Shangliu hesitated to act so recklessly, yet they had surpassed even his boldness. So, the Chen family from Qingshui was of the same lineage as you, Brother Chen? If that is the case, I shall ensure you receive an explanation regarding this matter. However, the Chen family was not exterminated. Might you consider my position and refrain from escalating this too significantly? Chen Chang'an glanced at Lin Shangliu, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If it were not for you, do you believe I would have come to Tianshui Lake first? Upon hearing this, Lin Shangliu sighed with relief, though a lingering worry cast a glance toward Gu Xiener. Without you, there would be no Gu Xiener today. I shall heed your directives. Gu Xianer could not possibly harbor no animosity towards the Qingshui Lin family, yet her present circumstances were entirely due to Chen Chang'an. Thus, she felt compelled to follow his lead. "Brother Chen, what do you propose we do?" Lin Shangliu inquired. "Let us proceed as follows. Send someone to the Qingshui Lin family, demanding the return of what was taken from the Chen family years ago. Furthermore, the Qingshui Lin family must pay for their past transgressions. The individuals who attacked the Chen family, as well as those who personally orchestrated the massacre of the Lu family, must face justice. This is non-negotiable." From the Chen family records, Chen Chang'an knew that while the Chen family had not been annihilated, they had suffered significant losses. This vendetta could not go unavenged. The Lu family's massacre also warranted retribution. Now that Gu Xianer served as Chen Chang'an's attendant, he would not permit any injustice to befall those close to him. This was the only course of action Chen Chang'an could conceive, considering Lin Shangliu's standing. However, upon hearing this, Lin Shangliu felt a sense of conflict. Such actions would undoubtedly leave the Qingshui Lin family gravely weakened. "I could have chosen not to come to you first." Seeing Lin Shangliu's indecision, Chen Chang'an's simple statement sent a jolt through him. Indeed, Chen Chang'an could very well proceed directly to the Qingshui Lin family, and should he choose to obliterate them, Lin Shangliu would find himself in no position to object. After all, the Qingshui Lin family was never in the right regarding this matter. "I understand. Rest assured. I shall provide you and Miss Xianer with a satisfactory resolution." Lin Shangliu nodded helplessly. Although he was unaware of Chen Chang'an's capabilities, he had witnessed the formidable strength of De Huang, which was truly remarkable. Moreover, with Gu Xianer now in the equation, Lin Shangliu could not possibly consider eliminating the opponent. If he did not appease her, once Gu Xianer matured, it was likely that not a single member of the Qingshui Lin family would remain unscathed. "Then you may stay here for the time being while I dispatch someone at the quickest pace to the Qingshui Lin family." "Very well. I apologize for the trouble this has caused you." "Not at all, Brother Chen. Were you to annihilate the Qingshui Lin family outright, that would indeed be a hardship for me. I know you have already taken my situation into account." Lin Shangliu smiled and then exited. 3 days later, the Qingshui Lin family received astonishing news. "What? Has the ancestor truly broken through to the undying realm? How delightful. Indeed, this is truly joyous news." The Qingshui Lin family was understandably elated upon hearing this announcement, yet the subsequent words from the family representative left them utterly dumbfounded. What do you mean by this? Are you suggesting we march to our demise?" Chapter 64. The unjust rebellion. The initial joy dissipated in an instant, as the words from the main family were clearly intended to lead the Qingshui Lin family to their demise. Many individuals who had once dealt with the Chen family were no longer alive, yet a significant number remained. Moreover, those who had personally confronted the Lu family were also among them. Should they all perish, the Qingshui Lin family would lose at least half of its members. Most crucially, all 3 elders of the Qingshui Lin family had been involved in the dealings against the Chen family back then. This was a direct attempt to sever the very foundation of the Qingshui Lin family. How could they possibly accept such a fate? The head of the Lin family wore a grave expression, while the 3 elders furrowed their brows in concern. Though the main family had not explicitly stated the outcomes of their actions, even a fool could discern the implications of sending these individuals forth. Did Chen Chang'an and Gu Xianer truly possess such formidable capabilities? Would even the ancestor, having transcended to immortality, follow their directives? It could not possibly be Gu Xianer. It had to be Chen Chang'an. Who exactly was he to render even the ancestor hesitant to provoke him? Lin Xiong was engulfed in regret. Despite his careful calculations, he had never anticipated the emergence of someone like Chen Chang'an from the Chen family. However, the situation had now escalated to a point where Lin Xiong understood that, even if he refrained from provoking or seeking out Chen, the latter would inevitably come knocking. After all, his arrival in Langya was predicated on past grievances. This is the ancestor's command. How? Do you intend to defy the will of the ancestor? Such audacity is unthinkable, yet the ancestor has already devised a way to safeguard your foundation. Otherwise, what do you think would be the consequences? Do not indulge in clever tricks, for otherwise, even the ancestor may not be able to save you. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiong was overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. If even the ancestor could not offer salvation, Was the Qingshui Lin family truly destined for decline? Three elders, we. In his desperation, Lin Xiong turned to the three elders, for ultimately, the decision lay in their hands. At that moment, the expressions of the three elders were grim. Having achieved such success, they could hardly resign themselves to death willingly. Exchanging glances, the elders discerned one another's thoughts in their eyes. Rebellion? Indeed, the three of them, with a sudden change in demeanor, launched an assault on the members of the main family. This scene left the other members of the Qingshui Lin family in utter shock. Had the three elders lost their minds? Regardless of whether the ancestor had indeed transcended to immortality, such actions were tantamount to courting death. The main family was equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that the Qingshui Lin family would dare to revolt. Caught off guard, the members of the main family were unable to withstand the onslaught from these three powerful Void Realm elders and fell lifelessly on the spot. Elders, what are you doing? The main family will not let us off. Lin Xiong cried out in panic. Foolishness. Without this course of action, do you believe we would survive a trip to Tianshui Lake? Life is but a fleeting moment, and death is an inevitable fate that awaits us all. Thus, it may be prudent to act decisively, for perhaps we can grasp a slender thread of hope. However, we must select one among us, someone willing to sacrifice their life to buy time for the others. Is there anyone willing to step forward? The elder inquired solemnly. To offer one's life? To protect the Lin family at the cost of one's own existence? I am willing. I too shall volunteer. Excellent. You are indeed worthy of the Lin name. No longer will we be merely the Lin family of Qingshui. From this day forth, we are simply the Lin family. Lin Ruoheng, you shall take on this task. You have previously interacted with Gu Xian'er and have met Qin Chang'an. Thus, you are the most suitable choice. Lin Ruoheng? Although Lin Xiong held reservations about his son, he was still his flesh and blood. Could he truly send him to his death? Yet, as this was the proposal of the three elders, Lin Xiong could voice no dissent. The three elders, for the sake of the Lin family, saw Lin Ruoheng willingly embrace death. What course of action must I take? Qin Chang'an must have come to Langya for the treasures of the Chen family. While valuable, these treasures pale in comparison to life itself. You shall take this orb and journey alone to Tianshui Lake. Upon arrival, do your utmost to delay, for after your departure, we shall all leave Qingshui and Langya behind. The world is vast. I refuse to believe there is no refuge for us. The three elders had already devised their plan. Escape was their only means of survival. Once they departed Langya, within the expansive Zhongtian domain, there would surely be a place for them to hide. Despite his misgivings, Lin Xiong felt reassured that Lin Ruoheng would not fail his mission. As the son of the family head, it was his duty to set an example. I shall not let you down. Lin Ruoheng's resolve caused Lin Xiong to regard him with newfound respect. His son had truly matured. Indeed, this is the mark of a true son of the Lin family. The elder approached Lin Ruoheng, placing a firm hand upon his shoulder, before bestowing upon him the orb seized from the Chen family. Time is of the essence. You must depart immediately. Yes, elder. Lin Ruoheng cast a lingering glance at his family, then resolutely turned away. As they watched him leave, the Lin family was filled with a profound sense of loss. Lin Xiong, you have raised a remarkable son. Perhaps you were too harsh on him in the past. The elder reflected. Indeed, I may have underestimated him. He is my pride, Lin Xiong thought, as he struggled to contain his tears. We must not delay. We cannot allow Lin Ruoheng's sacrifice to be in vain. Only by surviving and living well can we honor his sacrifice. You shall have half an hour to prepare. After that, we depart. Yes, elder. The Lin family busied themselves with preparations for their escape. Meanwhile, as Lin Ruoheng walked further away, he turned back for one last, deep gaze in the direction of his family. Lin Ruoheng suddenly broke into a grin, coldly declaring, "You wish for me to march to my demise? You are truly deserving of your fate. With this treasure, which even these three elders cannot fathom, why should I seek death? It is far safer to go alone. A pack of fools. Father, I am unfilial, yet for my sake. Perish." Lin Ruoheng let out a chilling laugh before dashing with all his might in the opposite direction of Tianshui Lake. Tianshui Lake, Lin family. After Lin Shangliu dispatched his men, Chun Chang'an remained quietly in wait, though he was not merely biding his time. Has there been a change? While sipping tea, Chun Chang'an noticed that De Huang had stirred, prompting him to inquire with a smile. The Qing Shui Lin family is in revolt. De Huang nodded and recounted the situation he had sensed. What? They dare to rebel? Upon hearing this, Lin Shangliu's expression shifted dramatically, though he quickly regained his composure. A cornered dog may leap over the wall. Such circumstances are not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Lin Shangliu, you may handle your family's affairs. De Huang will inform you of their escape route. As for me, I am off to meet that clever little rascal. Chapter 65. The resourceful Chun Chang'an young brother. I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you. Without your assistance on this journey, it is likely that we would not have traversed these paths safely. An elderly man gazed at the young individual before him, his eyes brimming with appreciation. The group behind the old man shared the same sentiment, for had it not been for this young man's timely intervention, their fate might have been dire. Kind sir, your gratitude is unwarranted. It is the duty of our youth to uphold justice and aid those in need. I could never stand by and watch without intervening. It was but a trivial effort on my part. You need not feel indebted, the young man replied with a smile. To you, it may seem a mere act of kindness, but to us, it is a debt of gratitude that surpasses all. Please do share your name. While we may not be able to repay you in any substantial way, we would be honored to craft a longevity tablet in your name, to be venerated daily. The elder responded, a hint of remorse in his tone. Such an honor is too great for me. No, I implore you to reconsider. Otherwise, I would feel even more indebted, the young man insisted. Very well, my name is Hung Ruolin. Hung Ruolin? Very well, I shall remember this name. Are you planning to take your leave? The elder inquired. Indeed, it is time for me to depart. Hung Ruolin affirmed with a nod and a smile. Parting ways now may mean we shall never meet again. There is no need for further words. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Hung Ruolin offered a gentle smile to the group before turning to leave. As he observed Hung Ruolin's carefree demeanor, the elder and his companions felt a twinge of envy. Who among them had not harbored such dreams? Alas, they were but an ordinary group, stripped of extraordinary aspirations. A truly benevolent soul, one who performs good deeds without seeking recognition. Isn't that right, Lin Ruoheng? This individual, who had changed his name and identity, was indeed Lin Ruoheng. As he moved further away, a sudden voice pierced his thoughts, causing him to brace himself. How is it that someone knows of my presence here? He pondered, the voice strangely familiar, echoing in his memory. Who goes there? Lin Ruoheng's brow furrowed in suspicion as he scanned his surroundings. What's the matter? Do you not recognize me? In the next moment, Chun Chang'an, accompanied by Gu Xiener and De Huang, entered Lin Ruoheng's line of sight. Upon seeing Chun Chang'an and Gu Xiener, Lin Ruoheng's expression shifted dramatically. This is impossible. How could this be? How did they discover my whereabouts? Since departing from Qing Shui, he had adopted a new name and disguised himself, even donning a mask to conceal his features, claiming it was due to disfigurement. To allay suspicions, he had acted as a benefactor to many, traveling alongside them. Yet, despite taking such extensive precautions, he had been found. Do we know each other? You must have mistaken me for someone else. I am Hung Ruolin, not the Lin Ruoheng you seek. Lin Ruoheng was naturally unwilling to admit it. He merely hoped that his disguise would allow him to evade detection. A person's subconscious reactions cannot deceive others. You were clearly anxious just now. Moreover, while one can alter their appearance, one cannot change their essence. Do you really think others are fools? Chun Chang'an remarked with a faint smile. Lin Ruoheng understood that he could no longer maintain his faade and, with a wry smile, removed his mask. Senior Chun, you are indeed formidable. I am curious, how did you discover me? Furthermore, I did not leave with the Lin family. Why did you come to find me alone? Lin Ruoheng asked, perplexed. One must be cautious. In the face of life and death, a person may act desperately. Thus, when Lin Shangliu sent someone to the Qingshui Lin family, I naturally had my own means to keep an eye on their every move. Rest assured, your other clansmen will be dealt with by Lin Shangliu. I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Present the orb. Chun Chang'an stated calmly. Upon hearing Chun Chang'an's words, Lin Ruoheng fell into contemplation, surprised that Chen had been prepared all along. After a moment, Lin Ruoheng suddenly laughed. I understand now. From the very beginning, you never intended to spare the Qingshui Lin family. You knew full well that the conditions you proposed would never be accepted by them. Once the Lin family rebelled, the main house would undoubtedly be enraged, and eventually, the entire Qingshui Lin family would be annihilated. By doing this, you avoid conflict with the main house while achieving your own objectives. Correct? Lin Ruoheng asked with a bitter smile. Chen Chang'an did not deny it. Instead, he nodded in acknowledgement. I dislike complications, so I will not leave any hidden dangers. However, you are far more astute than I imagined. Now, bring forth the item. Chen Chang'an said nonchalantly. If I give you the item, will I be spared? Do you truly believe I am a fool? I have hidden the orb in a place known only to me. If you kill me, you will never find it in your lifetime. Between the orb and my life, I trust you understand which is of greater value. Lin Ruoheng smiled confidently, as if victory was assured. I want both the orb and your life. Xiener. Yes. Gu Xiener appeared in an instant, standing before Lin Ruoheng. Seeing the woman he once longed for now possessing such strength astounded him. You! Bang! Before Lin Ruoheng could finish his sentence, Gu Xiener struck with a single palm, effortlessly dispatching him. Did he not save your life once? Aren't you feeling any remorse?
Chen Chang'an inquired, observing Gu Xianer.
His motives for saving me were twofold. First, his desire for my beauty, and second, had he not annihilated my Gu family, would he have had any reason to save me? To me, Lin Ruoheng was never a benefactor. He was merely an enemy disguised as one. The young master is truly the one who has rescued me, leading me away from the depths of suffering. When the young master commands, Xiener shall undoubtedly obey. Chen Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. Though he had recognized from the outset that Gu Xiener was an astute woman, she was, after all, still a woman. Noting that Gu Xiener harbored no negative sentiments, Chen Chang'an chose not to inquire further. Approaching the lifeless body of Lin Ruoheng, he spoke softly. Since you are a wise person, you surely understand that the significance of the is such that it is far more prudent to keep it close at hand than to store it elsewhere. I am not a Na'vi youth easily deceived by a few words. Ultimately, Chen Chang'an discovered the third within the spatial ring carried by Lin Ruoheng. Only 6 remain. However, gazing at the in his hand, Chen Chang'an felt little joy, for the clan records did not provide a clear indication of the time and place of the other's disappearance. Would it truly come down to mere chance? Never mind. Let us first merge this and see what unfolds. Chapter 66. Changsun Shishue appears in Langya Chen Chang'an directly merged with the. This time, the process of fusion was slightly lengthier compared to the previous 2 occasions. Upon the entering his body, Chen Chang'an felt the energy coursing through his entire right arm. Took a full 2 hours before it came to a halt, and simultaneously, Chen Chang'an was once again able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was the perfect moment to consume the and observe its effects. The instant the entered his mouth, Chen Chang'an was struck by a jolt, a magnificent surge of pure energy. In the past, during breakthroughs, he had to first deplete all surrounding spiritual energy before gradually pushing against the boundaries of his realm. However, this time was different. The energy from the was astoundingly pure and formidable. In but a heartbeat, Chen Chang'an's cultivation began to ascend rapidly, and within several breaths, he had reached the first level of the extraordinary realm. Moreover, this time, he had genuinely absorbed a substantial amount of energy, pushing his physical energy to its limits. Regrettably, there remained 60% of the energy yet to be absorbed. Chen Chang'an sighed in resignation, uncertain whether he could locate the fourth before this remaining energy gradually dissipated. However, his remark startled both Gu Xiener and De Huang, who were nearby. Absorbing 40% of this energy in such a brief span? This was not merely an astounding quantity. Even De Huang, after consuming the for the first time, had taken an entire day to absorb only 20% of its energy. Let alone Gu Xiener, who had reached her limit before even finishing a tenth of the energy. She, being a phoenix body, could reach her threshold without absorbing even a tenth of the energy. You absorbed 40% directly? If not for the limitations of the would you have absorbed it all? Your physique is extraordinarily monstrous. After De Huang's exclamation, He felt his words were futile. Possessing such a constitution, one could be ageless and immortal, which was inherently exceptional. Unfortunately, it was uncertain how much longer it would take to find the. Nevertheless, following the path of the Qin family should yield some discoveries. Let us return to Tianshui Lake first. Return? I must at least inform Lin Shangliu. Leaving without notice is rather inconsiderate. That is reasonable. After obtaining the. Chen Chang'an returned once more to Tianshui Lake, where Lin Shangliu had already managed the affairs of the Qing Shui Lin family. Upon seeing Chen Chang'an return, Lin Shangliu smiled wryly. Brother Chen, is this outcome what you desired? Lin Shangliu was not a fool. Just because he initially failed to comprehend did not mean he would remain oblivious. Indeed, this result shouldn't trouble you too much, right? Although some methods were employed. Chen Chang'an acknowledged everything with a faint smile. Lin Shangliu sighed in resignation. He bore no ill will towards Chen Chang'an, as he understood that Chen Chang'an had acted with his concerns in mind. Moreover, the Lin family, having the capacity to retaliate today, will undoubtedly do so in the future. This incident serves as a stern reminder to the other branches of the Lin family. What are the plans moving forward? Lin Shangliu inquired. We shall take it one step at a time. This journey was intended for exploration. And you? Now that you have transcended to the undying realm, what lies ahead for you? Chen Chang'an countered. What should I do next? Lin Shangliu found himself momentarily at a loss. Initially, he merely aspired to swiftly break through to the undying realm and then visit Chen Chang'an to discuss matters regarding Wu Mingdao. However, he had not contemplated his own future direction. Noticing Lin Shangliu's confusion, Chen Chang'an remarked that it was time for him to depart. For your own sake, and for the Lin family, you must leave. Lin Shangliu cast a puzzled glance at Chen Chang'an and inquired about the meaning of his words. Remaining in Linglang offers you no advantages. You need to venture out to advance further. Solitary cultivation will only hinder your progress. Furthermore, your presence stifles the Lin family's growth. Although they may profess their desire to surpass you, they harbor a sense of complacency and lack urgency. In Langya, you can wield immense influence, allowing the Lin family to act without restraint. If the Lin family possesses no ambition and is content with a stagnant existence, that is one thing. But does the Lin family truly lack any ambition? Chen Chang'an's words plunged Lin Shangliu into deep contemplation. Does the Lin family have ambition? Indeed, without a doubt. Observing the current state of the Lin family, they dominate the Langya region, wielding power to oppress others, with no one daring to confront them. The members of the Lin family have become exceedingly complacent. Brother Chen, you are correct. The Lin family members are far too comfortable. Perhaps only my departure will instill a sense of urgency in them. Coincidentally, I shall seize this opportunity to seek out the reincarnation of the famed blade. Brother Chen, should you ever venture to the Fengtian dynasty, do inform me. Failing to fight alongside the famed blade remains my lifelong regret. I shall exert every effort to enhance my strength, so that I may contribute when the time comes, Lin Shangliu said with a serious expression. That is understood. Chen Chang'an did not linger any longer. After a brief conversation with Lin Shangliu, he rose to take his leave. Where shall we head next? Southward. Southward? Do we have any leads? None, merely an intuition. I have a feeling that the south may yield some discoveries. However, it appears that the Chen family has never traversed this region. Do you know what lies south of Langya? De Huang asked curiously. I do not. I have never been there, Chen Chang'an replied, shaking his head. Young master, I am aware. I have heard that south of Langya is a perilous land. It is a realm of great chaos, rife with slaughter, thus aptly named the zone of turmoil. The inhabitants of Langya, unless compelled by the desire for personal growth, would never venture southward. As for the precise circumstances, I am not well informed. I have merely encountered whispers of it by chance. Gu Xiener, being a native of Langya, would naturally possess some knowledge of such matters. The zone of turmoil? Intriguing indeed. I am curious to witness the extent of the chaos that unfolds there. As Chen Chang'an embarked on his journey towards the zone of turmoil, Changsun Shishue appeared in the territory of Langya, clad in resplendent white. Her arrival captured the attention of many. She resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, her stunning beauty rendering it impossible for onlookers to avert their gaze. Yet, The frigid aura that enveloped Changsun Shishue instilled a profound sense of trepidation, eliciting a desire to behold her, tempered by the fear of lingering too long. Chen Chang'an, you have indeed graced Langya with your presence. After all these years, I have finally uncovered your whereabouts. Chapter 67. Changsun Shishue vs. Mu Yunyao. The quest to find Chen Chang'an had seemingly become an obsession for Changsun Shishue. After millennia, a definitive lead had finally surfaced, making it impossible for her to dismiss its significance. She journeyed to Langya personally to verify the authenticity of this information, only to discover that Chen Chang'an had indeed been here. However, his presence had nearly faded, indicating his departure from Langya. To the south, what could possibly draw him there? Given the vanishing traces of his aura, it was evident that he had ventured southward. Without further contemplation, Changsun Shishue swiftly set off in pursuit. Yet, just as she had taken flight, an unexpected figure appeared before her. A woman whose beauty rivaled her own. Clad in a flowing purple gown, the newcomer exuded an air of nobility, her unmatched dominance momentarily rendering Changsun Shishue spellbound. Return, young lady. Chang'an has matters to attend to, and now is not the time for your entanglements, the visitor intoned, revealing herself as Mu Yunyao, Chen Chang'an's master. Since departing from Yangxiafeng, Mu Yunyao had closely monitored Chang'an's every move and had materialized to obstruct Changsun Shishue upon her arrival. Noticing the familiarity with which Mu Yunyao referred to Chen Chang'an, Changsun Shishue's brow furrowed, an unwelcome displeasure rising within her. This unexpected emotion bewildered her. Why did she feel such discontent? What concern was it of hers whether he had matters to attend to? It was not for her to be dictated upon whether to seek him or not. With a gaze as frigid as ice, Changsun Shishue showed no intention of retreating. Mu Yunyao remained unperturbed, recognizing that this predicament stemmed from her own disciple's actions, with Changsun Shishue being a victim in this entanglement. For such trivial matters you have nearly sacrificed your entire life. Were it not for this fixation, perhaps your cultivation would have reached heights beyond this, given your innate talent, providing you with the potential to ascend to the emperor realm. Yet, you remain steadfastly haunted by a mere accident. What do you seek to achieve? Shall you take his life, or compel him to take responsibility? Regardless, neither outcome will yield the satisfaction you desire. In these tumultuous times, it would be wise to focus your energies on more pressing matters. If fate truly favors you, a reunion shall occur in due time, Mu Yunyao remarked with calm detachment. My affairs require no scrutiny from you. Should you impede my path, do not expect courtesy in return. Changsun Shishue replied coldly. Oh, how stubborn this girl is, Mu Yunyao sighed. Very well, if you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall cease my inquiries. If not, you must return and refrain from seeking Chen Chang'an. Do we have an accord? A single strike? Changsun Shishue regarded Mu Yunyao warily. At her current pinnacle of the undying realm, could she truly be confident that she would be unable to withstand even that? Was Mu Yunyao merely posturing, or did she possess formidable strength? Changsun Shishue was uncertain about the true cultivation level of Mu Yunyao, yet she harbored a measure of confidence in herself. Talents often possessed the ability to challenge those above them. While she could not contend with the might of an emperor, engaging in combat should not prove overly difficult. With just a single strike, she was certain she could withstand it. Even if it meant enduring pain, she resolved to hold her ground. With this thought, all her apprehensions dissipated. I am indeed curious to see if you can truly deliver a blow that I cannot withstand. If I genuinely cannot, I shall return immediately without a word, Changsun Shishue declared solemnly. Very well. Are you prepared?
Mu Yunyao inquired. Come fort.
Changsun Shishue elevated her aura to its zenith, facing Mu Yunyao with utmost respect. Her instincts warned her of the formidable opponent before her. Observing Changsun Shishue's readiness, Mu Yunyao's lips curled into a slight smile. Her strength is commendable. With a soft chuckle, Mu Yunyao swiftly unleashed a palm strike. This, upon witnessing the sheer devastating power of Mu Yunyao's casual strike, Changsun Shishue was instantly drenched in cold sweat. In the next moment, she felt an overwhelming force surging toward her, like the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. Before she could react, she found herself propelled dozens of miles away. She was utterly defenseless, clearly outclassed. Changsun Shishue remained trapped in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of such power. How could a mere casual strike yield such devastating results? Most terrifying was the precision with which her opponent had executed the attack. It was enough to render Changsun Shishue defenseless, without inflicting a single injury. This indicated that Mu Yuneo's mastery over her own strength had reached an alarming level, and she possessed a profound understanding of Changsun Shishue's capabilities. For one who had just met her, to so accurately gauge her limits was nothing short of terrifying. It's time to return. Hearing Mu Yuneo's voice, Changsun Shishue focused her gaze and realized that her opponent had somehow appeared before her.
Abet Isabet.
From this day forth, I shall not seek out Qin Chang'an. However, I wish to know, who exactly are you? Changsun Shishue asked, puzzled. Who am I? Mu Yuneo regarded Changsun Shishue and replied nonchalantly, few are acquainted with me, but there is one in the Changsun family who is. Inquire with Changsun Wuwu upon your return. Perhaps he will provide you with an answer. Changsun Wuwu? The mention of this name sent a jolt through Changsun Shishue's heart. Changsun Wuwu was the sole emperor-level powerhouse of the Changsun family, and few were privy to his existence. Due to her exceptional talent, Changsun Shishue had been groomed by Changsun Wuwu since childhood. Thus she was aware of his presence. Could it be that this individual before her was acquainted with the venerable ancestor of the Changsun family? Just as Changsun Shishue was about to respond, she realized that Mu Yuneo had vanished without a trace. What is the true relationship between this individual and Qin Chang'an? Changsun Shishue found herself perplexed, unable to fathom the connection. With a resigned shake of her head, she cast a glance in the direction where Qin Chang'an's aura had vanished, silently cursing under her breath before turning to leave. At the same time, Mu Yunyao also shook her head in exasperation, lamenting the chaos caused by this wayward disciple. A once innocent girl now burdened with an obsession spanning millennia. Truly, a source of considerable distress. This wayward disciple is indeed a harbinger of trouble. Achoo! Why am I sneezing? Could it be that someone is speaking ill of me? Suddenly, Qin Chang'an sneezed, surprising even himself, as well as De Huang. With such a physique, can one truly sneeze? I suspect it is your master reminiscing about you, perhaps longing for your presence. Why not return and pay her a visit? De Huang teased from the side. Forget it. She was the one who cast me out. What purpose would my return serve? Besides, I have many matters to attend to. Once I have completed them, I shall return to her. At that time I shall demonstrate my prowess. De Huang, do you think this would reflect well upon my master's lineage? Reflect well upon your master's lineage? De Huang shot Qin Chang'an a disdainful glance, scoffing, it seems you are plotting to betray your teacher and ancestors. Chapter 68. The realm of chaos, brimming with bloodlust as a disciple, to show disrespect towards one's master, nurturing thoughts of how to reprimand him daily. Such a wicked apprentice is nothing short of a traitor to his own lineage. Only Qin Chang'an possesses the audacity to speak so freely, knowing that Mu Yuneo cannot take action against him, allowing him to ramble endlessly. De Huang, on the other hand, dares not utter a word. Reflecting on his impulsive banter with Qin Chang'an, he now trembles at the memory of the consequences he faced. It was Qin Chang'an who reveled in the discussion, yet he was the one who suffered the harshest punishment. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he had narrowly escaped a crisis. Never mind, he thought, it's not as if I can die. I shall proceed to the realm of chaos. The realm of chaos is a place where morality decays, humanity twists, and the very notions of propriety and honor are utterly absent. Here, anyone can act as they please, provided they possess the requisite strength. In this realm, justice is peculiar, morals are mere jest, and each individual only concerns themselves with their own affairs, never inquiring about the lives of strangers. Indeed, even their own fates are beyond their control. Before even entering the confines of the realm of chaos, Qin Chang'an noticed a palpable shift in the surrounding air. A faint scent of blood permeated the atmosphere, and the spiritual energy seemed to carry a frenzied essence. It is no wonder this place has become what it is. Absorbing such energy for years would surely lead to the emergence of unsound minds. Siener, from this moment forth, refrain from absorbing the external spiritual energy. You have already consumed the immortal spirit fruit, and the energy within you suffices for your cultivation. Block any absorption of external spiritual energy. Chun Chang'an instructed, his brow furrowed. Yes, young master, Gu Xian'er acknowledged, having also sensed the issues with the spiritual energy here. Following Chun Chang'an's command, she forcefully severed her connection to the external energy. This place is intriguing, De Huang remarked. But are you certain your is here? I cannot be certain, but my instincts tell me it is not misplaced. Not all from the Chen family were seized. Some were willingly gifted. For instance, similar circumstances occurred in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Thus, it is plausible that someone who acquired it brought it here. Though I sense it is within the realm of chaos. I cannot pinpoint its exact location or the identity of its possessor. Chun Chang'an replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. If all else fails, we could eliminate everyone in the realm of chaos and sift through each corpse. Surely we would find it eventually, De Huang suggested nonchalantly. Annihilate the entire realm of chaos? How long would that take? Furthermore, what if it is not carried on their person? De Huang's solution seemed deceptively simple yet was inherently unreliable. Not many dare to venture into the realm of chaos at such a young age. It appears our luck is quite favorable today. And we even have a dog with us. Ha ha ha, indeed, we are fortunate to encounter such amusing youths. As Chun Chang'an and his companions had only just entered the chaotic zone, a group of individuals suddenly emerged to obstruct their path. There were 5 of them, all appearing to be around 40 years of age. However, each of their eyes was laced with crimson veins, their smiles grotesquely sinister, and their entire beings radiated an aura of bloodthirst. It was evident that they had inhabited this place for a considerable duration, profoundly influenced by its environment. Yet, Chun Chang'an found himself puzzled by their intentions in intercepting newcomers to the chaotic zone. Such a delectable scent. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Their blood must be exquisitely sweet, capable of quelling the tumultuous energy within us. One of them inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma as if it were the most exquisite delicacy in existence. Upon hearing their words, Chun Chang'an discerned their purpose: fresh blood, untainted by corruption. Had they consumed too much of the spiritual energy here and taken too many lives, leaving them unable to control the bloodthirsty energy within? Must they rely on pure, unpolluted blood to suppress their cravings? How utterly depraved, drinking the blood of the living. What distinguishes them from monsters? This chaotic zone is indeed chaotic, filled with every manner of being. However, if they wish to taste my blood, they must first prove their worth. Chun Chang'an sneered. Ha ha ha, a deluded child, so naive as to wander into this place with mere extraordinary powers. How bold of you to utter such brazen words. You truly do not know the peril you face. Soon, I shall ensure you witness how your own blood is slowly drained away. The leader, with a bloodthirsty grin, regarded Chun Chang'an with a menacing glare. You are merely at the divine power level. Your cultivation is too feeble to control the tumultuous energy within, hence your desperate actions. Weakness is not your fault, but to expose yourselves in such a manner is your folly. With a cold laugh, Chun Chang'an exchanged a glance with Gu Xian'er, who understood his intent and wasted no time in launching an assault. Upon witnessing Gu Xian'er initiate the attack, the 5 men merely smiled dismissively. They could easily discern her strength, knowing she was at the 9th level of divine power, yet all 5 of them matched her cultivation level. Was there any uncertainty in the outcome of this 5-to-1 encounter? Boom! Old 5. Damn it! That wretched BTCH has killed Old 5. Let us attack together. We must make this foul creature wish she were dead. The 4 remaining individuals were unprepared for Gu Xian'er's astonishing speed and formidable strength, as she swiftly dispatched their comrade in mere moments. Whether fueled by rage or self-preservation, they could not afford to remain passive. As they confronted her, Gu Xian'er appeared utterly at ease, their attacks failing to inflict any harm upon her. As they journeyed along, Gu Xian'er's combat prowess had undoubtedly grown stronger. However, the abilities of the few individuals before her were far from impressive. De Huang first uttered a remark of dismay, then cast a disdainful glance at the group.
Gu Xian'er,
possessing a unique physique and practicing a technique that harmonizes with the Phoenix immortal body, wielded formidable power. Coupled with the pure and abundant energy derived from the immortal spirit fruit within her, the might of her techniques was greatly amplified. Please don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. I beg you to spare my life. I will do anything you ask if you let me live." In the blink of an eye, only the leader of the group remained alive, utterly terrified. The overwhelming strength of Gu Xianer instilled in him a profound dread. Who could have anticipated that a beauty with such an exquisite visage would strike without mercy? Upon hearing his pleas, Gu Xianer glanced at Chen Chang'an. Noticing his indifference, she acted decisively and ended the life of the last man. "Master, killing here feels quite unsettling." After dispatching the 5, Gu Xianer returned to Chen Chang'an's side and expressed her feelings. "Oh, how does it differ from outside?" Chen Chang'an inquired. "It's hard to articulate, but I sense a peculiar agitation. It feels as though something is influencing my emotions." Gu Xianer struggled to explain. She hadn't felt anything amiss when she killed the first man, but a strange awareness emerged with the second. Once all 5 were slain, the sensation became starkly apparent. Murder inherently breeds a certain malevolence that requires gradual alleviation. Yet, the environment here exacerbated this negativity, making it difficult to dispel, thus leading to her pronounced irritability. "Your cultivation is still somewhat lacking. It seems prudent for you to refrain from engaging in combat in this chaotic realm." Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Gu Xianer felt a pang of guilt. If only her strength were greater, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. Did it truly mean that Master must intervene personally? "Master, enough, this is not your fault. Let us move on. We cannot predict what may unfold next. What difference does this place have from hell? Indeed, there is a distinction. Hell is far more terrifying." De Huang's sudden comment startled Chen Chang'an, who was momentarily taken aback, as was De Huang himself after speaking. "De Huang, have you been to hell?" Chen Chang'an asked with curiosity. "No. It was merely an instinctive remark. I cannot explain why." Chen Chang'an observed the bewildered De Huang and chose not to press further. After all, he was a divine beast, perhaps having triggered some ancestral memories. Let us proceed and witness just how terrifying this hell truly is. Chapter 69. The cold-hearted Chen Chang'an and the city of no return. Upon entering the chaotic zone, Chen Chang'an found his horizons truly broadened. Under the same sky, how could there exist such a malevolent and sanguinary realm? Corpses littered the ground, rivers of blood flowed freely, and the sight of individuals engaged in brutal combat was omnipresent. Chen Chang'an arrived at this city of no return, his hands stained with the blood of countless souls. It was not that he reveled in slaughter. Rather, there were simply too many who sought their demise at his hands. Not only was Gu Xianer taken aback, but even De Huang wore an unusually grave expression, having witnessed scenes previously unfathomable, each more shocking than the last. Humanity seemed to have vanished here. The ordinary folk residing in this place had devolved into bloodthirsty lunatics. Monsters. "Young master, how is it that you remain unaffected? What is your secret?"
Gu Xianer inquiret.
Observing that despite the multitude of lives Chen Chang'an had taken, she discerned no trace of negativity in him. He remained unchanged, devoid of any trace of malice. This piqued Gu Xianer's curiosity, prompting her to seek enlightenment. Chen Chang'an glanced at Gu Xianer and replied with a faint smile, "Perhaps it is simply my nature to be indifferent." He too was uncertain why he could remain so unperturbed. Was it due to a long life lived or merely his inherent disposition? The city of no return was indeed a remarkable place. Outside, there existed a barrier that effectively mitigated the pervasive aura of bloodshed. Chen Chang'an gazed towards the distant city, distinctly perceiving that it was enveloped by a protective veil. At the city gates stood a group of individuals, presumably guards, yet the flow of people in and out of the vast city of no return appeared sparse. At least at the gates, Chen Chang'an noticed only a handful of individuals entering. As they approached the entrance, the guards cast them a few curious glances, for among those who came to the city of no return, few appeared so pristine. "Are you aware of the rules?" the lead guard inquired, scrutinizing Chen Chang'an. "What rules?" Chen Chang'an responded. "Indeed, a novice," the guard smirked. "Allow me to enlighten you on the regulations of the city of no return. To enter, one must pay a fee of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, to reside within the city, each individual is required to pay a daily fee of 100 mid-grade spirit stones. These are the rules of the city of no return, but we provide no protection. If you wish to survive here, it is entirely up to your own abilities. Do you still wish to enter? It was evident that the exorbitant entrance and living fees were attributed to the barrier's existence. However, once within the city of no return, one's fate was left to chance. The guards would not intervene. Certainly, I wish to enter, but I have a question. Chun Chang'an replied with a smile. Oh, what is your question? Is there a charge for this one? Chun Chang'an gestured towards De Huang. The leading guard was momentarily taken aback. For it was indeed the first time he had encountered someone bringing a dog into the city. Dogs, after all, do not require payment. After a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that the rules were established for humans, and his actions would not be deemed a violation of these norms. Very well, I shall pay the entrance fee for both of us. By the way, to whom should the daily fees for staying in the city be paid? Upon entering, you have two options. One is to purchase a residence in the city, thereby becoming a permanent resident and enjoying a reduced fee. The other is to pay the standard fee at the southern part of the city. In this place, where life and death are uncertain, most individuals opt to pay daily, as none can predict whether they will survive until tomorrow. Hearing this, Chun Chang'an nodded with a smile. After settling the entrance fee, he proceeded directly into the city. You wonder how long this fellow can last? A few days? I doubt he will make it through today. It is truly a wonder how he managed to arrive here, clearly blessed with good fortune. In this city, lacking strength and carrying spirit stones, it would be abnormal for him not to attract attention. Ha ha ha, let it be. Such occurrences are not unprecedented. Chun Chang'an was well aware of the discussions behind him. The city may appear relatively safe, but this is merely an illusion. Inside, due to the barrier, the bloodthirsty energy is scarce, yet it still lingers. The inhabitants seem relatively sane, at least not prone to random bouts of madness. My lord, it seems these people are watching us. After walking for a while, Gu Xianer noticed that wherever they went, the gazes of those around them were drawn toward them. This was entirely natural, as rarity tends to capture attention. In their eyes, they were indeed anomalies. In a crowd, monsters are the outliers, but when monsters become numerous, humans then become the exceptions. Similarly, within this city, Chun Chang'an and Gu Xianer were regarded as anomalies. It was truly an eye-opener. How could such individuals dare venture into this city? Were they genuinely fearless or merely ignorant? One at the first level of the extraordinary realm and the other at the 9th level of the divine ability realm, accompanied by a dog? What an odd combination. I perceive that this young woman, likely a talented member of a prominent family, possesses a wealth of valuable items. You must be reckless to provoke someone from a powerful family. Why should I hesitate? This is the city. Who would know it was I who acted? That is a valid point. To the onlookers, Chun Chang'an and Gu Xianer appeared as a plump, juicy target. With average strength yet potentially possessing a fortune in spirit stones, they represented a veritable windfall. Since entering the city, Chun Chang'an could distinctly sense that many were poised to strike. They were not deterred by Chun Chang'an or Gu Xianer. Rather, they were wary of others who harbored the same intentions. My lord, do you intend to purchase a residence here or pay daily? At this moment, Chun Chang'an was also contemplating this issue. He would not linger in such a place for long. Chun Chang'an had come to search for and if he found no leads in this city of non-return, he would depart swiftly. Nevertheless, the matter of accommodation should be addressed. He had been observing several inns in the vicinity. To be frank, he was quite displeased with the conditions of these establishments. Too noisy and chaotic. The inn ahead appears to be significantly quieter. Let us proceed to take a look. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Chang'an noticed a particularly tranquil inn situated at a street corner. In this city of non-return, the ability to maintain such serenity indicated that the owner must possess considerable authority. Otherwise, they would be unable to keep their patrons in check. Goodness, how did they end up at this inn? Curse it, it's over. I should have taken action earlier. Now, there is no opportunity left. This inn is not a place just anyone can enter. They truly lack the fear of death. I deem it ignorance, a complete misunderstanding. Forget it. Let us disperse. There is no opportunity now. Chapter 70. The joyous pavilion and its alluring proprietress. The name of this inn evokes a sense of impropriety. Yet the atmosphere within is decidedly respectable. Upon entering the establishment, one is not greeted by a server. The main hall features only a handful of tables, occupied by 3 solitary patrons, each ensconced at their own table, devoid of interaction. As Chun Chang'an and Gu Xianer made their entrance, the trio simultaneously cast their gaze upon them. Their expressions bore a hint of surprise, quickly subdued to a mask of indifference, as they resumed their leisurely contemplation of the wine before them. Young master, these three individuals exude an intense aura of pressure, Gu Xianer whispered. Indeed, their cultivation levels reside within the transformation realm, and they are not mere novices. Their mastery likely exceeds the 5th tier of the transformation realm, Chun Chang'an acknowledged with a nod. To have 3 such formidable patrons in the main hall alone suggests that there is more to this establishment than meets the eye. The proprietor of the joyous pavilion must possess considerable prowess to maintain such tranquility in a place like the unreturning city. Suddenly, a strikingly voluptuous woman, clad in revealing attire, descended the stairs with a captivating sway. Her crimson hair cascaded down, complemented by a flowing scarlet gown that left most of her figure tantalizingly exposed, save for the most discreet areas. One could not deny the allure she exuded. Even Gu Xianer felt a jolt of surprise at the sight. While Gu Xianer might surpass her in beauty, she could not compete with the intoxicating charm of this enchanting creature, who resembled a bewitching sprite. Chun Chang'an's gaze was drawn to her as well, captivated by the glistening depths of her large, expressive eyes, which seemed to possess the power to dissolve him. What a remarkably handsome young man, the proprietress mused, her voice laced with playful delight. It has been many years since I encountered such an exquisite youth. Come closer, allow me to indulge in your presence. With a beckoning gesture, she called Chun Chang'an forth, and he felt an inexplicable force tugging at him.
Charme technique?
Chun Chang'an pondered, realizing her expertise in such arts. Yet, to him, such tactics held no sway. Maintaining a serene demeanor, he regarded her with a faint smile and replied, "How can you be so certain that I am merely a junior? Perhaps my capabilities might exceed your expectations." His words bore a double meaning, eliciting a melodious laugh from the proprietress, though her thoughts were far more complex. Despite his outward appearance suggesting that he was merely at the 1st tier of the extraordinary realm, the fact that he could withstand her charm indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Could it be that he is concealing his true cultivation? If I cannot see through him, then his actual prowess may well surpass mine. This individual must not be offended. The proprietress, with a teasing glint in her eyes, scrutinized Chun Chang'an beneath his waistline before gracefully sauntering to his side. With a gentle caress of her finger across his cheek, she leaned in closer and whispered, "I am genuinely curious to see just how grand it truly is." Chun Chang'an, maintaining his composure, discreetly stepped aside, widening the gap between himself and the proprietress. He understood well that despite her alluring demeanor, she was not as unreserved as she appeared. Should he act upon his impulses, it was unlikely she would acquiesce. Such individuals are rarely as straightforward as they seem. "I have come to reside here, not to labor," Chun Chang'an inquired with a smile. "Is there a room available in this relatively quiet establishment?" Noticing his lack of engagement, the proprietress ceased her pursuit, flashed a charming smile, and remarked, "If you, my handsome young man, were willing to lend a hand, perhaps I could waive the fee for you." However, as she glanced at Gu Xianer, the latter blushed, caught off guard by the insinuation. "Never mind, I shan't press you further. The cost for a day here is 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Will you be staying? 2,000 for a day? That is indeed rather steep. The lodging fee in the outgoing city is merely 100, Chun Chang'an responded. "Do not let the price deter you. The ambience here is quite pleasant," the proprietress assured him. "Moreover, I offer a unique privilege. All guests residing at my joyful pavilion are exempt from the outgoing city's lodging fee. What do you think? Are you interested? Such an exclusive benefit at the joyful pavilion?" It seemed the proprietress had connections with the city lord of the outgoing city. Chun Chang'an was not lacking in spirit stones. As in the past, Mu Yuneo had procured 3 superior spirit veins solely to support his cultivation, all of which he had stored away in his spatial ring. As for personal wealth, he harbored no fears. Who would carry the spirit stones from 3 superior spirit veins without purpose? "Here are 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. I will stay for 5 days, Chun Chang'an declared, presenting the sum to the proprietress. Observing his generous demeanor, The proprietress was further convinced of his extraordinary nature. The three guests in the front hall redirected their gazes towards Chen Chang'an, their expressions shifting noticeably. "What are you staring at? In my joyful pavilion. Behave yourselves," she commanded, having lived here long enough to discern the thoughts of these individuals. Her stern gaze caused them to straighten up considerably. "Dear guest, please follow me inside," the proprietress said, her expression instantly transforming into one of allure as she led Chen Chang'an and his companions into the courtyard behind. "Behold the surroundings. 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones for a day is quite a reasonable deal," she remarked with a smile. Indeed, the value was extraordinary, surpassing expectations. Chen Chang'an was not merely being courteous. Within the confines of the city of no return, the ambience was indeed quite delightful. In a tranquil courtyard, 3 elegant guest rooms resided, their refinement starkly contrasting with the overall atmosphere of the city. "Within my establishment, the joyful pavilion, I can assure you that no harm will come to you. This I can guarantee. However, once you step beyond these walls, I can no longer extend my protection. As newcomers, it would be wise to exercise caution. Otherwise, dear sister, I might find it quite disheartening." The proprietress appeared to tease Chen Chang'an, yet her intentions were rooted in testing his resolve. Chen Chang'an, perceptive as ever, responded with a smile, inquiring about the cost of her protection. "Oh, you wish for sister to be your bodyguard? My services come at a premium," she replied with a playful tone. "I believe you would find my worth to be exceptional." Upon hearing this, the proprietress's laughter rang out. For what woman does not relish the sweet taste of flattery? "You possess quite the silver tongue. It seems this young lady has been charmed by you. You're mistaken. I am merely the young masteress maid," Gu Xiener interjected hurriedly, her clarification sending a ripple of surprise through the proprietress. "A maid? Such a figure? Merely a maid? Indeed, he is fortunate to have such exquisite company by his side. Very well, I shall not intrude further. Should you require anything, find me on the 2nd floor," the proprietress announced as she prepared to depart, only to be halted by Chen Chang'an's voice. "Wait a moment. What is it? Reluctant to part with me?" the proprietress teased. "I wish to inquire about who possesses the most reliable information in the city of no return, who knows the most." "Reliable information? So you seek to gather intelligence?" The proprietress's mind began to weave a plan as she smiled. "Of course, I know precisely who holds the most knowledge about no return. None other than the city's lord, Shura." Chapter 71. The Battlefield of Metals? Shura. This is the name of the lord of the city of no return, yet whether it is merely a name or a title remains a mystery. Within the city of no return, very few have truly encountered Shura. In fact, others are uncertain whether Shura even resides in the city. Nonetheless, no one dares to disrupt the rules set by Shura, for the consequence of such actions is singular: death. Shura's identity is enigmatic, and his strength formidable. Rumors abound that he has attained the realm of the great emperor. However, the veracity of such claims is unknown. Thus, to obtain the information I seek, must I meet the lord of the city? How might one gain an audience with him? Chen Chang'an inquired. "Isn't it simple? Just storm the gates," the proprietress replied with a smile. "Storm the gates? What a straightforward suggestion." Chen Chang'an mused, "But I certainly lack the strength for such an endeavor. Moreover, I merely seek information. Are there no alternative methods?" The proprietress had merely jested, intending to gauge Chen Chang'an's reaction, yet regrettably, his response revealed nothing of substance. The Lord Shura is exceedingly secretive and does not summon anyone lightly. If one wishes to meet him in the short term, there exists but one path. "What path?" Chen Chang'an asked. "To become the possessor of the purple gold medal." "The purple gold medal? What is that?" Chen Chang'an had indeed observed that some individuals within the city of no return bore various medals of differing materials. However, he had yet to encounter the purple gold medal. Within the city, medals signify power and status, established by Lord Shura as a hierarchical system. The ranks consist of bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and purple gold. Yet, due to the exceedingly stringent conditions for obtaining the purple gold medal, there currently exists no holder of this accolade in the entire city of no return. Lord Shura once proclaimed that whoever becomes the first to possess the purple gold medal would receive his summons. Stringent conditions? Chun Chang'an's interest was piqued. What could be so demanding that it renders success unattainable? What are these conditions? He inquired. Firstly, the individual must be a newcomer, one who has never participated in any medal ranking battles. Secondly, there is a time limit of 1 month. Thirdly, one's cultivation must not exceed the transformation realm. In other words, a newcomer below the transformation realm must ascend from bronze to purple gold within a month. Furthermore, the rank system stipulates that once one becomes a bronze medal holder, they must defeat 100 fellow bronze medal holders to earn the opportunity for promotion. The requirement for advancement is to challenge and conquer a silver medal holder. The subsequent promotions follow a similar pattern. However, the ascension to the purple gold medal necessitates vanquishing 100 platinum medal holders, after which the Lord's Residence will dispatch 10 pinnacle transformation realm experts personally. You are required to confront these 10 individuals simultaneously, either to triumph or to endure for an hour. Upon hearing this stipulation, Chun Chang'an felt it to be rather stringent. For those beneath the realm of divine transformation, accomplishing such a feat within a month seems nigh impossible. Particularly the final requirement, facing so many adversaries at once. Even a peak 9th level practitioner of divine ability would need extraordinary talent to achieve this. It appears that the city lord, Shura, is selecting prodigious talents. One wonders what his true intentions may be. How about it? Do you feel confident within the span of a month? The proprietress inquired with a smile. I should be fine, though I am uncertain if there are enough challengers available, he replied. Ha ha ha, of course there are. The population in this city exceeds 100,000. Are you worried about a lack of opponents? If you are resolved, you may proceed to register at the medal battlefield. The medal battlefield, you say? Chun Chang'an nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to press further, and instead retreated to his chamber. Observing Chun Chang'an's departing figure, a contemplative look crossed the proprietress's face. Could it be that he truly lacks the cultivation of divine transformation? De Huang, what do you sense? Can you perceive the aura of the city lord, Shura? Upon returning to his room, Chun Chang'an inquired of his companion. I cannot discern the identity of the other party, thus I cannot sense anything. This city is too chaotic. There are several powerful auras present, but I cannot ascertain which belongs to the city lord. It is even possible that none of them are present in this city at the moment. De Huang replied, unable to form a judgment. It seems our only option is to engage in the battles at the medal battlefield. Chun Chang'an remarked calmly. Young master, allow me to take on this task. My strength may not match that of divine transformation, but I would manage, Gu Xianer suggested. Though you lack practical combat experience, it would be unwise for you to intervene here. I shall handle it myself. Chun Chang'an's cultivation is undeniably at the first level of extraordinary, and there is no question about that. However, he remains uncertain of his true combat prowess and must verify it through experience. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Chun Chang'an set out for the medal battlefield. It must be said that this battlefield is likely the most bustling locale within the city of Unreturning. Could truly be described as a sea of people, for not only can one witness battles, but also participate in wagers. Many seek to earn spirit stones through this means, as one must pay spirit stones daily in this city. Otherwise, they risk being expelled. Upon entering the main hall, Chun Chang'an found it already filled with people. Ah, a newcomer has arrived. I heard about this individual yesterday. Astonishingly, he is still alive. A newcomer yesterday? How intriguing. He does not intend to partake in the battles at the medal battlefield. Does he? TSK, TSK, TSK. The audacity of the youth is truly remarkable. One can only fear whether they will emerge alive from the arena. The crowd murmured in speculation, yet Chun Chang'an remained unfazed as he approached the registration desk. I wish to register for the battles in the medal arena. The attendant glanced at Chun Chang'an before responding. Let us first assess your cultivation level. Very well. First level of the extraordinary realm? That meets our criteria. I can issue you a bronze medal. Please provide your name for the record. Chun Chang'an. Excellent. Here is your bronze medal. You may proceed. The arena for bronze medal holders is on the second floor. Chun Chang'an was taken aback by the simplicity of the registration process. A quick assessment of his cultivation and a mere name entry concluded the procedure. With his bronze medal in hand, he made his way to the second floor's arena. The bronze medal arena was sparsely populated. as the level of combat displayed here lacked significant allure. Are you here to compete? Yes. I would like to inquire whether there are currently 100 holders of the bronze medal present. Chen Chang'an asked. The administrator was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry, pondering the young man's intentions. Was he seeking a promotion? Rest assured, there are indeed sufficient participants. It merely depends on how long you can endure. The administrator replied with a smile. Could they not all compete at once? I wish to avoid wasting time. All at once? Chapter 72. Ascending unstoppably upon hearing those words, not only did the administrator of the bronze medal arena change his expression, but also the surrounding holders of the bronze medals were taken aback. Arrogant. Who do you think you are? Do you look down upon us, the bearers of the bronze medal? Are you not one of us with nothing to boast about? Damn it, are you courting death? Those from the unreturning city are not known for their benevolence. They are all hot-tempered individuals, brimming with malevolence. Naturally bloodthirsty, how could they possibly tolerate Chen Chang'an's words? However, Chen Chang'an paid no heed to the raucous crowd and continued to inquire if such an action was permissible. The administrator regarded him with surprise, pondering whether this young man was genuinely capable or merely putting on an act. There had been no precedent for this before, but if that is your desire, you must seek the consent of the others. We will not compel other medal holders to engage in combat. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an nodded. So it appears that as long as these individuals consent, it is permissible? With this thought, a faint smile graced his lips, and he leapt gracefully onto the arena. It must be said, the arena was indeed vast, capable of accommodating several hundred people without issue. Chen Chang'an looked around at the holders of the bronze medals and calmly declared, with but a single finger, I could annihilate you all. Do you believe me? What? A single finger? His proclamation sent a wave of agitation through the bronze medal battlefield. Arrogant, utterly audacious. How dare a mere first-level extraordinary being display such hubris? Does he truly consider himself invincible? Seeking death, no one shall claim my prize. This boy's life is mine. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. You scoundrel, I shall swallow you whole. In an instant, dozens of individuals leapt onto the stage, each eager not to miss the opportunity to slay Chen Chang'an. Observing the numbers, Chen Chang'an felt it insufficient and continued, What's wrong with the others? Are you frightened? Are you trembling? Too scared to join? Upon hearing this, nearly 100 more jumped onto the arena, more than sufficient in numbers. Well, the more, the merrier. After all, the outcome remains the same. Chen Chang'an smiled lightly, then extended a single finger and casually waved it, releasing a sword aura that soared forth. In the blink of an eye, the once boisterous bronze medal battlefield fell into a profound silence. The scene on the stage left everyone dumbfounded. They were all dead. All of them. He truly only needed a single finger? I told you, a single finger suffices. With a subtle smile, Chen Chang'an's figure flickered and he appeared before the administrator. How does one ascend? He inquired. Oh, to ascend, you must go to the 3rd floor. Here is your ascension certificate. The administrator, now somewhat dazed, had encountered formidable individuals in the unreturning city, but someone as audacious as Chen Chang'an was indeed a rarity. Thank you. Chen Chang'an, clutching his promotion certificate, ascended directly to the 3rd floor, the arena of the silver medal. Wasn't this lad just at the bronze medal arena? How did he end up here? Surely he must be lost, having wandered into the wrong place, right? Haha. But wait, what is that he holds in his hand? A promotion certificate? How is it possible that in such a brief span, he has achieved 100 consecutive victories? Even if he dispatched each opponent in seconds, 100 foes would not fall so swiftly, would they? Unless, could it be that he defeated them simultaneously? Though astonished, the onlookers did not dwell on it, for the prowess of those holding the bronze medal was rather mediocre. Many could indeed accomplish such feats. Promotion. Very well. I shall arrange for you to face a silver medal holder. Defeat him and you shall ascend. Soon, Chen Chang'an awaited his opponent, a silver medal holder. The moment the latter stepped onto the stage, before he could utter a word, Chen Chang'an struck decisively, delivering another instant kill. The swiftness of his attack left many in bewilderment. Was this lad not a tad too eager? Do I now qualify for the silver medal? Chun Chang'an inquired of the administrator. Indeed, I shall now change your medal. Not yet. Let us change it all at once. Huh? Change it all at once? What does that mean, this lad? Does he intend to ascend to the gold medal? I require 100 opponents. Do you dare to challenge me? What do you mean? One individual retorted with indignation. I mean, facing each of you one by one is rather tedious, and you possess not a shred of hope for victory. Why not confront me all at once? Perhaps you might stand a chance? Chun Chang'an remarked with a faint smile. How dare you presume? This is utterly ludicrous. What authority do you have to demand we join forces? Who do you think you are? I shall now demonstrate to you that in this city of no return, not just anyone can be so arrogant. Before his words had fully escaped, a silver medal holder charged onto the stage. Yet before he could land, Chun Chang'an unleashed a sword aura, cleaving him in two, blood spilling across the arena. Is he truly that formidable? I refuse to believe he can consistently unleash such powerful strikes. Do not forget, his cultivation is merely at the first level of the transcendent realm. Indeed, he is only posturing. His true intent is to intimidate us. Could it be? He wishes for us to forfeit without a fight, thus allowing him an effortless promotion? What a cunning fellow, since he has made such a request. Let us confront him together. Indeed, together. Those who were once adversaries chose to unite in this moment. There was no choice. Chun Chang'an's arrogance had reached such heights that even old grudges were set aside to collectively eliminate him. Upon witnessing the crowd ascend the stage, Chun Chang'an finally smiled with satisfaction. How much better it would have been had this been done earlier, thereby sparing me the waste of time. Farewell, everyone. The same finger, the same outcome, merely transferred from the battlefield of the bronze medal to that of the silver medal. As Chun Chang'an departed from the silver medal battlefield, the others within had yet to grasp the situation. I understand now. He is aiming for the golden medal. This lad intends to strive for the golden medal within a month. The administrator of the silver medal battlefield suddenly grasped the urgency of Chun Chang'an's ambition. He must be pursuing the golden medal. The golden medal? That young man? How absurd. The golden medal requires one to confront 10 peak cultivators of the transformation realm. How could he possibly succeed? Let alone advancing to the golden medal. Achieving 100 consecutive victories in the platinum medal realm is already an immensely challenging feat indeed. While challenging for the golden medal requires a newcomer below the transformation realm, the seasoned holders of the platinum medal have not remained stagnant in their cultivation. Within this city of no return, many of the platinum medal holders have reached the transformation realm. How could this arrogant lad expect to escape their notice? Aspiring to ascend to the golden medal? It is nothing short of a pipe dream. However, do you suppose that this young man, now venturing into the golden medal battlefield, will not display the same arrogance? Shall we not go witness this spectacle? Come, such an event is a rarity. Chapter 73. Chun Chang'an. Renowned in the city of no return, have you heard? A significant event has recently transpired in our city of no return. How could one possibly be unaware? The news has spread far and wide. Remarkable. This Chun Chang'an is truly formidable. Within a single day, he ascended to the rank of platinum medalist. What does this signify? Do you comprehend the gravitas of the situation? He achieved a meteoric rise, effortlessly defeating opponents along the way, indicating that beneath the platinum rank, none could stand against him. And what of standing against him? Are you truly aware of the facts, or merely speculating? I was present at the scene. Do you understand what it means to secure 100 consecutive victories? 100 consecutive victories? What does that entail? Please elucidate the circumstances. With a single move, from the bronze medal to the platinum medal, Chun Chang'an faced no fewer than 100 adversaries simultaneously, dispatching them with ease to secure his advancement. Though his cultivation is merely at the extraordinary realm, I sense his combat prowess rivals that of the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. Incredible. A prodigy indeed. To exhibit such power at the extraordinary realm? It is a pity, however, that to maintain his streak of 100 victories will not be a simple endeavor. True masters are all holders of the platinum medal, most having reached the divine transformation realm, with some reportedly transcending to its zenith. I suspect he may falter here, yet his potential is immense. Chun Chang'en's swift rise to platinum medalist has stirred considerable excitement throughout the city of no return. After all, such an occurrence is unprecedented. And it is evident to all that Chun Chang'en's ambition is the coveted golden medal. This ignites a fierce determination within the hearts of all platinum medalists. They will not allow what they could not achieve to be accomplished by another. On the path to 100 victories, they will exert every effort to thwart Chun Chang'en's winning streak. Should he fail to secure 100 victories within a month, the golden medal shall remain forever beyond his reach. Ah, is this not our city's rising star? Returned, I see. Upon his arrival at the happy pavilion, the charming proprietress teased him playfully. Chun Chang'en's name has nearly echoed through the entirety of the city of no return, and the proprietress, having keenly observed his ascent, could hardly be oblivious to such news. Truthfully, she harbored no doubts regarding Chun Chang'en's rapid attainment of the platinum medal. Yet, she remained perplexed regarding his true origins. How could his cultivation test reveal him as merely a novice in the extraordinary realm? She has often suspected that he concealed his true capabilities, but such assessments cannot be fabricated. Could it be that her assumptions were erroneous? Nevertheless, Chun Chang'en possesses boundless potential. Despite being at the first level of the extraordinary realm, his combat prowess is astonishing. You seem quite invested in my affairs. Do you harbor any intentions? Chun Chang'en inquired with a smile. Oh, have you only just realized? So, do you have time today? Would you like me to keep you company? A company? Perhaps not. This woman does not strike me as one with pure intentions. Even absent of malice, she undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. There is a matter I wish to inquire about. Why was I not permitted to continue my challenge today in the medal battlefield? Chun Chang'en furrowed his brow and asked. Of course, you would not be allowed. In just one day, you have thrown the entire medal battlefield into disarray. Furthermore, battles for the platinum medals are not to be arranged lightly. The crux of the matter is that you are currently in high demand. Everyone is aware that you are pursuing the purple gold medal. Opening a betting line at this juncture would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Moreover, those who possess platinum medals do not frequently linger in the medal battlefield, necessitating prior arrangements with them. I estimate that within 3 days you should receive notification. The proprietress's estimation aligns perfectly with the information that Chun Chang'en has received from the medal battlefield. You seem remarkably well informed about these matters. Your relationship with the lord of the city is undoubtedly significant. Is it not? Chun Chang'en inquired with a smile. Seeking to pry into my affairs, are you? If you submit to me obediently, I assure you I will divulge everything. Won't you? The proprietress cast a seductive glance at Chun Chang'en, striking a bewitching pose that could certainly ignite one's passions. Alas, such temptation held no sway over Chun Chang'en. In the past, Mu Yunao had employed every means to fortify Chun Chang'en's resolve, and in that process, he had endured considerable hardships. Over time, he cultivated a temperament as calm as still water and as steadfast as a mountain. Compared to Mu Yunao, the proprietress ultimately fell short. Perhaps to others, she posed an irresistible allure, but to Chun Chang'en, she lacked gravitas. Ah, what a pity! It has been far too long since my master last tested my composure. How I yearn for those times. Chun Chang'en sighed helplessly, reminiscing about that period, which was indeed vibrant, even though each day was either spent enduring blows or on the path to receiving them. Yet the journey was delightful. Observing Chun Chang'en lost in thought, the proprietress's expression shifted. Did this young man truly find her so unappealing? Was her allure so lacking? How could he still have the leisure to ponder other matters? Unappreciative. Did he truly believe I had taken a liking to him? With a cold remark, the proprietress turned and ascended to the second floor. Watching her depart, Chun Chang'en could only smile wryly. Women are indeed curious beings, so quick to vex. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city of no return, there stood a rather rudimentary wooden hut. Inside, a man cloaked in black regarded the two kneeling figures before him and spoke in a subdued tone. What have you discovered about this Chun Chang'en? Reporting to you, my lord, Chun Chang'en's origins remain shrouded in mystery. We have only uncovered that he recently appeared in the chaotic zone. His identity and strength are elusive, but it is said that he has come here to seek information, aspiring to acquire the purple gold medal. No one could have anticipated that the Lord of the unreturning city would be concealed within such a secluded little cabin. Seeking information? I understand. You may proceed with your investigation and remain vigilant regarding Chen Chang'an's every move. Indeed, my lord. Once his subordinates departed, Xiao Luo removed his dark robe and stepped out of the cabin. Shortly after Xiao Luo's exit, Chen Chang'an, accompanied by De Huang, appeared before the cabin. Is this the place, De Huang? Chen Chang'an inquired. Yes, it should be. I have an unsettling feeling about this location. De Huang nodded in agreement. Chen Chang'an approached and gently pushed the door, which creaked open to reveal an unpleasant odor and a state of disarray within. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but furrow his brow. Is someone truly residing in such a place? There had indeed been someone here moments ago, but they had likely already departed. Do you think this individual could be the Lord of the unreturning city? Chapter 74. The foolish youth, resembling a renowned blade, Chen Chang'an has never been the sort to hang from a single tree branch. He sought the prestigious purple gold medal while simultaneously refusing to abandon his inquiries into the enigmatic Lord of the City of No Return. This lord concealed himself with great cunning. Both Chen Chang'an and De Huang remained uncertain as to whether he truly resided within the City of No Return, and if so, who he might be. Throughout the entirety of the city, no soul had ever glimpsed the true visage of its lord, rendering him an enigma shrouded in mystery. Recently, De Huang had stumbled upon a peculiar issue with a small wooden cabin. However, by the time Chen Chang'an and De Huang arrived, they were regrettably too late. Chen Chang'an cast a glance at the black robe that lay discarded upon the ground, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Da Huang, might you discern the scent upon this robe and investigate further? Chen Chang'an inquired with a playful smile. Do you truly take me for a dog? This wretched place reeks. I shan't sniff it. You may do so if you wish, De Huang retorted with displeasure. Very well, there is little to uncover here. Let us depart, Chen Chang'an chuckled, leading De Huang away from the small cabin. In the present day, as Chen Chang'an traversed the City of No Return, he shone like a brilliant star. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the medal adorning his chest. The platinum medal, worn by one so youthful, left no doubt as to his identity. He was indeed Chen Chang'an. Is that truly him? Remarkably youthful, murmured the onlookers. Indeed, and his power has been assessed at the first level of the transcendent realm. To ascend to the platinum medal with such an invincible demeanor is nothing short of terrifying. Oh, how I envy him! I do not seek the purple gold medal. If only I could obtain the platinum medal, I would have no regrets. Indeed, the bearer of the platinum medal incurs no costs and enjoys a 50% discount on all purchases within the City of No Return. The platinum medal symbolizes not only strength but also confers certain privileges, which is why so many aspire to possess such a medal. Of course, there are limitations. One must heed the commands of the Lord, Shura. Those who attain the pinnacle of the transformation realm, or even break into the void realm, will be favored as Shura's confidants and ascend to leadership within the City of No Return. Are you flaunting your prowess on the battlefield of medals today? Indeed, I possess some skill, yet becoming a bearer of the purple gold medal is no simple feat. I dare say you shall not pass my trial. Suddenly, an unwelcome voice interrupted, prompting Chen Chang'an to glance toward the speaker. Is that Yan Xiong? He has returned? My heavens, when did Yan Xiong come back? This spells trouble. It seems Chen Chang'an's fortunate days are numbered. Who is Yan Xiong? I have not heard of him, inquired another. You must be new to the City of No Return over the past few years. How could you not know of Yan Xiong? So, who precisely is this individual? The bearer of the platinum medal possesses unparalleled combat prowess. 10 years ago, he had already reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, and was poised to become the leader of the City of No Return. However, Yan Xiong, being exceedingly proud, refused to enter the void realm and declined the opportunity to lead. Over the past decade, Yan Xiong did not remain in the City of No Return. Instead, he ventured out to hone his skills and seek breakthroughs. Now, his cultivation likely. The void realm? A platinum medal holder of the void realm? What nonsense is this? Who could possibly contend with such a powerful individual? Wait. His current strength must already qualify him for leadership. He should no longer participate in the battles for the platinum medal. As long as he does not apply, he will forever remain a holder of the platinum medal. and his participation would not violate any rules. Hearing the discussions around him, Chun Chang'an discerned the true identity of this arrogant individual. A platinum medal holder who has broken through to the Void Realm? Achieving such a feat in just 10 years from the 9th level of the Transformation Realm is rather unimpressive, Chun Chang'an remarked with a faint smile. Ha! What an arrogant claim. Even if I am indeed not impressive, I am not someone you can handle. I shall not stoop to your level today. I await you on the battlefield of the metals. You will learn what it means to be arrogant. Yan Xiong did not retaliate against Chun Chang'an, for he deemed him unworthy of his personal intervention. Among the platinum medal holders, there were many capable of teaching Chun Chang'an a lesson. Then you must experience it firsthand. If you do not show up, I will win easily and find it rather dull. Chun Chang'an replied with a cold smirk. Ha! I shall remember this. I hope you do not disappoint me by failing to withstand even a single combat round. After speaking, Yan Xiong departed, as if his presence here was merely to exchange a few harsh words with Chun Chang'an. Is this person deranged? Did he come merely to show off? Or to announce his return to others? Perhaps the bloodlust in his mind has overwhelmed him, turning him into a fool? De Huang nodded in agreement, observing that Yan Xiong indeed seemed rather dim-witted. Moreover, it was evident that over the past decade, Yan Xiong had encountered various experiences. The bloodlust emanating from him was intensely potent, hinting at the potential for madness at any moment. However, Chun Chang'an also noted that those who had long resided in the city of no return possessed significantly less bloodlust, and they seemed to have methods to suppress it. Yet, these matters were not of concern to Chun Chang'an. What he needed to do now was wait for the notification from the battlefield of the metals. Hey fool, come here and bow to me. Bow, and I shall reward you with something to eat. Suddenly, Chun Chang'an noticed a group of youths, around 16 or 17 years of age, mocking a simpleton in a corner. The fool's gaze was murky, his face adorned with a foolish grin, utterly oblivious to the malice of others. He merely followed their words as if it were an instinct essential for his survival. Chun Chang'an initially paid no heed, merely casting a fleeting glance, for he harbored no altruistic intentions towards the world. Yet, that unintentional glance caused a jolt in his heart. Such a familiar visage, though altered in many ways, was one Chun Chang'an would never forget. At that moment, De Huang noticed something amiss with Chun Chang'an and instinctively glanced towards the corner. Could it truly be this coincidental? Had he really found it so swiftly? De Huang's eyes brimmed with astonishment, for this simpleton bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu Mingdao. Though his face was still youthful, lacking the steadfast confidence once seen in Wu Mingdao's eyes, and absent was the indomitable spirit that once propelled him forward. Could this truly be a reincarnation? Chun Chang'an was uncertain, but since fate had brought them together, he felt compelled to inquire. At the moment Chun Chang'an appeared, the group of youths froze, particularly upon noticing the platinum medal adorning his chest, which instantly rendered them tense. Do you harbor any grievances? One of the youths ventured to ask. Do you know him? Chapter 75. Is he truly Wu Mingdao? Chun Chang'an gazed at the youth before him, who was grinning foolishly, his expression a tapestry of complexity. The boy's visage evoked memories of Wu Mingdao, yet the dissimilarities between them were profoundly striking. Do you know him? He inquired of the other youths. When they remained silent, Chun Chang'an's countenance darkened, causing them to quail and kneel before him. We do not know him. One stammered. We merely recognize him as a fool, someone we tease occasionally when we have nothing better to do. Sir, we have never harmed him, and we provide him with food daily. We've only played pranks on him. Unfamiliar with him? Is he not a native of this town? Chun Chang'an pondered. If that were the case, how could a simpleton have found his way into the city? According to the town's customs, a newborn here did not incur any fees until the age of 18. Thus, he must have been born within these confines, yet reduced to such a state. It seemed he had either lost his family or had been abandoned by them from a young age. Kneeling slowly, Chun Chang'an scrutinized the familiar yet foreign boy before him and asked gently, Would you like to come with me? The youth simply continued to grin vacantly, showing no sign of comprehension, as if Chun Chang'an's words had not reached him. You will have clothes to wear, food to eat, and no longer need to endure bullying. Do you wish for that? Chun Chang'an inquired again, his tone soothing and patient. This time, the boy responded, perhaps swayed by the promise of clothing, sustenance, or freedom from torment, and he nodded, still grinning. Since you are willing, then let us depart. Chun Chang'an rose and the boy followed suit. Upon turning, Chun Chang'an noticed that the other youths had not yet fled, but stood trembling in place. Can we leave now? One of them asked nervously. This should have been a trivial matter. However, Chun Chang'an cast a glance at them before dismissively waving his hand, swiftly eliminating them. Their sins did not warrant death, yet they had humiliated one who deserved none of it. Returning from his outing with a beggar? The tavern owner frowned slightly upon seeing Chun Chang'an accompanied by the grimy fool, though her gaze held no disdain, which earned her Chun Chang'an's newfound respect. Could I trouble you with a favor? He asked with a smile. Oh, even a person of your stature has matters that require my assistance? The tavern owner seemed intrigued. I need your familiarity with this place to help me investigate his background. Investigate his background? The tavern owner glanced at the filthy boy, puzzled as to Chun Chang'an's motives. Did he have some connection to this simpleton? Very well, I shall assist you, though I cannot guarantee the outcome, she replied. Thank you. Is it necessary for me to have someone purchase a few garments for him and prepare some warm water? Very well, I shall provide you with the spirit stones shortly. No need, it does not require many spirit stones. Chun Chang'an nodded towards the proprietress and then returned to his courtyard with the youth who bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu Mingdao. Young master, who is this? Gu Xianer inquired, her curiosity piqued by Chun Chang'an's unexpected companion. I suspect he may be the reincarnation of Wu Mingdao. Reincarnation? Gu Xianer had heard of the events at Tianshui Lake, yet she had not anticipated the discovery would come so swiftly. What a remarkable coincidence! Is it merely due to his likeness? Surely, there must be others in this world who bear a resemblance. Gu Xianer asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Chun Chang'an nodded in agreement. The vastness of the Taishan realm ensures that similar appearances exist. However, this boy bears an extraordinary resemblance to Wu Mingdao. Regardless of his authenticity, I cannot afford to overlook this opportunity. De Huang, is there a way to discern where his issues lie? Or any method to ascertain whether he shares a connection with Wu Mingdao? Chun Chang'an inquired of De Huang. Upon hearing this, De Huang's expression grew serious. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, Wu Mingdao possessed the cultivation of the undying realm. It stands to reason that an individual of such cultivation, upon reincarnation, has a certain probability of awakening memories of their past life. Even in the absence of such awakening, it would be unusual for him to appear so dazed and foolish. Perhaps there was an issue at birth or, before Wu Mingdao's demise, his soul suffered significant trauma. Thus, to determine if he is indeed Wu Mingdao, we must first restore him to health. I just examined him. This lad's soul is indeed damaged, and over the years, as an individual devoid of cultivation, he has been heavily influenced by malevolent blood energy. You must not only mend his injured soul but also purge the blood energy from his mind. Do you possess a method? Chun Chang'an furrowed his brow slightly and began to rummage through his supplies, searching for something that could assist in the restoration of the soul. While Chun Chang'an searched, the proprietress had already sent for new garments and warm water, arranging for 2 individuals to assist the youth in cleansing himself. What is he doing? The proprietress asked Gu Xianer curiously, observing Chun Chang'an's focused demeanor. The young master is searching for something, Gu Xianer replied. Searching for something? Something to aid that young man? The proprietress did not elaborate further, but quietly positioned herself nearby, awaiting Chun Chang'an's next move. After some time, Chun Chang'an withdrew his consciousness from the spatial ring. How peculiar. How could I lack items pertaining to soul restoration? Chun Chang'an mused, bewildered that among his many possessions, he had no treasures for mending souls. Suddenly, a realization washed over him. Mu Yunyao once remarked that Chun Chang'an possessed an extraordinarily potent soul, with a mental acuity that bordered on the abnormal. Thus, even in the absence of any cultivation, he was able to wield a spatial ring, placing it upon others, a feat that defies imagination. Yet, Chun Chang'an accomplished this with ease. Consequently, Mu Yunyao never harbored concerns regarding the potential damage to his soul and refrained from providing him with any related treasures. Chun Chang'an himself paid little heed to such matters. When did you arrive? Upon withdrawing his thoughts, Chun Chang'an discovered the proprietress intently gazing at him from across the room. Aren't you afraid of danger? Are you truly so carefree, or simply indifferent? The proprietress found it puzzling how Chun Chang'an could remain utterly oblivious to the movements of the outside world. This was indeed a precarious situation. Should danger arise, he would be unable to react in time. I cannot die, Chun Chang'an asserted with earnestness. Yet the proprietress dismissed his words as mere jest. I have news regarding the matter you asked me to investigate. So soon? Do you underestimate my capabilities? Do you think it takes me several days to gather information? This young man was born in the city of no return, a rather pitiful circumstance. The day of his birth coincided with the day his parents were murdered. Due to the city's regulations for protecting newborns, he survived, but as he grew, those who took him in discovered his simple-mindedness and cast him aside. For many years, he has wandered and begged within the city of no return. Surviving to this age has not been easy. The reasons for his mental state may stem from a severe trauma in the womb, compounded by years of exposure to malevolent energies. Do you wish to cure his mental state? The proprietress inquired. Indeed, but I lack the means to do so. I see. Then perhaps I can devise a solution for you. Oh, you have a plan? Chapter 76. The Forest of Life and Death. And the purifying grass. The proprietress's unexpected warmth took Chun Chang'an by surprise. This woman was not typically so benevolent. Did she harbor ulterior motives? Chun Chang'an was uncertain, but the immediate priority was to heal the young man, so he chose not to dwell on it further. In the northern part of the city of not returning, there exists an auction house where one might find what they seek. However, of utmost importance is the blood-fiendish energy that resides within his mind. It is a formidable challenge to eradicate. To completely eliminate it, one must seek a particular item, the purifying grass found within the Forest of Life and Death. The purifying grass? This was the first time Chun Chang'an had heard of such a thing. Could it be a unique entity within this chaotic region? The proprietress seemed to discern Chun Chang'an's thoughts and continued to explain that the purifying grass was indeed exclusive to the Forest of Life and Death. Within that forest, the blood-fiendish energy soars, and typically no one emerges alive after entering. Most individuals become mad under the influence of this overwhelming energy, compounded by the myriad dangers within, which renders the place seldom visited. Yet, the purifying grass thrives in this hostile environment, untouched by its adverse effects. Thus, the purifying grass possesses a remarkable efficacy. Upon consumption, it can completely absorb and eliminate the blood-fiendish energy within one's body. Truly is an invaluable item, but why must one venture into the Forest of Life and Death? Surely it cannot be absent from the auction house? Is there truly no purifying grass at the auction house? Chun Chang'an inquired. It seems you are still somewhat naive about the blood-fiendish energy, the proprietress replied. While it does affect one's consciousness and poses certain risks to the body, it is undeniable that it can enhance combat prowess if wielded judiciously. However, the purifying grass will thoroughly cleanse the body of this energy, and given the perilous nature of the Forest of Life and Death, it is hardly worth risking one's life for such an item. Even if it were at the auction house, it would not fetch a favorable price. Thus, she elucidated. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chun Chang'an agreed that her reasoning was indeed sound. What is the distance from the Forest of Life and Death to Not Returning City? Chun Chang'an asked. Well, if you move swiftly, you could reach it in a day. However, once inside, how long it might take to emerge is uncertain, she replied. Are you truly willing to risk your life for this boy? That place is one that even ordinary Void Realm practitioners avoid. You are merely at the first level of the extraordinary realm. Do you not fear death? The proprietress found it difficult to fathom why someone like Chun Chang'an would take such a risk for a total stranger. Casting a glance at the young man who had just finished washing up and emerged, Chun Chang'an's resolve solidified further. He bears an uncanny resemblance. I owe him this. With a gentle smile, Chun Chang'an declared. Owe him? This statement left the proprietress even more perplexed. How could a figure like Chun Chang'an possibly owe such a heavy debt to a fool? Madam, please prepare some items for him, Chun Chang'an stated calmly.
Da huang, xian
You two stay here and keep an eye on him. I will make a trip to the auction house and then to the Forest of Life and Death. I strive to return within 3 days. He had not forgotten that an important duel awaited him in 3 days. Behave yourselves here. I shall return shortly. He patted the young man's shoulder, who seemed to sense Chun Chongan's goodwill. Although his smile appeared somewhat foolish, it bore a hint of sincerity. With no hesitation, Chun Chongan departed from the joyful house. The proprietress watched the direction in which he disappeared, her gaze tinged with an unusual hue. What manner of person is he? She pondered. Are you not going to stop your young master? Aren't you afraid he might be in danger? She inquired of Gusiener. As a mere maid, I can only obey my master's decisions. Besides, I have unwavering faith in him, Gusiener replied, her admiration and trust in Chun Chongan blind and profound. Regardless of how terrifying the forest of life and death might be, it could not deter Chun Chongan in this moment. Da Huang understood him all too well. This was not merely something he intended to do, but something he felt compelled to undertake personally. Not stopping him? Then, the proprietress's words trailed off as she suddenly froze. Did that dog just speak? Although she found it curious, she had not given it much thought, for it was merely a dog. Yet now this dog was indeed speaking. You can talk? You're not an ordinary dog? She asked, somewhat astonished. Of course. I, Da Huang the Canine King. Da Huang began to explain, yet Gusiener interjected proudly, introducing Da Huang's identity without noticing the look of disdain in his eyes. A canine king, you say? I've never heard of such a thing. However, the world is vast and full of wonders. Pray tell, what tier of beast are you? The proprietress inquired curiously. What tier? Da Huang shot her a contemptuous glance before sulking to the side, lying down in silence. You think you're a king? Your entire family must be kings. Amused yet resigned by Da Huang's lack of response, the proprietress smiled wryly before turning to leave. Meanwhile, after departing the joyful house, Chun Chongan proceeded directly to the auction house in the north of the city. Being a holder of the platinum medal, upon his entrance, he was immediately approached by an attendant. You are Chun Chongan? Yes, that is I. Who is in charge here? I have matters to discuss, he replied straightforwardly, no longer concerned about how others recognized him. Ah, please, follow me, the attendant responded, leading him to a door. Master Ma, Chun Chongan wishes to see you. It seems he has something important to discuss. Upon hearing the servant's words, the steward known as Old Ma was momentarily taken aback. Chun Chongan? Please let him in. Yes, sir. After the servant departed, Chun Chongan stepped inside. Old Ma scrutinized him, noting the figure before him. Was this truly the renowned individual stirring such a tumultuous uproar? He appeared to be at the first level of the transcendent realm, yet adorned with a platinum medal, undeniably an eye-catching sight. You are Chun Chongan? You seek my attention? Old Ma inquired. I wish to inquire whether there exists any treasure within your auction house capable of restoring souls. Chun Chongan responded. Restoring souls? Are you not acquainted with the regulations of this auction house? All items must be procured through the auction process, and private transactions are strictly prohibited. Although you possess the privilege of a platinum medal, such rights do not extend to private dealings. Old Ma's tone was rather brusque, bordering on hostility, though it could not be classified as outright animosity. Indifferent to the steward's demeanor, Chun Chongan replied coolly, I am asking if such a treasure exists. Are you incapable of understanding plain speech? Chapter 77. Wealthy and flourishing Chun Chongan is inherently a just individual. He believes in reciprocating the treatment he receives. Since Old Ma is incapable of articulating his thoughts, Chun Chongan will not suppress his own, as that is not in his nature. With a single utterance, Chun Chongan caused Old Ma's expression to shift dramatically. Indeed, he was an arrogant young man, mistakenly believing that a modicum of potential granted him the liberty to act recklessly. Ah, how true the rumors are. Chun Chongan, you truly are audacious. Do you think this is a place where you can misbehave? Old Ma spoke coldly. I am aware that this is an auction house, a venue for commerce. Is this how you treat your guests? Is this the etiquette you uphold here? Chun Chongan inquired with a sardonic smile. Old Ma furrowed his brow at Chun Chongan's words, acknowledging that he had indeed initiated the confrontation. However, it was merely his disdain for the young man that spurred him on, and he was taken aback by the audacity of his opponent. For a moment, Old Ma found himself at a loss for how to proceed. After pondering briefly, he replied nonchalantly, "What you seek, we possess. However, it appears the auction has already commenced, and this is the only item of its kind available for some time. Whether you can acquire it depends entirely on your own abilities. Now, if there is nothing else, please exit. The auction has begun." Without hesitation, Chun Chang'an turned away, making his way directly to the auction venue. "Humph! How arrogant! You will have your day of reckoning. Were it not for the commotion surrounding the event in 3 days, I would have taught you a lesson today." The upcoming challenge for the purple gold medal had garnered significant attention, and at this moment, no one would dare to confront Chun Chang'an. After all, everyone was eager to witness whether he would succeed or how severely he might fail. Intervening prematurely would only diminish the spectacle. In the auction hall, the item Chun Chang'an sought, replenishing spirit herb, was currently being sold. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Ladies and gentlemen, while this replenishing spirit herb may not be a treasure of the highest order, its efficacy in soul restoration is remarkably pronounced. For cultivators, damage to the soul may mean an entire lifetime without advancement. This is no trifling matter. Our auction house possesses only this single herb. This is a rare opportunity, and should you miss it, you may not have another chance for a long time. 60,000. I bid 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 70,000. I bid 70,000. Humph. I bid 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It must be said that the auctioneer at this venue knew how to incite enthusiasm. Although the replenishing spirit herb was indeed effective, its price would not surpass 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Yet, due to the auctioneer's few persuasive words, the price continued to soar, now reaching 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there no one else willing to bid? The auctioneer's gaze swept across the faces of everyone present, keenly observing their reactions. Noticing the apparent lack of intent to continue bidding, he ceased his superfluous chatter. 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones, once. 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones, twice. 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 1,000. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Was this audacity a deliberate provocation, causing a ruckus in an auction that did not fall under the jurisdiction of the city lord? Such folly could lead to dire consequences. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, and they were momentarily taken aback. A young owner of a platinum medal? Who was this individual? Such bravado! Is that Chun Chang'an? Indeed, it was he, and his arrogance had only grown bolder, daring to disrupt the proceedings in such a venue. What a fool! I am curious to see how he will ultimately fare. The auctioneer, too, turned his attention to Chun Chang'an, intrigued as it was his first encounter with this prominent figure. Esteemed guest, the price for the restorative spirit herb has already reached 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Your bid of 1,000 may not suffice. Should you genuinely wish to purchase it, I encourage you to place a new offer, the auctioneer remarked with a smile. Just 1,000. However, I meant 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The latter statement caused a collective gasp among the attendees. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones? Had this individual lost his senses? Such extravagance was unfathomable. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones equated to an astounding 1 million medium-grade spirit stones. To spend such a fortune on this trivial item was sheer madness. Are you certain it is 1,000 high-grade spirit stones? The auctioneer, taken aback, did not anticipate Chun Chang'an's wealth. I am certain, Chun Chang'an replied calmly. Very well. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones once. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones twice. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones thrice. Sold. This restorative spirit herb now belongs to this esteemed guest. Please proceed with the payment. Certainly. By the way, as a platinum medal holder, you are entitled to a 20% discount, so you need only pay 800 high-grade spirit stones. At that moment, the auctioneer felt a pang of regret. 200 high-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 2 million medium-grade spirit stones. The discount equaled the previous auction price before Chun Chang'an's arrival. After paying the 800 high-grade spirit stones, Chun Chang'an departed the auction house with the spirit herb in hand. It was only after his exit that the crowd regained their composure. Damn, he possesses such wealth in spirit stones? Did he not comprehend the meaning of discretion? A commoner bears no guilt for possessing a jewel. Does he not fear for his life? Humph, he has been riding high lately, perhaps a bit too full of himself. Once he fails in his pursuit of the purple gold medal, many will seek to bring him down. Let him enjoy his moment of triumph. Soon he will learn the true extent of his misfortune. No one anticipated that after leaving the auction house, Chen Chang'an would hasten towards the outskirts of the city. SNT that Chen Chang'an? What could he possibly be up to? It seems he is heading out of the city. What? Chen Chang'an is leaving the city? Could it be that he is frightened? Uncertain, perhaps there are matters he must attend to. The fact that Chen Chang'an was exiting the city left many perplexed, yet none could ascertain his true intentions. As a bearer of the platinum medal, Chen Chang'an possessed the privilege to enter and leave the city of no return at will. However, upon arriving at the city gate, he encountered the very guards who had welcomed him only days prior. You. Have you truly achieved the platinum medal? The lead guard gazed at Chen Chang'an in astonishment, for he had only been in the city of no return for a mere 3 days. Could it be? You are the Chen Chang'an of recent rumors? The lead guard inquired, astonished. Yes, it is I. My heavens, are you not soon to compete for the purple gold medal? And yet you are leaving the city? The guard exclaimed in disbelief. There are matters I must attend to. May I inquire where you are headed? To the forest of life and death. What? You are going to the forest of life and death? Chapter 78. Master? What brings you here? The forest of life and death. A place of terror and taboo. The forest of life and death has morphed into its current state due to the presence of the unique crimson trees. The origins of these crimson trees remain a mystery. However, it is widely acknowledged that they possess the peculiar ability to absorb and accumulate the malevolent energy of blood. The expansive forest is teeming with these crimson trees, which have, over the years, enveloped the area in a thick shroud of blood energy. From a distance, the vibrant crimson trunks appear to coalesce into a mist-like aura of sanguine energy, rendering the forest of life and death akin to a vast sea of blood. Although Chen Chang'an had yet to enter the forest, he could already sense its unusual aura. The periphery of the forest of life and death, extending for several dozen kilometers, is devoid of any vegetation, with the very soil stained a vivid red. There are no signs of life, as if this place were a veritable zone of death. It is no wonder that few dare to venture here. Who, in their right mind, would seek to embrace such peril without cause? Chen Chang'an could not help but reflect on the grim reality of this place. For an ordinary individual, merely entering would be a daunting challenge, let alone emerging alive. The blood energy here had nearly taken on a tangible form, exerting a profound influence on any who dared to approach. Only someone with Chen Chang'an's unique constitution could remain unaffected. As he soared closer to the forest, he found no trace of any living souls. Casting aside any reservations, he hastened his pace and plunged into the depths of the forest of life and death. Upon entering, a frown crossed Chen Chang'an's face. The oppressive atmosphere was overwhelming, and his vision was significantly impaired, as though he were submerged in a world painted entirely in crimson. Silence reigned supreme. An eerie stillness blanketed the forest, the ground resembling a blood-red mire, compelling Chen Chang'an to remain airborne, eschewing contact with the ground. According to the innkeeper, the clear evil grass is entirely white, a rarity in this sanguine realm, and should not be difficult to locate. Chen Chang'an scanned his surroundings, yet all he could see was a relentless expanse of red, devoid of any contrasting hues. With a swift motion, he unleashed several streams of sword energy into the surroundings. Although these energies pierced through the dense mist of blood energy, they quickly dissipated within its depths. It seemed that the task was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. Reluctantly, Chen Chang'an began to venture deeper, hopeful of swiftly discovering the clear evil grass. Suddenly, as he advanced, several crimson figures materialized around him, seamlessly blending with the surrounding essence. Chen Chang'an noted that these apparitions vanished just as swiftly, their colors and presence harmonizing perfectly with the forest's atmosphere. Even he, for a moment, struggled to discern their whereabouts. Could these be the unique creatures that inhabit the forest of life and death? Though Chen Chang'an possessed an immortal body, he remained vigilant, proceeding cautiously while observing every movement around him. Suddenly, a flurry of figures appeared. This time, there were even more, and they charged directly at him. Chen Chang'an wielded his fingers like a sword, unleashing streams of sword energy from his fingertips. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the figures that had rushed toward him were swiftly vanquished, revealing that these creatures were not particularly formidable. Upon closer inspection of one of these monsters, Chen Chang'an discerned that it was humanoid in shape. However, its body was entirely crimson, devoid of any features that could link it to humanity. Chen Chang'an speculated that it was likely a blood corpse. Those who had once entered the forest of life and death had died, slowly transformed by the environment, ultimately becoming such grotesque forms. Given that he was still on the outskirts of the forest, these blood corpses were relatively weak. As Chen Chang'an ventured deeper, the strength of the blood corpses indeed intensified. He now faced those at the level of the divine transformation realm. It was quite peculiar. Why were there so many blood corpses? Were there truly that many individuals seeking their demise? He noted that as he progressed, the quantity of blood corpses increased, from encountering 3 or 5 at a time to dozens appearing simultaneously. Roughly estimating, he had likely slain hundreds of these creatures along his journey. Yet, aside from the blood corpses, he had not encountered any other dangers in the forest of life and death. However, he pondered whether the clear shawgrass truly existed, as he had yet to see any signs of it. Just as he was deep in thought, he noticed something amiss ahead. Amidst the sea of crimson in the forest, an unexpected color stood out, too glaring to ignore. What was happening? Had he already exited the forest of life and death? With a furrowed brow, Chen Chang'an's figure flickered as he dashed forward. Upon traversing a section of the blood-red forest, he discovered a remarkably normal area. No malevolent aura, no scarlet trees, and the ground was devoid of the blood-stained marshes. It was as if he had stumbled upon a sanctuary within the forest of life and death, perfectly unblemished. Chen Chang'an, what brings you here? A sudden voice startled him. Upon focusing his gaze, he was astonished to find his master, Mu Yunyao. Master, what are you doing here? Chen Chang'an asked, surprised. The presence of Mu Yunyao here was something he never anticipated. Although he had long suspected that she might be following him, it made no sense for her to arrive in the forest of life and death before him. How can you even ask? It's because of that member of your Chen family. How dare they venture into this forest of life and death at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm? Upon observing the scene, Chen Chang'an was taken aback to find Chen Yunxian lying on the ground, his body reeking of blood and malevolence, seemingly gravely injured. When did Yunxian arrive in the Middle Heaven domain? And how did he end up in this chaotic zone? If memory serves me right, according to the timeline, Chen Yunxian has just recently participated in the 4 domains martial gathering, has he not? Given his prowess and speed, it is inconceivable that he could have appeared here in such a brief span of time. Who are you two exactly? Chen Chang'an asked, his gaze warily fixed on Mu Yunxiao. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxiao's expression shifted, and she coldly retorted, Chen Chang'an, have you grown so bold that you now question even your master? Should I elucidate the matter for you? Indifferently, Chen Chang'an shrugged and replied with a faint smile. If an explanation could be provided, that would indeed be splendid. Otherwise, I find it hard to place my trust in you. Mu Yunxiao scrutinized Chen Chang'an for a moment before taking a deep breath and cursing, You ungrateful disciple. Very well, I shall reveal the truth to you. Thanks to your immortal spirit fruit, this lad has directly ascended to the 9th layer of the divine transformation realm, utterly disregarding the 4 domains martial gathering. His singular desire was to come to the Middle Heaven domain, only to be deceived into this chaotic zone. I had been trailing you near the city of no return, and upon detecting this boy's aura, I followed. It is fortunate that I did, or else your Qin family's prodigy would have become yet another blood corpse in this place. Hearing Mu Yunxiao's explanation, Chen Chang'an nodded with a smile, finding it quite plausible. So, Master, you have truly been following me all along? Need I say it? I have never left your side. Chapter 79. Are you truly going to betray your master and annihilate your ancestors? Master, what is the situation here? Chen Chang'an inquired with curiosity. Is there truly such a serene place within the life and death forest? Certainly, it is not a natural occurrence within the life and death forest. Rather, it is a temporary space that I have created. Only due to your unique constitution can you enter. Others may see it, yet cannot step inside, Mu Yuneo elucidated. Oh, I see. Chun Chang'an replied with a smile, then approached the unconscious Chun Yunxian. How is his condition? With my presence, he shall not perish. However, he requires some time to recuperate. The blood fiendish aura has greatly affected him. The clear fiend grass found here should prove beneficial, though I have yet to locate it. Indeed, the clear fiend grass plays a crucial role, but Chun Chang'an glanced at Chun Yunxian and, with a faint smile, remarked, if it cannot be found, then let it be. Not searching. Mu Yuneo's brow furrowed. Given her understanding of Chun Chang'an, he should not be indifferent to Chen Yunxuan's plight. Do you possess other methods? She inquired. Of course, I can assist him now. Before she could respond, Chun Chang'an flicked his finger, and a sword aura penetrated Chun Yunxuan's forehead. What are you doing? Chun Chang'an, have you lost your mind? He is a descendant of the Chun family. Mu Yuneo could hardly fathom that Chun Chang'an would take such a drastic measure against Chen Yunxian. This method of resolution was indeed perplexing. There are many descendants of the Chun family. Losing one is inconsequential, Chun Chang'an retorted. He appears to be suffering, so I am merely granting him relief. Besides, is he truly a descendant of the Chen family? Chun Chang'an's gaze met Mu Yuneo's, a cold smile gracing his lips, prompting her brow to furrow even deeper. Chun Chang'an, do you believe I am deceiving you? What nonsense are you speaking? Do you not even trust your master? Mu Yuneo's voice was laced with indignation. I certainly trust my master, alas. You are not she. Chun Chang'an's icy stare intensified, inciting further fury in Mu Yuneo. She had explained herself clearly, yet this impudent youth dared to treat her in such a manner? Was he truly courting disaster? Chun Chang'an, are you genuinely intending to betray your master and annihilate your ancestors? But do not forget, I am well aware of my own strength. You are courting death, Mu Yuneo said coldly. Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an scoffed. I am indeed aware of my master's capabilities. However, as for you, we shall put that to the test. Without further ado, Chun Chang'an unleashed a full-force strike, sending a sword aura hurtling towards Mu Yuneo. Her expression shifted as she evaded the attack with a swift movement. Oh, I nearly forgot. This is your illusion. It is not so simple to slay you here, Chun Chang'an remarked with a smile, realizing his assault had failed. You. How did you discover it? The moment Chun Chang'an uttered the word illusion, Mu Yuneo understood he had discerned the truth. Since pretense has proven futile, let us speak plainly. It too harbors a profound curiosity as to how Chun Chang'an discerned the flaw so swiftly. After all, from its own perspective, there appeared to be no telltale signs. Your explanations are, indeed, plausible, not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Yet, do you realize where you have faltered? Chun Chang'an inquired with a smile. Where? My master never elucidates. She merely responds with a swift kick. What? Never elucidates? At that moment, the other party comprehended that from the instant it began to explain, Chun Chang'an had already identified the flaw. It had not anticipated that despite its efforts to avoid mentioning precarious subjects, issues would still arise. Even if you have uncovered my deception, what does it matter? Do you believe you can escape from here? Entering my illusion, you shall remain until the day of your demise. The day of my demise? Chun Chang'an too was intrigued about when that fateful day would arrive. Yet he was certain it was not today. You possess the ability to ensnare me within your illusion. That alone speaks to your prowess. However, that is the extent of your capabilities. To slay me, you are not worthy. Break. How? How is this possible? Your soul. Chun Chang'an's spirit was exceedingly formidable. When he sought to extricate himself from this illusion, the other could not impede him. In fact, the opponent's soul suffered a significant blow. As the illusion shattered, Chun Chang'an beheld an immense crimson tree before him. It appeared that this crimson tree was the most fearsome entity within the forest of life and death. To kill, or to ensnare those who cannot be slain into an illusion to perish slowly. I must admit, your strategy is commendable. Alas, this time you have encountered me, Chun Chang'an remarked with a serene smile as he gazed upon the crimson tree. Please, do not kill me. I do not wish to die yet. The crimson tree, having existed for countless years, had transformed into a tree demon, possessing not only intellect but also a formidable soul. Should an ordinary person venture here, They might not easily escape from the illusion it conjured. Do not wish to die? Very well. My purpose in this forest of life and death is not solely to slay you. Where can I find the cleansing herb? I require the cleansing herb, Chun Chang'an inquired. I know, I am aware of everything within this forest of life and death. I shall assist you in locating the cleansing herb. You are perceptive. Communicating with a sentient being is indeed refreshing. At least it fears death and understands what must be done. This, in turn, saved Chun Chang'an considerable time. Before long, a blood corpse approached, bearing several cleansing herbs, placing them before Chun Chang'an before swiftly departing. You can command everything within this forest of life and death? Chun Chang'an asked with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, these blood corpses are under my command, and the other scarlet trees heed my orders. Clearly, this particular scarlet tree must be the sovereign of the forest of life and death, albeit lacking in true strength. Its only formidable trait lies within its soul. Thus, it can merely control the blood corpses and other scarlet trees to inflict harm upon any humans who dare enter this realm. It is left with no recourse, and the illusion serves as its final means of survival. However, upon encountering someone as spiritually potent as Chun Chang'an, it finds itself bereft of any strategy. The Scarlet Tree King is perplexed. The true lethality emanates from the bloodthirsty aura. Yet why is it that Chun Chang'an remains unaffected? How much time have I spent within this illusion? Chun Chang'an inquires. Within the illusion, it seems that little time has passed, but the reality is quite different. Less than a day, comes the reply. What? Has it been so long? With little time to spare, Chun Chang'an hastily stows away the clear evil grass and addresses the Scarlet Tree King. I shall take my leave now. Clear a path for me and do not waste my time. Leave? So soon? The Scarlet Tree King eagerly wishes for Chun Chang'an to depart swiftly. Otherwise, it remains in a state of perpetual unease. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. With a mere thought, the Scarlet Tree King removes all obstacles from Chun Chang'an's path. Now that I have departed, it seems we shall not meet again. Very well, very well. But truly, I shall miss you. Chun Chang'an chuckles softly, refraining from further intimidating the Scarlet Tree King, and with a flash, he soars towards the direction of the city of no return. Chapter 80. Has Chun Chang'an fled? Although the city of Bui has vast expanses, the transmission of information occurs with remarkable swiftness. It took merely a few incense sticks worth of time for the news of Chun Chang'an's departure from Bui City towards the Forest of Life and Death to spread like wildfire. The Forest of Life and Death is a place that few would dare to venture, as it offers little worth the risk of peril. Hence, Chun Chang'an's actions have left many bewildered. As the time for the medal battlefield competition draws near, the absence of Chun Chang'an raises eyebrows and suspicions. Could it be that he, fearing a humiliating defeat, concocted an excuse to escape? There exists a possibility. After all, who in their right mind would choose to traverse the forest of life and death? Such an excuse seems rather implausible. Even if one were to entertain the notion that he truly ventured there, the likelihood of survival is dismally low. What kind of place is the forest of life and death? Very few emerge alive from its depths. Even Yen Xiong dares not tread there. What makes Chun Chang'an any different? In my view, Chun Chang'an has merely hidden away. The uproar he has caused suggests he is a man of pride, but he has faltered and retreated. Just days ago, he displayed such bravado. It was clear to me that he was merely a fade. So, shall we proceed to the medal battlefield today? Indeed, why not? The preparations for this battle at the medal battlefield have been extensive, and I intend to place a substantial wager to reap the rewards. But what if Chun Chang'an does not show up? If he does not appear, it is tantamount to his defeat. Betting against him guarantees a profit. Though Chun Chang'an has not returned to Bui City, this does not diminish the event's allure and participation. To accommodate a larger audience for Chun Chang'an's assault on the purple gold medal, the medal battlefield has made necessary adjustments. The originally designated bronze arena on the second floor has been temporarily repurposed as the main arena, expanding the platform size and erecting barriers around it. Simultaneously, the second, third, and fourth floors have been entirely interconnected, allowing spectators on these levels to witness the battles unfolding in the second floor arena. It can be said that since the inception of the medal battlefield, the number of platinum medal holders gathered today is unprecedented. Led by Yen Xiong, All holders of the platinum medal have converged upon the medal battlefield. For them, Chen Chang'an's pursuit of the purple gold medal symbolizes an ascent over their ranks. Thus, every platinum medal holder harbors intense animosity towards him, even desiring to personally teach this presumptuous youth a lesson. Have you placed your bets? Naturally, you haven't. I have. Indeed. I wager that Chen Chang'an will emerge without a single victory, with the odds favoring me greatly. I believe the day of my fortune is upon me. 0 victories? Do you truly underestimate Chen Chang'an? Of course not. His ability to attain a platinum medal within a single day speaks volumes of his exceptional prowess. However, I had previously arranged with Lu Yen that he would take the initiative, delivering a formidable blow to Chen Chang'an, ensuring his defeat in the first round. You must be aware of Lu Yan's temperament. For Chen Chang'an, a loss would equate to his demise. Can a lifeless contender ever hope for victory? Lu Yen is the one to strike first? That indeed puts Chen Chang'an in a precarious position. No, I must place my wager as well. The number of those placing bets is steadily increasing, particularly since it is the city lord's residence that has initiated this event, alleviating any concerns about dishonesty. At that moment, Wei Fengtang, the overseer of the medal battlefield, also arrived on the scene, much to the astonishment of many. It is noteworthy that although Wei Fengtang holds the position of chief overseer, he seldom makes appearances here. Who would have anticipated that the situation concerning Chen Chang'an would draw him in? Is he here to personally oversee and witness the battle today? Wei Fengtang proceeded to take his seat at the main position and inquired whether Chen Chang'an had yet arrived. There had been no word, leaving everyone puzzled as to why this young man suddenly ventured into the forest of life and death. One could only wonder if he would even return. Given the magnitude of this affair, a failure to return would lead to dire consequences. The other overseers of the medal battlefield were equally anxious, for the commotion in the city of no return had already escalated significantly. A dismal conclusion to this affair would be utterly unacceptable. Why must the city lord escalate matters to such an extent? Does the city lord possess such unwavering confidence in Chen Chang'an? One of the overseers posed the question. Is the matter of the city lord something you are permitted to question? Just do as you are instructed. There are no set rules regarding when today's events will commence. Simply wait, Wei Fengtang replied solemnly. Yes, Master Wei, came the response. For 3 days, at the Happy Building, Chen Chang'an had been absent, causing Gu Xiener considerable anxiety. In contrast, De Huang appeared to be enjoying himself, frolicking with a foolish young lad who bore a striking resemblance to Wu Mingdao, seemingly unconcerned about Chen Chang'an's plight. Senior De Huang, I have heard that many have already gone to the medal battlefield. Why has the young master not yet returned? Gu Xiener could not help but inquire. What is there to fret about? Chen Chang'an will certainly return. Just wait, De Huang replied without turning back. He will return. Just wait, the foolish young lad echoed, laughing and mimicking De Huang's words. You little rascal, if you are indeed Wu Mingdao, when you regain your memories and realize your current state, will you not wish to perish once more? If it were me, I would find it rather difficult to accept, De Huang mused, feeling a twinge of helplessness at the sight of the foolish young lad. Once, Wu Mingdao was a figure of immense pride. For him to be reduced to this state of foolishness was more terrifying than death itself. Die once more, the foolish young lad laughed, clapping his hands and repeating the phrase. By heavens, such words should not be spoken. Forget that saying. Forget that saying. Forget that saying. The foolish young lad chimed in. Observing the foolish young lad's antics, De Huang realized he might have been overly tense. The lad had become so silly that he no longer grasped the concept of life and death. I need to urinate. I need to urinate. Suddenly, the foolish young lad stood up and began to unfasten his trousers. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Xiener was so frightened that she swiftly retreated to her room. De Huang, feeling somewhat exasperated, noted that this lad was indeed quite careless about hygiene, even more so than himself. You need to go to the latrine, De Huang said, casting a helpless glance at the foolish young man, who seemed utterly disinclined to heed his words. Fine, I shall take you there myself. Thus, De Huang reluctantly guided the foolish youth to the latrine. Ah, what brings you here? Chen Chang'an is not present, and you 1TB consuming your usual fare, De Huang remarked impatiently as the proprietress approached. I have come to deliver something. Someone asked me to bring these 2 items. They said it was Chen Chang'an's instruction to ensure that young man is treated first, she replied. Upon hearing this, De Huang was taken aback. Chen Chang'an has returned? The proprietress then tossed the spirit-replenishing herb and the purifying grass to De Huang and added with a smile, Chen Chang'an should be at the metal battlefield by now. Aren't you going to check it out? Check. No need, it holds no interest for me. The outcome is bound to be predictable, he retorted dismissively. Do you have such unwavering faith in him? That's none of your concern. If you wish to see, then go ahead. Do not disturb me while I attend to my affairs, De Huang replied bluntly. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your important matters, the proprietress responded, unfazed by his demeanor, for she understood that De Huang was a being of profound depth, and it was unnecessary to engage in conflict with him. She gazed in the direction of the metal battlefield, murmuring to herself, Chen Chang'an, how many secrets do you truly possess? Chapter 81. Chen Chang'an. I bet on my own victory. Upon returning to the city of no return, Chen Chang'an's first order of business was to instruct the lead guard at the city gate to deliver his belongings to the Happy House. As a holder of the platinum medal, he was entitled, according to the city's regulations, to command the guards to assist him. The moment Chen Chang'an stepped foot in the city of no return, he immediately attracted significant attention. Chen Chang'an is back. Goodness, he really has returned. I thought he had fled. Well, it seems today's performance will not end abruptly after all. How puzzling. Having already left, why return? Perhaps he wishes to meet his end in the city. Ha ha ha. Disregarding the whispers surrounding him, Chen Chang'an made his way directly to the battlefield of the metals. Meanwhile, news of his appearance spread rapidly. Didn't they say Chen Chang'an was back? Where is he? Of course, his speed must surpass that of the news itself. Could he be delayed by other matters? Unclear, but since he has returned, he will surely arrive eventually. Let us wait. Though the news reached the battlefield of metals, Chen Chang'an had yet to appear, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. No one expected that rather than participating in the duel, Chen Chang'an would first visit the betting area of the metal battlefield. Can I still place a bet? Chen Chang'an inquired of the attendant in charge of the betting. Without lifting his head, the attendant pointed aside and replied nonchalantly, the odds are right here. Choose one and submit your spirit stones. Chen Chang'an perused the odds, and after some time he finally located his target. Chen Chang'an advancing to the purple gold medal, odds 1 to 10,000? These odds are indeed quite favorable, he remarked with a faint smile. Quite favorable indeed. Interested? If so, place your bet, the attendant replied, still indifferent. Very well, I shall wager 10,000. Superior spirit stones on Chen Chang'an's successful advancement. 10,000? All right, fill out a form, the attendant began, but suddenly sensed something amiss. 10,000 what? 10,000 superior spirit stones? Initially, the attendant had assumed Chen Chang'an meant 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, which, while not a large sum, was still considerable enough for a moment of contemplation. However, upon realizing the truth, he was utterly taken aback. 10,000 superior spirit stones? What does that signify? Who in this city of no return possesses such wealth in superior spirit stones? Moreover, with odds at 1 to 10,000, it indicates a very slim chance of winning. Surely, no one would be so reckless. Are you certain you wish to wager 10,000 superior spirit stones on Chen Chang'an's advancement? The attendant finally raised his head, astonished at Chen Chang'an. Indeed, 10,000 superior spirit stones. Here are the spirit stones. I trust your city can accommodate such a sum, Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chang'an produced 10,000 top-tier spirit stones, leaving the steward utterly astounded. Incredible! This was the first time in his life he had witnessed such a substantial amount of top-tier spirit stones, and the excitement coursed through him. Are you so certain that Chen Chang'an will advance? The steward asked, his face a mask of shock. Yes, I believe in him as firmly as I believe in myself. Chen Chang'an replied with a calm smile. Very well, I shall take this deal. 10,000 top-tier spirit stones, and a guaranteed profit. How could one possibly refuse such a lucrative opportunity? After placing his bet, the steward finally noticed the platinum medal hanging from Chen Chang'an's chest. A holder of a platinum medal at such a young age? This individual is You are Chen Chang'an? The steward suddenly understood. Chen Chang'an was betting on himself to win. No wonder he had uttered those words. He truly had faith in his own abilities. Prepare the spirit stones. I will return shortly to collect my winnings, Chen Chang'an said with a gentle smile before departing the betting area and making his way to the second floor of the metal arena. As Chen Chang'an's figure appeared on the second floor battlefield, excitement surged among the crowd. He's here. Ha ha ha. Chen Chang'an has finally arrived. Damn it, he took his sweet time. How infuriating. Is that Chen Chang'an? He looks so young. Does he possess such strength at this age? The show was finally about to begin, and I eagerly anticipated whether Chen Chang'an could successfully advance. Though I found him rather arrogant, I was more inclined to witness the emergence of a holder of the purple gold medal. Indeed, I share that sentiment. In contrast to the spectators, the holders of platinum medals were far less welcoming towards Chen Chang'an. All eyes were fixed upon him, and the emotions reflected in their gazes varied greatly. Some were disdainful, others dismissive, while a few regarded him as if he were already a lost cause. Yan Xiong, are you truly not going to make a move first? If you don't, you might miss the chance to teach this brat a lesson, Lu Yan inquired, looking at Yan Xiong. Yan Xiong let out a cold laugh, saying, Do I really need to take action against someone like him? If you wish to make a move, feel free, but do try not to kill him outright. Torturing him a bit would be far more entertaining. Very well, then I shall have my fun with him, Lu Yan replied, his fighting spirit ablaze as he gazed at Chen Chang'an, eager to rush onto the stage. At that moment, Wei Fengtang slowly rose to his feet. After casting a calm glance at Chen Chang'an, he spoke, It is getting late. Let us begin. Yes, Lord Wei. Upon finishing, the steward of the metal arena formed hand seals, opening the barrier surrounding the stage. As the barrier lifted, Chen Chang'an swiftly dashed onto the stage simultaneously. Lu Yan could hardly contain his eagerness to join him. What? Lu Yan is fighting first? Who is Lu Yan? Do you not know Lu Yan? He is a distinguished figure among the platinum medalists, having attained the formidable 7th level of the transformation realm. Goodness! The first contender is already at the 7th level of the transformation realm? Is Chen Chang'an destined to lose? It hardly requires contemplation. These individuals have no intention of allowing Chen Chang'an to savor victory for long. They aim to extinguish him in the very first match. If I wager that Chen Chang'an can win 10 times today, does that not seem utterly hopeless? My word, do you have such faith in Chen Chang'an? Winning 10 times? Whether he can even survive Lu Yan's onslaught is a question shrouded in uncertainty. This is disastrous. I have staked all my possessions. Lu Yan's appearance has rendered many in despair, for no one could have anticipated such a powerful adversary in the very first competition. All eyes are averted from Chen Chang'an. Despite his previous triumph over a platinum medalist while advancing to this rank, that opponent was merely a recent entrant into the first level of the transformation realm. The chasm between the first and 7th levels is vast. Can Chen Chang'an truly continue to smile? Lu Yan cast a glance at Chen Chang'an, utterly dismissing him. You have managed to reach this point and create quite a stir. Commendable indeed. Yet, alas, your journey must conclude here. Chapter 82. The perverse Chen Chang and Lu Yan gazed at Chen Chang'an, his expression brimming with arrogance, as if to convey, young man, I hold you in high regard, yet you are but mediocre. Chen Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yan and replied with a faint smile, However, I find you rather unimpressive. Excuse me? Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's countenance darkened. You little brat, are you getting too bold? I was being courteous, yet you seem to take yourself too seriously. I had planned to spare your life, but since you are so ungrateful, you shall meet your demise. With a chilling gaze, Lu Yan's bloodthirst surged dramatically, transforming his very presence into something terrifying. Yet, rather than succumbing to irrationality, his eyes remained astute. This was merely a means to augment his combat prowess. It was evident that during his years in the City of No Return, Lu Yan had mastered a method to control and harness his bloodthirst. Is he truly so serious from the outset? Does he intend to eliminate Chen Chang'an in an instant? The use of blood explosion was alarming. Chen Chang'an found himself in peril. The unexpected proficiency with which Lu Yan wielded blood explosion indicated extraordinary talent. Indeed, if blood explosion were not practiced correctly, could lead to backlash. Blood explosion? Chen Chang'an had sensed that Lu Yen possessed a unique means of controlling his bloodthirst, and he realized it was termed blood explosion. It appeared to be a specialized technique targeting bloodthirst. Blood explosion? How intriguing. A sudden eruption of bloodthirst to enhance one's strength? I am curious to witness just how powerful this can make you. Chen Chang'an mused with a calm smile. As Chen Chang'an remained indifferent to him, Lu Yan's eyes gradually turned crimson, his inner fury amplifying the chaos of his bloodthirst. Observing this, Chen Chang'an chuckled coldly. Indeed, this technique must harbor a flaw, the influence of negative emotions. The moment negativity surfaced, the bloodthirst would be affected, transforming the previously composed individual into one driven by impulse. It became evident that Chen Chang'an's assumptions were correct. Lu Yan was now teetering on the brink of a berserk state. I will kill you. Lu Yan's figure flickered as he charged towards Chen Chang'an, enveloped in a tempest of bloodthirst. Chen Chang'an, however, remained unperturbed. He was intrigued to witness the potential power unleashed when Lu Yan's 7th-tier cultivation in the transformation realm was combined with blood explosion. What on earth? Am I seeing things? This cannot be real. Chen Chang'an was indeed formidable. He stood his ground, allowing Lu Yan to unleash a frenzied assault upon him. Strikingly, no matter how fiercely Lu Yan attacked, Chen Chang'an remained utterly unharmed. This spectacle galvanized everyone present. Yan Xiong's expression grew grave as he contemplated whether, even with a disparity in cultivation, he could remain as unscathed as Chen Chang'an. Fascinating. This young man's physical resilience might well render him impervious even to ordinary void realm attacks. No wonder he exudes such confidence. With this remarkable ability alone, he could remain undefeated even if he does not emerge victorious. Wei Fengtang initially arrived at this battlefield of honor merely to follow orders. Yet he was taken aback by the impressive prowess of Chen Chang'an. Lord Wei, is it true that Chen Chang'an possesses such a formidable physique? Even so, if his strength does not match his appearance, achieving 100 consecutive victories would be a daunting task, for a draw does not count. I believe there should be no issue. If his physical strength is indeed so robust, his offensive capabilities must be equally formidable. However, Chen Chang'an has never engaged in close combat. His last battle suggested that he specializes in swordsmanship. To neglect such a powerful physique in favor of swordsmanship, doesn't that seem counterproductive? Listening to the discussions of others, Wei Fengtang found himself puzzled. Logically, Chen Chang'an's physique was extraordinary. Had he chosen to pursue the path of physical cultivation, he would have achieved far greater results. Why then did he opt for swordsmanship? Or perhaps he harbors some hidden depths? Little did they know that while Chen Chang'an's body was indeed resilient, it merely rendered him impervious to harm. Conversely, he could inflict no damage upon others. Otherwise, he would need no training to reign supreme in the world. Curse it! Curse it! Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Lu Yan's mental state had completely shattered, plunging him into madness. The bloodthirsty aura had fully rebounded upon him, filling him with malevolence, and his rationality had vanished entirely. Excellent, maintain this state and continue. I shall see if your combat prowess increases in this frenzy. Chen Chang'an's words prompted many to furrow their brows. He was toying with Lu Yan, employing ruthlessly cruel tactics. In his current state, should Lu Yan persist, he would not only survive but would also become a mindless killer. The fate of such a madman was clear to all. He would be eradicated by the city of no return, preventing any chaos within its bounds. Savage, utterly savage. Chen Chang'an was engaging in psychological warfare, yet his true intention was merely to observe the potency of the blood aura and how it enhanced his combat strength. As time slowly passed, Lu Yan was thoroughly consumed by the bloodthirsty aura, leaving no possibility of awakening. Only then did Chen Chang'an decide to conclude the battle. That's enough. You may die now. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged forth from Chen Chang'an's body, propelling Lu Yan away. Simultaneously, a blade of sword energy materialized, piercing through Lu Yan's skull. With a resounding thud, Lu Yan's corpse fell onto the arena, and the outcome of the first match was determined. In the first battle, Chen Chang'an emerges victorious. He won. Chen Chang'an actually triumphed. Perhaps this result did not surprise anyone, as the events on the arena were vivid in everyone's memory. Yet, before this contest commenced, who could have anticipated such an outcome? For the spectators, the greatest harm lies merely in the matter of wagers. Whether they win or lose, it is not fatal. However, how should the holders of the platinum medals confront the impending duel? Who would dare to step forward after witnessing Lu Yan's tragic demise? If no one dares to enter, then Chen Chang'an would surely achieve an uninterrupted streak of victories. Why has no one taken the stage? Surely, these esteemed platinum medalists are not truly intimidated, are they? There must be individuals stronger than Lu Yan among them, right? Could it be that they too fear they are no match for Chen Chang'an? Goodness, will everyone concede defeat after just one match, allowing Chen Chang'an to effortlessly claim victory after victory? If that happens, I stand to gain immensely. I placed a bet on Chen Chang'an achieving 50 consecutive wins. This could make me rich. Wait, you actually bet on 50 consecutive wins? You possess such confidence? Not really. It's gambling. A little boldness might just turn the tide, wouldn't it? As it turns out, I did not make a miscalculation. The unwillingness to ascend the arena prompted Wei Fengtang to furrow his brow. These platinum medalists, who usually exude arrogance and fearlessness, now seem to shrink back in the face of adversity. Why, when the moment arrives, do they all falter? In the second duel, is there truly no one willing to step forward? A single remark from Wei Fengtang sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. It was evident that his tone was far from amiable. To hell with it, if death awaits, then I shall be the one to face it. Chapter 83, 99 Consecutive Victories, the Legendary Creator. The medal battlefield has now become the focal point of attention for all in the city of no return. Outside the battlefield, a throng of onlookers has gathered, unable to enter yet eager to discern what transpires within. After all, nearly 90% of these individuals have placed their bets. This time, it can be said that the entire city is engaged in wagering, with many risking their entire fortunes. What is happening? Why is there not a single sound emanating from within? It is rumored that communication has been suppressed. As long as those inside remain, no one will know the outcome of Chen Chang'an's battles, how many he has won or lost. How one yearns to witness this spectacle firsthand. Such an event may not occur again for a long time. Oh, it seems someone is emerging from within. Indeed, it is true. While we cannot enter, he has chosen to step out. As the crowd murmurs, a dejected figure exits the metal battlefield, and those closest rush to surround him. Brother, what transpired inside? Yes, please tell us. We are all curious about what happened. Is Chen Chang'an still alive? For heaven's sake, speak. Are you mute? What happened? Despite the multitude of inquiries, the individual remains silent, head bowed, obviously despondent. An ominous premonition begins to settle upon the crowd. Could this fellow have wagered everything and lost it all? Suddenly, another person emerges from within, appearing even more frantic than the first. What do you mean, lost it all? What happened inside? The crowd clamors for answers. That bastard Chen Chang'an is a beast, an absolute beast. He has achieved victory after victory, an astounding 80 wins in a row. Unstoppable, truly unstoppable. All my possessions are gone, vanished. I can't even afford to pay for tomorrow's lodging. I am going to be homeless. As he speaks, a grown man begins to weep, and regardless of their feelings towards the city of no return, one undeniable truth remains. Life here offers a semblance of safety. What lies beyond the city's borders is uncertain and perilous. 80 consecutive victories, are you certain? How can this be? Even if Chen Chang'an is extraordinary, how could he achieve 80 wins in such a brief span? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. If Chen Chang'an has indeed won 80 times, then I am finished. I am utterly ruined. The news of Chen Chang'an's 80 consecutive victories is a bitter pill for many to swallow, for the majority had bet on his defeat. Although the odds were not high, there was profit to be made. Who could have anticipated that he would accomplish such a remarkable feat in such a short time? This signifies that for Chen Chang'an, achieving 100 consecutive victories is merely a matter of time. No worries. I have wagered that Chen Chang'an will not accomplish this feat. There is still a chance, I am certain of it. Indeed, Yan Xiong has yet to make his move. As a practitioner of the Void Realm, once he intervenes, Chen Chang'an will undoubtedly face a crushing defeat. Yan Xiong, they still cling to their final hope, which lies in his intervention. After all, they remain confident in his formidable prowess. Nonetheless, many have already retreated in silence, shedding tears of despair, for the defeat has been devastating. What was once perceived as a guaranteed victory has culminated in Chen Chang'an's overwhelming series of triumphs. Within the joyful pavilion, the proprietress was equally astounded upon learning of Chen Chang'an's 80 consecutive victories. It was not that she doubted his capabilities, but rather the rapidity of his success was astonishing. The only explanation for this scenario is that a multitude of platinum medal holders opted to concede, thus allowing Chen Chang'an to swiftly achieve 80 victories. What transpired within? By what means did Chen Chang'an compel this prideful assembly of platinum medal holders to yield? The proprietress inquired with curiosity. An invincible presence. An invincible presence? Such simple words convey everything. Chen Chang'an, with his absolute strength, instilled fear of confrontation in these individuals. How intriguing. My interest in Chen Chang'an continues to grow. It appears that the only one capable of thwarting his 100 consecutive victories is Yan Xiong. Do you believe he possesses such ability? The proprietress asked with a smile. I am uncertain. Never mind, you may withdraw for now. By this time, Chen Chang'an must have amassed even more victories. In the 99th match of the medal battlefield, Chen Chang'an triumphs. Silence. At the moment Chen Chang'an achieved his 99th consecutive victory, the entire medal battlefield fell into a profound silence. Everyone was aware that Chen Chang'an would reach this milestone, yet upon its actualization, they found themselves unable to contain their exhilaration. He is the first and only individual in the history of the medal battlefield to attain 99 victories. In this moment, they bore witness to history, to the birth of a legend. Just one step away, Chen Chang'an stands on the brink of divinity, destined to become a true myth in the city of no return. The sole possessor of the 100 consecutive victories achievement in the platinum medal battlefield. Moments later, all eyes instinctively turned towards Yan Xiong. Even Wei Fengtang cast a glance in his direction. Presently, he is the only one capable of preventing Chen Chang'an from achieving 100 consecutive victories. Yan Xiong felt the weight of pressure. He had never anticipated that Chen Chang'an could reach this juncture. The scrutiny from Wei Fengtang only heightened his anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Yan Xiong finally rose from his seat. Yan Xiong, the dignity of us platinum medal holders rests upon your shoulders. Indeed, Yan Xiong, you must avenge us. Do not allow him to revel in victory. Yan Xiong, we stand by you. You are undoubtedly capable. Yet, the support from these individuals feels like an invisible shackle, constricting him to the point of suffocation. Chen Chang'an has consistently exhibited an unnaturally calm demeanor, as though he truly believes himself invincible. Although Yan Xiong's heart raced with anxiety, he concealed it well, offering a confident smile to the crowd before swiftly appearing on the arena. Chen Chang'an, I never anticipated that you would achieve a remarkable 99 consecutive victories. Truth be told, I could have accomplished that too, but I no longer feel the need to pursue 100 consecutive wins, hence allowing you to be the first. Do you understand? Yan Xiong remarked with a cold smirk. Chen Chang'an regarded Yan Xiong with a composed gaze, replying with a subtle smile. Are you implying that you wish to convey to others that you are not inferior to me? In reality, you are terrified of losing to me. By asserting this, you aim to inform others that despite the impending defeat, you still possess the prowess for 99 or even 100 consecutive victories, thus salvaging some of your dignity. Am I right? Chen Chang'an effortlessly pierced through Yan Xiong's facade, igniting a surge of anger within him. How could this fellow deduce so much from a mere statement? Could you not be simpler? Could you not be kinder? Chen Chang'an, I concede that you are a prodigy, possessing extraordinary combat prowess and a remarkable physique. However, your cultivation remains merely at the extraordinary realm. Do you comprehend what the void realm entails? Do you grasp the magnitude of its strength? You do not, for your ignorance renders you fearless. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. If you wish to preserve your life, it would be wise to remain humble and discreet. Yan Xiong's words were abundant, seemingly a threat to Chen Chang'an. Yet anyone with even a modicum of intelligence could discern that Yan Xiong was afraid. Those truly possessing strength would not indulge in such superfluous talk. Do not waste my time. Let us commence. Chapter 84. The Birth of a Legend. The myth of the city of no return. The more one speaks, the more one feels uneasy. This phrase aptly describes Yan Xiong's current state. At this moment, Yan Xiong had already noticed a shift in the gazes directed at him. No longer filled with anticipation, They were now laced with disdain and mockery. Such scrutiny was unbearable for Yen Xiong, who once stood as the most resplendent among the holders of the platinum medal. How could it be that within just a few days since Chen Chang'an's appearance, he had transformed in the eyes of others into an object of profound contempt and derision? Chen Chang'an, you shall pay for this, Yen Xiong bellowed, determined to unleash a blood explosion to augment his combat prowess. Yet this time, Chen Chang'an did not afford him such a chance. Having already witnessed the potency of the blood explosion, how could he allow Yen Xiong even a moment to gather his strength? In an instant, Chen Chang'an became one with his sword, dashing towards Yen Xiong with unparalleled swiftness. Before Yen Xiong could fully harness the power of his blood explosion, Chen Chang'an was upon him, leaving Yen Xiong bewildered and astonished. Why did he strike so swiftly? How could his speed be so extraordinary? He had not even completed his blood explosion when Chen Chang'an stood before him. Boom! A tremendous crash resounded as Yen Xiong was sent flying, his body tracing a graceful arc through the air. Golden sword energy erupted from him, ultimately resulting in his disintegration. His demise was complete and utter. A one-hit kill? Chen Chang'an, at the first level of the Transcendence Realm, had annihilated Yen Xiong, who was at the first level of the Void Realm. Such an outcome left everyone utterly astounded. They may have anticipated Chen Chang'an's victory, yet none could have foreseen him achieving it with such overwhelming force. This was Yen Xiong, a formidable adversary. Let this be a lesson for the future. In combat, one cannot afford to wait for an opportunity to fully charge one's abilities. Either deploy them in advance or refrain altogether. Otherwise, one may suffer a dire fate. Chen Chang'an was no fool. There was no need for him to patiently await Yen Xiong's complete execution of the blood explosion. This was not a friendly spar. In the arena of metals, the stakes were life and death. At this moment, the overseer of the metal battlefield trembled with excitement. In the 100th match, Chen Chang'an emerges victorious. Boom! As the result was announced, the entire metal battlefield erupted in fervor. In that moment, no one cared about the outcomes of their bets. Indeed, long before Chen Chang'an's unstoppable winning streak, many had already devoted themselves entirely to the prospect of his 100 consecutive victories. Achieving 100 consecutive victories with the platinum medal conferred the opportunity to ascend to the purple gold medal. Such an accomplishment was simply exhilarating. Cheers erupted. The atmosphere was electric. At this moment, Chen Chang'an truly became a deity in their hearts. A peerless warrior. Chen Chang'an, Chen Chang'an, Chen Chang'an. The entire battlefield resonated with the fervent cries of his name. In this chaotic realm, a land drenched in violence, there are few who embody virtue. Yet, it is undeniable that all hold a profound reverence and admiration for the strong. At this moment, Wei Fengtang gazed at Chen Chang'an with keen interest. This enigmatic youth, possessing extraordinary prowess, has achieved what may well be an unparalleled feat in history. The opponents he faced were all his equals or stronger, yet he traversed the path from the bronze medal to the platinum medal with remarkable swiftness. Now, he stands atop the pinnacle of the platinum medal, qualified to challenge for the coveted purple gold medal. It has only been a mere 5 or 6 days. Such rapid progress is astonishing. Is he truly human? How has he accomplished this? With extraordinary cultivation, he has forged an invincible legend. The attainment of the purple gold medal seems inevitable. Even the formidable Dongshu realm's Yen Xiong is no match for him. Chen Chang'an is destined to become the first holder of the purple gold medal in the city of no return. Indeed, there is no doubt about it. Even the overseer of the metal battlefield is equally exhilarated, believing that Chen Chang'an's acquisition of the purple gold medal is assured. Wei Fengtang slowly rose to his feet, revealing his own inner tumult. He directed his gaze toward Chen Chang'an on the arena, took a moment to compose himself and spoke. Chen Chang'an, congratulations on achieving 100 consecutive victories in the platinum medal battlefield. Your talent and strength are capable of astonishing the entire Taishan realm, a sentiment I am sure resonates with everyone present. Upon hearing these words, many nodded in agreement. While the world may boast numerous prodigies and extraordinary beings, none have been known to annihilate those in the Dongshu realm with such ease. It is likely that even the top 5 on the human ranking list would struggle to achieve such a feat suddenly. A realization struck the crowd. Chen Chang'an's name seemed conspicuously absent from the human ranking list. Was it that his rank in the extraordinary realm was too lowly to garner attention? Do you recall seeing Chen Chang'an's name on the human ranking list? I do not. The extraordinary realm's rank is too far down for anyone to remember clearly. This is indeed the case. Although his rank may not be high, Chen Chang'an's strength is undoubtedly worthy of the top position. If Chen Chang'an continues to break through in cultivation over the next 3 years, the first place on the human ranking list shall surely belong to him. Chen Chang'an's appearance and prowess led many to overlook his actual age. After all, who among the extraordinary realm could live for a millennium? This surpasses their comprehension. Moreover, given Chen Chang'an's unique constitution, no one can accurately gauge his true age. Can I continue to advance? Chen Chang'an inquired. Is it not the case that by defeating 10 challengers and surviving for an hour, I would qualify? Indeed, that is the criterion for advancement. However, I must report this matter to the city lord. As for when you will be scheduled for your final advancement challenge, we will notify you. Wei Fengtong's words caused Chen Chang'an to furrow his brow. Would it not occur on the same day? Do not ponder too much. This situation is unprecedented, and we truly were unprepared, Wei Fengtong explained with a smile. My goodness, am I seeing this correctly? The esteemed Wei Fengtong is actually smiling while explaining to Chen Chang'an. It is only natural. A prodigy like Chen Chang'an possesses limitless potential, and in the future, he may very well rival the city lord himself. Who wouldn't treat him with a measure of courtesy? This is indeed the case. However, it appears we will not witness Chen Chang'an directly ascending to the rank of a holder of the purple gold medal today. Being able to witness his 100 consecutive victories is already quite exhilarating. Besides, considering Chen Chang'an's prowess, achieving the purple gold medal is hardly a challenge. Not at all. While it is somewhat regrettable, the battles today have been sufficiently thrilling. Moreover, even if they have some grievances, it is of no consequence. For the one in command here is the city lord, Shura. Very well, I shall await your news. By the way, prior to my participation in the contest, I placed a wager at your establishment, and I wish to inquire about when the settlement can occur. Chen Chang'an's words left Wei Fengtong momentarily speechless. A wager? That is quite simple. It can be settled immediately. Did you wager on your own 100 consecutive victories? Wei Fengtong inquired with a smile. Of course. Would I bet on my own defeat? I have wagered a substantial sum, 10,000 top-tier spirit stones, and you must not renege on the debt. Ha ha ha, fear not. We in the unreturned city will absolutely not. Wait, what did you say? You wagered 10,000 top-tier spirit stones? Chapter 85. 100 million superior spirit stones? This is an unprecedented opportunity. 10,000 superior spirit stones? That is indeed a staggering sum. How much must one lose? Can the entirety of the unreturned city even amass such a fortune in spirit stones? Goodness! I have heard tales of Chen Chang'an's wealth in spirit stones, yet I never anticipated he possessed such an abundance. Where did you hear that? At the auction house. Before venturing into the death forest, Chen Chang'an purchased a spirit-replenishing herb for 10,000 superior spirit stones. My word, such affluence. I thought that was impressive. Yet now he has wagered a full 10,000 superior spirit stones. The Lord of Unreturned City is in for a monumental loss. By the way, what bet did Chen Chang'an place? What are the odds? I am uncertain, but the odds must be substantial. Even at tenfold, that amounts to 100,000 superior spirit stones. Everyone was astounded by Chen Chang'an's bet. Although Unreturned City earns a significant daily income, one cannot withstand such a loss. Can they? Most crucially, these are superior spirit stones. Who can possibly produce such a vast quantity at once? At this moment, Wei Fengtong's expression was a peculiar blend of amusement and despair, a testament to the intensity of his emotions. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Wei Fengtong inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself before inquiring, what exactly did you wager? Oh, I wagered my successful advancement to the golden purple medal. Boom! Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere erupted once more, for all had been attentive during the betting process. This is a 1 in 10,000 odds. While enticing, no one dared to place a bet. The betting odds were set with the conviction that no one would succeed, not others, and certainly not Chen Chang'an. Given the certainty of loss, who would be foolish enough to wager? Yet, Who could have anticipated that Qin Chang'an would bet on himself? At this moment, Wei Fengtang was drenched in cold sweat. As the overseer of the metal battlefield, he was responsible for these odds. He realized he had landed himself in a grave predicament, wishing he could eliminate those who had accepted such ludicrous bets. You dared to accept such a wager? 10,000 superior spirit stones? Have you lost your minds? 100 million. That equates to 100 million superior spirit stones. My goodness, I have never even seen a superior spirit stone in my lifetime. Has Qin Chang'an truly wagered 100 million? What if Unreturned City changes its name after this? 100 million superior spirit stones. Will the Lord be left with nothing but his undergarments? Be careful with your words. The Lord may direct his wrath towards you. I am merely an insignificant pawn. How could someone of the Lord's stature stoop to my level? The murmurs of the crowd made Wei Fengtang wish for death. How would he explain this? Would the Lord not flay him alive? 100 million superior spirit stones. One could not even afford such a loss by selling oneself. Wait. Suddenly, Wei Fengtang felt a spark of realization. Qin Chang'an, you mentioned you wagered on your advancement to the golden purple medal, correct? Wei Fengtang asked. Indeed. Excellent, excellent. Wei Fengtang sighed in relief upon hearing these words, then smiled and remarked, you are not yet the possessor of the purple gold medal. You have yet to complete the final challenge. Hence, the wager cannot be settled at this moment. Once you successfully advance, our city lord's mansion shall, of course, honor the bet. His words momentarily startled Qin Chang'an, who had inadvertently forgotten this detail. However, it was merely a matter of time, and there was no urgency. All right, waiting a few more days is acceptable. Qin Chang'an nodded with a smile. I suspect the final advancement competition will become even more intriguing. Oh, why is that? Consider this. Does the City Lord's mansion wish to part with 100 million top-tier spirit stones? Certainly not. Only a fool would desire that. Therefore, the only way to avoid such a loss is to ensure that Qin Chang'an fails to advance. While it is unfortunate, 100 million top-tier spirit stones are at stake. Are you suggesting that the City Lord's mansion will likely dispatch stronger opponents to confront Qin Chang'an? Precisely, it must be so. It was evident that Wei Fengtang was already contemplating this, for 100 million top-tier spirit stones is an exorbitant sum. Even if the City Lord Shura wished to uphold his integrity, such a vast quantity of spirit stones would be required. The solitary solution is to do everything possible to prevent Qin Chang'an's advancement. Qin Chang'an chose not to linger in the metal battlefield, for he had already achieved his 100 consecutive victories. Now, he merely awaited the final advancement challenge. The moment he stepped out of the battlefield, he was greeted by an ocean of spectators, a throng so dense that it was nearly impassable. Upon seeing Qin Chang'an, the crowd erupted with excitement. Their gazes were fervent and animated, a testament to their admiration for a powerful figure and their reverence for a legendary creator. Qin Chang'an surveyed the crowd and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. With just that simple gesture, the entire assembly erupted into a frenzy. Although these individuals might engage in ruthless acts without a shred of morality, it did not deter their admiration for strength. Qin Chang'an's fame within the city of no return was growing increasingly resounding, and his prestige was on the rise. If anyone within this city could rival Qin Chang'an's popularity, it would be the enigmatic City Lord Shura. As the crowd prepared to chant Qin Chang'an's name, they discovered he had already vanished. He returned directly to the Happy Building, eager to inquire about the condition of the foolish young man. Congratulations! Congratulations! Qin Chang'an, you are undeniably a legend in the city of no return, achieving 100 consecutive victories for the platinum medal with an invincible stance. Truly, you are extraordinary. Qin Chang'an glanced at the proprietress, noting her keen awareness of the happenings. It is rather premature to congratulate me. I have not yet advanced to the status of purple gold medal holder. I am merely one step away. The proprietress smiled and replied, Indeed. Has the item been returned? How is my friend's condition? Qin Chang'an inquired. Qin Chang'an chose not to linger in conversation with the landlady and promptly returned to his courtyard. Upon his arrival, Gu Xian'er's face brightened, and she eagerly inquired, Young master, were you successful? Yes, we are merely one step away, he replied. What of De Huang? Is the soul restoration complete? Turning to De Huang, Qin Chang'an posed the question. De Huang nodded in affirmation, stating it has been successful. The bloodthirsty aura has been purged as well. However, he may need to remain in slumber for 2 days before awakening. Yet, I cannot ascertain if he will recall his past. Perhaps he will not. Do not hold too high hopes. Whether or not he can remember his previous life is of little concern to Chen Chang'an. What truly matters to him is whether this individual is indeed the reincarnation of Wu Mingdao. I hope everything unfolds as I wish. If this person truly is Wu Mingdao, I shall restore all that he once possessed. His talents, his strength, his confidence. I want him to witness the downfall of the Feng Tian dynasty. Chen Chang'an declared coldly. When do you intend to go to the Feng Tian dynasty? De Huang inquired with curiosity. Now is not the opportune moment. When the time is ripe, I shall certainly make my move. Chapter 86. From now on, you shall be named Wu Mingdao. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and the foolish boy finally awoke from his slumber. The moment his eyes opened, their previously hazy and muddled state transformed into a brilliant clarity. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. Though the sights were somewhat unfamiliar, they bore an air of familiarity. As he pushed open the door, he beheld Chen Chang'an and the others standing not far away. Upon seeing Chen Chang'an, the boy felt an overwhelming sense of recognition, as if he had known this person for an eternity. Yet no matter how hard he pondered, the only recollection that lingered in his mind was of this individual aiding him during his days of folly and bringing him to this place. Nonetheless, the boy sensed that his familiarity with Chen Chang'an transcended this singular event, a peculiar feeling that eluded comprehension. Chen Chang'an exchanged a glance with De Huang, and from the boy's gaze, they seemed to discern something profound. Do you drink? Suddenly, Chen Chang'an's question left the boy momentarily stunned. Drink? He stared at Chen Chang'an for several moments, bewildered by the surge of impulse that arose within him upon hearing those words. I wish to drink 300 cups, he blurted out instinctively. Indeed, it is you. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an was certain that this boy was the reincarnation of Wu Mingdao. Perhaps the severe damage to his soul in the past, compounded by the experiences of his reincarnation, had rendered him incapable of recalling much from his previous life. Yet, some particularly profound memories seemed to still influence him. Xiener, he called. Please prepare the food and drink.
Understood. Gu Xian replied.
Heading to the front hall to arrange for the provisions. Chen Chang'an turned to the boy and inquired with a smile. Do you have a name? No, I have no name in my memories. However, I remember the character Dao, though I do not understand its significance. The boy shook his head in confusion. Dao? Is it the Dao of Wu Mingdao? Chen Chang'an pondered. Shall I bestow a name upon you? Yes. The boy nodded, inexplicably trusting Chen Chang'an from the depths of his heart. Wu Mingdao, how does that sound? Wu Mingdao. The name felt warm and familiar, as if it were inherently his own. Very well. I shall be called Wu Mingdao from now on. A smile graced his lips as he embraced this name, feeling a sense of rebirth. Before long, the happy pavilion delivered the food and drink, and both Chen Chang'an and Wu Mingdao began to toast. At the tender age of 16, and having never consumed alcohol before, Wu Mingdao, lacking any cultivation, became slightly inebriated before he could finish 300 cups. Chen, brother Chen, it is truly wonderful to see you again. Just before Wu Mingdao succumbed to oblivion, he uttered a heartfelt sentiment that perhaps he himself did not fully comprehend. Observing the intoxicated Wu Mingdao, Chen Chang'an smiled gently. Indeed, it is truly wonderful to see you again. Upon confirming that the other party was indeed Wu Mingdao, Chen Chang'an felt as though he had resolved an inner conflict. However, he remained uncertain about the path that lay ahead for Wu Mingdao, and whether or not to disclose the events of his previous life. Some matters need not be spoken of. Perhaps it would be more beneficial for him to seek out his past memories on his own. Wu Mingdao, this young man, should carve a path that is uniquely his own. What do you think? De Huang inquired, gazing at Chen Chang'an. Nodding in agreement with De Huang's assessment, Chen Chang'an acknowledged that indeed, it was essential for Wu Mingdao to traverse his own journey. Should this young man embark upon a new road or continue down an old one? Chen Chang'an pondered. Newcomers ought to forge new paths. It is only fitting. He is Wu Mingdao, yet he is no longer the Wu Mingdao of yore. Perhaps he will ultimately make his own choice. I shall simply inquire of him tomorrow. Yes, I will ask him tomorrow. By the way, have you received any news regarding your promotion to the purple gold medal? Surely, these individuals cannot be conjuring foes that you cannot overcome? Just how formidable is your true battle prowess at this juncture? De Huang asked with curiosity. True battle prowess? Chun Chang'an had never precisely defined it, yet he was certain it would not exceed the void realm. Moreover, he sensed that fluctuations in the subsequent realms would significantly affect his combat strength. When his cultivation reached the divine passage realm, he would no longer possess that overwhelming power capable of transcending several realms. Nevertheless, Chun Chang'an's true battle prowess was already quite extraordinary. At the very least, De Huang believed that Chun Chang'an need not ascend to the Emperor realm to be invincible in this world. When the soldiers arrive, let the generals contend. When the waters surge, let the earth provide cover. The ability to attain the purple gold medal is not of paramount importance. Let us not forget that my true objective is to meet the city lord and gather intelligence. I refuse to believe he will perpetually evade encounters with others. Chun Chang'an had never lost sight of his genuine purpose: to gather information and seek never to create myths or obtain the so-called purple gold medal. While Chun Chang'an conversed with De Huang, the proprietress of the Happy Building approached once more. I must ask, dear proprietress, am I your only patron here? Do you truly harbor feelings for me? Are you secretly enamored with me? Chun Chang'an jested with a smile. At this remark, the proprietress smiled alluringly and retorted without reservation. Do I need to harbor secret affections? If you so desire, I could have you right here, right now. I am not your little maid, timidly dancing around, afraid to express my feelings. Her words rendered Gu Xianer blushing furiously, wanting to retort but finding herself at a loss for words. Do you presume everyone is like you? Now, tell me, what brings you here this time? Chun Chang'an asked, bemused. What of it? Do you look down upon me, Chun Chang'an? This woman, why is she taking this so seriously when it was merely a jest? Chun Chang'an could discern that the fury in the proprietress's gaze was genuine. She was indeed somewhat irate. That was never the intention. It was simply a light-hearted remark. If I have caused any offense, I humbly ask for the proprietress's forgiveness. Chun Chang'an was never one to stubbornly insist when faced with a woman. There was no need for confrontation. A few gentle words could easily remedy the situation. Why make a mountain out of a molehill? This was wisdom accumulated from his master. One should never grant her the opportunity to further unleash her wrath. Never mind, I can't be bothered to dwell on this. The people from the city lord's mansion have delivered news. In 3 days, a promotion battle will take place outside the city. Outside the city? Chun Chang'an had not anticipated that the promotion battle would be arranged beyond the city's confines. With such a vast city and a sizable battlefield for the medal contest, was it not sufficient? Upon reflection, Chun Chang'an soon grasped the rationale behind this decision. They were likely concerned about collateral damage. It seemed that the 10 participants dispatched by the city lord's mansion would not be lacking in strength. You seem to be well informed. Do you possess any insider information? Chun Chang'an inquired with a smile. Insider information? How could I possibly have any inside scoop from the city lord's mansion? You hold me in too high regard. The proprietress replied with a smile. Is that so? Chun Chang'an gazed deeply at her, then smiled lightly, indicating that it appeared they would only discover the opponent's true strength on that fateful day.